Hello everyone, I hope you die single like me, not by choice, but because dating is expensive, rent is insane, and I already owe my cat emotional support. End. Like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobooks channel for next part. Need super chat for new PC. Chapter 1. Hi. The Himalayas are the highest mountains in the world. It spreads nearly east-west, in an arc-shaped shape protruding to the southwest, with a total length of about 2,450 kilometers and a width of 200 to 300 kilometers. The main peak is Mount Everest, with an altitude of 8,848.86 meters. Throughout the ages, this highest mountain has been regarded as a forbidden area for humans. It was not until modern society that it became a holy place and the ultimate challenge for countless climbing enthusiasts. Successfully climbing the summit of Mount Everest will be an infinite honor. The same is true for Xia Ming. And in order to successfully reach the top this time, he has tried here several times. And this time, it will be the one with the greatest chance. Work harder. We're almost there. The weather is nice now, but if it's a little later, the wind will pick up. The climbing leader cheered from the front and led 10 team members forward silently. The team members are all climbing enthusiasts, and everyone has rich experience. They have all climbed Mount Everest. But in this team, except for the team leader who has been successful, everyone else has failed. And this time, it was the closest they had ever been to the summit. Xia Ming cheered up and looked ahead, feeling full of excitement. It's finally going to work. Half an hour later, Xia Ming planted the victory flag on the top of the world's highest mountain as she wished. Success! Marvelous! We are the best! In addition to the team leader, all the team members, including Xia Ming, could not help but hug and cheer, and were so excited that they were speechless. After months of training and the hardships of mountain climbing, they finally realized their dream. Okay, we have to go down the mountain quickly. We were delayed for a long time on the way here. The leader spoke to stop the excited people. No, you're leaving right now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? Yeah, we haven't really enjoyed the scenery here yet. It's hard to come here once, let's take a photo first to commemorate it. After hearing what the team leader said, everyone was a little bit reluctant. They have to leave before they can enjoy the fruits of victory, which seems a bit sorry for their hard work. 3 minutes at most. If you want to take pictures, hurry up. The team leader looked at his watch and spoke seriously. Understood. End it now. The role of the leader is not only to lead the way, but also to provide information, predict the time and weather, and ensure everyone's safety. Therefore, everyone just complained a little and did not disobey the arrangements. After all, success is gratifying, but life is also important. After the 3 minutes were over, everyone started to return. However, halfway up the mountain, still 100 meters away from the safety line, the wind on the mountain suddenly strengthened. Not good. The wind is blowing. The team leader keenly felt something was wrong. Everyone, hurry up. Hearing the leader's shout, everyone quickly quickened their pace. Everyone knows how violent and dangerous the wind on the snow-capped mountains is. For this reason, they come to climb the mountain during the window period. However, it seems that they wasted too much time. Xia Ming was also in a panic. With little energy left, she trudged forward in the snow. The wind became stronger and stronger, picking up snowflakes all over the sky and falling on everyone. Hurry, hurry! It's safe once we reach the safety line. There are rocks there that can hold us through this period. Halfway up the mountain, the terrain is relatively flat, not that steep, and there are solid rocks that can serve as shelter. As long as there is no avalanche, there is a chance of survival. Xia Ming did not dare to hesitate and moved forward hard. But he still fell behind. I am really afraid of what will happen. Xia Ming lost her balance, slipped and fell to the ground. The cold wind was raging, and everything in front of him was white. Xia Ming's body slid to the side uncontrollably. Xia Ming! Everyone who was tied with climbing ropes noticed the movement behind them and turned around. Everyone pulled desperately on the climbing rope, trying to pull Xia Ming back. The wind and snow are getting heavier and heavier. If this continues, everyone will die here. Xia Ming, who had already realized her dream, made the final decision, cut the climbing rope with a knife, and fell towards the abyss below. He didn't want his friends to be buried here with him. Xia Ming. No. The tension on the climbing rope suddenly became lighter, and everyone understood Xia Ming's choice. They know that this is Xia Ming's sacrifice. Let's go. What are you waiting for here? Are you going to let down Xia Ming's wishes? The leader's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and led everyone to continue on the road to survival. I'm going to die. Xia Ming had lost consciousness and was about to disappear, when Xia Ming saw a flash of yellow and disappeared. Hiker. Ancient One walked out of the teleportation space and saw Xia Ming lying dying in the thick snow. She was a little confused. As far as she knew, no one was climbing here today. Seeing that Xia Ming was still breathing, she used magic to hold Xia Ming up, opened a portal, and walked in. Chapter 2. Consciousness gradually awakened, and the darkness slowly passed away. Xia Ming opened her eyes. An antique wooden room with a fragrant incense burner. Xia Ming was surprised to find that she was not dead. He was saved. When he got excited, he wanted to stand up, but then he couldn't help but grin. Xia Ming only realized her physical condition at this time. There were waves of pain in my hands, legs, and near my ribs. Xia Ming hurriedly lay down. He didn't know yet how serious his injuries were, and he suddenly had a doubt. Why didn't he wake up in the hospital after he was rescued? Where is this? Squeak. Suddenly, the sound of pushing the door sounded. You're awake. A bald woman wearing a yellow robe walked in. Xia Ming looked more and more familiar. Ancient One. Xia Ming was surprised. You know me? Ancient One asked curiously. I don't know, I didn't say, you heard wrong. Xia Ming, who is proficient in English, naturally quickly denied the 3 consecutive accusations. Oh my god! Is this the Ancient One? This is Marvel? He has traveled through time? Xia Ming couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that if he fell off a cliff, he would actually fall into the Marvel universe. This is exactly the same as those protagonists who picked up magical secrets after falling off a cliff. It's just that what Xia Ming picked up was not a secret book, but her own life. If he hadn't fallen into the Marvel universe and been rescued by the Ancient One, he might have been buried in the white snow and become part of the Himalayas. Seeing Xia Ming's unthinking denial, Ancient One smiled, picked up a chair, and sat beside the bed. Stop pretending. I checked your timeline but found nothing, not even a parallel universe. So, where did you come from? Ancient One asked. I was very curious inside. This was the first time she had seen this situation. There is no trace of Xia Ming in the timeline. Even in the entire parallel universe, Xia Ming is the only one. Either, Xia Ming is a multi-universe level existence, or she came from other universes. Obviously, Xia Ming has no secrets, let alone any strength, so the Ancient One let Xia Ming recuperate in Kamar-Taj. Forward. Xia Ming was a little speechless. Is it too wasteful to use time gems so casually just to check his identity? But Ancient One is very powerful, so it really doesn't seem to matter. But how should Xia Ming explain it? I said I fell from the mountain, do you believe it? I believe. Do you believe it? Xia Ming looked at Ancient One in surprise. Is Ancient One so easy to fool? Your injuries prove that you didn't lie. But since you know me, it proves that your origin is not simple. So, which universe did you come from? Moreover, when you came, I didn't notice it at all. The entire Kamar-Taj is shrouded in magic, and there are even magic circles that seal the worlds of other dimensions. Whenever there is a trace of space fluctuation or the intrusion of people from other dimensions, Ancient One will know it immediately. But Xia Ming appeared here for no reason, which made Ancient One very puzzled. If it weren't for the mental fluctuation caused by Xia Ming's last belief in survival, Ancient One would not have known that there was anyone there. Well, to be honest, I did come from another universe, but how I came here, I really don't know. Anyway, I just fell off the cliff and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw you. This situation is generally called crossing. Xia Ming complained in her heart. As for getting to know you, as you know in the parallel universe, the universe I live in also has someone named Ancient One, who is quite similar to you. I see. Ancient One nodded. If he hadn't known that Xia Ming was an ordinary person, Ancient One might still have doubts. But after living for so many years, this was not the first time she had seen someone who traveled across dimensions and universes without knowing why. What puzzles her the most is that Xia Ming is the only one. This phenomenon is rare. It just seems that Xia Ming himself knows little about it. May I have your name? My name is Xia Ming. Well, you should take good care of your injuries first, and then we can talk about other things after you recover. Ancient One said as he stood up. That. What's wrong? Can I stay here and learn magic? That depends on your ability. The Ancient One said and walked out of the room. She was still thinking about how to keep Xia Ming so that she could observe her closely so that his appearance would not cause unknown effects. But Xia Ming didn't want to take the initiative to speak. Just what she wanted. She also wanted to know how much Xia Ming knew about this universe. Although it's not easy to explain that this universe is actually just a comic book, fortunately, Ancient One is a nice person and didn't get to the bottom of it. Xia Ming was slightly relieved. Now, as long as he has no intention of trying to destroy Earth, the Ancient One doesn't view him as a threat. I don't know if magic is difficult to learn. Ding! God-level omnipotent system is successfully bound. Now unlocked, heaven-defying understanding, unlimited creation. Chapter 3. Unnatural understanding, infinite creation? What does it specifically mean? Xia Ming asked in her heart. But did not get any response from the system. Hello? Are you there? You're actually talking. If you don't tell me, how can I know the specific function of this golden hand? No matter how Xia Ming calls, the system seems to have fallen into sleep and there is no response. Forget it, let's talk about it then, let's recover first. After more than 10 days, Xia Ming was finally able to leave the room and get up and walk around. This was thanks to the Ancient One who cured most of Xia Ming's injuries, leaving only some minor injuries. Through rest and Kamar-Taj's herbal medicine, he recovered quickly. Otherwise, if it were a hospital, Xia Ming would be in a coma from the same injuries as before. I don't know why Ancient One didn't just cure me. What does half-cure mean? Xia Ming walked out of the room and came to a square. There are many magicians practicing here. Judging from that posture, he should be learning the portal. Mo Du, who is already familiar with Xia Ming, is walking among the crowd, instructing these in-turn magicians on how to draw circles correctly. Xia Ming. Mo Du saw Xia Ming standing aside and walked over. You can go out now. Mo Du said happily. Yeah, it's finally getting better. Mo Du often came to change Xia Ming's dressing these days. Over time, everyone became familiar with her. He also told Xia Ming a lot about Kamar-Taj, giving Xia Ming a general understanding. Are they learning how to use the portal? Yes, they are all new here and are learning basic magic. Mordo nodded. Come on, I'll take you to see the Ancient One magician. Can you leave? They still need your guidance. It's okay. Kamidal magician is here. He is more experienced than me. Modu pointed at an old man with a white beard in the distance and said. Kamidal nodded to Xia Ming. Xia Ming nodded quickly to say hello. He noticed that Kamidal's hands were rolled up in his sleeves, and he guessed that this was the one who had a disability in his left hand and was demonstrating to Strange. In the hall, Ancient One was making tea elegantly. When he saw Xia Ming walking in, he smiled and spoke. You healed quickly. Fortunately, this speed is indeed quite fast. Thanks to the master for helping me heal the most serious injury. Ancient One heard the slight complaint in Xia Ming's words, shook his head and said nothing. Taste it. Ancient One poured a cup of steaming green tea for Xia Ming. Thanks. When can I learn magic? Xia Ming asked while picking up the teacup. Are you anxious? No, I'm just excited. Xia Ming said honestly. The magic side is even more mysterious than super ability. The so-called poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. And magic depends more on people's ability. Xia Ming just hopes that her ability is not too bad, otherwise she will have no choice but to leave here. Without any strength, Xia Ming doesn't know how she can survive safely in this dangerous world. Goldfinger had no response since it appeared once that day, leaving Xia Ming completely confused. If you want to learn, you can do it now. Ancient One nodded. Let me first introduce you to the source of our magic. Magic is essentially a type of energy. We obtain and collect energy from other spaces in the multi-universe, combine it with spells, and finally the magic takes shape. The most important thing here is whether you can be recognized by the god of magic. For example, the source of our Kamar-Taj's magic is obtained from a god of white magic named Vishandi of the Supreme Dimension. As long as you can obtain his approval, you can use our secret magic. Ancient One introduced. Xia Ming nodded. He was very clear about this. And we also know that magic in the Marvel world, whether it is white magic or black magic, must pay a price. It's just that the price paid by white magic is not as serious as black magic. Therefore, Ancient One seems to be extremely powerful and is the strongest sorcerer supreme on earth, but in fact, it is already deeply in debt. It has even become serious enough that Dormammu has to come to collect debts. Fortunately, Ancient One had already arranged a way out for himself, and arranged for a successor, and then went to live happily in eternity. Poor Dormammu didn't even catch a hair and was teased by Strange. Can I see the multi-universe? Xia Ming asked. He kind of wanted to experience what Strange felt like at that time and see the so-called multi-universe. You still have doubts in your mind? Don't you believe there is magic in this world? Ancient One asked in confusion. In her eyes, Xia Ming is not such a person. She wants to take the initiative to learn magic. There is no way she still believes that magic is a lie. He is not a stubborn man like Strange who blindly believes in science, and he still needs the help of the Ancient One to open his eyes and experience something. No, you misunderstood. I just want to see how big this world is. Okay, as you wish. Ancient One nodded, put down the teacup, and stood up. Xia Ming quickly put down her cup and was about to get up together when she was slapped on the forehead by Ancient One. Before he could react, his entire body suddenly lost weight and kept falling. And in this, the world he was in was constantly changing, and the scenes in front of him kept flowing away quickly. Except for the initial exclamation, Xia Ming surprisingly calmed down and began to understand more about multi-universe. You are comprehending multi-universe. Chapter 4. Can he bear it? Mo Du, who had stood silently for a while, asked worriedly. It should be okay. Ancient One doesn't know whether Xia Ming can handle it, but Xia Ming hasn't had any bad problems yet, which means it can continue. A few minutes later, Xia Ming returned and lay on the ground. These few minutes felt like several hours had passed by Xia Ming. He has been constantly traveling, seeing different scenes and the entire universe. At this moment, he felt how small he was and how huge the world was. He was immersed in the world of perception and did not wake up. It doesn't matter to him, right? Mo Du looked at Xia Ming, who seemed to be stunned, and became nervous. Ancient One stepped forward and took a look. It's okay, he seems to have some understanding. Let's go out first. Ancient One said and walked out without waking Xia Ming. By traveling through the multi-universe, you understand the energy of the universe and gain energy control. By traveling through the multi-universe, you have a deep understanding of the nature of the multi-universe and created a pocket universe. At this point, your energy is endless. System. When Xia Ming heard the voice, his consciousness returned. At the same time, he felt a powerful energy suddenly emerge from his body and sweep through his whole body. And it is still healing the injuries that Xia Ming's body has not completely recovered from. Xia Ming is delighted that her gold finger has arrived. At this moment, his mind is filled with knowledge about multi-universe, and he is constantly analyzing the nature of the universe at an unimaginable speed. He sat up and put his palms together. Naturally, a star cluster appeared in his hands, shining brightly. This was the source of energy that suddenly appeared in his body. A pocket universe of energy. Xia Ming looked at the miniature universe in the palm of her hand and continued to transform it through the knowledge she gained. Slowly, a small solar system appeared in the deep universe and became the center. Xia Ming felt that he could enter and leave the universe at will. When he thought about it, his figure disappeared instantly, leaving only the glowing star cluster floating in the sky. In the square outside, the Ancient One, watching the trainee magicians who were practicing magic, was silently counting the time. Ancient One couldn't help but sigh when she thought that it would be quite some time before Strange would come to pick her up. Ancient One wants to retire. At this moment, a powerful energy suddenly emerged, with violent fluctuations that even the entire Kamar-Taj could feel. The intern magicians were confused and stopped moving, looking around in confusion. Mordu and Kamidar's expressions changed suddenly and they immediately entered a fighting state. Magicians from other locations are rushing here. The Ancient One suddenly turned his head and looked towards the hall. The place where the energy appears is exactly where I often drink tea. And now, there is only one person there. Xia Ming. At this moment, even the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years and has countless experiences, wonders if he has misjudged Xia Ming. Could it be that the other party is not an ordinary person? But he didn't notice the other party's disguise? Ancient One magician. Has a Mephista invaded Kamar-Taj? Mordo and Kamidar asked nervously. You stay here, I'll go take a look, don't panic, I'll take care of everything. Ancient One said and ran towards the hall. Ancient One magician. Let's go too. Everyone is waiting outside. Ancient One scolded Modu and others who wanted to go in together. Don't worry, this is Kamar-Taj. That's right, with the Sorcerer Supreme here, even if Dimension Mephista comes in person, he won't be able to please him. Although everyone looked worried, they had great trust in Ancient One. Ancient One appeared directly in the hall as if teleporting, and was ready for battle. But they found that there was no one in the hall. There was only a bright ball of light floating in the air. And that location is where Xia Ming stayed before. Ancient One frowned, not knowing why, and approached carefully. Until he got closer, even though Ancient One had been recuperating for many years, he almost couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what did she see? She saw a pocket universe appear in Kamar-Taj. She was almost scared enough to retire. If this thing is not good, it is enough to blow up the entire Kamar-Taj, no, even the entire Himalayas, or the earth. How the hell did this appear here? Kamar-Taj doesn't have this thing either. Etc. Ancient One remembered someone. Isn't this Xia Ming's fault? Ancient One's expression was extremely ugly. What the hell is this guy? In the pocket universe. Xia Ming, who is completely unaware of the outside world, does not know that Sorcerer Supreme almost retired because of a universe she created. At this moment, he is transforming his world like a creator god. God said, "Let there be light." Then the sun appeared. Along with this, there are 8 planets orbiting the sun, nearly 500 satellites large and small, and at least 1 million small planets. And outside the solar system, there is the dark and cold universe. Xia Ming did not create anything else. The pocket universe is limited, and the general universe is infinite. At the moment, this universe is just like a newborn baby, a small world that has not yet formed a large world, and is capable of growth. But in the end, the large universe will be on par with or stronger than the real universe. Just like the superhero Sentry in Marvel, he is connected to a universe within his body, and then gains the power of 1 million fixed stars. Xia Ming also gained the energy of a universe, but it was not as powerful as Sentry. To put it concretely, there is probably only the energy of one sun. Chapter 5. So this is how Goldfinger is used. Incredible understanding, paired with unlimited creativity. After understanding the nature of the universe, Xia Ming was able to manipulate the energy of the universe and directly create a universe. Although this universe is not big yet, it can continue to grow upgrade. As long as Xia Ming's strength continues to grow, one day, this universe will become an ordinary universe and become infinite. Looking at her work, Xia Ming left here satisfied. As soon as I came out, I felt a cold gaze inexplicably. Xia Ming turned around and saw Ancient One staring at Xia Ming expressionlessly. Would you like to explain what happened? What? Xia Ming felt a little panicked. Ancient One looked so scary. Phew! This thing! Ancient One took a deep breath and pointed at the glowing star cluster. Oh, this is the pocket universe I just created. Xia Ming said clearly. What I'm asking is not what this thing is, but how you did it. The Ancient One's anger could hardly be suppressed. I'm afraid this guy is not sent by Mephista from some dimension to serve as Kamar-Taj's undercover agent. Self-destructing infantry? Perish together. How did you do it? Didn't I just experience multi-universe? Then I realized something and created it. Xia Ming explained disapprovingly. Is that so? Xia Ming's words interrupted Ancient One's emotions. No, you simply created a small universe? Play. Also, what do you mean you just saw multi-universe and you can create a universe? I, the Ancient One, have traveled across the multi-universe for so many years and have seen more scenery than you have traveled. Why can't I create it? Do you think I'm a fool? No, it's true. There is a saying that you can see the essence through phenomena. As long as you understand the essence and control the energy, you can create matter. You should know this. Xia Ming explained quickly. Magic is to absorb the energy of the universe from far away, and this energy also belongs to the original energy of the universe. Xia Ming understood the energy of the universe, coupled with the ability of infinite creation. She followed the rules and just copied the answers. Ancient One was silent and just looked at Xia Ming quietly. She doesn't understand. She understands magic, she understands the universe, but why is it that you, an ordinary person who has never even been exposed to magic, can easily do things that she has not been able to do? What a fuss! Or is Xia Ming a genius? Did I pick up a person with extraordinary ability? Xia Ming said that he didn't know his special ability, but his gold finger was still very good. Even if it is something that goes against common sense, under the systematic explanation, everything becomes reasonable. But with the system, he couldn't tell the Ancient One that. He was afraid that Ancient One would dismantle him and wanted to take a closer look at what system was so awesome. Sit down, I will teach you how to use magic now. Ancient One calmed down, sat down at the table, picked up the already cold teapot and poured a cup of tea, calmly. Seeing this, Xia Ming raised his hand and placed it on the small universe and took it into his body. I will first teach you how to feel the presence of Emperor Weishan's magic. Only with Emperor Weishan's approval can you use the magic of our Kamar-Taj. Ancient One calmed down and said seriously. Whether Xia Ming is a genius or not depends now. Weishan Emperor is the trinity of white magic gods. They are the almighty Ohit, the all-seeing Agamotto and the old hogs. They are in the realm of outer dimensions and possess extremely powerful strength. And has been guarding the earth to prevent mysterious threats from entering reality and endangering life on earth. I will teach you meditation and spells first, and then use your mind to perceive Weishan Emperor's response. Follow me, in the ancient body of Hagos, in the ancient name of Ashutu. Agamotto, listen to me, Emperor Weishan, give me fire. Xia Ming memorized 2 mantras, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to relax her mind and enter a meditative state. She silently recited the name of Weishan Emperor in her heart. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming quietly, picked up the cup again, and took a sip. Before he could swallow it, Xia Ming was so frightened that he spat it out. Puff! How can it be? Ancient One looked at the golden flames igniting on Xia Ming's body, and his whole body felt bad. What the hell? Xia Ming is the biological son of the god of magic. Just started meditating, and within a minute, I got the blessing of Emperor Weishan. How much does Emperor Weishan like Xia Ming? So impatient? To be honest, Ancient One is a bit sour. Emperor Weishan, heirs with such good understanding and talent, they can't help it. When Xia Ming just called Emperor Weishan, they just glanced at it subconsciously, and found out that Xia Ming's qualifications were very good. I gave him a blessing directly, for fear that he would run away. This is the best successor of white magic. Even strange in the future can't compare to Xia Ming. What happened? Xia Ming didn't realize what happened, but it felt like it suddenly rained, and her face was covered with water. Isn't this indoors? Why does it still rain? Oh, it turns out to be from Ancient One. Chapter 6. Ancient One Magician, what are you? Xia Ming wiped her cheeks and looked at Ancient One in confusion. Just as he was comprehending something, he was interrupted by Ancient One's spray. Did something strange happen just now? He didn't do anything either. Or even just simple meditation. Creating a small universe may shock even big guys like the Ancient One, but can meditation also make the Ancient One change his face? Why is the boss so uncalm? Is this still the Ancient One he knew who could accept death calmly? Ahem, sorry. Ancient One put down the teacup and adjusted his mood. Did you feel anything just now? Feeling? Well, I seem to have seen Emperor Weishan, and my whole body seems to be enveloped by a warm force. Just now in the spiritual realm, Xia Ming seemed to have gone to a world full of magic elements and saw the Trinity Weishan Emperor, whose whole body was glowing with golden light. That's right. You have been blessed and recognized by Emperor Weishan. You can officially become a member of Kamar-Taj and learn secret magic. Ancient One nodded and explained. So fast. Xia Ming was extremely surprised. Is this recognized? Yes, it can be seen that your magic ability is extremely high, and Emperor Weishan admires you very much. Ancient One pursed her lips, this kind of talent made her very envious. Even compared to Strange, wait. If you think about it this way, wouldn't Xia Ming be more suitable for the position of Sorcerer Supreme than Strange? Can I choose him as my successor? Moreover, if Xia Ming is highly talented, she will definitely make rapid progress in learning magic, and her future achievements may even surpass hers. Couldn't she retire early? Ahem, Xia Ming, how much do you know about Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One asked tentatively. Powerful, mysterious, and the guardian of the earth. Xia Ming answered seriously. So what do you think, if you become the Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One nodded in agreement with Xia Ming's words and summed it up well. I feel, not good. Xia Ming curled her lips. Although I don't know how Ancient One can be this Sorcerer Supreme. But one look at Strange shows how hard this position is. If it weren't for the love for magic, and if it wasn't for the strong belief in protecting the earth, most people would really not be able to do it. But Strange did. If it were him, Xia Ming, he would feel that this responsibility was too great and too restrictive. Definitely, Xia Ming, who has gradually gained ability and is getting stronger, will definitely step forward when the earth is in crisis. In other words, you are not willing. Ancient One's face turned dark. Retirement has been postponed. A bit. Forget it, let's do this for now. Ancient One did not ask further why Xia Ming was unwilling. At present, neither party knows much about it, and Ancient One cannot judge what kind of person Xia Ming is through the timeline and parallel universe. Ancient One has a headache when thinking about Xia Ming's unique attribute. I can't spoil it, it made her very uncomfortable. Even Time Gem has become unsavory. Let's go see Strange and calm down. Aren't you leaving yet? Ancient One looked at Xia Ming. Ah? Is the teaching over? I still want to meditate some more. Xia Ming was surprised by Ancient One's sudden eviction order. You already have the qualifications to learn magic. As for teaching magic, let Moto teach you. Start with the basics first. As for meditation, you go back to your room. Ancient One waved his hand and started to chase people away. It's annoying to look at Xia Ming. Oh well. Xia Ming was helpless. This is different from the Ancient One I know. Could it be that he has reached menopause? While walking, Xia Ming was still muttering to herself. The Ancient One wished he could kill Xia Ming with the sword of Emperor Weishan. I'm so irritable today, and it's not because of you. Goddamn menopause is here. I've passed that stage long ago, okay. Xia Ming returned to the house, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to meditate. He had just realized something, but was interrupted and had to continue. Through deep meditation, you realize your own spirit, enter a state of enlightenment, and realize telepathy ability. By visualizing Weishan Emperor, you have continued to pay attention to details, observed deeply, and understood the God-level visualization method. Through your in-depth visualization of Weishan Emperor, you have created the god of white magic in the image of yourself through simple explanation, in-depth study, exploration, subtlety, engraving, manifestation, soul infusion, spiritual manifestation, agility, and appearance. In Xia Ming's own small universe. Deep in the edge of the universe, a human figure emitting golden light began to slowly condense. His body is extremely tall, and the earth in front of him is as file size as a basketball. Its light is extremely dazzling, like the blazing sun, exuding endless brilliance. Finally, the human form is condensed. The god of magic, who looks exactly like Xia Ming, has his eyes closed tightly and sits cross-legged in the void, exuding the majesty of God. Its whole body was shrouded in powerful and rich magical elements, which constantly affected everything around it, and even began to slowly cover the entire small universe. From now on, Xia Ming will not have to pay any price for using magic. Because he is magic, magic is him. He is his own god of magic. Emperor Weishan, what about me? Chapter 7. Call. Now, I finally have the power to protect myself. Even if I leave Kamar-Taj, with my current strength, there shouldn't be much danger. It's just that there are still some tricks and things like that. Xia Ming was very happy when she woke up from meditation. I am also extremely satisfied with my current progress. Compared with the predicament when she first came here, where she knew nothing and had no ability, Xia Ming can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But he didn't think about leaving Kamar-Taj now. After all, the magic hadn't been learned yet. Although he now has powerful and endless energy, without corresponding moves, it is just wasted. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you may be easily counterattacked. Just like Zhang Wuji, who has learned the 9 Yang magic skills, he can withstand beatings and recover quickly, but he has no ability to finish his opponent. If he hadn't learned the great shift of the universe and fully unleashed his potential, it wouldn't have been certain who would win or lose on the bright summit. So continue to study patiently. With this in mind, Xia Ming walked out of the room. Looking at the daylight outside, Xia Ming thought that this meditation did not take much time until she met Mo Du. Xia Ming? You came out and meditated for a day. Did you gain anything? Mo Du asked with a warm greeting. One day. Xia Ming was puzzled. Yes, one night has passed since you returned yesterday. Don't you know? If the Ancient One magician hadn't told you not to disturb you, I would have gone to ask you for dinner. What? Let me go, one night has actually passed? Meditation is so good? He thought it was just the past few hours. Xia Ming, immersed in the spiritual world, did not notice the passage of time. Moreover, because he has a small universe in his body, the energy is always very sufficient, so that he does not even feel any hunger, and his mental state is very good. This thing is simply an all-nighter. No wonder the immortal cultivators in the novel often stay in seclusion for decades or hundreds of years. They are indeed a bit addicted. Do you want to go get something to eat first? Mo Du asked with concern. No need, I feel like I'm in very good shape now. By the way, Mordo Magician, Ancient One Magician wants me to learn magic with you, can you teach me? Xia Ming looked at Mo Du expectantly. Absolutely. The Ancient One Magician has already told me, so let's start learning teleportation magic first. Mo Du had learned from the Ancient One that Xia Ming had been blessed by Emperor Weishan, so he became more friendly to him. Xia Ming was just a guest before, but now, they are classmates and comrades in arms. Okay, thank you. Xia Ming nodded and thanked. Sure enough, before Blacken, Mo Du had the demeanor of a senior brother. Although he is quite stubborn in character and prone to extremes, he still has nothing to say about his fellow students and his belief in protecting the earth. You should already know about the use of magic. Teleportation magic is a very basic magic for beginners. It allows you to learn to master the use of magic energy. This is for you. Mo Du said while handing Xia Ming a sling ring. The sling ring is one of Marvel's top 10 artifacts. In addition to the Tesseract, the sling ring is also a tool that can open portals, and it is also a magic weapon that every holy place Asgardian must master. Coupled with the user's powerful mental power, the sling ring can open a portal and transmit it to different places according to the user's thoughts. In addition to opening a channel to the real world, the sling ring can also open other dimensions, such as the Hell dimension. When using teleportation magic, the most important thing is mental strength. Whether your will is firm or not determines whether your magic is successful. Modu said as he began to demonstrate. I see. Xia Ming nodded. Then he followed Modu's example, recalling the scene in his room in his mind, and began to outline the portal. A burst of sparks appeared in the air and formed a circle. Opposite is where Xia Ming's room is. It succeeded. Modu next to him originally wanted to continue to give guidance to the new junior brother to satisfy his desire for teaching. As a result, what did he see? Xia Ming, before yesterday, was just an ordinary person lying in a hospital bed. If the Ancient One magician hadn't brought him back after seeing his serious injury, I'm afraid Xia Ming might not have had the chance to set foot in this mysterious magic holy land in her entire life. But it was such a person who received Emperor Weishan's blessing after communicating with him for the first time, proving that he had very good magic ability. Mordo was still thinking about how good this ability was. Now, he saw the result. This ability can be described as a monster. This is the real son of the god of magic. He only demonstrated it once. What the hell does Xia Ming know? For the first time, Modu felt unconfident. I have self-doubt about myself. Chapter 8. Modu deeply felt that Xia Ming's demonic ability was worthy of being someone who could obtain Emperor Weishan's blessing in the first communication. There is hope for the prosperity of Kamar-Taj. However, something even more sinister is yet to come. Xia Ming walked into the portal and returned to her room. After the portal disappears, open it again and return to the square. It doesn't look like it's going to be difficult. Xia Ming murmured to herself. The corner of Modu's mouth twitched when he heard it. Easy, that's for you. Look at the other new intern magicians, which one has not been here for 10 days and a half. As a result, so far, I can count the successes in my hands. This is also called an excellent magic seedling. Dead man is so popular. Xia Ming, you. Modu was about to speak when he saw Xia Ming suddenly closed her eyes, as if thinking about something. Seeing this, Modu stopped what he was about to say. Although I don't know what happened yesterday, the powerful energy fluctuation was most likely caused by Xia Ming. Before that, Xia Ming looked like he had an epiphany. As for the specific details, Ancient One did not tell them clearly. And just as Modu guessed, Xia Ming's gold finger began to work again. By using teleportation magic, you understand the secret of space and suddenly realize the door to space. Space Gate, you can open a portal leading to your destination at will. You suddenly realized teleportation through in-depth analysis of telepathy's ability and the combination of space gates. Teleportation, as long as the pictures, including photos or videos, exist in your mind, you can reach your destination instantly. Xia Ming opened his eyes and sighed sincerely. His incredible understanding allowed him to interpret everything in the world and understand its essence and laws. Coupled with the ability to create infinitely, it is almost like a god. Xia Ming couldn't wait to start experimenting with new abilities. He raised his hand and waved his mind, and a door opened in front of him, and his room was still on the opposite side. There was no other way. When he first came to this world, he went to few places. Modu, who was beside him, saw Xia Ming open her eyes. He was about to continue talking, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Xia Ming open a portal and walked in. He was so shocked that he forgot to close his jaw. If he read it correctly, Xia Ming did not use the sling ring. How can this be? How did he open the portal without using the sling ring? And why can teleportation magic be used? If we take ability as an example, this is unjustifiable. Even their Sorcerer Supreme has to use the sling ring to open the door. Could it be said that Xia Ming is more awesome than Ancient One? This is absolutely impossible. He must not have woken up today. Ancient One, in some respects, Xia Ming is indeed better than me. I must be dreaming. Modu looked at the place where Xia Ming disappeared and said to himself. What are you dreaming about? Xia Ming suddenly appeared next to Modu and asked doubtfully. Why does this Modo magician look unhappy? Did you have a nightmare last night? Well, no wonder he said he was dreaming. You. Modu was startled and looked at Xia Ming. When did you come back? Besides, where's the door? What door? The portal. Modu pointed at Xia Ming's back and growled. No. Xia Ming turned around in confusion. Where is the door? How did you come back just now? Modu looked at Xia Ming as if he had seen a ghost. Well, I teleported it back. Teleportation is also teleportation. Don't open the door. Modu glared at Xia Ming. Now his mind was a mess, and all kinds of doubts filled his mind. Rather than having his confidence shattered by Xia Ming's ability, at this moment, Modu even began to doubt whether Xia Ming was a human being. You don't have to open it. Xia Ming nodded and said. Modu said nothing, and Xia Ming felt chilly. Then Modu turned around and walked towards the hall where Ancient One was drinking tea. He now needs the Sorcerer Supreme to solve his puzzles and the guidance of the Ancient One. After a long time, Xia Ming was summoned by the Ancient One. Xia Ming teleported and appeared in the hall. Ancient One looked at the sudden appearance of Xia Ming, and his heart was filled with shock. Is this still magic? Are you sure it's not super ability? Are you sure it's not a mutant? She has never seen teleportation magic look like this. But what shocked her even more was Xia Ming's unparalleled talent. First, I experienced multi-universe and saw different worlds. As a result, Xia Ming created a small universe with a backhand. Ancient One was almost scared to death. Now, by learning teleportation magic, he directly created this kind of teleportation like space teleportation, which made Modu start to doubt his life. If it weren't for Ancient One's enlightenment, Mordo would have fallen into a vicious circle and wouldn't be able to get out. Are you afraid that you were not the reincarnation of the god of magic in your previous life? Are you here to experience life now? Look at the good things you did. Ancient One cursed angrily. You can't blame me. Xia Ming expressed his grievance. He did not do anything strange and everything happened normally. Who knew that Modo would suffer such a big blow? You go to the library and read by yourself first. If you don't understand anything, just ask me directly. Don't go to Modu. Ancient One is really afraid that Modu will be defeated by Xia Ming, and then the gain will really outweigh the loss. Although she already knew Mordo's future fate, and would even become an enemy of Strange. But that was a battle of faith, and it was within the acceptable range of Ancient One. At least it would be good to use it to motivate Strange. Chapter 9. Self-taught. It seems that I am still too good. Xia Ming smiled a little and walked towards the library. At the moment the administrator of the library is not the king yet, because Caecilius has not rebelled yet, so the administrator is still an old man with a white beard named Emil. And Wang is just an assistant. But this has nothing to do with Xia Ming, he is just here to read. By the way, where is Caecilius now? I haven't seen the man who looks exactly like Uncle Ba. Xia Ming said to herself in confusion. Caecilius went to Hong Kong Holy Place to help guard it. He only comes back a few times occasionally. A voice sounded from the side. Wang walked over with heavy steps. But who is Uncle Ba? Wang, who was serious and had a bright smile, looked at Xia Ming. Ahem, he's an actor. Xia Ming smiled awkwardly. Actor? Is Caecilius handsome? I don't think so. Wang thought for a while and couldn't see how good-looking Caecilius was with his dark face all day long. Ahem, let's not talk about this for now. The Ancient One magician asked me to come to the library to read. Can I choose whatever I want? Xia Ming interrupted Wang's thinking. How does this magical otaku, who even Beyoncé doesn't know how handsome Uncle Ba is? I know, I'll give you a choice. The king nodded. He also knew a little about Xia Ming's deeds. After Modo was hit, he went to him to talk to him. Therefore, Wang did not dare to underestimate Xia Ming. If this person is true as Mordo said, then he may take over the Ancient One's team in the future, become the new Sorcerer Supreme, and lead the entire Kamar-Taj. In Wang's opinion, this is also very good. After all, Kamar-Taj is now supported by the Ancient One. It is difficult for other magicians, even senior magicians like Wang, to stand alone and maintain the security of the entire Earth. The gap in strength is a bit serious. If Xia Ming has the potential to become the Sorcerer Supreme, it will be something that the entire Kamar-Taj would love to hear. If Xia Ming knew what Wang was thinking, it would mean that you are overthinking, the future Sorcerer Supreme Wang. You should read these books first. Wang held several thick books and placed them on the table. Xia Ming picked it up curiously and looked at it briefly. Book of Vision, Basic Introduction, New Edition of the Universe, Supreme Code, Key of Solomon. Well, sure, it's all basic knowledge. There is no magic or spell. At least he didn't see several of Kamar-Taj's famous magics. But it's always a good thing to take a closer look. Thank you, Wang. I'll return it to you after reading it. Xia Ming said as she picked up the book and teleported directly back to her room. Is this the teleportation magic created by Xia Ming herself? There is no magic fluctuation at all. Wang's face was blank, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. What I heard from Mo Du and what I saw with my own eyes were completely different things. Is this still teleportation magic? This is really teleportation. We Kamar-Taj have such awesome magic. I do not know how. Moreover, according to Modu, Xia Ming can also open a space door with bare hands and teleport without using the sling ring. Compared to this completely incomprehensible teleportation, the space gate is more like the magic they learned. Well. Wang sighed. I kind of understood Modu's feelings. With such a monster around, who wouldn't be hit? In Xia Ming's room. Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, opened the Book of Vision and started reading. Maybe it's because his current body is constantly being baptized by the magical elements that fill the small universe in his body, so in addition to his physical fitness slowly improving, even his mental power is also growing rapidly. Coupled with the telepathy ability that she learned before, Xia Ming can read books very quickly. It took almost an hour to completely read the thick Book of Vision. Then he closed his eyes and recalled the contents of the book with some understanding. Although this book does not mention any magic spells, Xia Ming still realized and created a skill. You have carefully studied the Book of Sight, gained a deeper understanding, gained some insights, and created the All-Seeing Eye. The All-Seeing Eye, God's eye that monitors human beings. It can see through the essence of all things. It can see the target by calling someone's name. Xia Ming opened her all-seeing eyes. I saw Xia Ming's eyes glowing with golden light. If you look carefully, you can see that the innermost pupil is surrounded by a golden triangle and endless light. From Xia Ming's perspective, everything around her begins to reveal its essence, whether it's wood or books. At a glance, Xia Ming can even analyze it from the structure of molecules. In addition, Xia Ming also discovered that he had the ability to see through walls and could see what was behind the walls. Amazing! By the way, there seems to be another ability. You can see where the target is by calling someone's name. Xia Ming thought as she called Wang's name in her heart. The next moment, Xia Ming's sight seemed to travel through time and space, and came to the king's position. Then he discovered that Wang was secretly searching for the word Uncle Ba on his mobile phone. It's hard to say whether there is Uncle Ba in this universe. By the way, I don't know what the Ancient One is doing. Why don't you take a peek? Xia Ming couldn't help but want to take a look at Ancient One. In his guess, Ancient One should be making tea as always. After all, that's all she has as a hobby. Then he saw Ancient One pouring something into the cup. This glass bottle of vodka. Everyone in Xia Ming was shocked. Ancient One was actually drinking secretly. Who? The Ancient One, who felt something, suddenly raised his head and shouted. It's you again, kid. Chapter 10. In the room, Xia Ming sat on a chair honestly, with her hands on her knees, like a child studying abroad. On the opposite side, Ancient One fanned himself elegantly, crossed his legs, and looked at Xia Ming intently. Just now Xia Ming peeked at Ancient One, and Ancient One felt it keenly. When she heard those words, Xia Ming knew something was wrong and quickly cancelled the magic. Sure enough, the next second, a portal appeared in front of him. Ancient One walked out of it with a dark face. And then there is this scene now. Although the Himalayas are covered with ice and snow all year round, after Kamar-Taj was isolated by magic, it feels like spring all year round, and even occasionally quite hot. Just like at the moment. Ancient One's face felt a little hot. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the leader of Kamar-Taj, the strongest person guarding the earth, she shocked the world, and even Odin had to talk to her politely when he saw her. For such a big shot, if others knew that she was secretly drinking behind her back, and was even suspected of being drunk, where would she put her face? She had been very careful, but she was actually spotted. There is nothing wrong with drinking, but the image of Ancient One in the past was that of an outsider, someone who did not live in the world. My only hobby is drinking tea. Therefore, if his disciples knew that Ancient One actually had another side, it is not known whether it would affect the image of Ancient One in their hearts. This is the bad thing about personality. In addition, what shocked the Ancient One even more was that this Xia Ming had done something strange and learned some strange magic, which was even quite powerful. He could actually spy on her every move. If this wasn't Kamar-Taj and it was on her territory, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately she is Sorcerer Supreme. You did something again. After a while, Ancient One asked. Well, it's nothing, just a gadget. Xia Ming said awkwardly. My heart is filled with regret. Who does he think is bad? Why do he insist on going to see Ancient One? Anyone else would never have discovered Xia Ming's existence. This also gave Xia Ming a new idea. Such a top-level boss cannot be easily provoked. First the Ancient One, then Odin. As for other people, or other superheroes, they don't have this worry. Still have to be careful though. After all, Marvel's Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. Gizmos. Ancient One twitched his mouth. This is still a gadget to you, so what does our Kamar-Taj magic mean? Talk about it. The Ancient One became even more curious. That's when I realized a magic called All-Seeing Eye. I can see every move of someone by calling their name. Xia Ming explained. This gadget of yours is quite powerful. Ancient One gritted his teeth and said. Just by knowing a name, you can see where the other person is. This is simply more convenient and faster than divination through a crystal ball. Sorry. I shouldn't have used this magic on you. Xia Ming apologized flatly and said she would never dare to do it again. Can the whole earth be seen? This should be. Xia Ming nodded. What about beyond earth? I do not know about this. He had just obtained this ability, and he only experimented on 2 people before he was discovered. Who knows where the limit of this ability is? Then look what Odin is doing now. Ancient One nodded, and then said something that shocked Xia Ming. No, boss, what do you mean? Do you think I died quickly enough? You actually want me to peek at Odin? Explain. Are you taking this opportunity to retaliate against me? Ahem, I'm just curious about how powerful your magic is. Ancient One covered half of his face with his fan, only showing his eyes to look at Xia Ming. Let Xia Ming wonder whether Ancient One is expressionless or snickering secretly. This is not good. After all, I am the God King of Asgard. Xia Ming declined politely. Don't worry, I'm here. I think. Do you want to leave Kamar-Taj now? Since you have spoken, boss, I will give it a try. The threatened Xia Ming quickly agreed. Hateful. You actually know that I don't want to leave here. If I hadn't finished learning magic, I would have to. Forget it, let's give Ancient One some face. After all, he is older. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. You seem to be thinking about something rude. Ancient One narrowed his eyes. How could it be? You are wrong. I was just preparing magic. Xia Ming smiled awkwardly but not rudely. This guy has a pretty face and a dark heart. Xia Ming stopped thinking wildly and activated the all-seeing eye again. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming's golden eyes and was secretly frightened. At the same time, he also had the same doubts as Modo. Do we Kamar-Taj have this magic? I do not know how. Ancient One watched Xia Ming perform magic quietly. She really wanted to know where the limit of this magic was. By the way, just for fun, I also want to see what Odin is doing. Then. Woko. Chapter 11. On this day, Odin sat on the throne in the Golden Palace as always. At the moment, there was no one else in the entire hall except him. The golden palace may be magnificent and full of majesty, but Odin, with his white hair and white beard, seems a bit lonely. Well. Odin sighed deeply. He already knew that his time was running out, and this body could no longer carry any more power. But he was full of melancholy. Because he was extremely worried about whether his son could safely sit on the throne of God King, and whether he could protect Asgard and the 9 realms. He is not worried about his son's strength. Thor, who possesses Mjolnir, has already developed strong strength through battles in the past thousands of years. It is this eldest son who is favored, but he has no interest in the throne. Even if he doesn't want to be the God King, his mind and personality are still as childish as ever, and he has even turned into a stupid guy who only knows how to fight. The second son Loki is different. He is ambitious and just wants to put Thor down. He has always felt inferior that he cannot lift Mjolnir. For this reason, he is humble and polite to everyone on the surface, but secretly he is planning how to sit on the throne. Although he doesn't have much strength, he has a good brain. The 2 brothers are more extreme than the other. There is no successor. Odin always sighs silently. He was even a little envious of the Ancient One. They have already arranged for a successor, and they have done a very good job, even retiring earlier than him. For this reason, in order to make Thor grow up quickly, Odin secretly arranged trials again and again, hoping that Thor could grow up quickly and understand the importance of responsibility. Then, except for worrying about his son's future, Odin is no different from other old people. They all like to recall the past and how majestic and powerful they were when they were young. With this thought in mind, Odin opened his hand, and after a flash of light, a picture album appeared in his hand. He opened the page slowly and saw a lifelike beauty with no clothes on it. Turning another page, it was the same picture again, but with a different person. Odin looked at the album and couldn't help but smile. These are all his former lovers. And these are all the good memories left at the beginning. Definitely, he must hide this kind of thing from his wife, Frigga. Occasionally when he has nothing to do, he often does this, reminiscing about the past alone. But today seems to be a little different. A spying gaze has enveloped Odin. As the God King of Asgard and the level God Father, Odin reacted quickly. He shook his right hand and the album disappeared in an instant, replaced by a golden spear, which was Odin's weapon, the Spear of Eternity. Clang! Odin held the eternal spear and hit the ground. Suddenly, a tyrannical momentum suddenly rose, and a golden light centered on him and quickly swept around. Who? How dare you invade Asgard? The majestic voice resounded throughout the golden palace. Bang bang bang! A uniform voice sounded from outside the palace, and a group of soldiers wearing golden armor came to Odin with heavy steps. God King! Go see if anyone invades Asgard. Odin spoke. At the same time, he was filled with doubts. Not to mention that Asgard has a magic barrier, although there are some places where you can sneak in. However, he, Odin, has never seen a desperate intruder come to spy on him. What, do you want to die? And more importantly, I don't know if anyone saw what I did just now, probably not. Odin felt very unhappy. My secret was almost exposed. If others knew about this, or if Frigga knew that he was still thinking about his former lover, I don't know what would happen. The son's matter has not been settled yet, and Odin doesn't want his relationship to have any further problems. For the sake of his few days of peace, Odin immediately concentrated on tracing the source. With his powerful telepathic ability, Odin's eyes fell on the earth. Ancient One. To be able to spy on him without being sensed by the magic barrier and without him even knowing it, perhaps only the Ancient One, a sorcerer supreme of the same level as him, could do it. But, what is she doing? What are you looking at him doing inexplicably? Wait, no. Could it be that the Ancient One saw what he was doing? Woko! Xia Ming, who peeped into Odin's little secret, exclaimed, and then immediately cancelled the magic when Odin noticed it. Fortunately, this magic will not be restricted, even Odin can't leave anything behind him. But I have to say that the beauties in Asgard have pretty good figures, ahem. What did you see? Seeing Xia Ming regaining consciousness, Ancient One asked quickly. forehead. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Do you know that your gossiping like this really damages your image in my heart? Ahem, I'm just curious. The Ancient One noticed Xia Ming's eyes, coughed, returned to normal, and spoke calmly. But in my heart, I really wanted to know what Xia Ming saw, and she was so excited. If it's some secret that Odin doesn't know about, forget it, the Ancient One has no intention of knowing. But if it's something embarrassing, Ancient One said, he must laugh at Odin. Then Xia Ming whispered to Ancient One what he had just seen. Puff! Ha ha ha! Odin! Ancient One burst into laughter. Chapter 12. Xia Ming looked at Ancient One speechlessly. To be honest, although he knew that Ancient One might react, he didn't expect the reaction to be so big. Do these two people have any grudges? But maybe this also means that the relationship between Ancient One and Odin is not bad. If it were the young Odin, with his attitude of conquering the 9 realms, and he met the Ancient One, he might even fight you to the death. But in his later years, Odin only hoped for peace in the 9 realms. So the starting point is the same as Ancient One. Definitely, perhaps in the eyes of Odin and other Asgardians, the earth is just a backward place of exile. No threat at all. But now, Odin doesn't dare to underestimate the earth. Boss, is this so funny? Xia Ming asked puzzledly. Then how do you feel when you see me drinking secretly? Ancient One calmed down and asked. Ahem, that's quite interesting. Xia Ming said honestly. Especially the Ancient One who drinks strong liquor like vodka, and the Ancient One who drinks tea are completely different styles of painting. Boss, I actually think we in Daxia have a kind of liquor, which is quite strong. I drank it, it hurt my throat. How many drinks have you secretly drank? Also, can you stop being so cool when you talk? If you don't want me to kick you out of Kamar-Taj, just pretend you didn't see anything. Ancient One stood up and spoke. Yes, I don't know anything. Xia Ming quickly stood up and agreed. Suddenly, Ancient One, who opened the portal and was about to leave, seemed to sense something and stopped. Boss. Well, do you want to visit Asgard? Ancient One suddenly spoke. She just felt Odin's mental fluctuations and wanted to invite her to a party. Can I go? Xia Ming knew that it was Odin who came to the door. Although he could take Thor's car to Asgard in the future, Xia Ming felt a little embarrassed to go now, especially since he just peeked at Odin's little secret. Don't worry, I'm here. Let's go take a look. Ancient One nodded, cancelled the portal, opened another one, and walked over. Xia Ming followed closely and came to a golden palace. At the end of the golden palace, Odin was sitting on the throne with a serious face, looking at the two men with great momentum. The Ancient One is not to be outdone, and his momentum is not inferior to that of Odin. Even though Odin exuded the pressure of a king accumulated over the years, the Ancient One waved his folding fan and calmed down. The two have similar strengths, but their styles are particularly distinctive. Xia Ming stood obediently behind Ancient One, secretly looking at the main hall. He wanted to know if the decoration was made of real gold. Then he opened his all-seeing eyes and checked. It's actually fake. Xia Ming beeped softly. Ancient One smiled slightly, and Odin's eyebrows moved slightly. Then Xia Ming raised her head and looked at Jinding. Above is the mural that was damaged by Hela, which records what Odin looked like in peacetime. Then Xia Ming's sight penetrated the painting and saw the one at the back, which told about Odin's heroic deeds in conquering all directions. Including Hela, among them. The beauties of Asgard are indeed good, ahem. Xia Ming suddenly felt that she was being stared at by a strong gaze. She quickly changed her words, moved quietly, and hid behind Ancient One. The corners of Ancient One's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really brave. How dare you talk about Hela in front of Odin? Especially after knowing that Odin likes to see pictures of beautiful women. And Odin's face turned darker. Case solved. It was this boy who just came to spy on him secretly. Those eyes could actually allow this kid to see him in Asgard, the god's realm, from Earth. What kind of eyes are these, or what kind of magic is this? It's a bit like Heimdall's eye of Heimdall, which perceives all things, and can be used to observe all things. However, even Heimdall sometimes cannot see it. For example, Kamar-Taj Heimdall cannot see it. But why can this boy's eyes see Asgard, which is also shrouded in magic? In addition, these eyes seem to have the ability to see through. It was obvious that he had seen the hidden mural. Beauty? It should be referring to Hela. If you say that, wouldn't he have seen all the photos of his lover? They all have no clothes on. Thinking of this, Odin suddenly became furious. Clang! After the eternal spear was fired, Odin's momentum increased again. Is this your future heir? Odin asked in a deep voice. That's right. Ancient One nodded. Congratulations then. Each other. Ancient One smiled. Odin looked at Ancient One's smile, and for some reason, he suddenly felt very annoying. Since this boy is the heir of the Ancient One and he comes with him, it means that the Ancient One already knows about Odin secretly looking at the album. This made Odin a little embarrassed, but his expression remained calm. In addition to this, the Ancient One may not have wanted him to recognize the door when he brought him to Asgard. We are all in one place, and the earth is the center of the 9 realms, so we are on the same front. In the future, the God King of Asgard and the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth will definitely fight side by side, and it is inevitable that the two sides will have a good relationship. However, this makes Odin a little unable to attack. So angry. But you still have to face it with a smile. Odin is almost suffocated. It's all the Ancient One's fault. Chapter 13. Let's talk somewhere else. Odin said as he stood up and stepped off the throne. Xia Ming poked his head out curiously. He thought Odin's butt was stuck to the chair. Odin ignored Xia Ming's eyes and led the way. Although he wanted to beat this kid up, he couldn't. With his seniority at stake, he couldn't take action against Xia Ming no matter what. As for taking action with the Ancient One? Forget it, did he think he didn't die quickly enough? His body could no longer withstand the explosion of powerful force. In a hall decorated with very Nordic characteristics, Odin took off his armor and sat opposite the Ancient One. There is no solemn atmosphere like the Golden Palace here, and the surrounding decoration is full of home atmosphere. This is the place where friends are received. Odin knew that the Ancient One liked to drink tea, so he called the maid and brought out the tea belonging to Asgard. Only Ancient One and Frigga like these, while everyone else likes to drink wine and eat meat. Thor, in particular, was a heavy drinker. I don't know your name yet. Odin looked at Xia Ming sitting aside. My name is Xia Ming, I am a magician. Xia Ming doesn't know how to introduce herself, so she might as well use magician as a status symbol. You can't say that he is a stranger from the universe, or a superhero. How long have you been studying magic? Odin asked curiously. Those eyes are very unique, and if they are magic, they are extremely powerful. Well, I'll give it a try, 3 or 4 days. Xia Ming calculated, except for the days when she was lying in bed recovering from her injuries, it seemed that it was only in the past few days that she started to come into contact with magic. 3 or 4 days. Odin looked at the Ancient One in surprise. Have such magic in 3 or 4 days. This heir of yours is a bit awesome. Why are you so lucky? Odin was very envious. Look at your stupid son again. Well, I have been raising him for more than 1,000 years, why haven't I made any progress and can't understand my old father's heart? Giving him a hammer was obviously to train and control his thunder power, but as a result, Thor seemed to be in love with the hammer. Once he left the hammer, he couldn't even fight. Is this still the god of thunder? Just call him the god of hammers. Yes, Xia Ming's ability is very good. Ancient One smiled and picked up the teacup, as if he was talking about a very common thing. In fact, my heart has already blossomed with joy. It turns out it's so refreshing to see other people look shocked and in disbelief. Especially in front of Odin. This trip is right. Odin's face twitched, feeling that the Ancient One was becoming more and more annoying today. Ancient One. At this time, a very magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the hall, full of the flavor of a royal sister. Xia Ming turned around and looked. I saw a blonde woman in a white robe walking in, followed by a young man in green clothes. Frigga. Ancient One stood up to greet him. Frigga? Oh, it turns out to be the Queen of Gods, Odin's wife, Thor's mother. Isn't that Loki behind him? While Xia Ming was sizing up Loki, Loki was also sizing up Xia Ming. He smiled elegantly at Xia Ming. At the same time, he was full of doubts. Where did these two people come from? Why was his father so polite, and even his mother seemed to be familiar to him? What Loki doesn't know is that the Ancient One rarely comes to Asgard, so except for Odin and Frigga, even Thor doesn't know the deeds of the Ancient One. I don't even know that so-called magicians exist on Earth. Not to mention the magical secret realm of Kamar-Taj. But this time the Ancient One came by accident. If it weren't for watching the show and Odin had something to discuss, the Ancient One wouldn't bother to leave Kamar-Taj. Xia Ming saw Loki nodding and responded politely. I have to say that Loki, who is not a monster, is very much like a prince. Well, the god of deception, well disguised. Ancient One, you haven't been here for a long time. Can you stay a little longer today? Frigga held the Ancient One's hand with great enthusiasm. I try my best. Ancient One nodded. Father. Frigga took the Ancient One and sat together, while Loki sat on the other side. Odin nodded. He was quite satisfied with Loki. He was not his biological son, but he always treated him like his biological son. Let's have a party first. Frigga clapped her hands, and then a group of beautiful maids carried plates and began to arrange tableware and food. Eat? What time is it now? Is it time to eat? Ming Xia was a little confused. He had gone back from the library to read, then realized the magic, and then the Ancient One came to visit him. He really didn't notice the time. The main reason is that he doesn't feel hungry now. Who is this? Frigga looked at Xia Ming. The eyes are very gentle. Don't get me wrong, this is to say that Frigga is a nice person and treats others kindly. Definitely, such a gentle, kind, and caring goddess can also turn into a brave warrior with a sharp sword when facing the dark elves. And Frigga is also the god of magic in Asgard. Her magic is extremely powerful and she can even predict the future. Ragnarok is said to be the prophecy uttered by Frigga. My disciple, Xia Ming. Ancient One introduced. Hearing this, Xia Ming couldn't help but glance at Ancient One. When did I become your disciple? Although it is. After all magicians who study magic in Kamar-Taj are disciples of the Ancient One, so there is nothing wrong with them. Ancient One turned a blind eye to Xia Ming's gaze and spoke to Frigga cordially. Then, the three men fell into silence. No matter what Odin's identity is, he doesn't speak, and it's hard for Loki to speak. As for Xia Ming, seeing that the food has been put on the table, that's it, let's eat first. Let him see how delicious Asgard's food is. Loki was surprised by this scene. Didn't you know the time just now? Why do you eat it so naturally now? Judging from your posture, you haven't eaten for several days, right? Chapter 14. Ahem, Xia Ming. While the Ancient One was chatting, he suddenly noticed the surrounding atmosphere and noticed Xia Ming's movements. I couldn't help but cough twice to remind Xia Ming to pay attention to her image. You are now representing Kamar-Taj. Can you be more elegant? Ancient One is a bit awkward. I completely forgot that this guy was a bit unreasonable. While learning magic, his behavior is also a bit outrageous. What's wrong? Xia Ming looked at Ancient One in confusion. He thought there weren't so many details in Asgard. Isn't that what Thor is like? Moreover, he ate very politely, just a little fast. Is it because Odin is here? Oh, what a hassle. Xia Ming slowed down. Sorry, I was too busy talking. Let's chat while we eat. Frigga looked at Xia Ming, smiled, and quickly apologized to Ancient One. Ahem, that's funny. It's okay. It's a blessing for children to eat. My child Thor eats more than Xia Ming. Frigga admired Xia Ming very much. In her eyes, it was like seeing her own son. Eat first. With Frigga's words, Odin and Loki also picked up their chopsticks and held up their wine glasses. Family status is clear at a glance. After the banquet, Frigga drank tea with Ancient One for a while. Loki, take our friends to enjoy the scenery of Asgard. Odin said to Loki. although he couldn't do anything to Xia Ming. But with his understanding of Loki, he might not be able to help but cause something to happen. Moreover, through observation of Xia Ming, Odin felt that Xia Ming was not the kind of person who would keep to herself. It would be nice if there were some sparks when the two of them met. I believe that Loki, a magician who has learned magic for more than 1,000 years and was personally taught by Frigga, can take a good breath for him and teach this hateful boy who has only learned magic for 3 or 4 days. As for you saying Loki will fail? Odin said, absolutely impossible. Yes, father. Loki stood up and led Xia Ming out. Ancient One, I would like to speak with you about my son, Thor. Oh? It's about Thor. I thought it was a painting. Ahem. Seeing that the Ancient One was about to say something, Odin coughed quickly and interrupted the Ancient One's words. What's going on? Frigga looked at Odin in confusion. No big deal. Odin shook his head. Then he saw the Ancient One's smile. I felt angry again. Hateful. I was tricked by this woman. She did it on purpose. Okay then, I'll leave first. Frigga knew that the two had something to discuss, so she also got up and left. Although it was Thor's business, she never interfered with Odin's decisions and arrangements. What do you want to say about Thor? The Ancient One stopped teasing Odin and asked about business. You also know my situation and can see everything that happens in the future. So I want Thor to go to Earth for a trial. Odin spoke. How about Asgard? Outside, Loki took Xia Ming to appreciate the beauty unique to Asgard. It's beautiful and the air is fresh. Xia Ming nodded heartily. This place is really nice. It is also very suitable for old age care. It's just a pity that it was ruined by Hela in the end. Are you a magician? From Midgard. Through the conversation between the Ancient One, Odin, and Frigga at the banquet just now, Loki learned that they came from Midgard, a backward and weak country. It's a place even the exiles don't want to go. So Loki didn't understand why Odin and Frigga treated magicians from such a weak country with such courtesy. Odin is the god king of the 9 realms. This is simply not magic. Yes, I'm a magician. What magic are you learning? Loki wanted to see it. Occult magic. Xia Ming knew that Loki was going to become a monster. I heard that you are the #1 magician in the 9 realms. Xia Ming said suddenly. That's right. Loki nodded proudly. He didn't expect that his reputation could spread so far. Xia Ming curled her lips. You fake magician who only stabs your brother in the back. You don't seem to believe it. I really don't believe it. That's just right, let me see the magic of Midgard. Loki said as he swung his hands and held 2 daggers. Okay. As Xia Ming spoke, she suddenly teleported to a position a few meters behind her. And where he was standing just now, another Loki appeared, holding a dagger, and stabbed Xia Ming in the lower back. Xia Ming's eyelids twitched. You despicable, shameless guy who only knows how to stab people in the waist. Luckily I know you well. Otherwise, he would really have tricked Loki. And here, Loki, who stabbed the air with a dagger, was also shocked. So fast. Moreover, he actually failed. How did he see through his own magic? Or did you discover it from the beginning? Yes, while Loki was taking Xia Ming to enjoy the scenery, his real body disappeared as he walked, and he continued to guide Xia Ming with phantom magic. I have to say, Odin is very good at reading people. Out of curiosity, Loki started to cause trouble. Fortunately, Xia Ming made a superior move and avoided Loki's sneak attack. Chapter 15. How did you do that? Loki asked in surprise. You know, even his brother Thor would not see through his phantom magic so easily. Definitely, it's not ruled out that Thor isn't good at this type of magic. And, indeed, the reason why Thor was able to counter Loki in the end in Thor 3 was not because of his familiarity with phantom magic, but because of his rich experience in fighting Loki and his understanding of Loki after hundreds of battles. To succeed. In short, after being beaten, you become passive. Is this difficult? Xia Ming looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said with full force. To be honest, Xia Ming's current combat skills and experience are basically zero. As for attack magic, there is none. The only way is to shoot energy balls. After all, Xia Ming's energy is endless. Emitting energy through basic energy control is Xia Ming's only active skill. Teleportation does not count. Seeing that Xia Ming was acting like a master, Loki also became serious. The magician from Midgard in front of me seems a bit extraordinary. It doesn't look like he has only learned magic for 3 or 4 days. This information was told by Ancient One when Frigga asked Ancient One. And Ancient One also said that Xia Ming's magic ability is very high. As for how high it would be, Loki was non-committal. Genius? Asgard has no shortage of geniuses. Ah! Loki sneered and attacked Xia Ming again, using phantom magic at the same time. In an instant, 4 or 5 Loki appeared opposite Xia Ming and began to besiege him. If you have the ability, see through it again. Xia Ming said, if you see it through, you will see it through. The all-seeing eye activates. Just like Sun Wukong opened his piercing eye, Xia Ming also saw through Loki's phantom and found his true body. Moreover, the all-seeing eye began to analyze the nature of phantom magic, and Xia Ming entered a state of enlightenment. But before you can fully understand it, you still have to deal with Loki's attack. Xia Ming raised her right hand, held a ray of light, and hit Loki's true body. The magical energy hit Loki like an energy bomb. How can it be? Loki, once again being seen through, was puzzled. Loki was hit and flew several meters away and hit the ground. However, as a god, his physical defense is very high, so this attack is not painful at all for Loki. But compared to being smashed away, what Loki couldn't tolerate even more was his own failure. He is the number 1 magician in the 9 realms. Although he also knew that this name was very prestigious, not to mention anything else, it was his mother Frigga, whose magical power was far superior to Loki's. It's just that Frigga is past the age of taking action. Therefore, even if the title is a bit watery, in Loki's opinion, he is definitely not something that a magician from a backward place can easily defeat. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. Is it because of those eyes? Loki noticed Xia Ming's golden eyes. You are very good. Loki's smile began to break. Whoosh! Loki waved his hands and instantly threw out more than a dozen daggers, flying towards Xia Ming. At the same time, the phantom magic was activated again. This time not only were there more than a dozen of him, but even the surrounding environment was changing. A thick fog began to spread rapidly, covering this area and completely blocking Xia Ming's sight. But Xia Ming was totally right and used teleportation to leave here first. Loki's attack failed. Where are the people? Escaped or hid? Loki carefully explored his surroundings. He didn't believe that the other party would escape. It clearly seems that he is the one with the advantage. By observing and analyzing phantom magic, you gained insights, understood the nature of illusion and reality, and created magic, the real world. Real world. You can create and construct real and illusory people, objects, environments, or the entire world. The introduction is short, but Xia Ming already knows how to use this magic. Thinking of this, Xia Ming suddenly laughed. Hey, Loki, let me give you a surprise. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out of the fog, hitting Loki with precision. But unfortunately, this is just Loki's phantom duplication. Got you. Now, your eyes can't be used anymore. Loki thought that Xia Ming's eye magic had lost its effect and that he could no longer see through his phantom. Therefore, the real body and other phantoms quickly rushed towards the direction of the attack, holding the dagger in their hands tightly. Coming! Loki saw a figure from behind. Although there was thick fog around him, he still used this magic himself, but his vision was also affected and he couldn't see Xia Ming clearly. But it doesn't matter. This time, I won. Puff! Loki's dagger accurately stabbed someone in the lower back. Well! There were cries of pain. What makes Loki confused is why the voice sounds familiar. He looked up carefully and saw only waterfall-like long golden hair. Loki, you! Mother! Chapter 16. Are you really going to ignore it? Ancient One fanned himself and said with squinted eyes and a smile. At the moment the Ancient One and Odin were standing on a balcony of the palace, watching the confrontation between Loki and Xia Ming in the distance. No. It's time for Loki to learn a lesson. Odin spoke coldly with a dark face. In fact, I had already scolded Loki so much in my heart. How can you, a magician who has studied Frigga's magic for more than 1,000 years and is deeply familiar with the essence of Frigga's magic, be so embarrassed when facing a novice who only knows teleportation magic and clairvoyance magic? It's such a disgrace to Asgard. I'm afraid you've been comfortable in Asgard for too long. Just wait for Thor to come back, and next time there is a war, go to the front line and hone your skills. Does your disciple really know no other magic? Odin asked again. Really not, I haven't had time to teach you yet. Ancient One said that Xia Ming's magic is completely self-taught. Even Ancient One felt that without her teaching, Xia Ming could create strange but powerful magic on her own with her monster-like talent. Such as teleportation, such as the all-seeing eye. What's more, it's magic that Kamar-Taj doesn't have. With that kind of eye magic, how far can you see besides being able to see Asgard? Odin suddenly asked curiously. I don't know yet, I haven't tried it yet. Ancient One guessed that maybe the all-seeing eye has no so-called limit? As long as he knows the name of the other party, Xia Ming might be able to see even some mysterious places in the depths of the universe. Even dimensional. It must be your idea to have him spy on me. Odin looked at the Ancient One expressionlessly. As a disciple of Ancient One and a newbie, Xia Ming would definitely not be free to visit him. I'm just verifying the power of magic. Oh, then what's the secret that he saw you in? Odin suddenly asked. Nothing. Ancient One didn't panic at all. Ah! Odin sneered. Just keep pretending and see if I believe it or not. At this moment, Loki's voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the battle. Mother! Odin turned to look. Frigga! What's the situation now? Why was Frigga lying on the ground? Odin saw blood oozing from the ground where Frigga was lying, and Loki was kneeling beside him in disbelief. Frigga! Odin kicked his eyes and was about to step off the balcony anxiously. Nothing can happen to Frigga. On the contrary, Ancient One looked puzzled. Although she was talking to Odin just now, her eyes kept looking over there. In her sight, Frigga seemed to suddenly appear at Loki's dagger, and was stabbed by Loki unpreparedly. It's very strange. Could this be another strange magic done by that kid? Ancient One feels this deeply. Where are you going in such a hurry? Frigga walked into the room, saw Odin's anxious look, and asked in confusion. You are here. Odin paused suddenly. Frigga was here, and she was still intact, so who was that lying on the ground? I'm not here, where should I be? Frigga rolled her eyes and walked over to the Ancient One. Then she followed the Ancient One's gaze and saw the picture on Loki's side, and immediately understood why Odin asked that. This is... Ahem, it should be my disciple's magic. Ancient One explained. Magic. Odin calmed down after seeing that Frigga was fine. Then I looked at it again and found no problem at all. What the hell kind of magic is this? How is it even more powerful than Frigga's phantom magic? That's totally a real person. Are you sure it's not Frigga herself? That's not me. Frigga nodded affirmatively. Odin then turned to stare at the Ancient One, asking her to come up with a reasonable explanation. Why was my wife stabbed? What kind of magic is this? Also, this kid named Xia Ming is really hateful. How dare you tease Loki with Frigga? Well, I don't know either. Because she didn't know when Xia Ming learned it, she was confused. Faced with Odin's doubts, she couldn't make it up and could only tell the truth. He's not your disciple. Although he is in name only, his ability far exceeds mine. Perhaps only Emperor Weishan is qualified to teach him. Emperor Weishan, he doesn't even use my magic anymore, how can I teach him? So smart. Odin and the Frigg were shocked. Even the Ancient One said that he was not qualified to teach Xia Ming, so how high will Xia Ming's future achievements be? You know, the Ancient One is just over 100 years old and is the Sorcerer Supreme of level Godfather. If this were replaced by Xia Ming, whose ability was even higher than Ancient One, Odin would never even dare to think about it. hateful. So sour. Looking at it like this and thinking about his two sons, Odin couldn't help but shed tears. Dead man is really more popular than anyone else. And here is Loki. Mother! What the hell is going on? Loki was really confused. Why was Frigga here? Loki, what are you? I don't know why Frigga, a Protoss, became extremely weak just after being stabbed with a dagger by Loki, but Loki didn't notice this problem at this moment. Because whether it's the temperature of Frigga's body or the blood on Loki's hands, it all indicates that this is the real Frigga. And he accidentally injured his mother. Chapter 17. Loki, it's okay, I don't blame you. Loki, take good care of yourself from now on, cough. Loki, I love you forever. Frigga looked at Loki with tender eyes and raised her hand to stroke his cheek, her eyes full of reluctance. Mother! No. This is not true. You are the queen of Asgard. How could he die so easily? I don't believe it. I'll take you to find your father. He can definitely save you. Loki said and was about to pick up Frigga and go to Odin. His eyes were red and tears were rolling in his eyes. But Frigga restrained Loki. It's fate, Loki, goodbye. The raised hand fell to the ground weakly. Frigga, no longer breathing. Mother! No! No! Seeing this scene, Loki raised his head in pain and screamed at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, it started to snow in the sky. Cold snowflakes fell on Loki's face, just like the piercing pain in his heart at this moment. The three people on the balcony were silent. Frigga was moved to tears when she saw Loki, who was hoarse and in pain. It turns out that the child's indifference was just a pretense. It turns out that he still loves his mother deeply in his heart. Oh! Loki! Hearing Frigga cry, Odin silently hugged her. I was very touched in my heart. The Ancient One's cheek twitched. This kid really knows how to play. It's just that you're not afraid of spoiling Loki and causing trouble for Odin? Let me stop them. Ancient One sighed. Wait a moment. I want to see it again. Frigga grabbed hold of the Ancient One. Ancient One, Odin? No, your son is in agony and dying, and you still want to watch? You even cried yourself, couldn't you stand it? Could it be that Loki learned all his dirty tricks from you? Loki, you actually killed the God Queen. Xia Ming suddenly appeared and was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. It's you. It's all you. Loki's lowered head suddenly raised and looked at Xia Ming. It's all your fault. I'm going to kill you. Loki used his fastest speed ever and ran towards Xia Ming. You can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Ancient One. Odin won't let you go if you kill me. Ancient One, Odin. Xia Ming seemed to have weakened her legs in fear, standing still and letting Loki stab the dagger into her chest. Go to hell. Loki hugged Xia Ming with his left hand and turned the dagger fiercely with his right hand. Loki, you, why? Different from Xia Ming's voice, this voice is full of magnetism. Thor, Thor. Loki took a step back and looked at the person in front of him with a pale face. Loki, what have you done? Thor yelled and was about to step forward, but fell to his knees because of the injury on his chest. No, that's not true. This is all fake. You are Xia Ming. Loki muttered, backing away. Xia Ming has seen Thor? He can actually become exactly the same. Frigga asked curiously. No, this is his first time in Asgard. Ancient One shook his head. What about him? Perhaps he saw Thor with his all-seeing eye sometime. This is the only explanation. Loki. Asgard will be left to you from now on. Thor looked at Loki, said his last words, and then died. Thor. No. Loki roared again. Snowflakes kept falling from the sky, hitting Loki on the face. At this moment, Loki could no longer distinguish between reality and fiction. If they are fake, why are they so real? If it's true, why is Loki so reluctant to believe it? Whoa! It turns out that the relationship between their brothers is so good. Frigga cried again. The Ancient One and Odin were silent. It's confirmed, Frigga's heart is indeed dark. I actually became addicted to watching the show. I was so moved that I just couldn't help but keep watching. Loki, you actually killed the God Queen and your brother. Xia Ming appeared again and said exactly the same thing. Both Ancient One and Odin's cheeks twitched. Can you still be a bit meaner? Sure enough, this is all fake. It's all your fault, right? Loki stood up and questioned. What's fake? I just got here. Xia Ming retorted. Just arrived? Where did you go just now? Loki asked subconsciously. I just ate too much and my stomach hurt, so I went back to Earth to use the toilet. Xia Ming said seriously. Ancient One, can you be any more false? Odin, we don't even have toilets in Asgard, so you want to go back to Earth? Impossible. You are definitely lying to me. I obviously killed you, it couldn't be Thor. He didn't return to Asgard at all. Obviously you killed Thor, but you still blame me. Xia Ming said she will not take the blame. As long as I kill you, I can prove that all this is false. Loki said ferociously. Then you come. Come and kill me. If you don't come, you will be a puppy. Chapter 18. Loki hesitated after hearing this. He was afraid. He is afraid that the person he killed with his own hands will become someone he cares about again. He didn't dare to gamble. It was all so real that Loki was completely confused. Loki, who was extremely confident, began to doubt himself at this moment. This boy. When Odin heard Xia Ming's shouting, he couldn't help but hold the eternal spear. He really wanted to give this kid a hard shot to make him understand what the majesty of the God King is. Ancient One, your Kamar-Taj magic is so powerful, it's even comparable to the reality gem. Frigga sniffed and said with emotion. He and Thor in the distance seemed to be real people, with no trace of magic at all. And with this ability, perhaps only the reality gem can do it by distorting reality. But now, Xia Ming has done all this with magic alone. Frigga also had to admire her. This is not the magic of our Kamar-Taj, at least I have never seen it. Perhaps only Xia Ming has this ability. Through her monster-like talent and understanding, she can create more powerful magic based on the existing magic. For example, after learning about teleportation gates from Microcosm and Modo, they directly created space gates and teleportation. Didn't you teach me? Frigga exclaimed. Yes, and I suspect that Xia Ming's magic is a new magic created by her own understanding after seeing Loki's magic. Ancient One guessed. You mean, Xia Ming created magic that is comparable to distorting reality just through Loki's phantom magic? Odin was also shocked. Can anyone do this? Is he a man or a god? That's it. No wonder Xia Ming was able to deceive Loki and even deceive us. It's incredible. After what the Ancient One said, Frigga also discovered the similarities between this magic and her own phantom magic. But it's just similar. Because Xia Ming's magic is already a brand new magic that is more powerful than phantom magic. Congratulations again, you have a successor. Well enough. Ancient One smiled bitterly. She also wanted Xia Ming to take over her class, but after the last test, Ancient One knew that Xia Ming was not willing. Moreover, she could not use the same tricks to get Xia Ming to accept the mission of protecting the earth like strange. Because Xia Ming may know a lot of things, even things that will happen in the future. This makes Ancient One unable to guess what Xia Ming's future path will be. Well, just wait and see what happens. The good news is, Xia Ming is not bad. Ancient One thought with a sigh in his heart. Just kill me. Here Xia Ming said as she slowly walked towards Loki. Xia Ming takes one step forward and Loki takes one step back. Father, yes, go find Odin. He will definitely be able to see through your false mask. See through your lies. Loki backed away and suddenly thought of a solution. Odin is the Lord of the Nine Realms, the God King of Asgard. Just wait. You damn Midgardian. Just as Loki turned around, the person Loki wanted to find had already arrived. Loki. Father. At that moment, Loki seemed to see light. I saw hope. Father, listen to me, this Midgar. Frigga. What's wrong with you? Odin suddenly saw Frigga lying on the ground, his face changed drastically, and he ran over suddenly. Hold it in your arms. Frigga. How could you leave me first? How could you leave me alone? Have you forgotten our original oath? Frigga! Odin cried with tears streaming down his face and his nose dripping with mucus. He changed from the majestic image of the God King in the past. On the balcony, Odin suddenly turned to look at Frigga. Frigga? Why don't you cry anymore? Odin was confused. Obviously that fake Odin cried so vividly and so shockingly, why didn't you wipe your tears like just now? It's a bit fake. Crying is a bit ugly. Frigga blew her nose and said naturally. Odin felt his heart ache. Frigga, you have changed. You forgot our original, ahem. Damn it, he actually took it in. Ancient One pouted. Shouldn't the focus of your two concerns be on Loki? If this continues, Loki may have a psychological shadow. Who did it? Odin shouted. It's him. He did it all. Loki pointed at Xia Ming and said loudly. Don't slander me. Your dagger is still stuck in them. Xia Ming pointed at Frigga and Thor and said. Odin took a closer look and saw Loki's dagger. Loki. It's you. Why? You actually killed your mother and brother with your own hands. Am I too indulgent to you? The eternal spear struck the ground hard, and dazzling lightning appeared on Odin's body. Real Odin, it looks pretty much like it. I thought that was Xia Ming. Loki was speechless and fell to his knees, heartbroken. Loki, you, puff. A dagger stabbed Odin in the lower back. A Loki poked his head out, smiling sinisterly. I did it. Odin, goodbye. Loki. How dare you? Bang. Odin fell. Loki stared blankly at the scene. Loki, the throne of the God King of Asgard is now ours. Are you happy to be high? Xia Ming, who turned into Loki, laughed proudly. You devil! Why do you do this? Just kill me. Loki seemed to have lost hope and the meaning of living, and his whole body lost strength. How could I kill myself? Xia Ming said seriously. If you don't want to kill me, I will do it myself. Loki said, conjuring a dagger and stabbing himself in the chest. This is all fake. Let's go to hell together. Loki went crazy. Hey, wait. Now everyone in Xia was dumbfounded. You actually committed suicide? Stop it. Just at the last moment, a bolt of lightning struck and knocked the dagger out of Loki's hand. As the Prince of Asgard, you actually give up on yourself. Have you forgotten how to stand up and fight? Loki. Odin's majestic voice was like thunder, resounding in Loki's mind, bringing him back to some sense. Father? Mother? You? Loki looked at Odin and Frigga who appeared again, and was a little unable to react. Is this true or false? Am I dreaming? It's all your fault. Why don't you cancel the magic? Ancient One came to Xia Ming. Oh! Xia Ming snapped her fingers, and immediately her appearance returned to normal. Frigga and Thor on the ground, as well as the falling snowflakes, also disappeared one by one. Fake, all fake. Loki looked at the empty ground and clear sky and murmured to himself. Chapter 19. Let's take our leave now. There will be many interruptions today. Ancient One felt that he should leave. Although it was a fight between juniors, it seemed that Xia Ming's attack was a bit too harsh, and Loki was psychologically affected by the beating. Now everyone is stunned and is receiving Frigga's psychological comfort. Ancient One felt that it would be rude not to leave. That's fine. As for Thor, please take care of him more when the time comes. Odin didn't say anything to persuade him to stay, and everything had been discussed. The Ancient One couldn't leave the earth for too long, which was good. Mainly because I'm worried that Loki won't be able to bear it. This disciple of the Ancient One is simply more evil than Loki. Bai has such a pretty face. He couldn't even imagine how hard Loki suffered at that moment when he found out that he had killed his mother and brother. Ancient One, come and play again next time. Frigga smiled and said goodbye to the Ancient One. Xia Ming, you can come often, but it's a pity that Thor is not at home, otherwise you can still get to know each other. Loki's body trembled slightly when he heard this. Please don't come again. I'm afraid. Loki's self-confidence was really shaken by Xia Ming. Let's not talk about magic, let's just say that his method is darker, crueler, and more evil than Loki himself playing tricks on Thor. In such a comparison, Loki even feels that he is a good person and his methods are extremely gentle. Fortunately, these are all fake. He never wanted to experience the pain of losing his mother and losing Thor again. Even if he wanted to sit on the throne, it was just Loki hoping to gain Odin's approval. Loki was full of respect from the bottom of his heart for Frigga, who had taught him since childhood. It feels good to find something lost. After this incident, Loki no longer pretended to be indifferent when he faced Frigga again. Even when Thor returned to Asgard a few days later, he gave Thor a hug for the first time. It seemed that Thor, Hill, and others were all wondering if Loki was secretly thinking of plotting against Thor, and they were wary for a while. However, Loki did not explain the reason for Thor's doubts, and also told Frigga and Odin not to talk about what happened today. After all, this is so embarrassing for Loki. At the same time, Loki changed his past style and stopped causing trouble everywhere. Instead, he locked himself in his room and began to study magic with concentration. He swears, "The next time I see that abominable Xia Ming, I will repay the humiliation and pain I suffered today 100-fold. Just wait." Xia Ming. Xia Ming, who returned to Kamar-Taj, didn't care about Loki. In his eyes, Loki was an invincible little strongman who was also very good at understanding current affairs. Except for one time when he faced Thanos, where he was extremely tough, he could live well the rest of the time. So there is no need to worry about Loki being damaged. In the following days, Xia Ming kept borrowing books from the library and studied various magics seriously. Through careful study and practice of soul astral magic, you understand the power of the soul, enter the plane of soul, and suddenly realize the magical soul projection. Soul projection: you can use your mental power at any time to project your soul and appear anywhere on the earth. By carefully studying and practicing dimensional mirror magic, you understand the essence of the magic and create real magic. Reality magic: just like controlling and manipulating the mirror world, it can distort reality and change the environment. By carefully studying and practicing the magic Seraphim Shield, you have analyzed the structure of the magic, combined with the knowledge of space, to create the magic Infinite Ring. Infinite Ring, a ring shield composed of 9 rings. Each ring represents a layer of space distance. It can absolutely defend against any attack, and the distance between the attack and the user is infinitely lengthened by space. Through careful study and practice of the magic Weishan Emperor's sacred sword, you have mastered how to use the power of the god of magic to transform the weapon, combine it with real magic, and create a magic sacred supreme weapon. Holy supreme weapon: according to the user, the power of the god of magic can be used at will to manifest any form of weapon. Phew! I finally mastered some of Kamar-Taj's mainstream magic. Now I should be comparable to Dr. Strange who didn't study the dark book. Finally we can go out. Xia Ming was extremely happy when she put down a magic book. He finally became a master. Even the kind of top master. Except for big guys like Ancient One and Level Godfather, others might be able to give it a try. I just don't know what level of strength I am at now. Level Godfather should not be comparable to me. Maybe Level Universe is. In Xia Ming's impression, according to some fans' ranking of Marvel's strength, it is generally divided into the following levels. 1. Surface level. As the name suggests, the surface level is a character who can only occupy a place on the surface of the planet. Most of the Earth's heroes are at this level, such as the normal Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Widow Sister, Hawkeye, etc. 2. Level universe. Heroes at this level also have the ability to easily destroy a city. For example, Captain Marvel is a typical level universe hero. Captain Marvel with full firepower can destroy a city or a space fleet in a short time. Even as long as Captain Marvel's head is strong enough, it won't be a problem for her to crash through a planet. 3. Level Godfather. For example, Ancient One and Odin are at this stage. Another example is some Dimension Lords Mephista, such as the Hell Lord Mephisto. 4. Level Single Universe. There is not much difference between the ordinary level single universe and the more powerful level Godfather. Their normal performance of strength is to easily destroy planets, but the upper limit of level single universe's strength is much higher than that of level Godfather. A powerful level single universe can affect the existence of the universe. 5 multi-universe level. Existences at this level are already at the boss level. After all, the lowest multi-universe level can also affect several parallel universes, and because Marvel is composed of countless parallel universes, heroes below level single universe can also said there are countless. But there are only a few multi-universe level bosses. After all, not every parallel universe can give birth to a multi-universe level existence. Some powerful multi-universe level bosses are the only ones. There is only one of them in countless parallel universes. This is why when Ancient One could not find other Xia Ming in the parallel universe, he doubted whether Xia Ming was a multi-universe character. But unfortunately, the current Xia Ming is not. The multi-universe class boss, similar to Eternity, is one of the most powerful multi-universe classes. His body is the multi-universe, and we can only see his duplication in the multi-universe. Annihilation, Infinity, and Death, which were born with the multi-universe together with Eternity, are also the only existences of the multi-universe. Thanos, who has the Infinity Gauntlet in the comics, is also multi-universe level. 6 Almighty Universe level. The Almighty Universe level is already the strongest existence in the Marvel Universe. The Life Court, the great steward of the Marvel Universe, is at this level. In the eyes of the Life Court, the Infinity Gauntlet is not worth mentioning at all. The power of the Life Court can affect the entire Marvel Universe. Finally, there is OAA, the Supreme God in Marvel and the most powerful existence. And Xia Ming's requirements are not high, at least he needs to be a multi-universe level boss. And this road is still far away. Chapter 20. King Emil Magician. Where are the people? Xia Ming returned to the library to return books and found that the 2 administrators were not there. Why are they so confident about the safety of the library? No wonder Caecilius stole the magic spell to summon Dormammu so easily. Definitely, there may be some reason for the Ancient One's laissez-faire. In order to motivate Strange, he successfully took over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Since Emil and Wang were not here, Xia Ming directly put the books he had borrowed back into their original places one by one. He is already very familiar with this place, and Wang and the others feel relieved about Xia Ming. When Xia Ming came to the last row of bookshelves and put the books back, he saw something placed on the innermost stone table. Eye of Agamotto. Time gem is among them. King? Are you there? Xia Ming, who had long wanted to try this magical artifact, couldn't hold back her curiosity and called Wang's name while moving closer to him. Every time there were people here before, Xia Ming just watched from afar without a chance to make a move. Now, he can finally get his wish. Although there are unknown dangers in using Time Gem without authorization, Xia Ming knows a little about how to operate it. Well, I know it from watching movies and comics. Xia Ming carefully picked up the Eye of Agamotto and put it on her neck. Then go to the bookshelf next to you and find the magic book Cagliostro tied up in chains. According to Wang, only the Ancient One can understand the magic book in the last row, and only she can use the magic in it. It's useless even if you get an ordinary magician. It can be seen from this that Caecilius is quite capable, and he was able to accurately find the page that recorded the magical content of the ritual of summoning Dormammu. Xia Ming picked up the book, sat at the table, and began to study it seriously. Although he was not born with the same photographic memory as Strange, but since Xia Ming obtained the power of a small universe, his mental power has been greatly enhanced, and he can achieve the same photographic memory, and even his comprehension has improved. It has reached a heaven-defying level. Therefore, Xia Ming quickly read an entire book, understood it all, and learned how to control Time Gem. In order to verify, Xia Ming looked at the desktop, picked up a notebook that may have been left by Wang, tore a piece of paper from it, and then tore it up and placed it on the desktop. Then he made a gesture and opened the Eye of Agamotto, and a green light emerged. Then he added a magic mark to himself, and a green magic halo wrapped around Xia Ming's right hand. Back in time. As he turned his wrist, the torn paper began to go back in time and regained its integrity. Turning again, time resumed and became fragments again. Really interesting. This is magic. Xia Ming sighed. Space is king, time is revered, destiny is unchangeable, cause and effect is general, and power is supreme. This sentence is a perfect description whether it is in the world of fantasy novels or the Marvel world with countless super abilities. By mastering time, you can observe everything happening on countless timelines. Ancient One relied on Time Gem to see everything in the future. Having mastered the power of space, you can cross barriers at will, whether it is a parallel universe or a dimensional dimension, you can enter and exit at will. Combining the two, you can travel through time and space, go to the past and the future, and wander in the long river of time. However, this also has a drawback, which is that it can easily mess up the timeline, cause unknown chaos, and open up a new parallel universe. For example, DC's The Flash directly restarted the entire universe. So to be honest, Xia Ming was still a little flustered. You have gained a deep understanding of the power of time by carefully studying the magic book Cagliostro and using time magic, and suddenly realized the magic of time retrieval and time acceleration. Time backtracking, time acceleration, you can go back to the past and accelerate to the future within a certain period of time. By carefully studying the magic book Cagliostro, you have a deep understanding of the method of summoning the dimension Mephista, and created the magical Dimension Shuttle. Dimension Shuttle, through the name positioning of the Dimension Lord, you can enter any dimension at will. Time magic? Does that mean I can control a certain amount of time without using Time Gem? Just do it. Xia Ming did not use the Time Gem this time, but directly activated the magic. Suddenly, a green light lit up. Xia Ming gently waved on the shredded paper, restoring the paper to its original state. Sharp. Then Xia Ming began to experiment with the second magic, dimensional travel. This magic should be understood after reading the spell to summon Dormammu from the dark dimension. Although it would be dangerous to go to the dark dimension, Xia Ming looked down at Time Gem and felt that the danger was not great. At worst, just like Strange, just negotiate terms with Dormammu. Death will never die. Thinking like this, Xia Ming silently recited the name of Dormammu, and then a door appeared out of thin air in front of Xia Ming, and the halo circulated. Looking at the portal, Xia Ming gritted her teeth. Done. Chapter 21. Wang returned to the library and sat on the table at the entrance, looking down on the table. Where's my notebook? Oh, in the back. Wang remembered that he had been reading in the back, took some notes, and left the notebook on the small table in the back. Here, it's just, who tore up my notebook? A blank piece of paper lay next to the notebook on the table, which made Wang very confused. Huh? Who has read Cagliostro? Has anyone been here? Wang turned around and looked around, but no one else was looking for him. Wang put the magic book back in its place, touched his head and was about to pick it up and go back. He glanced at the Eye of Agamotto on the stone table out of habit, and was shocked to find that the Eye of Agamotto was missing. Where's the stuff? Wang quickly ran over and checked. Did the Ancient One magician take it away? No, I have to ask. Wang was very worried and ran out of the library quickly. Here, Xia Ming, who came to the dark dimension, was instantly enveloped by the rich dark element. The evil black magic began to invade Xia Ming pervasively and turn it into a part of the entire dimension. But fortunately, the power of the god of white magic in Xia Ming's body blocked the attack of the dark element. Although the strength of Xia Ming's white magic cannot compete with the entire dark dimension, it is more than enough to protect himself. Then, for the sake of her own safety, Xia Ming quickly put a layer of time buff on herself. In this case, even if it is suddenly fatally attacked, time will go back to at the moment. After arriving in the dark dimension, Xia Ming stood on a broken meteorite. Instead of rushing around, she used her all-seeing eye and began to analyze what was in front of her. This place is really different from the earth. This dark element is everywhere, and it almost makes me unable to breathe. If the earth is a neon light with many elements and flashing lights of various colors, then the dark dimension has only one color, like rich ink. No wonder that as long as the dark dimension opens the channel to the earth, Dormammu can turn the entire earth into a part of darkness. This power is too powerful. It can only be said that he is indeed a dimension Mephista, a character that Xia Ming cannot deal with at all. The moment Xia Ming stepped here, Dormammu, who was far away in the darkness, perceived its existence. A little mouse has come in, the breath of this soul few. It's really delicious. Dormammu perceived it for a while and breathed a sigh of relief as if intoxicated. I originally thought it was just a little mouse that was randomly crushed to death, but I didn't expect that this little mouse actually had an extremely pure and clean soul. And the white magic power all over the body is Dormammu's rare food. After thinking about it, he decided to see it for himself. Xia Ming didn't know that he appeared in the dark dimension. He was like the brightest star in the night sky, like a radar, making Dormammu eager to rush over. Kamar-Taj. Ancient One Magician. Wang ran into the hall where the Ancient One was and saw the Ancient One, who was drinking tea as usual. "King, what makes you so anxious?" Ancient One asked curiously. It is not the king's character to be so anxious. Could it be that Kamar-Taj was invaded by demons from other dimensions? It's impossible, she's right here, feeling nothing. The Eye of Agamotto is missing. When Wang saw that the Ancient One did not have the Eye of Agamotto on his body, he simply told the matter without asking the Ancient One if he had any nonsense. "What?" Ancient One frowned and put down the cup. "Taken away. The Eye of Agamotto, in the eyes of everyone in Kamar-Taj, is the symbol of Sorcerer Supreme. It is also an artifact passed down from the first generation of Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto to this day. Generally, magicians respect it extremely. No one would have the guts to steal it without Ancient One's permission, etc. If you think about it this way, it seems that Kamar-Taj really can't find anyone else except that kid who has the courage. Have you seen Xia Ming?" "Xia Ming? You mean Xia Ming took it away? But he doesn't know how to use it," Wang said strangely. "See if he's in the room." The Ancient One said and opened the portal to Xia Ming's room. The two went in and took a look, and sure enough they were not there. "Are there any other ones besides Eye of Agamotto?" When Ancient One saw that Xia Ming was not there, he knew that this kid must have done it. The anxious heart also relaxed a little. The Ancient One is sure that Xia Ming knows the secret of the Eye of Agamotto, and also knows that he probably can't help but be curious. As long as Xia Ming doesn't cause any big trouble with Eye of Agamotto, Ancient One feels there is nothing to worry about. Although Xia Ming was very restless, Ancient One could see that Xia Ming was very measured. Others? If it's Xia Ming, then he's probably the one watching Cagliostro. Wang also calmed down because Ancient One was there. With a backbone, Wang feels that Ancient One can handle anything that happens. "Oh, I read that one. Oops. Just now I was thinking that Xia Ming knew what was right, but when I found out that he had actually read the book Ancient One, I panicked instantly." "What's wrong?" Wang was startled by the Ancient One's surprise. "Could that boy?" Chapter 22. Why is Ancient One so anxious? Because the Ancient One knows that the book contains the magic spell to summon the dark dimension. With Xia Ming's understanding, Ancient One can guarantee and be certain that Xia Ming must have understood everything in that book. Although she doesn't know how Xia Ming entered the dark dimension. But now, Xia Ming has disappeared together with the Eye of Agamotto. The only explanation is that Xia Ming went to the dark dimension. This boy. Ancient One gnashed his teeth in anger. Forget about other places, even the hell dimension of Mephisto, the Ancient One can go there and get people. But the dark dimension. Let's not say whether we can pass it, but whether we dare to pass it or not. Because the Ancient One has an unknown secret, that is, in order to protect the earth and find a suitable successor, the Ancient One borrowed his dark power from Dormammu to maintain immortality. This leads to the fact that the Ancient One dares to go to other places, that is, the dark dimension, and she is a little afraid to enter. Because once she enters, the power of white magic will be greatly weakened, and the black magic in her body will be affected by the dark dimension, gain the upper hand, and may even be completely controlled by Dormammu. This would be extremely fatal to the Ancient One, and to the earth. Once they lose the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme, those demons who have been blocked by the Ancient One from the outer dimensions and drooled at the earth all year round will eagerly rush in. Not only are they drooling over the earth, but they are also full of resentment towards the Ancient One. Therefore, the Ancient One hesitated. Should he take great risks to find Xia Ming, or should he ignore him? Ancient One sat on the chair and thought seriously. Or there is another possibility, that is, Xia Ming can come back safe and sound. He shouldn't be stupid enough to go to the dark dimension without making any preparations, right? Ancient One also thinks it's impossible. Being able to carry the Eye of Agamotto may mean that Xia Ming has mastered the method of controlling the time gem. If that's the case, then wait a minute. Wang stood aside, looking at the frowning Ancient One, confused. He didn't understand what happened, but it seemed like the matter was serious, so he didn't dare to speak and waited quietly for the Ancient One to make a decision. Through in-depth understanding and analysis of the power of dark magic elements, you have gained some understanding and gained the ability to control dark magic elements. Through in-depth understanding and analysis of the power of dark magic elements, you suddenly realized the essence of black magic. Combined with the experience of creating the god of white magic, you created your own god of black magic. Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the meteorite, closing her eyes and concentrating. In the small universe in his body, as Xia Ming continued to extract the surrounding dark elements, a huge version of Xia Ming was slowly condensing into shape. After a while, the god of black magic, with surging black magic energy all over his body, appeared in the small universe. Moreover, with the appearance of the god of black magic, the white magic that originally spread throughout the entire small universe was forced to slowly retreat, and finally half of the country was occupied by black magic, facing the god of white magic at a distance. Fortunately, Xia Ming has complete control over her own small universe and can control two completely different magical energies with opposite properties to coexist peacefully in the same space without interfering with each other. Just like the two forces of yin and yang. Speaking of the power of yin and yang, it seems to be a bit similar to my current situation. How about trying to make black and white magic both incompetent and complementary? Xia Ming had a sudden idea and tried to use the ancient Huxia theory of yin and yang to integrate black and white magic. Then, in Xia Ming's thoughts, the two gods of magic came to the center of the small universe, each raised their right hands, and touched each other. At the same time, the huge magical elements on both sides that spread throughout the small universe began to rotate and turned into yin and yang Pisces. At first, the two forces conflicted with each other, resisted each other, and were completely unable to integrate. But in the final analysis, magical energy is still the most primitive cosmic energy in the universe, but its expression is different. Before, Xia Ming was able to create this small universe through cosmic energy because she understood the nature of the universe. Therefore, when Xia Ming began to integrate black magic energy and white magic energy, the two were combined to restore them. The essence of energy. I saw the god of white magic and the god of black magic gradually dispersing and turning into pure energy, and in this, a new god of magic was born. He still maintained his appearance as Xia Ming, with his eyes closed tightly, and his figure was huge, sitting cross-legged in the center. A circular mark that combines the white sun and the black moon appeared between his eyebrows. Just like the yang power and yin power of the six paths immortal. It's just that now Xia Ming masters the power of black magic and white magic. In the entire small universe, the huge and rich black magic energy and white magic energy are like yin and yang Pisces, constantly rotating around the incomparable god of magic sitting in the center of the universe. Through the combination of black magic and white magic, you have clearly understood the balance of yin and yang, realized that the formation of everything in the world is composed of elements, and suddenly realized the seven elements: earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, elemental magic controlled by light and darkness. Elemental magic, you can control the seven elements at will: earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light, and darkness, and turn them into magic attacks. Chapter 23. Huh? Something is coming. Xia Ming suddenly opened her eyes. He felt an extremely powerful energy approaching. Just like a whale in the sea, when it swims, the entire sea water surges. At this moment, Xia Ming felt that the dark energy around him was like a strong wind, rising from his body and then crushing him. From the perspective of the all-seeing eye, a darkness that was denser than the surroundings suddenly appeared. Dormammu. Seeing this, Xia Ming quickly stood up. He lowered his head and glanced at the time magic on his wrist. After making sure that everything was fine, he felt relieved. With the existence of this buff, even when facing Dormammu, Xia Ming has the power to protect herself and can retreat calmly. Let me see who has the courage to come to my world. The giant Dormammu, like the shadow of the world, appeared in front of Xia Ming, looking down at him with huge amounts of eyes. It's really big. At this moment, Xia Ming, who faced Dormammu in person, experienced a visual impact that could not be experienced by watching a movie. There is also that powerful momentum and pressure. This is the dimension Mephista, the lord of the entire dark world. Strange mortal enemy. Really awesome. He was the first big boss to bring such oppression to Xia Ming. How gentle the Ancient One and Odin are in comparison. Huh? Your magic. Dormammu felt Xia Ming's magical power covering her whole body at close range, and felt a little familiar. Kamar-Taj, from the Ancient One. As a disciple of the Ancient One, how dare you come to the dark dimension alone? Dormammu recognized Xia Ming's origin and was extremely surprised. Didn't these magicians always guard him closely and regard him as a dangerous enemy? Why would anyone dare to contact him? Is this kid a traitor? Well, after all, we are all acquaintances, so I came to visit. Xia Ming clenched her fist and put it to her mouth and coughed several times. Dormammu was speechless at this. Visiting? Skewer a chicken. Why don't you let me visit Earth? It's certain, this guy is definitely a traitor to Kamar-Taj. Another guy seduced by his powerful power. I originally wanted to come over and eat him, but now Dormammu changed his mind. With such a pure and clean soul, wouldn't it be more enjoyable if he was dragged into the darkness? Go on, tell me why you're here. I will satisfy everything you want. Dormammu, who always wants to invade other worlds and other dimensions, doesn't mind traitors very much, and even thinks that the more such people the better. Especially since the opponent was Kamar-Taj's magician, Dormammu felt extremely satisfied. Compared to a woman who borrowed power from him and turned against him, Dormammu felt that the boy in front of her might be easier to control. After all, he looks pretty and has no brains. Xia Ming? Is it really possible to satisfy everything? Xia Ming asked in surprise. That's right. Say your wish. I will give you great power. Bring it on. Pray to me. Then can I become the master of the dark dimension? Xia Ming looked at Dormammu and expressed her wish. This is the first time Dormammu has ever heard such a wish. Basically, those who summon him are all doing it to gain powerful power or eternal life. Want to become the master of the dark dimension? Are you kidding me? You are the master, so what should I do? You came to my house and wanted to deprive me of my status as the head of the family. I'm afraid you are not dreaming. Is it not okay? Xia Ming was very disappointed. It seems that Dormammu is just a big talker. Then let's be like this. I'm no longer the master, but a half. In the dark world, let's be two talkers together. Let's unite, no, let's make the dark dimension bigger and stronger. You are responsible for conquering the city, and I am responsible for guarding the home. Let's build a beautiful world in the dark dimension together. What do you think? Xia Ming opened her hands and said excitedly. A question mark slowly appeared on Dormammu's head. He looked at Xia Ming like a fool. Was his previous guess that Xia Ming was a traitor to Kamar-Taj wrong? This person is just a fool, and he broke into the dark world unintentionally, right? He also said that he wanted to become the master of the dark world with him. Why didn't you say that you wanted to become the master of the earth? Let's see if the Ancient One will agree. In front of your great dark Mephista, if you dare to say such words, Dormammu has gained some knowledge. Shut up! Do you want to die? Feeling provoked, Dormammu got angry. I don't want to, so fight me. Xia Ming said as she activated the magic infinity ring. The golden ring blocked Xia Ming's body, like a huge amount of shield. Each ring represents a layer of spatial distance, 9 layers in total. In addition to trying the power of her own magic, Xia Ming also wanted to experience the power of Time Gem. Anyway, as long as the gem is there, he can't die. Damn little mouse, how dare you challenge your great lord Dormammu? Go to hell. Chapter 24. Go to hell. Dormammu said, and suddenly spit out a dark purple energy beam from his mouth, hitting the infinity ring. Then, blocked? How is that possible? Everyone in Dormammu was shocked. As a dimensional Mephista, his powerful attack was actually blocked by a little magician? Is he dreaming? What a joke! Even if the Ancient One comes, you can't stop it. Dormammu is angry. He felt that his Mephista's majesty was really provoked, so he increased his energy output. Hi! Fortunately, I blocked it. Xia Ming looked at this scene in surprise. Sure enough, there is a reason why the Infinity Ring is called Absolute Defense. However, Xia Ming's surprise did not last long. Suddenly, there was a click. The outermost circle of the infinite circle shattered. This means that although the spatial distance is lengthened, because Dormammu's power is too strong, the time it takes for the attack to cross the spatial distance becomes faster. Furthermore, Xia Ming's current strength is not strong enough to achieve the nominal infinite distance in this space. To put it simply, Xia Ming was crushed by Dormammu. Click. The ring was broken again. Tisk, is this all your power? How disappointing, Dormammu. Although failure is inevitable, Xia Ming will never lose. While maintaining the magic, Xia Ming started a mental attack. Shut up! Talkling little mouse! Dormammu roared angrily. You can still speak? How did you do that? Are you also a three-sword swordsman? Click, the ring broke into pieces again. Damn little bug! Dormammu ignored it and burst out with powerful force, shattering 3 or 4 rings in an instant. After all the years he has been the Lord of the Dark Dimension, this is the first time he has been despised by someone who is not as powerful as him. The devil is going to be furious. But at the same time, he had to admit that this little magician from Kamar-Taj was somewhat capable. His magic was actually able to block his attacks, which was more than a little stronger than others. Is this kid a successor personally trained by Ancient One? Dormammu suddenly had a guess. But, for such a successor, how could the Ancient One allow him to run into the dark world alone? Ancient One, I didn't allow it. Are you really not afraid of death? Doesn't this little magician know about the situation of the Ancient One? If this little magician dies here, the Ancient One won't dare come to save him. Unless the Ancient One takes his own life. Dormammu, you'd better accept my suggestion and become a double talker with me. Don't worry, I won't secretly do anything behind your back and want to kill you. What the hell? It's so straightforward, do you think I would believe it? You are going to die, little mouse. Don't worry, I will taste your delicious soul. While Dormammu was talking, the last ring that Xia Ming maintained could no longer hold up and completely shattered. In that case, let's see you later. Laugh. After Xia Ming said these words, her entire body was completely shattered by Dormammu's energy beam. See you later. What's the meaning? Dormammu didn't understand what Xia Ming's last words meant. After seeing the little magician disappear into ashes, Dormammu turned around and walked back into the darkness. Buzz. Time in the entire dark world suddenly began to rewind. Xia Ming reappeared when she first entered. Everything is normal. It's quite fun. Xia Ming raised her hand and once again added a layer of life-saving buff to herself. Wait a minute. Time has gone back, so the magic I learned before will also disappear, right? Xia Ming quickly closed her eyes to think back, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The magic is still there, not gone. Although the entire world has gone back in time, he still has memories from before. So everything realized is still there. Dormammu won't be here for a while, there's still time. Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the meteorite and continued to analyze this dimension with her all-seeing eyes. He had a hunch that once he understood the so-called essence of dimensions, he might be able to create a dimensional world of his own just like he had created the small universe before. In that case, his strength may be able to surpass level universe and reach level Godfather, or even worse, it will be very close to level sub-Godfather. Therefore, before Dormammu arrives, Xia Ming quickly realizes. Deep in the dark world. Dormammu opened her eyes. A little mouse has come in, the breath of this soul few. It's delicious, wait. Is this a hallucination? Dormammu hadn't finished being intoxicated when he suddenly felt that this scene was a bit familiar, as if it had happened somewhere before. He closed his eyes and took a look. The dark world was still normal, except for the human who suddenly broke in. No matter. Let's go take a look first. Dormammu, who was somewhat familiar with this scene, didn't pay much attention to it. He just regarded this familiar feeling as a scene that had happened in countless years. Chapter 25. Darkness surged, and a pair of huge amounts of purple eyes suddenly appeared, staring at Xia Ming coldly. Let me see who has the courage to come to me, hi. Dormammu's tone suddenly stopped, and he felt extremely strange. He always felt that this scene seemed to have happened before. What's wrong? Got a stone stuck in your throat? Xia Ming stood up and asked with a smile. Magician of Kamar-Taj? You really have the guts to come here. Why can't you come? I think it's pretty good here except it's a little dark. Are you here to die? Dormammu looked at the tiny Xia Ming in front of him with disdain. No, I'm here to kill you. Kill you and I will be the only king of this world. As Xia Ming spoke, she activated the magic supreme weapon and condensed a magic holy sword burning with golden flames. Court death. Dormammu didn't even move. Several sharp stone pillars suddenly rose up from the meteorite ground that Xia Ming was stepping on, piercing Xia Ming. She died in a very miserable manner. Boring little bug. Dormammu sneered and turned around. Dormammu. Eat my 400-meter sword. Xia Ming's voice suddenly appeared on the other side, holding a lightsaber nearly 100 meters long, and slashed at Dormammu. Dormammu turned around and breathed out energy, wiping Xia Ming into ashes. What kind of magic is this? Dormammu was a little confused. Didn't he just kill this human? The first corpse was still there, bleeding. Dormammu. Sneak attack. Another Xia Ming quietly appeared under Dormammu's huge head, holding a lightsaber and stabbing Dormammu in the waist. Again. Bang. Sneak attack? Steal it from you. How can you call someone by name when attacking someone? Dormammu raised his hand and struck. Then his eyes glanced around, and he suspected that the little magician was not dead yet. Yes, Xia Ming is not dead. He is hiding aside, activating real magic, gathering his true selves one after another, and constantly attacking Dormammu. Dormammu. Suddenly, a female voice sounded. Ancient One. Dormammu turned around and found that the person coming was actually the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. You still dare to come here? Why don't you dare to come? Took my power and dared to show up in front of me. It's time to pay the price, Ancient One. Roar. Another breath of energy shot through the Ancient One. Something's wrong. These are all fake. Dormammu discovered the problem. There's no way the Ancient One is that weak. In particular, Dormammu did not feel his dark power from this Ancient One. Is it spiritual magic? Am I under an illusion? Dormammu had doubts about the real world at this moment. Dormammu. Who is it again? Dormammu turned around angrily, and then he saw himself. Myself. Dormammu seemed to be looking into a mirror, looking at the fake Dormammu opposite. Fake Dormammu, no, I'm real, you're fake. Real Dormammu, I am the real one. You fake. Fake Dormammu, you are the fake. Your whole family is fake. True Dormammu. He shut up. He felt a little stupid for arguing with a fake about who was real and who was fake. Since they are all fake, just destroy them. Roar. Dormammu raised his head and began to gather strength, then sent out a deadly and powerful energy beam that swept around, annihilating everything around his body. Even its powerful attacks affected the indigenous people in the dark world, and many people lost their lives. Dormammu. Among the natives of the dark world, a voluptuous girl with white hair looked up at the direction of the attack. Who is he fighting? He actually caused such a big impact. The girl who had been fighting against Dormammu moved towards it out of curiosity. The huge energy hit Xia Ming, who had no time to react. Woko! Dormammu! Wait a moment! Before she could finish her words, Xia Ming disappeared. Finally dead. Dormammu stayed there for a while and was sure that the little magician was completely dead. He was about to go back when suddenly time started to go back. Everything is restored to where it started. Call. What a pity. Dormammu is so strong that I can't even hit him. It seems I have to use my ultimate move. Xia Ming sighed. This feels like brushing the map to fight the boss, repeating it again and again, and Dormammu is that boss. No matter what kind of magic Xia Ming uses, it is meaningless in front of Dormammu. In addition to providing Xia Ming with practical experience, Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the ground again, waiting for Dormammu's arrival. In the darkness, Dormammu opened his eyes. Again. Wait, why did I say that again? Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this rat. Dormammu, who has eternal life, transcends time and transcends death, only experienced 2 time regressions before he realized the problem. Chapter 26. Xia Ming, who was comprehending the dimensional space, suddenly looked into the distance, and a dark purple energy beam suddenly shot over from a distance. Wait a minute. Boom. The meteorite below Xia Ming and Xia Ming herself were evaporated by the beam. Grass. Looking back, Xia Ming cursed. No, what's going on with Dormammu? Don't even say hello, just start a fight? Such a lack of martial ethics. With another layer of buff added, Xia Ming landed on the meteorite. And at the moment, Dormammu is already waiting here. What's this? Dormammu looked at Xia Ming and asked. Infinite time loop. Cycle. Dormammu understands. No wonder he always felt that this scene was a bit familiar before. It turned out that it had happened before, and it happened not long ago. You can't keep going in this cycle forever. Actually I can. Then you will die countless times. Dormammu angrily punched Xia Ming. Infinite circle. Bang. Physical attacks like fists cannot easily cross spatial distances like energy beams. Boom. Seeing that his fists were useless, countless sharp vines appeared around Xia Ming, piercing him. It's a cycle again. Again. Before the cycle starts again. Through constant death, you have understood the true meaning of life and death, and created the magic cycle of life and death. Reincarnation, life and death. You can convert the death energy of the dying person into life force and heal any injuries. You can also use the life force to convert it into the force of death and take away the lives of others. Xia Ming, who had died countless times, even began to understand the magic related to life and death. Adding buff, Xia Ming walked towards Dormammu without hesitation. What do you want? Dormammu said, what do you want, can I give it to you? Please end this damn cycle quickly. Even Dormammu can't bear the cycle so many times. He was sleeping well. Who can bear it when this hateful guy in front of him suddenly breaks into his home and traps him for a period of time? What do I want? Xia Ming was a little confused after dying so many times that she almost forgot the purpose of coming here. No, he just came here to have a look at first. As a result, after meeting Dormammu, I was forced to fight. At first, I wanted to accumulate combat experience and experience the power of Time Gem, but then I started fighting. Because Xia Ming is not the kind of character who gives up easily, so even when faced with the invincible Dormammu, Xia Ming always wants to try a few more times. Dormammu was speechless when he heard Xia Ming's words. You actually forgot the purpose of coming here. Do you just have some special hobbies and come to him for entertainment? What abd? The magicians of Kamar-Taj are indeed more hateful than the last. You want me to leave? I can let you go. Dormammu said. In fact, I have long wanted this annoying guy to come back and forth from wherever he came. However, in order to maintain Mephista's dignity, it was not as urgent as stated. Okay, then let's do it one last time. Xia Ming said, this is the last battle. You do it. Dormammu, who was lying flat on his back, even thought that this kid would take some advantage. What if he feels happy and just leaves? So he was too lazy to take the initiative and waited for Xia Ming to make the first move. Anyway, no matter what magic Xia Ming uses, there is only one result in the end. The Dharma of the Saint. As Xia Ming spoke, she activated the magic energy in her body and condensed a huge amount of herself comparable to Dormammu. This magic called Saint's Appearance was created by Xia Ming when she was learning the magic Hog's ancient body and combined with the Dharma appearance in the novel. By using magical energy, Hog's divine body is constructed to defend against attacks, which is similar to the Dharma form. Dormammu was also very surprised when he saw Xia Ming, whose file size was the same as his own. Has Kamar-Taj's magic become so powerful? Why is it magic that he has never seen before? It seems that Ancient One has not wasted time in these years. But it's a pity that everything is no match against his absolute power. Thunder. Ba. It became huge amounts of Xia Ming. He held it with his right hand and with a bang, a gleaming thunder power turned into a spear and was caught in his hand. Dormammu squinted his eyes, feeling it was very dazzling. Let's not talk about the power, at least the momentum is very strong. Come on. Dormammu. Snort. Dormammu grabbed his right hand, also holding a spear made of dark energy, and attacked Xia Ming fiercely. The two forces met in the air, and a powerful shockwave burst out, blowing away the surrounding rubble one by one and sweeping across the entire space. Fire flames. Xia Ming condensed a giant sword burning with flames in her left hand and slashed at Dormammu. Dormammu raised his hand to resist. The power of fire is entangled with the dark power of Dormammu. The two of them were like gods of war, engaging in the final battle in this dark world, setting off countless storms. Far away, a pair of bright eyes were watching all this. So strong. Who are you anyway? Chapter 27. No fight, no fight. Before being sprayed to death by Dormammu, Xia Ming stopped the fight. If it were before, Dormammu would definitely not agree. But now, in order to send this guy away quickly, Dormammu stopped his movements honestly. Call. Xia Ming lifted the magic and returned to normal file size. He didn't expect that this magic would consume so much. It was so big that Xia Ming's body couldn't bear it. He decided to leave anyway, and Dormammu would not let him stay for dinner, so Xia Ming was too lazy to die again. Are you leaving? Dormammu at the moment is like Xia Ming, the host who went to a neighbor's house to ask questions calmly. What, do you want to keep me for dinner? I don't have anything here for you humans to eat. Dormammu looked at Xia Ming speechlessly. He is not a real human being and has long passed the stage of eating human food. Now he feeds on pure dark energy. That's alright, I've had enough of staying anyway. Xia Ming spread his hands. Then Xia Ming was about to use Dimensional Shuttle, open the dimensional door and leave, but stopped in Dormammu's expectant eyes. By the way, what is the basis for becoming the lord of your dimension, Mephista? Is it because you are the strongest in this world and no one is your opponent? Xia Ming asked suddenly. Definitely. Dormammu said proudly. Is this gone? Then if I defeat you, wouldn't I also become the master of this world? Xia Ming asked, not quite believing it. You will never defeat me in this dark world. Well, what then? Dormammu looked at Xia Ming's attitude of not leaving without asking questions and sighed. I can access pure and infinite mystical energy through the dark dimension, and turn this energy into any of my magic. Oh! Xia Ming understands. In his memory, Dormammu was originally a necromancer who accidentally discovered the dark space and entered it. Then in order to become the master of the dark space, Dormammu gave up his original body and obtained extremely powerful dark power. Then Xia Ming looked at Dormammu with bright eyes. Aren't you leaving yet? Dormammu urged, vaguely feeling that Xia Ming's eyes were meaningful. Can you give me some of your mysterious energy as a souvenir? After all, it's not easy to do it once. Xia Ming looked at Dormammu expectantly. What the hell? Are you a robber? How can you be so shameless? Just trap me, just stay in my house and not leave, and even want the most precious thing in my house. Can you be a human being? Dormammu has been alive for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen such a shameless magician. Especially since this magician came out of Kamar-Taj. Thinking of this, Dormammu became even more angry. First, the Ancient One borrowed power from him, but now she has not paid back the price that belongs to her, and even hides in the earth and dare not come out. Unexpectedly, her disciples were even more outrageous than she was. They came right to the door to grab it. You are indeed of the same blood. Sure enough, it's shameless and dishonest. No. Dormammu did not give in to Xia Ming and refused directly. In this case, I won't leave. At worst, I will continue to waste money. Xia Ming said and sat down directly. Anyway, it's not me who's anxious. Dormammu, what the hell? Kamar-Taj. Ancient One magician, what are you going to do? Wang looked at the Ancient One who drank cup after cup of tea and finally spoke. I do not know either. Ancient One stood up, fanning himself with his right hand, and walked back and forth. It can be seen that Ancient One is very uneasy. It has been a while since Xia Ming disappeared until now. Wang anyway met the most anxious Ancient One ever. During this period, he also asked Ancient One where Xia Ming had gone, but Ancient One never told him. But Wang could see that it was very dangerous there, and even the Ancient One did not dare to set foot there easily. Otherwise, the Ancient One would have set out to find Xia Ming long ago. This boy. Forget it, I'll go for a walk. King, remember my words, if something happens to me and I don't come back, the position of Sorcerer Supreme will be given to Xia Ming. Kamar-Taj will be left to you then. The Ancient One made up his mind. She still couldn't ignore Xia Ming's safety and decided to go to the Dark Dimension. Even if she has to face Dormammu directly, even if she is buried there, she will get Xia Ming back. In Ancient One's heart, Xia Ming is Kamar-Taj's future, which is nothing compared to her own life. And she has been prepared for a long time. Now her only mission is to enable the next Sorcerer Supreme to accept the mission of protecting the earth. Whether it's Strange or Xia Ming, Ancient One is willing to use his own life to guide them to the right path. Especially Xia Ming's ability is much higher than Strange in herself. Such a talent should not perish in the Dark Dimension. Sorcerer Supreme. When Wang heard Ancient One's last words, he couldn't help it. His eyes turned red. No wonder the Ancient One has been hesitating for so long, it turns out she knew she might die if she went there. Now how to do? Wang couldn't say anything to save Ancient One, because he couldn't decide what to do with Xia Ming's life at will, so he said it would be better to sacrifice Xia Ming to save Ancient One himself. This was contrary to the mission he had learned since joining Kamar-Taj. He knew what the Ancient One was doing was right and couldn't stop it. I'm waiting here for your return. The king made an ancient courtesy to the Ancient One, which was the greatest respect to the Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 28. The Ancient One was fierce and determined to die, so he opened the portal and appeared in the Dark Dimension. After entering, Ancient One immediately felt the oppression of the surrounding world on her, and the power belonging to Dormammu in her body became particularly active. If it is the Ancient One who possesses complete white magic, there is no need to be afraid of the Dark Dimension. Even if it faces Dormammu, it can escape unscathed. But now that she has leverage in Dormammu's hands, her strength is greatly reduced. After some perception, Ancient One locked onto Dormammu's position and was able to feel powerful energy fluctuations from there. No doubt there was fighting over there. I just don't know if it's Xia Ming. Seeing this, Ancient One hurried over there. After a while, Dormammu's huge amounts of body appeared in Ancient One's eyes, as well as the tiny figure opposite Dormammu. Xia Ming. This damn boy really came here. Why is it so disturbing? Doesn't he know that he is looking for death? I really want to beat him up. Ancient One suppressed the anger in his heart, stepped in front of Xia Ming, protected Xia Ming, and turned to look at Dormammu. Look at the nightmare-like existence in her heart. Ancient One magician? Why are you here? Xia Ming looked at the sudden appearance of Ancient One in surprise. Stop talking, I'll take you out of here first. Ancient One said as he was about to open the portal. But his eyes looked at Dormammu warily. But what puzzled Ancient One was why Dormammu was so calm after seeing her. Shouldn't he be angry? Shouldn't we fight immediately and leave ourselves here completely? Shouldn't he take this opportunity to invade Earth? Why does he look, very sad, as if he has been wronged? Has Dormammu changed her temper? The Ancient One had no idea how speechless Dormammu was at the moment. He was so speechless that even if he saw the Ancient One, he would not be interested at all. My only thought is to send this shameless guy away as soon as possible. As for the Earth, as for the Ancient One's debt, he has plenty of time to slowly settle it with them. Huh? Let's go now and wait later. Don't be impatient yet. Xia Ming stopped Ancient One's movement. Xia Ming, do you know you are in danger now? You are Kamar-Taj's future, and I will never allow anything to happen to you. I have already made an appointment with the king. You will take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme when you return. Xia Ming, I believe you can do it. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming and said seriously. Originally, Ancient One did not want to force Xia Ming to become the Sorcerer Supreme, but now the plan cannot keep up with the changes, and Kamar-Taj has the ability to take over. Apart from Xia Ming, there is only Wang. Mordo is too stubborn and easily goes to extremes. And Wang's ability is not as good as Xia Ming, so this is the only option. To rush a duck to the shelves is to rush it. Ancient One believes that if her life is used to fulfill Kamar-Taj and the future of the Earth, Xia Ming will definitely be able to accept it. What? Sorcerer Supreme? After Xia Ming heard this, everyone was stunned. No, why have you even made arrangements for your funeral? It's not that serious. Although Xia Ming was very moved when she saw Ancient One going deep into the dark dimension for him, the situation is now under my control. Xia Ming, stop talking, Dormammu's evil is beyond your imagination. I will protect you and leave. The Ancient One activated magic with both hands and faced Dormammu seriously. Dormammu. Although he is a representative of darkness and is indeed evil, he is not now. Dormammu is really speechless. Do you, Ancient One, know what the situation is now? Are you so wary of him? As for making it look like life and death. If the place and time were changed, Dormammu would indeed be very happy when he saw the Ancient One taking the initiative to die. Unfortunately, the time was wrong and the place was wrong. Furthermore, through the words of the Ancient One, he finally confirmed that this shameless magician was indeed the future Sorcerer Supreme. A guy who is more difficult to deal with than the Ancient One actually becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. Dormammu feels a headache just thinking about it. Alas, the journey to make the Earth one's own kingdom has become more difficult. Dormammu sighed, thinking about ending it quickly, raised his right hand, condensed a ball of extremely rich dark energy, and stretched it towards Ancient One and Xia Ming. Dormammu. Come at me if you have anything. Xia Ming, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. The portal has been opened and you are still whining. Do you want me to beat you up before you obey? Ancient One looked at the powerful dark energy in Dormammu's hand, and his heart dropped to the bottom. In this dark dimension, no one can be Dormammu's opponent. Do you want? Dormammu really finds the Ancient One annoying. Does he look like he wants to fight now? I'm giving a gift. Although it is forced. So can you stop having so many dramas? I want it. Xia Ming held Ancient One's shoulders, gave him a reassuring look, walked forward and extended his hand. The ball of energy automatically flew up from Dormammu's hand and landed in Xia Ming's hand. That's it. Give me more. Xia Ming was very dissatisfied when she looked at the file-size energy ball of the glass bead. This is too little. It was so small in his hand, but if it were placed in Dormammu's hand, he wouldn't even be able to see it. Don't push yourself too far. Dormammu's eyes widened. More, more, more. Let me go right now. Xia Ming urged. Reluctantly, Dormammu gave another small ball. Ancient One looked on in confusion. What's going on with you guys? And Xia Ming, how can you accept Dormammu's power? Don't you know how much this costs? But the look in Xia Ming's eyes made the Ancient One hesitate. No, Dormammu, as a Mephista in the dark world, how can you be so stingy? How can such a small amount be enough? You have such a big body, why are you so stingy? Give me more. Xia Ming was nagging in disgust. Shut up. The energy given to you is already powerful enough for you human magicians. Don't go too far. Dormammu is so angry. This BD is not only extremely shameless. Even the appetite is huge. Don't you know that the energy given to you is enough to push you to death? After hearing Dormammu's words, the Ancient One felt a sense of frustration for some reason. Is it her imagination? More? No. Give me some, otherwise your stingy reputation will spread, which will be bad for you, me, and everyone else. I do not mind. In that case, I'll stay a little longer. Anyway, everyone has plenty of time. Then I'll give you the last bit. Okay, okay. Ancient One. The Dormammu she saw today was probably not a fake. Chapter 29. Xia Ming was satisfied with getting another ball of energy. Moreover, this is not the power of Dormammu, but the mysterious energy in the entire dark dimension. Even Dormammu relies on mysterious energy to be so powerful and realize his various powerful magics. Then let's go first. See you later. Xia Ming waved to Dormammu and opened the dimensional portal. Dormammu watched them leave expressionlessly. It means we will never see each other again. Who wants to see you, shameless BD? Just wait. Don't give me a chance. Are you sad to see me leaving? Otherwise I will. Good journey. Dormammu was afraid that Xia Ming would regret it, so he was forced to wave his hand. In vain. Xia Ming pulled Ancient One into the portal. Ancient One looked at Dormammu very meaningfully. I feel like I gained a lot of experience today. It's rare to see Dormammu being deflated. Finally FG gone. Dormammu breathed a sigh of relief. Then after a while of silence, he started to rage incompetently. Powerful energy shook everything in this space. Xia Ming. Ancient One. You are all assholes. I want you to die. Ah. After Dormammu vented his emotions, he walked towards the depths of darkness. Suddenly he noticed a figure hiding somewhere. After a casual glance, he snorted and left. He knew who it was. They are the aboriginal people in the dark world, and they can also be regarded as his people. Furthermore, he has some relationship with this person. Using the terms of the human world, Dormammu would have to call this person niece. Kelly walked out from behind the stone, her blue eyes full of stubbornness and unyielding. Xia Ming? Ancient One. A magician from Earth. Maybe he can help me. As one of the indigenous people in the dark world and deeply persecuted by Dormammu's rule, Kelly has always had an idea in her heart. That is to expel Dormammu from the dark dimension. But unfortunately, Kelly is not strong now. Then the aftermath of a battle today attracted Kelly's attention, and she couldn't help but hide and observe curiously. Then she saw that human being, who was like a god of war, fighting on par with Dormammu. That heroic figure holding a thunderbolt in his hand completely penetrated into Kelly's heart. She also wants to be as powerful as that person. At the same time, it also gives Kelly a feeling that Dormammu is not invincible. Dormammu? I didn't use all my strength. Also, in a time that you don't know, he didn't know how many times he chopped that BD to death. Because Xia Ming took the initiative to stop after the last battle, there was no time to look back. This also gave Kelly the memory of the battle between Xia Ming and Dormammu. Maybe I should go to Earth to find him. Find Xia Ming. Then ask him to help me. Kelly said with eyes full of light. Kamar-Taj. Xia Ming and Ancient One returned to the hall. Wang, who was anxious on the side, let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the two of them returning safely. Ancient One magician is fine. Xia Ming is fine too. That's great. But then Wang stared at Xia Ming with anger in his eyes. Xia Ming, do you know that you violated Kamar-Taj's rules? Even almost let the Ancient One magician. As soon as Wang said this, tears almost flowed out. In the previous scene, Wang thought it was the last time he would see the Ancient One. My fault, my fault. Sorry. Xia Ming also knew that she was too reckless this time, so she humbly apologized. At the same time, Xia Ming was very moved when she thought of the way Ancient One protected him in front of Dormammu. The Ancient One didn't even ask him why he came to the dark dimension. Xia Ming will remember Ancient One's kindness tightly in her heart. Okay, Wang, I want to have a good talk with Xia Ming. You should go back and rest first. Thank you for your hard work. Ancient One spoke. Yes. Wang glared at Xia Ming before leaving. It's all your fault. There were only 2 people left in the hall. Ancient One walked back to the table and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Xia Ming quickly sat down and started making tea. Fortunately, there is boiling water directly here, so there is no need to wait for a long time for the water to boil. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for Xia Ming to face the expressionless Ancient One. Tea, please. Xia Ming poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Ancient One. Drink enough. The Ancient One was indeed full. He didn't know how many glasses he drank before making a decision. Xia Ming smiled awkwardly. This time it's my fault. Bring it here. Ancient One suddenly stretched out his hand and said. What? Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One rolled his eyes and said. Oh. Xia Ming quickly took it off and returned it to Ancient One. You are really amazing, you actually learned how to use the time gem. It's okay. Oh? Do you really know about the existence of time gem? Forrid. Have you been tricked? But that's not important. Ancient One shook his head and ignored the topic. The important thing is, what was it that Dormammu gave you at that time? Ancient One cares more about this than time gem. She didn't want Xia Ming to go astray. Chapter 30. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming seriously. You should know how scary Dormammu is, right? But how did you get Dormammu to let us go? Ancient One was very confused when he thought of this. Dormammu who is not angry or violent is really rare. He would even have a peaceful day? Oh, I just rely on time gem. After I entered, I first added a layer of time magic to myself. As long as I die, I can go back in time and start an infinite loop. After experiencing it countless times, Dormammu finally couldn't stand it anymore, so I negotiated terms with him. Xia Ming explained. Good for you. Also, isn't this what Strange does? Used infinite loops to negotiate terms with Dormammu, and then forced Dormammu away to protect the Earth, etc. If Xia Ming knew that Strange's approach could be successful, does it mean that Xia Ming also knew her secret? Do you know about me? Which one? It's about using dark power to maintain eternal life. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming and gritted his teeth. Which one? Do you know everything about me? So in the universe you were in before, where did our timeline go? Level 1? Ancient One really wants to ask how much Xia Ming knows about the future. But I guess Xia Ming wouldn't answer if I asked. Oh, this, I know. Xia Ming nodded. Then you, don't mind. Ancient One asked hesitantly. If it were any Kamar-Taj magician, once they knew that the Sorcerer Supreme, whom they respected and trusted immensely, actually colluded with Mephista from the dark dimension to obtain dark power, their outlook would definitely be shattered. Just like Mordo. After learning about this incident, Blacken even turned into Baron Mordo and became one of Strange's mortal enemies. Why do you mind? I know what your original intention is. On the contrary, I am full of admiration for it. Xia Ming said seriously. Furthermore, in my opinion, whether it is white magic or black magic, its essence is energy. It just depends on how you use it. Definitely, maybe many people will be tempted by demons and become obsessed with powerful power and lose their true heart, but I won't. Xia Ming is quite sure about this. I trust you. Ancient One nodded. Ancient One cannot see through how high Xia Ming's ability is. So, why did you accept Dormammu's power? Xia Ming, you have read many magic books and used a lot of magic. You should know that there is a price to pay for using such powerful power. Dormammu, as a Mephista, has no trust at all. Cunning and evil are synonymous with them, so I hope you will act with caution and not be deceived by Dormammu. Ancient One warned Xia Ming seriously. I know, I won't believe Dormammu. Moreover, the energy he gave me does not belong to him, but originally belongs to the Dark Dimension. Xia Ming explained. Dark Dimension originally? What do you mean? The Ancient One was puzzled. Do you know the origin of Dormammu? You know, Dormammu was also a human before, and even a necromancer. But in the end, in order to gain powerful power, he abandoned his human body and became a Mephista in the Dark Dimension. Yes, according to Dormammu, the reason why he is powerful is because he can infinitely obtain a mysterious energy through the Dark Dimension, similar to the original energy of the dimension. As long as the Dark Dimension does not disappear and his believers do not disappear, he can always there. So, Dormammu gave you this mysterious energy. It's a little bit. Xia Ming pinched her fingers and gestured. Ancient One twitched his mouth. Where is this little bit? Didn't you see how ugly Dormammu looked at that time? If I hadn't been threatened by you, there probably wouldn't have been so many. Ancient One wanted to laugh when he thought of Xia Ming and Dormammu bargaining. It is estimated that only Xia Ming can do this kind of thing. So what are you going to do with it? After Ancient One understood it clearly, he felt relieved. As long as Xia Ming is not caught by Dormammu like her, then let Xia Ming go. Through such long-term observation and understanding, Ancient One believes that Xia Ming will not do anything that is uncertain. Just like this time he entered the Dark Dimension alone. Even if Ancient One doesn't go, Xia Ming will not suffer a loss. On the contrary, Dormammu is even more at a loss. Well, I should use it to create a dimension. Xia Ming said thoughtfully. He has clearly understood the laws of dimensions through observation in the Dark Dimension world, and the energy given by Dormammu is enough for Xia Ming to open up a small dimension of his own. Like a small universe. What? You want to open up a dimension? Are you going to become a dimension lord, a dimension Mephista? The Ancient One was stunned when he heard this. This is something humans can do? Don't be too outrageous. Chapter 31. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming and didn't know what to say. Having created a small universe before, Ancient One said that he could still accept it. Create a dimensional dimension? Do you think you are Emperor Weishan? Can you really do it? Try it. What if it works? What happened to the small universe you created before? Ancient One asked curiously. It's pretty good, but there's no life in it yet. Do you want to go take a look? Xia Ming invited. Okay. Ancient One nodded. She also wanted to see what was different about the small universe created by Xia Ming. Give me your hand. Ancient One stretched out his hand, Xia Ming grabbed it, and instantly entered the small universe with Ancient One. As soon as he entered, Ancient One was enveloped in surging and rich magical energy before he could take in the surrounding environment. Ancient One even felt the white magic in her body cheering for joy. This feeling was felt only when Ancient One entered the Supreme Dimension last time and met Emperor Weishan. And that time it was just a spiritual entrance, but this time, it was a real entrance. This feeling is like soaking the whole body in a warm and comfortable hot spring, which instantly relieves the mental and physical fatigue of Ancient One for many years. What's this? Ancient One looked up and saw the huge light and shadow sitting at the center of the universe. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Xia Ming herself. Is this Xia Ming's duplication? Also, what the hell is that magical energy that keeps pouring out of Xia Ming? Why does Ancient One feel like he has met Emperor Weishan? This is my magic god. The god of magic. Ancient One knows all 4 words, but does not understand their meaning. Is the god of magic who she thinks she is? Yes, this is my own god of magic that I created based on my own understanding of Weishan Emperor. You. Everyone in Ancient One was dumbfounded. Can the god of magic still create his own? Isn't that a person who opened up a new dimension after his strength reached the multi-universe level, and was called the god of magic by others? Your strength is not at the multi-universe level, right? Not even level Godfather. However, after looking at it this way, Ancient One discovered that Xia Ming's god of magic is indeed much weaker than Emperor Weishan. At least with the existence of Emperor Weishan, Ancient One cannot see how strong his upper limit is. On the contrary, Ancient One can see where the upper limit of Xia Ming's god of magic is. But even so, Xia Ming's ability has shocked the Ancient One. It simply broke the Ancient One's cognition. Then what does this of yours do? Ancient One didn't even know how to form words and sentences to ask Xia Ming. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come in. It's so shocking. It's probably because you don't have to worry about losing magic energy when using magic, and you don't have to pay any price. Xia Ming said thoughtfully. No need to pay anything. Ancient One looked sharply at Xia Ming. Suddenly, I felt infinite envy for Xia Ming. Ancient debts abounded, leaving bitter tears at this moment. So good. Unlike herself, she has no way to repay her debts, and can only avoid debt collection through death. This is my own god of magic. I use my own power, so I don't have to pay the price. Fine. The Ancient One sighed deeply. Dead man is more popular than anyone else. Huh? Do you still have black magic energy here? Ancient One suddenly frowned. Only then did she discover that the magical energy filling this small universe was not only white magic energy, but also black magic energy. Each of them occupies half of the small universe. Even the god of magic at the center of the small universe is actually a combination of two energies. Xia Ming actually integrated them together. Yes, I obtained this in the dark dimension. After Xia Ming obtained the rich dark energy, she created the god of black magic. Can I use your magical energy? Ancient One suddenly asked. Okay, which one do you want? This very treacherous behavior made Ancient One uncomfortable. White magic. Okay, give me your right hand. Ancient One stretched out his right hand, and then Xia Ming pressed her right hand on Ancient One's palm to communicate with the god of magic, leaving a white sun mark on Ancient One's palm. At the same time, a powerful magical energy poured into her body through Ancient One's palm. This feeling, the powerful power, the seemingly inexhaustible magical energy, makes Ancient One feel several years younger. Even back to her peak. You must know that the Ancient One usually uses magic as much as possible in order to owe as little debt as possible, making herself more like a warrior. And the same is true for the entire Kamar-Taj. In addition to learning magic, they must also learn combat skills. Everyone is a melee magician. After closing his eyes for a while, Ancient One opened his eyes. So, what price do I have to pay? It doesn't cost anything. You can use my magic as long as you get my permission. This. Does Ancient One think this is a bit contrary to common sense about magic? But it seems that the so-called common sense doesn't apply here. Chapter 32. The so-called price is determined by the party that gives the strength. Xia Ming can choose not to, but perhaps because of the rules of the Marvel Universe, even if Xia Ming did not charge the price of the Ancient One, Xia Ming secretly felt that she had gained some control of the Ancient One. He felt that as long as he wanted to, not only could he take back his power at will, but he could also take away most of the power belonging to the Ancient One. This is just the time when Ancient One has just obtained Xia Ming's magical energy. It is conceivable that Ancient One's two major creditors, Emperor Weishan and Dormammu, may be able to use Ancient One's soul as compensation to settle their debts. Just like Kaecilius, although he gained the power of Dormammu, he was unable to resist because he was not strong enough. In the end, he was directly pulled away by Dormammu and became a part of himself. It can be regarded as a disguised realization of what Kaecilius wished for, and he gained eternal life. Since you can give me your magical energy, can other magicians in Kamar-Taj also use it? Ancient One suddenly asked. Yes, but no. Why? Have you forgotten Emperor Weishan? All the inheritance of Kamar-Taj comes from Emperor Weishan. What do you think will happen to him if I take away Emperor Weishan's faith? Xia Ming explained speechlessly. He didn't dare to provoke a being like Emperor Weishan. Ahem, I was indeed negligent. Ancient One became embarrassed. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the descendant of Emperor Weishan, she would actually say such a thing. If Emperor Weishan heard this, he wouldn't regard her as a traitor, right? Ancient One was also dazzled by Xia Ming's words, you don't have to pay any price. Also, because there is a price to pay for using magic, every magician who learns magic and masters this powerful power will use this power more carefully, so as not to mess around and cause chaos to the earth. You're right, it is. Ancient One feels very strongly about this. She has even seen with her own eyes many people who lost themselves in pursuit of strength and eventually turned into demons and fell into hell. Mephisto in those dimensions like this kind of people even more, constantly tempting them and driving these people who are swallowed by desire to become tools for the Mephisto to invade the earth. Fortunately, Xia Ming did not lose her sense of proportion. Thinking of this, Ancient One felt that Xia Ming was becoming more and more difficult for her to see through. A talented monster who can create strange and extremely powerful magic. He has a naughty personality, even in front of Odin, he dares to joke in front of him and bully his son. His methods were powerful, he dared to enter the dark dimension alone, and even threatened Dormammu, forcing Dormammu to compromise. He is humble and sensible, and has the ability to replace Weishan Emperor, the god of magic, but has never thought of crossing the line. Ancient One becomes more and more satisfying the more I watch it. You really don't want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Although the Ancient One acknowledged in front of Odin and Dormammu that Xia Ming was already the future Sorcerer Supreme, so far, Xia Ming still has not shown any interest. In no mood. Xia Ming shook his head. Strange is very good, why are you looking for him? If Xia Ming knew that in just a few seconds, Ancient One had summed up all his advantages, he would probably die of joy. He obviously hasn't thought about that much, why do you think he is so good? Well, let's leave first. The Ancient One sighed. After leaving the small universe, Xia Ming went back to her room. He still has important things to do. Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrated, and began to construct the dimensional world. As I said before, as long as you see the essence clearly, understand the composition of the dimensional world, understand its laws, and add the ubiquitous energy, Xia Ming can create a small dimension just like he created the small universe before. Dimension out. By deeply understanding the power of the dimensional dimension, you have analyzed the composition law of the dimensional dimension, and suddenly understood the essence of the dimensional dimension. Combined with the original power of the dark dimension, you have created your own dimensional dimension, the world of Eternal Night. Eternal Night World, a small dimension in the inner plane composed of magical energy combined with matter from the Earth dimension. Marvel divides the magical dimensions of the magical realm into 4 known plane levels. Inner planes, the original 4 inner plane dimensions were created by the 4 old gods. The Serpent Sea of Set, the Twinkling Realm of Thin, the Astral Realm of Ohit, the Avalon of Xia. And the realms of the gods, such as Asgard, the Olympians, and the heavens where the gods of the East dwell. The outer plane, such as the Crimson Universe, where Juggernaut's power comes from. Split realm, such as Dark Dimension, Limbo. Faraway lands, places made up of ideas and concepts rather than actual existence, and few can reach them. The source of the world beyond, a legendary place connected to the heart of magic. At the moment the Eternal Night Dimension world created by Xia Ming is basically similar to the universe in which the Earth is located, because it was created based on the Earth's dimension. Furthermore, the greatest energy that builds the Evernight world comes from the Dark Dimension, so the environment here is similar to the Dark Dimension and is also full of dark magic energy. As for the file size, it is the same as the small universe created by Xia Ming. Then Xia Ming also discovered a problem, that is, his world of Eternal Night seems to be connected to the Dark Dimension. Because Xia Ming felt that the same mysterious energy obtained from Dormammu appeared here, Xia Ming could even use it. Am I a little Mephista from the Dark Dimension now? Chapter 33. Dormammu didn't know about the mysterious energy he cherished so much, because after giving it to a human magician, a small dark dimension was created by him. And its energy was secretly stolen by the other party. If he knew, he might choose to continue to be trapped in an infinite loop with Xia Ming forever, instead of giving the other party unlimited opportunities to grow or even replace him like now. Yes, just like the small universe created by Xia Ming, the Evernight world can also grow infinitely. In particular, that mysterious energy treats the Evernight world as a branch of the Dark Dimension, constantly giving Xia Ming powerful power. The most obvious thing is that since creating the world of Eternal Night, Xia Ming feels that she has acquired some unparalleled powerful magic. Just like Dormammu, it can convert energy into invisibility, change its own file size and shape at will, control elements, telepathy, dimensional teleportation, distort reality, cross-dimensional teleportation, and create extra-dimensional dimensions. Except for being invisible and changing one's own file size and shape, all other abilities are abilities that Xia Ming has already obtained. By creating the world of eternal night, these abilities have been strengthened. And Xia Ming also feels that her life has also been strengthened. Although she has not yet become truly immortal, and has not transcended time and death like Dormammu, living for thousands of years does not seem to be a big problem. If you look at it this way, Xia Ming has really become a little Mephista, and her strength is probably that of Dormammu, who just became the Lord of the Dark Dimension. As time goes by, Xia Ming believes that one day she will surpass Dormammu and even replace him. How should we build this world? Xia Ming stood in the world of eternal night, thinking about how to change it into what she wanted. They are all the power of darkness. The sun seems inappropriate, but without the sun, it would be too dark. That's right. Let's just refer to the dark dimension. Xia Ming went into the dark dimension. Although there was no sun inside, there were still red and purple rays of stars that could serve as lighting. Then Xia Ming began the renovation work. This time Xia Ming did not refer to the solar system and turned it into a small universe. Instead, it takes the Earth as the center, and then embellishes the world outside the Earth with planets emitting red, purple, and blue light to serve as lighting. Anyway, this is a dimension, not the universe, so living habits that go against common sense are reasonable and normal, right? At that time, Xia Ming can also capture some dark creatures and put them in as the aborigines inside. Or wait until Xia Ming can create life before making improvements. There's no rush in any of this anyway. Done. It's time to go out. Xia Ming clapped her hands and looked at her masterpiece, very satisfied. Then Xia Ming will open the portal. As a result, he encountered an unimaginable resistance. What's going on? Why can't it be opened? Isn't there something wrong with magic? Xia Ming said and started to use the dimensional portal. As a result, this time only a crack was opened before it was forced to close. Ma. Isn't he trapped here? Is it okay to trap myself? Outside, Kamar-Taj. I don't know why, but today Kamar-Taj suddenly sounded the alarm. The magic circle that was silent in the past is constantly shining with light at the moment, showing a defensive posture. The square was noisy and a large number of magicians gathered. Even the Ancient One is wearing the Eye of Agamotto and is standing here with a serious face. All in turn magicians follow the comedal magician to the holy place. All great magicians get ready for battle. Wang loudly directed the young magician, who looked flustered and confused, to follow Comedal to the holy place. Mordo instructs the older magician who has studied for many years to prepare for battle. Ancient One magician, what do we do now? After Wang arranged the task, he came to Ancient One. At the moment, in addition to Ancient One, there were several old men with white beards, such as Hamir magician and Emil magician, standing behind Ancient One with solemn expressions. There is nothing needed to do, just wait for the enemy to appear. Ancient One said. Where's Xia Ming? Well, he wasn't in the room. I went to look for him when the alarm bell rang. Wang glanced at the Eye of Agamotto worn by Ancient One. Fortunately, Xia Ming did not take this magic weapon with him when he left this time, otherwise it would be difficult to face the current situation. Where has this kid gone? Ancient One frowned. But now is not the time to worry about him. Maybe Xia Ming is busy creating her own dimension and staying in her own small universe. Compared to Xia Ming, the situation in front of her is more important. Because, Kamar-Taj, which has not been invaded by demons for decades, was suddenly invaded by other dimensions today. The last time was when Ancient One had just become Sorcerer Supreme. It was during that time that the Ancient One completely established his name as the Sorcerer Supreme, so that all demons and Mephisto no longer dared to set foot on the earth without permission. So the Ancient One didn't know what was going on today. A demon actually came to Kamar-Taj to seek death. Did she really think that Ancient One couldn't lift the knife? Chapter 34. A space crack suddenly appeared over the square of Kamar-Taj. Incomparably rich dark energy seeped into Kamar-Taj through the cracks. Below, a group of magicians, led by Wang, Modu, and others, were waiting. The spatial rifts in Kamar-Taj's magic circle are constantly forced to close and open. Ancient One frowned as he watched this scene. This power, why does it feel like it comes from the dark dimension? Is Dormammu angry and out for revenge? Doesn't he know that Kamar-Taj is shrouded in magic, and even if he comes in person, it will be difficult to open the cracks? The Ancient One even suspected that Dormammu was mad at Xia Ming and came here to tell the Ancient One how angry they were. Seeing this, Ancient One was also slightly relieved. But maybe the battle is inevitable. Although Dormammu cannot come to the earth through the space cracks, it is still possible to let some dark creatures in to cause trouble. In addition to Dormammu, the same is true for demons in other dimensions. The current Kamar-Taj is not comparable to before. However, after the magicians waited for a long time, no enemies appeared. On the contrary, the number of times that crack opened became less and less. Ancient One magician. Wang turned around in confusion. It's time to give up, but don't let your guard down. Yes. The Ancient One thought this demon was a bit funny. He dares to provoke Kamar-Taj even though he is not strong enough. If it were a demon from another dimension, the Ancient One would go over and be a guest no matter what, and let him understand what the Sorcerer Supreme is. Unfortunately, there seems to be a dark dimension opposite this opened space rift. It is a place that the Ancient One dare not enter. However, Ancient One also confirmed that the person coming was not Dormammu himself. It is estimated that a demon in the dark dimension was instructed by Dormammu to declare his attitude to the Ancient One. Good reminder to the Ancient One that he, Dormammu, the Mephista of the dark dimension, will not forget the shame of today. Nor will he forget that shameless BD who took energy from him. Ancient One laughed it off. You are so capable, then come over here. You can only scream through the cracks in space, what kind of skills do you have? The world of eternal night. Call. What the hell? It seems like I'm really trapped. Xia Ming was bent over and panting. Continuously opening the dimensional portal consumes a lot of money from Xia Ming. No. Why is there a dimension setting where you can only come in and not go out? I am the master of this dimension. What the hell is going on? Xia Ming is puzzled. I don't understand why I can't go back to Kamar-Taj. The dimensional portal leading to Kamar-Taj cannot be opened, what about other dimensions? Xia Ming stood up and started thinking. Try the dark dimension. Xia Ming raised her hand as she spoke and activated her magic. I hope it works. This time, Xia Ming's magic was no longer resisted and the portal was successfully opened. It's done. Xia Ming walked in excitedly. Finally we can go out. Damn it, it's better not to enter the world of eternal night casually in the future. Xia Ming didn't know what to do if she was trapped inside again. I'm afraid that when Thanos snaps his fingers, he may not be able to get out. Then, the moment Xia Ming stepped into the dark dimension, Dormammu suddenly opened her eyes again. Who dares to invade? Good guy. A troublesome guy was sent away just now, and another one is coming from behind. Don't you all take me seriously. Do you really think I, Dormammu, can't carry the knife? I'm Mephista, why is it you again? When Dormammu came over and saw the familiar smiling face, his mood and tone suddenly froze, and even his big face darkened visibly. His eyes were full of disgust and disgust. Xia Ming is proud to be rejected by a Mephista. Ahem, that's good for you. Xia Ming originally wanted to use the dark dimension as a transit point, but before she could open the portal, Dormammu arrived in an instant. Xia Ming became nervous instantly and subconsciously glanced at her wrist. No time for buff. But maybe because she had been facing Dormammu for too long, or maybe she had been killed by him too many times, Xia Ming naturally started to say hello. What are you doing here again? Dormammu asked angrily. Ahem, I said I went to the wrong place, do you believe it? I believe. Dormammu said, as long as you are not here to deceive my energy, he will believe you if you say you have nothing to do and come to travel. That's great, I'm leaving now. Xia Ming said and was about to open the portal. Etc. Dormammu's words made Xia's heart skip a beat. But Xia Ming didn't show it at all. What's wrong? You want to keep me for dinner? I told you, there's nothing you can eat here. Dormammu gritted his teeth. This BD. Are you reincarnated as a starving ghost? Is there nothing else to do but eat? It's not like there's nothing I can eat. The mysterious one last time. Shut up. Dormammu quickly interrupted Xia Ming. Good guy. I gave you so much energy last time and you still don't think it's enough? It hurts to look at it, okay. Then what are you going to say? Xia Ming asked impatiently. Why do I feel like you, well, have become different? Dormammu pondered. Now Xia Ming, in front of him, gives Dormammu the feeling of a dimension lord. But the strength is not strong enough to reach the lord level. Moreover, he seemed to smell the power belonging to the dark dimension world. How is this going? Why does this shameless little magician look like I did when I just became the master of the dark dimension? He has the authority of a dimension lord, but does not have the strength of a dimension lord. This happens to be Dormammu in his youth. What's the meaning? Xia Ming was puzzled. It's nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. Dormammu said. Oh, then I'm leaving. Go, go, go. Goodbye. Xia Ming said, opened the portal and disappeared. Why is he leaving in such a hurry? Dormammu felt something was wrong. Wait. He doesn't have magic on his hands. Damn it. He should have been kept just now. Only in hindsight did Dormammu realize that Xia Ming's hand was not wrapped with that damn time magic. That's why he was in such a hurry to leave. Xia Ming. A hole. Dormammu felt that he had missed an extremely precious opportunity for revenge. Kamar-Taj. Huh? What's going on? After walking out of the portal, Xia Ming became confused when she saw the square with a different atmosphere than before. Where have you been? Ancient One asked. I went to my own dimensional world, but what's going on here? There's a demon invasion. Ancient One said and explained to Xia Ming. Then Xia Ming felt something was wrong as she listened. Why does it seem like Ancient One and the others are dealing with themselves? So, it was me who invaded Kamar-Taj. Chapter 35. After hearing Ancient One's explanation, Xia Ming felt more and more that she couldn't open the portal because it was blocked by Kamar-Taj's magic. But why is this happening? Well, let me ask, how does Kamar-Taj's magic determine the invasion of other dimensions? All attempts from outer dimensions to enter the earth and interfere with reality are considered dimensional invasions. Ancient One looked at the sky, not noticing anything was wrong, and explained casually. Then why when we came back from the dark dimension, opening the portal was not judged as a dimensional invasion? This is what Xia Ming is most confused about. The magic he used was no different from when he left the dark dimension. He just succeeded. Then why can't I just come out of the eternal night world? Is there something wrong with this judgment? Are you the lord of the dark dimension? Ancient One said angrily. You mean, if a dimension lord comes to earth from his world, it will be judged by magic as a dimensional invasion? Mephista invasion. Right. Then if Dormammu comes to earth using other dimensions as a transit point, wouldn't it be successful? Won't. Why? Because his power is too powerful. Even if he comes from other dimensions and opens the portal, he will be blocked because his power continues to interfere with reality. Oh, I see. Xia Ming nodded and then asked another question. Then suppose that if there is a dimensional lord who is still very weak, can he come to Earth through other dimensions as a transit point? This. Ancient One suddenly became thoughtful. It seems possible. Wait. Why do you ask this? Ancient One suddenly turned back and stared at Xia Ming closely. You shouldn't be talking about yourself, right? What the hell? So you become a dimension lord? He is still not that strong, and then uses other dimensions as a transit point to sneak into Kamar-Taj? So it was you who just tried to open the space rift in Kamar-Taj? Ancient One was furious when he saw Xia Ming. Good guys, we Kamar-Taj all magicians are ready to fight, even to sacrifice, and the result is because of you. Say it. Are you a traitor to Kamar-Taj? Ancient One originally thought that the questions Xia Ming asked were just out of curiosity. Good guy. Ancient One never expected that he would actually ask himself. You deserve to be locked up in your own dimension and unable to get out. Otherwise, if you show up, we will beat you to death. Ahem, that, if I guessed correctly, it should be me. Xia Ming explained quietly. Explain it to me later. Ancient One held his forehead and felt that his high blood pressure was rising. Is it so hard to take care of children now? Okay, the crisis is over. Everyone disperses. Ancient One took 2 steps forward and said loudly. Oh! Never mind. Emperor Weishan is here. All the magicians cheered together, extremely happy. Kamar-Taj protects the earth again. The magicians were very excited. Although there was no fighting, for them, this was the best. They don't want their companions to die. Xia Ming stood nearby, watching this scene silently, feeling that she was really guilty. But he understood it. Because the first lesson for every magician who joins Kamar-Taj is to tell them what is the mission of a magician and what is the belief of Kamar-Taj. How should we use the powerful power we have learned to protect the earth and this beautiful homeland? Definitely, learning is gradual. The longer you stay in Kamar-Taj, the more you learn. We will also gradually understand what crises the earth will encounter. Maybe some people choose to leave after understanding this, but there are always some people who will stay because of this. Therefore, the magicians of Kamar-Taj are all elites who can devote their lives to protecting the earth. Each of them deserves respect. Follow me in. Ancient One glared at Xia Ming. Xia Ming kept up. I won't say whether I respect you or not, but just take care of yourself first. As a halfway monk and a fake Kamar-Taj magician who has never experienced systematic learning, Xia Ming feels that this kind of mission is more suitable for strange. Tell me, what good thing has our Dimension Lord, the great Mr. Xia Ming, done again? Ancient One sat opposite Xia Ming and asked meaningfully. It's nothing, it's just that I succeeded in creating the dimension. Xia Ming smiled sheepishly. Not to mention, this title is quite nice. Well. The Ancient One sighed. I'm not surprised at all by Xia Ming's success. After being shocked again and again, Ancient One felt accustomed to it. On the contrary, it would be strange if Xia Ming failed. What's wrong? I feel like I have nothing left to teach you. Ancient One said melancholy. Your current strength is infinitely close to mine. In addition, you are still the master of a dimension. Essentially, your life level has evolved. In the future, like Dormammu, you may gain eternal life and become a powerful Mephista. Even now, I may not be your opponent. So you want to drive me away? Chapter 36. I didn't mean that. Ancient One shook his head. Then you are. I think you can go out for a walk. Learning alone will not make you grow. Only by combining learning with practice can you become stronger. Ancient One explained. And this is how Kamar-Taj teaches. Some magicians will join the world after learning. Or go to the magical holy places located around the earth to guard peace. The Ancient One felt that Xia Ming had nothing to teach him anymore, so he might as well go out and take a walk. This would only be good for Xia Ming. But, I've only been here less than a month, right? Xia Ming counted the time with her fingers. In less than a month, you want him to leave Kamar-Taj and go out for a walk? Are you sure you don't want to drive me away? Yes, you have only been here less than a month. After hearing Xia Ming's words, Ancient One suddenly realized that Xia Ming's strength had actually caught up with her in this short period of time. This kid is indeed the reincarnation of the god of magic. The Ancient One couldn't help but look up at the sky. Tears of envy were shed silently in my heart. If she had 1% of Xia Ming's ability back then, her current achievements might be far more than that. He would not even go as far as to go to Dormammu and obtain power from him to maintain immortality. Thinking about it this way, Ancient One felt that Xia Ming should really be allowed to leave Kamar-Taj. Without him, out of sight and out of mind. In this way, her mood will not be broken because of Xia Ming. Didn't you see that Mo Du took a detour when he saw Xia Ming? Damn it, Ancient One is so envious that he starts to get jealous. Okay, I get it, then I'll go to New York. Xia Ming thought for a moment, and since he had basically learned all of Kamar-Taj's magic and achieved his original goal, there was really no need to stay. Just in time to visit New York. I don't know if Playboy Tony Stark became Iron Man and started the superhero era. You're going to New York. That's just right. I'll leave the holy place in New York to you. Ancient One nodded. Anyway, no matter where Xia Ming goes, Ancient One decided to hand over the holy place there to Xia Ming to guard. Anyway, Xia Ming is very powerful, it would be a waste not to use it. And in this case, Ancient One doesn't have to worry about finding him. With this kid's style, he'll probably be running around after leaving Kamar-Taj. Holy place in New York? No, you still want me to work. Xia Ming pouted. Do you have money? No. Do you have identification? Not even this one. Do you have a place to stay? No. Then do you want to go to New York's holy place? I go. Xia Ming, who had no identification, no money, and no place to live, was forced to accept the oppression of the Ancient One while holding back tears. That's right. Just pack up and set off when you find a time. Ancient One picked up the teacup with satisfaction and took a sip of tea. You boy. Still think I can't control you? Then I'll leave tomorrow. Kin. Ancient One nodded. By the way, why is your dimension so similar to the dark dimension? Ancient One suddenly remembered the situation at that time. It was precisely because of the dark energy leaking from the cracks in space that the Ancient One mistakenly thought it was Dormammu's doing. However, after Xia Ming's explanation, it was discovered that Xia Ming had made a big mistake on her own. She almost broke through the magic circle without knowing the internal magic of Kamar-Taj. Xia Ming was also lucky not to be attacked by magic. Well, didn't I get the mysterious energy of the dark dimension from Dormammu before? I used it as the basis to successfully create the world of eternal night, so the attributes are a bit similar. I see, so your dimension is called the Eternal Night World? It's quite vivid. Ancient One nodded. Well, if it's okay, I'll go back first. Xia Ming did not explain that the world of eternal night is actually a small dark dimension. At this time, Xia Ming suddenly understood why Dormammu stopped him at that time. Dormammu must have discovered something, but he couldn't be sure. You go back. Xia Ming walked out of the hall and saw the group of intern magicians when passing by the square. They are learning martial arts under Mota's guidance. Yes, as a magician of Kamar-Taj, you may not be good at magic, but your combat skills must be top-notch. How else would you defeat the enemy? How to deal with insufficient magic energy? How to solve the dilemma of not being able to use magic? Modo. Xia Ming. When Modu saw Xia Ming, his heart trembled subconsciously. The shadow that Xia Ming left on Modu that day has not dissipated until now. Fortunately, Modu had a strong will and was not so shocked that he gave up magic completely. Instead, he worked harder. However, he no longer dared to accept the teachings of Xia Ming. Every time he saw Xia Ming, Modu never communicated anything related to magic except daily greetings. Are you going to the library? Modu knew that Xia Ming learned magic through self-study, and even the Ancient One paid little attention to him. Yes, I will leave tomorrow and go to New York's holy place, so I want to read a few more books while I still have time. Kamar-Taj's library is very large and has a lot of books. Basically, all the experiences about the magic of Weishan Emperor and the Sorcerer Supremes of the past are included in it. Therefore, as long as you read all the books in it, it is equivalent to learning all the magic and inheriting all the powers of the Sorcerer Supreme. Huh? You want to leave? That's great. Ahem, no, I mean, this is the Ancient One Magician's trust in you. Xia Ming? Do you want to drive me away too? Chapter 37. Modu looked at Xia Ming, looking a little embarrassed. As soon as he heard that Xia Ming said that he was actually leaving Kamar-Taj, he became a little excited, causing him to speak out what was in his heart. Do you really expect me to leave? Xia Ming was a little speechless. I didn't realize it, but this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes had a dark heart behind his back. He has never done anything to feel sorry for Modu. I just accidentally acted coquettishly in front of him. Nothing. You misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean it. Modu quickly denied Sanlian. Then what do you mean? What I mean is, well, because you are already very strong and have met the requirements of Ancient One Magician, it's time to take on some responsibilities. Modu's face felt a little hot. Lying is really not his character. Fortunately, he already had a dark face, so he couldn't even show it when he was red. Like the Ancient One Magician, I absolutely believe in you. Fine. Xia Ming nodded. By the way, are you teaching them ancient martial arts now? That's right. Then can you teach me a lesson? Xia Ming suddenly remembered that besides magic, she had not mastered Kamar-Taj's other unique skill, ancient martial arts. Although he doesn't need it now. But it is not true that there are too many skills, but one cannot overwhelm oneself. This is not suitable for me. As soon as he heard that Xia Ming wanted to teach him again, Modu had the urge to run away immediately. Modu really didn't dare teach such a monster. Didn't you see that Ancient One requires Xia Ming to read and study by herself? Modu said he couldn't bear it. But is it too embarrassing to turn around and leave now, in front of all the intern magicians? It's suitable. And I'm not learning magic or martial arts. In addition to ability, it also depends on whether you are willing to endure hardship, don't you think so? Xia Ming looked at Modu and said seriously. It's true, you're right. Mordo nodded. Martial arts is not magic, and the requirements for ability are not that high. As long as you are willing to study hard and practice hard, you can not only become a master-level master, but at least have a certain fighting level that can be used for self-defense and facing ordinary dangerous situations, but you can still achieve it. Besides, I'm leaving tomorrow, and today I mainly just want to see and experience things, so you won't reject me for such a small wish, right? I know, I'll teach you. Modu gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, Xia Ming is going to New York's holy place tomorrow. She will stay in New York permanently and the number of times she comes back will be reduced. There is nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Modu couldn't help but get excited. No need to be careful or afraid of running into Xia Ming anymore. Moreover, you only have high magic ability. If you don't have a year or two to learn ancient martial arts, it is basically impossible for you to succeed. Modu didn't believe it, Xia Ming knew everything. If he can learn or even surpass him today, when Modu meets Xia Ming in the future, he will call him dad, call him big brother. Modu felt furious in his heart. Okay, Xia Ming, you can join the team first. Mordo pointed at the magicians and said. Okay. Xia Ming quickly ran to the back row and found a place to stand. Because there is a new person here now, we will start from scratch and go through all the movements. Don't relax. You must also use the techniques I taught you before, and every part of your strength must be in place. Did you hear that? Modu stood at the front and said loudly. Yes. Afterwards, Modu was not idle and personally led the intern magicians to review the Kamar-Taj ancient martial arts that has been passed down since ancient times. So that Xia Ming can start from the beginning. The movements are not fast either. If Xia Ming follows along slowly, she should be able to barely learn 1 or 2 movements. Definitely, this is just Mordo's idea. The actual situation is that Xia Ming, who has opened his all-seeing eyes, copied every action perfectly. The powerful mental power is enough for Xia Ming to know every part of her body like the back of her hand, and she can point it at will. Half an hour later, a complete set of movements was completed. The magicians were all sweaty and had sore muscles after completing today's training session. In the following time, they can practice magic, or go to the library to read books, and spend their time as they wish. Call. It's over. I don't know how Xia Ming learned, what? Again. Modu stopped, took a deep breath to adjust his breathing, and then turned to look at Xia Ming's position in the last row. As a result, Modu felt that his heartbeat was about to stop when he saw it. Because he saw Xia Ming closing her eyes and thinking about something. This scene is somewhat familiar. Just like after Modu taught Xia Ming the portal last time, he also closed his eyes and fell into a state of enlightenment. Then Xia Ming used the magic of teleporting directly without the need for a sling ring to open the portal and beat Moda to a pulp. Moda regretted it very much at this moment. How could he have been carried away and deceived by Xia Ming? Why did you agree to teach him martial arts? Please. Don't learn any new magic this time. I'm afraid. Chapter 38. Through in-depth observation of Kamar-Taj ancient martial arts, you have analyzed the essentials of the moves, combined with the infinite magic energy in your body, to create your own magical body refining ancient martial arts. Magic body refining style ancient martial arts. Through the continuous flow of magic energy in the body, one can obtain super defense, super strength, super speed, and super hearing. The stronger the magic energy, the stronger the bonus. Xia Ming opened his eyes from the realization, and then a big black face appeared in front of Xia Ming, which shocked him. What are you doing? I'm not the casual kind of person. Xia Ming clasped her hands on her chest and backed away, with a look of horror on her face. Modo looked at this scene and twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely. What the hell? Why are you reacting so loudly? I'm not the casual kind of person either. I just want to know what else you have learned. No thoughts about you. Are you good at it again? Modo asked through gritted teeth. I was extremely reluctant to believe this fact. If Xia Ming really learned the entire Kamar-Taj ancient martial arts through just observing and learning, wouldn't he want to call Xia Ming big brother when he saw him in the future? This is really unacceptable to Modu. Do you think I can do it, or not? Xia Ming looked at Modu's face, touched her chin and pondered. To be honest, Xia Ming was afraid of hurting Modu. Tell lies, but I'm afraid Modu won't believe it. Oops, things seem to be getting a little troublesome. Several question marks appeared on Modu's forehead. What do you mean by this? If I say you can, you will. If I say you can't, you won't? What the hell? Are you looking down on me? To be honest. Modu looked at Xia Ming and gritted his teeth. It's clear that I must die. He, Modu, can withstand it. We've known each other for a long time. Have you learned a little bit? Modu asked in disbelief. Yes, just a few 100 million points. Xia Ming is extremely sure. Okay, let's try it. Modu said, taking a few steps back and taking a stance. Isn't this not good? Xia Ming is a little embarrassed. He was afraid that he would kill Modu with one punch. The strengthening of Xia Ming's body by the magic body refining flow is no joke. As for that super defense, even if Xia Ming stood still and let Modu hit him, he might not be able to break the defense. And with super strength, with this punch, even the ancient one holding up a magic shield may not be able to withstand it. In other words, as long as Xia Ming uses this set of ancient martial arts and relies on the huge and almost endless magical energy in Xia Ming's body, Xia Ming can be said to be the Shazam of this world. Or a little Superman with magic. Come. Modu loudly invited a fight. Fine. Xia Ming nodded helplessly and made the same gesture. Use a little energy first to deal with it and then talk about it. Xia Ming made up her mind. And around them, some magicians who were still staying in the square and practicing magic diligently immediately stepped back, made space, and started watching the show. Bang! Xia Ming Modu and their fists met, without arousing any anger. No matter how you say it, Mordo is just a mortal. Even if his fighting skills and ancient martial arts have reached the master level, he is only at the level of Black Widow and Hawkeye, and is not even as good as the captain who has taken the serum. But Xia Ming is different. Now Xia Ming, if the magic body refining flow is fully activated, Xia Ming even thinks that she may be able to arm wrestle with Hulk based on her super strength. The two of them were in the square, you came and I went, you advanced and I retreated, you attacked and I defended, and the fight was so exciting that it was dark and dark. Seeing the little magicians around, they cheered and cheered for Moda together. Several old men with white beards gathered together and looked at Xia Ming and Modu's actions, nodding their heads again and again, feeling deeply pleased. As expected of a young man, he is full of energy. That's right, we have someone to succeed Kamar-Taj. These two little guys have worked hard. After several years of polishing, they really don't have this kind of skill. A little magician next to him heard what the old man with a white beard said and interrupted. Xia Ming magician seems to be the first time I learned it today. The old man who spoke. Yes, pretending to be cool failed. Since it is Xia Ming, there is nothing surprising. Xia Ming's deeds are no longer news in Kamar-Taj. The recognized disciple with the strongest ability. The best candidate for the future Sorcerer Supreme. Everything that is unusual and goes against common sense appears extremely normal when it happens to Xia Ming. This is the willfulness of the monster. What are you looking at? Ancient One, who was attracted by the movement outside, came out and asked. The Ancient One magician is Xia Ming magician and Moda magician are discussing. Discuss. Ancient One looked over, then looked at it, and slapped his forehead. Modu, aren't you seeking abuse on your own initiative? As I told you last time, I asked you to stay away from Xia Ming. Why don't you listen? When you cry later, don't come to me. Chapter 39. Based on Ancient One's experience, she knew that Xia Ming was not trying her best just by looking at it. Instead, he maintains a level of strength similar to that of Modo and is competing with Modo. How can this kid learn this so quickly? Is there anything else he can't learn? Sure enough, asking him to leave Kamar-Taj is the right choice. If this continues, I'm afraid he will be angry to death. Ancient One shook his head and walked back into the hall. She suddenly wanted to drink again. Xia Ming, are you not serious? Modu suddenly asked. No. I'm serious. See if I believe it or not. Modu was furious when he saw Xia Ming's relaxed look. What the hell? How can I fight for a long time without even breaking a drop of sweat? You even secretly yawned just now, don't think I didn't see it. Also, why is your body so hard? Modu felt as if every punch he struck hit a steel plate, and his fists hurt terribly. However, Xia Ming, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice anything, and seemed to be indifferent to the pain. Not only that, Modu also noticed that no matter how fast he was or how fierce his moves were, they would all be blocked by Xia Ming. This feeling is like a disciple competing with a teacher. No matter how he fights, the teacher can take every move from his disciple with ease. Sure enough, I lost again. This BD must have discovered some new magic. Hateful. Why don't I have a long memory? Modu burst into tears in his heart and couldn't help but regret it. He even thought that if he could turn back time and give him another chance to choose, he would definitely leave as soon as Xia Ming opened her mouth. If you can't afford to offend, can you still afford to hide? Stop. Mordo couldn't stand it anymore. Knowing that the opponent's strength is far stronger than his own, but the opponent is on par with him, this feeling of frustration is too uncomfortable. It would be better to crush him directly. In this case, maybe Modo would feel better. Aren't you going to fight? Xia Ming stopped and asked doubtfully. Were you letting off steam just now? No way. I'm serious. Xia Ming will never admit that she is cheating. Xia Ming, although my strength is average, I can still feel it. Modu said bitterly. Well, I did learn and realize a new magic. Xia Ming saw that Modu was in low mood and told the truth. Then why did you lie just now? Well, I'm afraid you can't bear it. Xia Ming lowered his head, kicked the non-existent stone, and whispered. Damn it, I was still careless. I should have teleported directly back to the room after learning just now, so that no one would have to be so embarrassed. Modo finally got over the previous blow, but now it's happened again. Xia Ming even started to worry about whether Modo would blacken in advance. Modu. Thank you so much for taking care of me. He was actually worried that I couldn't bear it, so he turned on me. I understand, then let me see what the new magic you have learned is. Modu closed his eyes, adjusted his emotions, and then spoke. Although he suffered a blow, Modu still wanted to know what Xia Ming's new magic was like. You sure? I am sure. Oh well. Xia Ming nodded. Then he stepped on his feet and disappeared immediately, appearing behind Modu. Xia Ming put her hand on Modu's shoulder. Probably, that's what it looks like. Modu looked at Xia Ming beside him with a puzzled look on his face. What's the difference between this and your teleportation magic? Don't you see? Xia Ming scratched his head. I can see you are very fast. Modu had no expression on his face. Okay, then take a look. Xia Ming said as she walked to the open space aside, clenched her fist and smashed it against the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust were everywhere, and stone chips were flying. Then everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths subconsciously, looking in disbelief. You did all this with the strength of your body. Modo saw clearly and understood. It turned out that Xia Ming suddenly appeared behind him just now, not through teleportation magic, but through her strong body and speed that he could not see clearly. Yes, I used magical energy to strengthen my physical fitness. Xia Ming nodded and explained. Moda didn't say a word after hearing this. Sure enough, the monster's thinking, creation, and ability are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Who would have thought of strengthening your body with magical energy? No, it should be said, who can do this? Aren't you going to have enough magical energy? Even if the magic energy is enough, won't the debt you borrow from Emperor Weishan increase as a result? Hateful. I can't figure it out. Modu was really puzzled. Well, forget it, I should relax. Objection: Xia Ming is leaving tomorrow, I should be happy. But why, the more I want to be happy, the more tears I get. Modu, are you okay? Seeing that Modu was silent, Xia Ming stepped forward to comfort him, but Modu suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Xia Ming. Brother! Modu's sudden behavior made Xia Ming tremble in fright. Don't be like this, I'm afraid. Then before Xia Ming finished speaking, Modu turned around and left quickly. Xia Ming remained at a loss. I don't know what happened to Modu. Could it be that he couldn't bear it and had a psychological breakdown? You just collapsed. Ancient One suddenly spoke behind Xia Ming. Don't scare me either. Xia Ming was speechless. Why do these people always like to show up behind their backs? Then why did he suddenly call me brother? It should be something he made in his heart. Based on the Ancient One's understanding of Mordo, he would not have suddenly behaved in such an inexplicable manner if he had not secretly sworn to him. Swear in your heart, others don't know, so don't take it so seriously. Xia Ming felt that Modu was not just being stubborn. No wonder his strength improved so quickly after Blacken. Modu is such a person. Also, I'm talking about you, you are leaving tomorrow, can you be more at ease? I'm very peaceful. Fix this place and get out of here early tomorrow morning. I'll be annoyed when I see you. Ancient One rolled his eyes, waved his fan and left. I smell alcohol. Ancient One froze, thinking that Xia Ming had seen him drinking just now. I lied to you. Xia Ming laughed, then waved his hand and activated time magic, tracing back the entire ground and restoring it to its original state. Then teleport back to the room before Ancient One can react. This BD actually dares to deceive me. Ancient One clenched his fists, furious. But, time magic. This kid can actually use it without the eye of Agamotto. I can't see through him anymore. Chapter 40. Early the next morning, Xia Ming was ready to leave for New York's holy place. He thought the Ancient One would take him there. After all, Xia Ming was not familiar with the place, nor did he know the magician currently on duty at the holy place. It's just that he walked around but couldn't find anyone from Ancient One. You don't even want to see me for the last time, do you? Are you so annoying? Xia Ming couldn't help but look at herself. Finally, they came to the conclusion that the reason why they hate themselves is because of jealousy. Yes, that must be the case. Xia Ming. Just when Xia Ming didn't know whether she should go directly to the holy place or wait for the Ancient One to come back, Wang came over. King? Is something wrong? I'll take you to New York's holy place. Where's the Ancient One magician? I don't know. We usually don't ask about the whereabouts of the Ancient One magician. But she asked me to take you to the holy place. Wang said as he led the way. Fine. It seems that Ancient One left because of something. Xia Ming, although the holy place in New York has a magic door leading to Kamar-Taj, if something unexpected happens in the holy place, we cannot guarantee that we can support it every time. Wang suddenly stopped and said to Xia Ming seriously. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, there won't be any accidents in Holy Place, New York. Xia Ming believes that with his current strength, unless Dormammu invades the earth, even if Caecilius comes, he will have to kneel out. This is Xia Ming's confidence. No, I mean, if you continue to act like you did last time and enter other dimensions at will, even the Ancient One magician may not be able to know your situation in time and rescue you. So I hope you can stay calm and not become the biggest surprise. Wang still remembered what happened last time, so he specifically warned Xia Ming not to cause trouble after arriving at Holy Place in New York. I see. Xia Ming never expected that the surprise in Wang's mouth was actually himself. Also, he is really peaceful, okay. It seems like he hasn't messed up once since coming to Kamar-Taj, right? Even when he went to the Dark Dimension, Ancient One didn't go to him, he just came back. Looking at it this way, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him except that he makes things a little louder every time. It's all because you are too nervous. Wang, yes, it's just that the movement was a little louder. It was so loud that the Ancient One even started to say his last words. Xia Ming followed Wang into a magic palace. This magic palace looks a bit old, made of stones. The main hall is not large, with only a stone platform in the center. Xia Ming knew that the purpose of that stone platform was to observe the earth. Once a dimensional invasion or magical invasion occurred anywhere on the earth, this would be immediately displayed. Except for the passage that Xia Ming just walked in, the other three walls all have a magic door leading to a holy place. Hong Kong Holy Place, London Holy Place, New York Holy Place. Our mission at Kamar-Taj is to defend the world from any magical threat. The almighty Agamotto used his powerful magic to establish 3 holy places in the most magical places on earth. They are Hong Kong, London, and New York. The 3 holy places are connected to each other and form a shield to protect the earth. We magicians protect Holy Place, and Holy Place protects the entire earth and the world we live in. This is the door to New York's Holy Place, let's go in. After Wang introduced the origin and function of Holy Place, he took Xia Ming through the magic door and arrived at Holy Place in New York. Daniel? Are you there? Wang yelled someone's name and walked towards the 2nd floor. Daniel Drum is the magician who guards the Holy Place in New York, and is also the person you want to replace. Wang introduced. Okay, I get it now. Daniel? Isn't he the unlucky guy who was hacked to death by Caecilius? The strength seems to be a bit dishy. Definitely, it could also be that Caecilius, who gained the power of the Dark Dimension, became stronger. King. You are here. Daniel walked out of a certain room and saw Wang and Xia Ming who had just gone up to the 2nd floor. Daniel. King, why are you here? Daniel asked curiously. That's right, the Ancient One magician plans to ask Xia Ming to change shifts with you. You can go back to Kamar-Taj to take a rest first. Wang explained. Xia Ming. Daniel looked at the young man next to Wang. Hello. Hello Wang, come here. Daniel said hello to Xia Ming, and then pulled Wang aside. King, does it mean Ancient One magician to ask Xia Ming to guard the holy place? Yeah, you don't believe me. No. It's not that I don't believe you, but doesn't Xia Ming look too young? Does he really have the strength to protect the safety of holy place? Daniel is not questioning the Ancient One's decision, but he feels that Xia Ming is too young and does not have the strength to protect the holy place. At Xia Ming's age, isn't she similar to those magicians who just joined Kamar-Taj? No matter how strong you are, how strong can you be? Daniel was a little skeptical anyway. Chapter 41. Xia Ming, who gained super senses through the magic body refining flow, overheard Daniel's questioning words. Not only was she not angry, but she was quite happy. Because he is saying that I am very young. Xia Ming also discovered that since he opened up the small universe and then opened up the dimensional eternal night world, not only his life level has evolved, but also his appearance and figure have been improving in the direction of perfection. To put it simply, he is getting more and more handsome. He doesn't look like he's 26 or 17 at all, but he looks like he's in his early 20s. Wang, tell the truth, what is Xia Ming's strength? This. I'm not very clear about it either. Wang did not have an intuitive understanding of Xia Ming's strength. Even the Ancient One is very vague. Because they have never seen Xia Ming take action. The only time he took action was yesterday's sparring match with Modu, and then he beat Modu into self-isolation. Wang was forced to comfort Modu for another night. Therefore, he could not answer Daniel's question, but he only knew that Xia Ming should be very strong. Especially ability, it's so good that Xia Ming seems to be born for magic. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the reincarnation of the god of magic. You don't know either? How long has he been a member of Kamar-Taj? Daniel was even more confused. As a great magician, shouldn't the king be ignorant of the strength of those fellow apprentices? It's all planned, it will take less than a month. Wang recalled it and said. What? Less than a month? Didn't this just come? Everyone in Daniel was shocked. You are a magician who has never even passed an internship, and now you have to change classes with him? What a joke! What did the Ancient One magician think? Why did he send a newbie here? Daniel, please calm down and listen to me first. Wang first comforted Daniel's emotions and then explained. Although Xia Ming has not been here for a long time, his ability is very good. You don't know, Modu just taught Xia Ming the teleportation magic once, and Xia Ming learned by analogy. Not only could she open the teleportation gate without using the sling ring, but she also mastered it. A kind of magic that can teleport. Daniel's expression changed when he heard Wang say that Xia Ming could use magic without the sling ring. Furthermore, the Ancient One magician has granted Xia Ming the freedom to enter and exit the library and learn all the magics on her own. Even I have no way of knowing how many types of magic Xia Ming has mastered now. Wang sighed. At the beginning, he could also make inferences from the books borrowed by Xia Ming. But later he gave up. Because Xia Ming reads so fast. The content I read became more and more complex, so complex that even Wang couldn't understand some of the books. That's why Wang Cai said that he couldn't be sure of Xia Ming's strength, but he knew that he should be very strong. And what happened yesterday? Xia Ming and Modu learned ancient martial arts, and then created a new magic, which defeated Modu and made Modu sad all night. Wang sighed when he thought of the blow Modu had suffered. Fortunately, this didn't happen to him. Fortunately, he was just a little library assistant. You don't have to be so intuitive to experience the crushing brought by Xia Ming. Wait, you just said creating new magic. Daniel suddenly spoke up and asked. Yes, didn't I say that his ability is very good? Didn't you hear? I heard it, but what you said about ability is very good. Is it different from what I understand? If you have good ability, you can create new magic? Are you joking? Who would believe this? Are you serious? Daniel asked. I'm definitely serious. It's such an important thing to protect the holy place. How could I make a joke? Wang said angrily. Anything else? And, it seems to be gone. Wang pondered and recalled it carefully. It seemed that apart from what he just said, he didn't know anything else about Xia Ming. As for what happened to Xia Ming and Ancient One in a certain dimension that day, Ancient One never told them about it, so Wang didn't know the specific truth. Why didn't the Ancient One magician come? The Ancient One magician went out early in the morning for something. In that case, Wang, do you mind if I test Xia Ming? Although Daniel trusted the Ancient One magician, Xia Ming's appearance was too deceptive for Daniel to have any trust in Xia Ming. Therefore, he planned to try Xia Ming's strength himself. If his strength is not good enough, then Daniel will apply to Ancient One to either replace him or let him continue to guard the holy place. He didn't have any bad opinions against Xia Ming, but said this out of duty and the belief of protecting the holy place. As long as Xia Ming passes his test, Daniel will believe in Xia Ming unconditionally. Whether it's protecting the holy place or protecting the earth, strength speaks for itself. Are you sure? Xia Ming's strength is not weak. You should try it first. Okay then, I'll go talk to Xia Ming. Wang nodded. In fact, he was also curious about how powerful Xia Ming was and why the Ancient One magician chose him to guard the holy place. And at the moment, it's a great opportunity. Chapter 42. Holy Place, New York, is located at 177A Brick Street, Manhattan, New York. The entire Holy Place is a three-story Victorian-style and brownstone townhouse composed of French Baroque architectural design and duplex roofs. The space in the house becomes more spacious due to its magic. And there are maze-like corridors, various magical instruments, and various furniture. The first floor of the house has the living room, dining room, kitchen, and library. The second floor is the living area with several bedrooms. As for the third floor, it is a special area. There is a hall with various magical props and instruments, a storage room for mysterious magic artifacts, and a meditation room. The roof of Holy Place is a circular skylight composed of 4 curves, which is called the Window of the World. The pattern of this skylight is actually the seal of the Book of Emperor Weishan, which protects the Holy Place from other supernatural forces. While Wang and Daniel were chatting quietly in private, Xia Ming followed the stairs to the lobby on the 3rd floor. I saw many magic weapons displayed in the movie. But it's a pity that Xia Ming basically doesn't recognize most of them. The only one he recognizes is the suspended cloak floating in the air. When Xia Ming looked over, the cloak was waving its collar horns to greet Xia Ming. Hello. Xia Ming waved her hand and turned to look at the other magic weapons. In his opinion, the future Strange is the owner of this cloak and has nothing to do with him. After all, spiritual magic weapons will choose their own masters. That's what the levitation cloak is. Xia Ming looked at each magical weapon one after another, and finally painfully discovered that not a single name was written on these items. This also makes Xia Ming how to judge the function of the magic weapon by its name? Unfortunately, there is no way to do it for free. Xia Ming shook her head. Oh, I can only wait until I understand it later. Xia Ming said and was about to go downstairs. Then he discovered that following his movements, the levitating cloak actually turned around as well, as if it had been watching him silently. Finally, Xia Ming couldn't bear her curiosity and walked over. Button. The levitating cloak touched the glass box covering it with its corner. You want to come out? Xia Ming asked with interest. Then he saw the cloak waving its collar like a nod. You don't want to follow me, do you? Button. It really is. Xia Ming couldn't help but laugh now. The cloak seemed to take a fancy to him. Then I'll let you out. Xia Ming raised her hand and pressed it on the glass. In a flash of light, the glass disappeared. The magic that distorts reality and makes glass disappear is readily available to Xia. After the glass disappeared, the levitating cloak flew over eagerly and automatically draped itself on Xia Ming's shoulders. Do you really like me that much? Xia Ming asked funnily. Cloak rubbed Xia Ming's cheek with his collar, expressing that he liked it very much. Then just follow me from now on. Don't worry, I won't let you be torn apart. As for Strange? Who is that? Do not know. Moreover, in the second Doctor Strange movie, when Strange faced Wanda, a big hole was punched out of Strange's cloak to protect him, which looked very pitiful. Xia Ming said that she would never let Cloak suffer such injustice. It's okay, he's quite handsome. In front of a mirror, Xia Ming looked left and right, extremely satisfied. It just looks like a copy of Strange. Because Xia Ming was wearing the same dark blue slim-fitting dress as Strange. This costume is very oriental knight-errant, and its slim-fitting style makes Xia Ming's slender figure look even more handsome. No, I have to change it. I'm not Doctor Strange. Xia Ming said, with a thought, the color of her clothes instantly turned moon white. Xia Ming turned her belt and the straps on her wrists into light gold. Highlight a graceful and luxurious person. Then style your hair and it's perfect. Xia Ming said that at the moment, she was an Eastern immortal who came out of the scroll. Well, why do you feel like you're missing something? Xia Ming looked at herself in the mirror with empty hands, and suddenly she had an idea. The banished immortal is either holding a sword or a fan. Otherwise, how can he express that ethereal and otherworldly artistic conception? Xia Ming activated the magic supreme weapon and condensed a white folding fan in her right hand. After opening it with a snap, Xia Ming also drew a splendid picture of mountains and rivers on it. And the folding fan is not just a folding fan, it is a supreme weapon condensed by magic. As long as Xia Ming is willing, the fan can be turned into various other weapons at any time. Self-defense, attack, acting cool, can all be realized one by one. This is the immortal. He is also an immortal who can only use magic. Xia Ming. Where are you? Wang Zai's voice sounded from the second floor. I'm here. Come down quickly. Coming. Xia Ming floats gently, instead of taking the stairs, she floats directly down. Let me talk about the structure of the house. The style is basically the same as in the movie. If you are in the lobby on the first floor, if you can fly, you can directly reach the third floor. The hall on the third floor is where various magical instruments were just placed. Then Wang and Daniel looked at Xia Ming slowly falling down, dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Is that a levitation cloak? It actually recognized Xia Ming as its master. The two grown men looked at the floating cloak behind Xia Ming with envy and jealousy. Especially Daniel, who has been here for a year or two and has never seen the levitating cloak move once. Fortunately for you, when you first came here, even before the handover of work began, you took away this artifact? Even changed his clothes. If you say this is ability, Daniel wouldn't believe it even to death. Well, the king doesn't believe it either. Xia Ming, you damn son of the god of magic. Chapter 43. Is that a levitation cloak behind you? Yes, it likes me very much, so I let it out. But don't worry, I don't think I'm threatening it. Nonsense. If blackmail could get the approval of the levitation cloak, I would have done it long ago, and you can still get it. Daniel couldn't help complaining in his heart. Xia Ming, your luck is really good. The king stared at the cloak with great emotion. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Ming opened the folding fan with a snap and fanned herself, her expression as proud as she could be. Wang and Daniel's cheeks twitched. Do you want to be such a coquettish person? The levitation cloak has chosen you. We have no choice but to endure it. But what does it mean when you fan? Is it hot? Daniel couldn't stand this bad temper anymore, so he turned to look at Wang. Daniel, is this kid usually so annoying? Wang shook his head, I don't know either, I don't have much contact with him. But as far as Wang knows, Ancient One is really annoying Xia Ming. Belonging is unique to Kamar-Taj. But Fang Wifan, Wang could see that Ancient One valued Xia Ming. If nothing else, the future Sorcerer Supreme should be Xia Ming. Wang silently guessed in his heart. By the way, why did you ask me to come down? Are you going to hand over work? Tell me, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Xia Ming asked, looking at the two of them. Well, that's it. Daniel wants to compete with you. What do you think? Wang coughed and got down to business. He did not say directly that Daniel did not believe in Xia Ming's strength and was worried that it would cause misunderstanding. Sparring? Okay, how to fight? Xia Ming nodded in agreement. He knew that Daniel didn't trust him, but it didn't matter, he would use his strength to prove that he was qualified to protect the holy place. If he is not qualified, then the only option is to have the Ancient One come in person. Let's go to the mirror world before we destroy this place. Wang suggested. That's best. Daniel nodded. Well, you decide. Xia Ming agreed. Daniel frowned when he heard this, feeling that Xia Ming was too conceited. As a magician, the most important thing is to avoid being arrogant and complacent, thinking that you can control everything and cope with everything. Little did they know how many people died in the battle because of this. Daniel feels more and more that Xia Ming is not suitable for the position of magician guarding the holy place, and thinks that he still needs time to hone his skills. The king activated his magic and opened the mirror world. Here, no matter what damage is done, it has no real-world consequences. Are you ready? As the referee, Wang looked at the two people, and after seeing them nodding, he called start. I hope that after it's over, you won't blame me for disagreeing with the Ancient One magician's decision. Daniel spoke. It's okay, I understand. Here you go then. Daniel waved his hands and activated the red ring of magic Ragator, condensing a magic shield on his hands. Then, he rushed towards Xia Ming. Well, sure, this is the authentic Kamar-Taj magician without a doubt. Facing the attack, Xia Ming just used her right hand holding the folding fan to resist casually. No matter how Daniel attacks, he can't break through Xia Ming's defense. Wang saw this scene from the side and understood how Mo Du felt at that time. It was such a disadvantage to have a duel with Xia Ming using ancient martial arts. Relying on this alone, Xia Ming is invincible. Wang Ke learned from Mo Du's confession that Xia Ming can use magical energy to strengthen the body. Whether it is defense, strength, or speed, it is unmatched by any magician. Damn it! Forgot to tell Daniel this. Wang Lian felt pity. But Daniel doesn't need Wang to speak for himself, because he has discovered that he seems to be unable to beat Xia Ming in ancient martial arts. The other party even only used one hand. This made Daniel shocked and a little angry at the same time. You don't take me seriously. I am your senior. Daniel suddenly took a few steps back, cancelled the magic shield, and then quickly threw a magic whip at Xia Ming, wrapped it tightly around Xia Ming's waist, and pulled hard. Result. Daniel tried his best to pull Xia Ming over. In his expectation, he should be able to easily pull Xia Ming over with the magic whip, and then take advantage of the moment when Xia Ming lost his balance to attack. Turn defeat into victory. But he didn't expect that his plan would die on the first step. He can't pull Xia Ming. Xia Ming? Wang stood aside and silently covered his face. He found the scene before him a bit embarrassing. Wang could already see Daniel failing. He only reacted at this time. In terms of ancient martial arts, even Mo Du is no match, so who can beat Xia Ming? Even the Ancient One magician may not be able to defeat him with ancient martial arts. As for magic, Ancient One asked Xia Ming to come to Holy Place in New York because he had nothing to teach him anymore. So why do I have the illusion that Xia Ming is very strong but can beat him? Wang fell into deep self-doubt. Then when Wang saw Xia Ming's face, he understood. It's all this face's fault. Xia Ming? Do you blame me for being good-looking? Chapter 44. Well, Daniel Magician, how about you try other magic? Xia Ming opened the folding fan, covering the lower half of her face, and gave Daniel advice. Daniel cancelled the magic whip, looking a little confused. How careless! This boy's strength is not at all proportional to his age. Is this what is called genius? In less than a month, he is actually more powerful than these old people who have studied magic for several years? Where did this monster come from? When Daniel was chatting with Wang just now and heard Wang say that Moto was so beaten by Xia Ming that he dared not see anyone and couldn't even sleep well, he was still unconvinced and laughed at Moto. As a result, it turns out that Joker is actually me? Well, Daniel Magician, shall we continue? Xia Ming was stunned when she saw Daniel standing there, and shouted. At the same time, doubts arose in his heart, wouldn't Daniel be hit just now? This psychological quality is simply inferior to that of Motu. Mordo, thank you so much. Ahem, I definitely have to continue. Daniel reacted and said the fight was not over yet. Then he looked at Xia Ming's exposed eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the shadow of the Ancient One. The same thing happened to the king next to him, and his feelings were even deeper. Because he stayed in Kamar-Taj all year round, Wang could often see Ancient One covering half of his face with a fan while speaking. This also represents what the Ancient One is thinking about. No wonder the Ancient One magician values Xia Ming so much. Wang muttered silently. If it weren't for the fact that the two people looked completely different, Wang would have even doubted whether Xia Ming was the illegitimate son of the Ancient One. Here, Daniel found that he was a little unable to beat Xia Ming, so he used other moves. The sacred sword of Emperor Weishan. Daniel held a long sword burning with golden flames and attacked Xia Ming again. Okay, let's try swordsmanship. Xia Ming waved her right hand, and the folding fan in her hand also ignited with golden flames, and then quickly stretched. Bah! The long swords clashed, creating violent sparks in the air. Xia Ming silently suppressed the magical energy in her body, turning it into a normal human level, and began a sword duel with Daniel. Although Xia Ming could kill Daniel with one move, it would be too rude to do so. We are not enemies. We will not see each other when we raise our heads in the future. How bad would it be to hurt Daniel's face? It will be difficult for Ancient One to do it by then. After all, it was Ancient One who asked Xia Ming to come over and take over the holy place affairs. Therefore, this fight lasted quite a long time. It looked like the king was about to beat Haki. This is too boring. It's better to end it quickly, please. Daniel is also a little exhausted here, and his magic energy is also running out. Stop it, I admit defeat. Daniel shouted. Xia Ming retreated decisively. You win. Daniel looked at Xia Ming complicatedly. Small win, small win. Xia Ming said modestly. I made a mistake. I am here to sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. Daniel suddenly bowed as he spoke. It's not necessary, it's not necessary. Xia Ming helped Daniel up and said it was not necessary. It's just a discussion, why did it get so serious? At the same time, I sighed in my heart, fortunately you are not like Modu, calling me big brother when you lose. I really don't dare to have a brother as old as you. Xia Ming, you are indeed capable of taking on the role of the magician guarding the holy place. The Ancient One magician did not misjudge the person, but I was hasty. Daniel said seriously. Through the discussion just now, Daniel knew that he was looking down on others. I also know that Xia Ming released a lot of water. This kind of suffocating duel was something Daniel had never experienced before. The longer the fight went to the end, the less Daniel could think of victory. Xia Ming was like a big mountain, blocking Daniel. No matter how hard Daniel tried, he couldn't move the mountain. After this battle, Daniel decided to take advantage of this shift to return to Kamar-Taj to practice magic and strive to go further. In this case, let's go out first so that Daniel can hand over the work. Wang suggested from the side. In his heart, he nodded secretly to Xia Ming's approach. Fortunately, Daniel's defeat was not too ugly. Etc. Daniel suddenly spoke. Daniel? Do you have anything else to do? Wang looked at Daniel in confusion. Xia Ming, I want to know what your strength is. Can you show it a little bit? Exhibit. That's right. Daniel looked at Xia Ming expectantly. Xia Ming, I want to see it too. Wang agreed with Daniel's proposal. In his heart, he also wanted to know how far the gap between himself and Xia Ming was. Are you sure? I promised you in advance that after reading this, anything that happens to you will have nothing to do with me. Xia Ming said seriously. It means that if you are hit, you brought it on yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Daniel, no problem. Wang, I accept it. Okay, I'll show it to you. Xia Ming said as she slowly flew up. The levitating cloak opened completely, like a burning cloud. The roof of the magic holy place automatically opened, revealing the clear sky outside. Xia Ming flew to a height similar to the roof, and at the same time crossed her hands in front of her chest, making a lotus blossom gesture. If you want to see it, then go ahead and see it. Xia Ming looked down at Wang and Daniel, who were looking up at him, and spoke softly. I am magic. Buzz. Suddenly there was a bright light in the mirror world, and a huge light and shadow that was 100 meters high suddenly appeared. Xia Ming's white magic god was summoned to this mirror world by Xia Ming and appeared in front of the world for the first time. Then. Daniel, I'm blind. King, Your Majesty, Emperor Weishan. I saw God. Chapter 45. With red eyes and constant tears, Daniel told Xia Ming a few things to pay attention to, and then he and Wang, who also had red eyes and a dull expression, quickly passed through the magic door and returned to Kamar-Taj. They really didn't dare to stay for one more second. He even dared not look at Xia Ming again. I'm afraid that if I take one more look, my eyes will really go blind. Although Xia Ming had put away the god of white magic at the moment, every time Daniel and Wang looked at Xia Ming, they would always see hallucinations and feel their eyes hurt from the strong light. Originally, Xia Ming wanted to ask if there were any rooms or items that should be paid special attention to in this holy place. As a result, Daniel simply said find it yourself and disappeared without a trace. Really, I still like to play with my own food. Xia Ming shook her head with disdain. He had told them in advance that the consequences would be serious, but he still insisted on watching. In this case, no wonder Xia Ming. This will be my home from now on. Xia Ming opened her hands and looked at this big villa, feeling very happy. Even if strange comes in the future, Xia Ming will never give up this place. Sorcerer Supreme should stay in Kamar-Taj, and then come out to protect the world when faced with a crisis. Anyway, with the magic portal, even if the Sorcerer Supreme is far away in Kamar-Taj, he can easily reach any location on the earth. Therefore, let me protect this holy place. Afterwards, Xia Ming started exploring holy place and gradually became familiar with everything in it. A complex corridor like a maze. 3 magic doors leading to different locations. Wouldn't it be very convenient if you want to travel to the seaside, desert, or jungle in the future? Xia Ming turned the switch next to the magic door and watched the world behind the door keep jumping, which she found quite interesting. Then Xia Ming went to the second floor. After some selection, she chose an unoccupied room as her bedroom. As for Daniel's room, Xia Ming chose to ignore it. When he has time, he will ask Daniel to come over and pack his things. Or Xia Ming can directly use the portal to throw items other than furniture directly back to Kamar-Taj and let Daniel sort them out by himself. Then there is the third floor. He has already seen the hall. As for the meditation room, there is nothing to visit. Xia Ming estimates that he will not be able to use it. In addition, the most important thing is probably the storage room that stores various mysterious magical artifacts. Xia Ming took a cursory glance and backed out. There is no way, poor Xia Ming, who has little magic knowledge, does not know those magic artifacts, and it is useless to look at them. It is estimated that even if the book of Emperor Weishan is placed in front of Xia Ming, as long as the title of the book is not written, Xia Ming will not recognize it. This is so uncomfortable. Sure enough, we still have to start with the book. Xia Ming sighed and walked to the library on the 3rd floor. Most of the magic books here do not involve magic spells, but some records of mysterious events that have occurred in the magic world, or related history, magic information, etc. It's just right for Xia Ming, as it can supplement his lack of magical knowledge and experience. Then Xia Ming discovered a book that recorded various magic props and instruments. This made Xia Ming quickly take it off, and while looking at it, she came to the hall and silently searched for the names and information of the magical weapons placed there. He didn't want to be like Strange, who randomly picked up a magic weapon but didn't know how to use it during a battle. Otherwise, I'm afraid the enemy will laugh him to death. That would be too embarrassing. Through reading, Xia Ming recognized many magical weapons. The axe of Angarumus? This thing doesn't fit my image. Although this axe is ancient and powerful, it is also full of magic. Coral crab? Does it have the power of Atlantis? This thing seems to be of no use. Xia Ming passed by in disgust. Sidorak Crimson Girdle. Xia Ming lowered her head and read the introduction in the book. Can it be summoned by magic as a red energy belt to restrain powerful opponents? It can be kept. As Xia Ming spoke, she took out the red belt, felt how to use it, and placed it in the magic space. Lucifer's lamp? It creates a mist when activated, so it's useless. Just when Xia Ming was bent over reading a book and identifying these magic props, a portal appeared in the lobby on the 1st floor of Holy Place. The Ancient One walked out. She turned around and looked around, and soon found Xia Ming on the 3rd floor. When Ancient One arrived on the 3rd floor, he saw Xia Ming's actions at the moment. This made Ancient One feel a little funny. There were so many mysterious things in the holy place, but this guy was only interested in these weird things. What, isn't a levitation cloak enough for you? Ancient One shook his head and was about to remind Xia Ming that he was here, but Xia Ming's next words to himself made Ancient One's face darken. Pomgalia Brazier. Oh! This thing is amazing. You can actually enter the hell dimension through it. Well, I must go and see it when I have time in the future. Although Xia Ming does not need a brazier now and can enter and exit the hell dimension at will by using the dimensional door, it would feel different to enter in another way. Ancient One stood behind Xia Ming, gritting his teeth secretly. Does this kid feel miserable every day if he doesn't do something? Today is the first day to come to holy place. He actually wants to go to the hell dimension? Can't you just stay still? Chapter 46. A little earlier, Ancient One returned to Kamar-Taj after finishing his business. Then I met Wang and Daniel, who had returned from holy place in New York. Ancient One looked at the red eyes of the two in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with them. In particular, the two of them were mentally depressed, as if they had suffered a blow in life. So what happened? She just went out for a while. Why did these two people become like this? King, Daniel. Ancient One Magician. Wow, I'm finally back. Wang and Daniel raised their heads and saw the Ancient One Magician, as if they were meeting their parents. They felt extremely kind and aggrieved. What's wrong with you? This was the first time for Ancient One to see Wang like this. Moreover, why do the two of them seem to have known each other? It's like Moto from before. Wait. Xia Ming. Ancient One remembers that he arranged for Wang to take Xia Ming to the holy place in New York to switch shifts with Daniel. Now that Daniel is back at Kamar-Taj, it means that the handover of work has been smooth. And now that he looks so shocked, there is no doubt that it was Xia Ming who did it. So, what are the reasons for these two people to make themselves unhappy? Daniel won't say anything, he probably doesn't even know Xia Ming. But Wang, you have been staying in Kamar-Taj. Didn't Mota's experience remind you not to cause trouble for the evildoer Xia Ming? Come in with me and have a talk with me. Ancient One sighed, feeling a little headache. The promising magician under her has already been defeated by Xia Ming 3 times. I believe that the relationship between the three of them will be very good in the future and they will definitely have a lot in common. Finally, Moto is gradually recovering, Xia Ming has also left Kamar-Taj, and Ancient One finally doesn't have to worry. As a result, Wang had another problem. It's really disturbing. Ancient One poured a cup of tea for the two of them and asked them to talk about what happened. Then Wang talked about everything that happened after he took Xia Ming to the holy place in New York. When Ancient One heard Daniel say that he wanted to test Xia Ming's strength, he understood. As expected, you are seeking death on your own. But she also thought it was quite normal. Most of the magicians in Kamar-Taj are old-fashioned and stubborn. The typical representative is Motu, and there are people like Daniel. And it just so happens that with their personalities, they will not be easily seduced or deceived by demons and dark forces. They are very suitable candidates for the role of Asgardian. But the shortcomings are also more obvious, that is, the strength is relatively balanced, and there are not a few top players. On the other hand, the representatives with more flexible minds and adaptability are Strange and Caecilius. Strange can be said to be a person born for magic. He is talented, unconventional, bold, and careful. And it was also admitted by the Ancient One that Strange was a sorcerer supreme that far surpassed herself, and was better than everyone in Kamar-Taj. Caecilius, who was also more flexible, but not much, lost his way in the pursuit of power, was deceived by Dormammu, and even accused the Ancient One of hiding their teachings. Thinking that the Ancient One secretly used powerful magic without teaching them these skills, he eventually betrayed Kamar-Taj and became Dormammu's tool. Apart from the two of them, it is Xia Ming. Even more courageous than Strange. Even the Ancient One is worried about Xia Ming's behavior, fearing that if he does something wrong, he will be killed. The Ancient One hopes that Strange will try more, but for Xia Ming, the Ancient One hopes that he will be calmer and more composed. Later, Wang said that Xia Ming had been recognized by the levitating cloak and recognized him as its master. Ancient One raised his eyebrows and nodded secretly. I think it's quite reasonable. Then Wang talked about the discussion process between Daniel and Xia Ming until the end. Is there no problem with this? Could it be that you guys can't even accept this, so you hid and cried when you came back? Ancient One frowned. Do you think their acceptance ability is too poor? Are you so fragile inside? Will psychological counseling be included in Kamar-Taj's courses in the future? Otherwise, you might as well go to the temple at the foot of the mountain and recite sutras with the monks for a few years before learning magic? You guys are so bad this time. Ancient One complained silently in his heart. I don't want to believe that they are the disciples I taught. No. Ancient One magician, that's not what happened. It's Daniel. Wang quickly denied it, saying that it was not his fault. After Daniel is finished, he wants to see what extent Xia Ming's strength has reached. The Ancient One looked at Daniel, and Daniel lowered his head silently. Yes, it's all his fault. If he wasn't curious and didn't show off, then what happened next wouldn't have happened. Daniel regretted it at the moment. So, you want to see it too? Ancient One looked at Wang. Yes, it is. The king also lowered his head. It feels shameful. Obviously you have learned from Modu's mistakes, why do you still do this? Then, what did you see? Daniel, we saw the magic god. Wang, yes, we saw Emperor Weishan. Xia Ming actually summoned Emperor Weishan. Daniel, yes, yes. Our eyes are not red from crying, but from being stimulated. My eyes were almost blinded at that time. Daniel quickly explained the problem with his eyes. It means they are not crying secretly behind their backs. Ancient One. God of Magic? Emperor Weishan? That should be Xia Ming's own god of magic. Chapter 47. Later, Ancient One spent a long time enlightening Wang and Daniel and doing some psychological construction. They also said that they can chat with Modu more and communicate together, which will be beneficial to the recovery of the disease. Later, Ancient One came to New York's holy place and met Xia Ming, who was busy. Ahem. Ancient One coughed twice behind Xia Ming to remind Xia Ming. Who? I asked you, can you show up in front of me next time? Every time you appear suddenly from behind, it's very scary. Xia Ming looked at Ancient One speechlessly and cancelled the magic he was about to activate. The main reason is that he is the only one in the holy place now, and a person suddenly appears, which makes Xia Ming very nervous. Especially when he was about to get some handy magic weapons, and then the Ancient One suddenly appeared, giving Xia Ming the illusion that he was a thief and was caught by the real owner. It seems you adapted quickly. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming's clothes and nodded. Sure enough, as soon as this kid left Kamar-Taj, he started to let himself go. She is obviously not a sorcerer supreme, but in the end, she manages to be even more impressive than her sorcerer supreme. I really have you. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Ming smiled and silently carried the book behind her back. I'm warning you, there may be no danger in traveling through dimensions at will, but the dimension lords inside are not entities that can be underestimated. You'd better not mess around. Last time you were able to use Time Gem to force Dormammu to give in. What if you don't have Time Gem? I won't go to other dimensions to get you every time. Ancient One said seriously. Ahem, I understand. I just said it casually, and I didn't intend to go to the Hell dimension. Oh my god! Why was the Ancient One hearing everything he said to himself? So how long has she been here? It seems that we need to research a magic to ban the use of portals in the holy place. Xia Ming beeped quietly. And he had already thought of a name, it was called Forbidden Passage and Forbidden Demon Realm. Except for himself, even if the Ancient One comes later, he will have to knock on my door. What did you say? Ancient One's eyes widened. This BD. What were you just saying? Are you still thinking of banning the use of teleportation magic in holy place? Why, do you want to create a new magic just to target me? This is my territory. Her name, Ancient One, is written on the property ownership certificate of this holy place. I didn't charge you rent and let you live in vain, but you actually banned her from coming in? Is it reasonable? You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, something dangerous happens in the holy place, and the magicians of Kamar-Taj cannot arrive in time to support you, and you will be doomed. Isn't there a magic gate? What if the magic gate is also destroyed? Ancient One is so angry. I really want to beat this kid up. Okay, I understand. You won't mess around, so don't worry. Seeing Ancient One's face getting darker and darker, Xia Ming had no choice but to give in. In my mind, I was thinking about how to perfect this magic to deal with various situations. The main thing is that I was wrong, but I won't change it. Phew. Anyway, remember, don't run around and cause trouble wherever you have nothing to do. Yes, yes. I remember it, but as the Sorcerer Supreme, you still have to be polite. After a long time of living, Ancient One actually used foul language. I'm not angry with you. Ancient One took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and got down to business. This is for you. Ancient One threw a folder to Xia Ming. What's this? Xia Ming asked doubtfully, opening it and reading it. Your ID, driver's license, health insurance, tax proof, and a bank card. Oh. So you just helped me do this morning. Xia Ming said happily. He was very touched in his heart. He didn't expect that Ancient One would consider him so thoroughly. The complete identity certificate solved Xia Ming's problem, and there was even a tax payment certificate. It's so perfect that it doesn't need to be perfect. Otherwise, why do you think I'm working so hard? Ancient One rolled his eyes. Fortunately, she lived long enough to know many people. Otherwise, it would take a long time to complete such a complete set of identity certificates. Moreover, this set of certificates is not the kind of forgery found on the black market. It can completely withstand investigation and is genuine. Thanks again. Let me take a look. Wait a minute, why is the age written on the ID card, 30 years old? Xia Ming looked again in disbelief and confirmed that she was 30 years old. Then he looked at Ancient One, full of doubts. Take a good look, do I look like a 30-year-old face? Yeah. Ancient One was also confused. He took the ID card and looked at it. He was really 30 years old. Look at Xia Ming's face again, it seems like something happened. But this is not to blame Ancient One. When Ancient One brought Xia Ming back to Kamar-Taj from under the snow-capped mountains, he mistakenly thought that Xia Ming was about 30 years old. After all, at that time, due to exposure to wind, sun, altitude sickness, etc., his beard was unkempt and his face was full of vicissitudes of life, so he looked older. Later, because they kept getting along with each other, Ancient One subconsciously ignored Xia Ming's increasingly younger face. Looking at it today, Ancient One also discovered the problem. It seems that Xia Ming achieved immortality easily after paying a huge price. Chapter 48. This is not a big problem. Ancient One returned the ID card to Xia Ming. This is a big question. What if someone looks at my ID card and discovers that I am actually 30 years old? They will wonder if I am a human being. Xia Ming was speechless. This time he was forced to rejuvenate. What's there to worry about? I'm over 100, anyway, I'm leaving first. The Ancient One quickly changed his words mid-sentence. Age is also a problem that Ancient One is unwilling to face. As if something was urgent, the Ancient One ignored Xia Ming's resentful face, opened the portal, and returned to Kamar-Taj. Forget it, just 30. No one should be so bored as to check his ID card or investigate his identity. Besides, the captain is still playing popsicle right now. When he wakes up, will it be fine if he doesn't? Oh, by the way, there are also Black Widow and Winter Soldier, both of whom are 180 years old. Looking at it this way, it is indeed as Ancient One said, the problem is not big. Wait a minute. Although I was given proof of identity and a bank card, is there any money in the card? I seem to be penniless now. Now, Xia Ming felt a little uncomfortable. How about going to Kamar-Taj and borrowing some money from Ancient One? She should be kicked out. As a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme and an Asgardian on Earth, am I still forced to go out and work? By the way, what's the fastest way to make money? Purchasing for 0 yuan? It doesn't suit my status. If the Ancient One finds out about this, I'm afraid Kamar-Taj will be expelled. Then there's only one kind. Night, chaotic Hell's Kitchen. Xia Ming changed her clothes and came to the door of a bar wearing a black sweater. The way Xia Ming thought of making money was to take on some mercenary missions and earn commissions. And it just so happened that he knew such a place where he could receive the mission. Sister Margaret Pub. The owner of the bar, Weasel, is a broker and middleman. He not only resells arms, but also accepts requests from some employers and issues tasks. But most of them are gangster tasks, and the people who take on the most tasks are retired veterans like Wade Wilson. Because of their life problems, they became mercenaries. Xia Ming thought, come here to take a look first, take on any tasks, earn hundreds of thousands, and solve the urgent need first. Otherwise, let alone anything else, Xia Ming would not be able to pay for food now, let alone buy some daily necessities or furniture. Even if Xia Ming doesn't have to eat, she must have money. And in Xia Ming's opinion, isn't the difficulty of the task here easy for him? Then Xia Ming encountered a problem. He was blocked at the door of the bar. A Russian with a full beard and a big belly stopped Xia Ming, who was about to enter. What for? Not allowed in? Xia Ming asked unhappily. ID card. Xia Ming has questions all over her head. No, brother, this is a dark bar. Why do you need to see your ID card? Xia Ming looked puzzled. If a dark bar still has rules, is it still a dark bar? Only adults are allowed in dark bars. This man looked at Xia Ming's overly young face and even wondered if he was old enough to drink. I am an adult. Xia Ming had a dark look on her face. Look at the ID card. Without the ID card, he would never let Xia Ming in. The reason why Xia Ming hesitated was because he was worried that when he took out his ID card, it would be regarded as fake. Damn it, there are such broken rules in a dark bar, so why is he coming to a dark bar? Isn't it better to go to a regular bar? Then, the two of them stood awkwardly at the door, staring at each other. Is there any? If not, just leave. Don't affect the bar's business. Although these mercenaries and Margaret are doing the job of killing people and selling goods, their hands are covered with blood. But like Wade, they are always very tolerant of their children. Just look at the things Wade has done. Deadpool movie. Therefore, even though this big man blocked Xia Ming, he did not drive him away too violently. How old are you? Xia Ming suddenly asked. 28. You're only 28. Xia Ming thought this man was at least 30 years old. What do you mean? This man's face has darkened, he just looks a little older. Nothing, I'm 30 this year. Xia Ming said, reluctantly taking out her ID card and handing it over. Ha! 30, do you think I can believe it, it's really 30? You just came up with a fake one to fool me, didn't you? The man's eyes widened and he looked at Xia Ming with suspicion. It's true, look at the pictures. Xia Ming sighed, he knew this would happen. With the help of the light, the man looked at it carefully. Then he looked at the photo, then at Xia Ming, and so on. Are you sure this isn't your father's ID card? Your father is 30 and has a son as old as you. Then why do you look so young? I take good care of myself. Go in. I'm not responsible for anything that happens. After returning the certificate to Xia Ming, he waved his hand. After Xia Ming took it, he was about to go in, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at the man. What else do you want? Call brother. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 49. Cut. Xia Ming shook her head and walked into the bar. At the moment, it looked very lively inside. A group of people were standing in a circle, holding cups and making loud noises. Xia Ming leaned over and found that she couldn't see what was going on inside, so she stood directly on a table. It turned out that a battle was taking place inside. Two muscular men were fighting inside. Xia Ming realized that it was a daily gambling fight in the bar. Bang! A powerful fist punched the other person in the face. As the blood flew, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Oh! Boone was beaten to the ground by the opponent. Go away, let me take a look. The long-haired, bespectacled weasel holds a mirror up to his nose. He's not dead yet. SHHH. There is still no winner today. Weasel announced before walking back to the counter. Hey, that boy, get down here. The weasel pointed at Xia Ming and cursed. Tisk, this place is really not suitable for me. Xia Ming feels that for such a clean and pure person, she is still suitable to be in the library, drinking coffee and reading at the same time. It's so confusing here. Newcomer? How did you get in? At the counter, Weasel looked at Xia Ming in surprise. Dane? Is this guy drunk again? What a BD? The Weasel thought Xia Ming had sneaked in and called Dane's name loudly. Stop yelling. The fat man at the door saw my ID card and let me in. Oh? Are you old enough to drink? Weasel no longer had any doubts now. Since he saw the ID card, there was no problem. Maybe it's just that the person in front of me looks very young. I said, this is a dark bar. How can there be so many broken rules? Xia Ming complained. Although we are not good people, we still have principles. What should we drink? Have a glass of whiskey. As soon as Xia Ming opened her mouth, she suddenly remembered that she was penniless. Whiskey, hi. The Weasel said, poured a glass of wine from the cup, and put it in front of Xia Ming. At the same time, Xia Ming continued to speak. Have a glass of water. The Weasel didn't even leave the cup, and looked at Xia Ming with question marks on his face. What the hell, you just drink water when you come to a bar. I poured all the wine, but you didn't want it. You poured this yourself, I didn't want it. Xia Ming leaned back and said it had nothing to do with me. It's all poured out, just drink it. Oh? Are you treating me to a treat? Xia Ming was delighted. FKU. You only deserve to drink water. The Weasel took the whiskey back angrily. Want to get free S*X from me? Don't even look at where this place is. Then he took out another cup and poured a cup of boiled water for Xia Ming. Does water cost money? You come to the bar when you have no money. The Weasels were frightened, but you weren't afraid of being beaten to death. Why can't I come if I don't have money? It's good to just come and smell it. Are you going to drive me away? Xia Ming slammed the table angrily. Then, drink slowly. Weasel was also stunned by Xia Ming's confident words. That's pretty much it. Xia Ming picked up the water and took a sip. I heard that you can take on missions here. So this is your purpose. The Weasel became serious. Are you a mercenary? No matter how you look at it, Weasel can't connect Xia Ming with the mercenaries. The mercenaries should look like the guys behind Xia Ming who are drinking and acting crazy. And Xia Ming looks like a good kid going to school. Can't I accept it? That's not the case. It's just that if you die, it has nothing to do with us. Weasel reminded. It doesn't matter. Do you have a mission? I'm so short of money recently that I can't even afford water. I can tell. The Weasel twitched the corner of his mouth. Another desperate man. Otherwise, no one would want to live such a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. Then the Weasel took out a pile of cards and placed them on the table, and began to introduce the task to Xia Ming. After listening for a while, Xia Ming interrupted Weasel directly. Don't show me those worth a few $1,000s. Come with something with a higher reward. How high do you want it to be? A high bounty means a higher difficulty. Are you sure you can handle it? That's not what you should be concerned about. Okay, let me change it for you. Faced with Xia Ming's act of seeking death, Weasel fulfilled his obligation to remind him and didn't ask any more questions. Then Xia Ming found a suitable task again. At this moment, the counter suddenly shook. FK. A glass of whiskey on the rocks, thank you. Xia Ming turned around and saw Wade Wilson, Deadpool in a red tights, lying weakly on the table. Wade noticed the sight, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ming. Hey, brats are not welcome here. You should go back to your mother's arms right now. Wade put his head on the table and started preaching to Xia Ming like a machine gun. The wording is very, well, unpleasant. Chapter 50. He's not a little brat, he's an adult, and he's here to take over the mission. The Weasel placed the wine glass in front of Wade. Oh? Farky, I hate this face. After Wade learned Xia Ming's age, he glared at him with extremely disgusting eyes. Ever since he became a mutant and became disfigured, he has a strong dislike for handsome men. Both each other, I don't want to see your face either. Xia Ming turned her head the moment she saw Wade take off his hood and prepare to drink. He really couldn't compliment Wade's face. The same goes for the Weasel, even after all this time, he still feels uncomfortable. Kid. What do you mean? Wade slammed the cup on the table, very angry. Hey! Don't get so close. I'm a normal person. Xia Ming put her left hand on the side of her face to block her sight and backed away. Fake squid. Wade gave Xia Ming the middle finger, and then lay down on the table to fight for his life. Wait until I find that BD. Wade was not angry at Xia Ming's words, but at the person who turned him into this. Continued cup. Wade shouted. You still haven't found him today? Weasel asked as he poured the wine. No. Wade still searched outside all day today, destroyed several dens, and asked several people, but still found nothing. When he thought of this, Wade remembered that he had gone through all the trouble to catch Francis last time, but he was interfered with by two guys who called themselves X-Men and let him run away again. And was forced to lose one hand. It took a few days for his hand to recover, but Francis hid even deeper. Then you are. I'll definitely keep looking. I still have to rely on that BD Francis to recover my face. Then I can go find Vanessa. Wade took a sip of wine and was heartbroken. Now, before he regains his appearance, he can only look at his beloved girlfriend from a distance and dare not get close. Next to her, Xia Ming listened to their words and calculated the time silently. At the same time, I discovered that there is an opportunity to make money right in front of me, right? You want to know where Francis is? Do you know where he is? Upon hearing the words Francis, Wade stood up suddenly and grabbed Xia Ming's shoulders, his expression urgent and full of blood. Stay away from me. Fake, don't come close to me with this face of yours. Wade's sudden attack forced Xia Ming to see his face, and then she closed her eyes in despair. Well, he doesn't have to eat for the next few days. Tell me where he is and I'll let you go. Let go first. I'll tell you later. You speak first. Let go. Weasel looked at the two people competing with each other in front of him and silently covered his face. Neither of these two guys are fuel efficient. Wade. Let go and listen to him first. Are you still afraid that he will run away? Finally, the Weasel stepped forward and stopped the two of them. The main reason is that Weasel, as Wade's friend, is still on Wade's side, and at the same time, he also hopes in his heart that he can find his enemy. Otherwise, Wade wouldn't be able to bear it if he didn't pay for drinks every time he came over. All right. Wade thought about it, it was indeed the case. Speak quickly. Otherwise, if you go to the toilet, I will keep an eye on you. Xia Ming was speechless. He thought he was cheap enough. No, he was shameless enough, but it turned out that Wade was even more shameless than him. Well, I can help you find Francis, but what can you give me? Xia Ming straightened her clothes, looked at the Weasel and said. Weasel? Ask him. What do you want me to do? I cannot see. What the hell are you? The Weasel's face is covered with black lines. What do you want? Wade asked, staring at Xia Ming's profile. I can kill people for you. Anyone can. In this regard, Wade is extremely confident. Especially now that he is still unkillable, he is completely comfortable in his previous profession. There's no one I want to kill. Xia Ming shook her head. What about you? At this moment, Wade was stumped. Do you want a woman? It's not impossible. He wants money. Weasel reminded. Then, Wade fell silent. No, you have no money. Everyone in Xia was shocked. As a mercenary, doesn't Wade make millions easily? I have money. Why the hell are you looking at him and asking? Weasel was speechless, startled by Xia Ming's question. Ahem, most of the money I earned before was used for medical treatment, and the rest was left to Vanessa. Then Wade disappeared for a few years until he came back after being manipulated by Francis out of mutant ability. He only wanted revenge, so how could he have time to make money? Now he is also a pauper. There's no way to talk about it. Xia Ming shook his head regretfully. How much do you want? I can earn it. In order to find Francis, Wade risked his life. Tens to millions. Huh? Is it hundreds of thousands or millions? Wade looked at Xia Ming speechlessly. Could you please explain clearly? It doesn't depend on your ability. The more, the better. Then, let's settle on 1 million first. I'll be able to get it together soon. Wade has made up his mind. In the chaotic Hell's Kitchen, there is no shortage of people to hire him, and there is no shortage of rich people either. Moreover, he can still make money while inquiring about Francis' whereabouts. But can you really find Francis? Weasel was very suspicious of this. Absolutely no problem. As long as you have enough money, I can bring you to Francis in person. Xia Ming looked at the Weasel and said seriously. It's not me, forget it. Then after Wade raises enough money, how will he contact you? Call me. Okay, tell me your number. Weasel said as he took out a pen and paper from under the bar. Do you have a mobile phone here? The Weasel looked up. UFG don't even have a mobile phone? What the hell are you talking about? The Weasel couldn't help it anymore and started to roar at Xia Ming. There's nothing I can do. I'm so poor that I can't even afford water. Xia Ming spread her hands. Friend. My dear friend. Please help me. Wade held the Weasel's hand with a friendly look on his face. You stay away from me. Finally, in desperation, Weasel found a mobile phone and handed it to Xia Ming. Don't worry, I will pay when the time comes. Forget it, as long as you don't run away. The Weasel sighed, he was not a kind person. Yes. You'd better leave your address, lest you run away later. Wade suddenly spoke. Faced with the hope of finding Francis, even if Xia Ming seemed so unreliable, Wade chose to believe it. Only by finding Francis as soon as possible can he meet his girlfriend as soon as possible. Oh, as long as I want to run away, you can't stop me even if you want. Call me if you have any news, and I will fulfill my promise then. Then, it's all for nothing. Xia Ming waved her hand and her body disappeared into thin air. Wade, Weasel? Am I drunk? Chapter 51. Xia Ming directly used teleportation and returned to the holy place in front of Wade and Weasel. At the same time, Xia Ming's clothes changed and returned to their previous appearance. Moreover, the magic will directly remove the various smells that Xia Ming brought back from the bar, making them clean and refreshing. Convenient? That's the beauty of magic. Hi. Sure enough, this is still suitable for me. The bar is too messy. On the third floor, under the window of the world, Xia Ming, sitting on the sofa, said with emotion. At this moment, the cell phone that Xia Ming took from Weasel rang. Xia Ming knew this should be Wade's call. Hello. Oh. Fuck. How did you just do that? Wade's voice of exclamation rang from the phone, looking shocked. Super ability, what else could it be? Xia Ming said casually. Are you a mutant too? That's great. Wade was very happy as if he had seen the same kind of people. Now he was more than half convinced that Xia Ming could find Francis. Wait. Are you also a mutant created by Francis? Or are you his accomplice? Wade suddenly doubted Xia Ming's identity. If I were Francis's accomplice, why would I need to go to Weasel to take over the mission? Xia Ming rolled her eyes. That's true. Anyway, I can find Francis with my ability. You just need to prepare the money. It's not easy to find someone with your all-seeing eye. I know. I will get the money together as soon as possible. Just wait. After Wade said that, he hung up the phone. What do you mean, he's a mutant too? Weasel asked curiously. Xia Ming suddenly disappeared just now. Weasel thought he had drunk too much and was hallucinating. It should be, and his ability can be used to find people. Now, Francis will definitely not be able to run away. Wade is very happy. Finally, I no longer have to hit the wall like a headless fly. No wonder he dares to take on difficult tasks. The Weasel nodded understandingly. At first he thought Xia Ming was desperate and was planning to die. But now it seems that Xia Ming is very confident that she can complete the task. Although we don't know what Xia Ming's ability is yet, as a mutant, he should be much more powerful than ordinary killers. Alright. My dear friend, tell me what your mission with the highest reward is. Wade put on the mask and said excitedly. Don't you take a break. Rest? Time is money, my friend. The next day, Xia Ming went to bed very late and didn't get up until very late. Then a boring day began. Either read a book, meditate, or sleep and have nothing to do. Isn't this too boring? Is this all you need to do to protect the holy place? At night, Xia Ming looked boredly at the starry sky outside through the window of the world. There is a mobile phone on the table next to me. He's waiting for Wade's call. But unfortunately, I won't receive a call from him tonight. After all, 1 million is not a small number. This means that even if Xia Ming wants to drink some coffee or milk tea, she doesn't have the money to buy it. If I had known, I would have ordered some ancient one tea leaves when I arrived. Ugh! Xia Ming said regretfully. The ancient one far away in Kamar-Taj suddenly sneezed. The ancient one, who had never been sick in all these years, looked up in confusion. Could it be this guy Xia Ming who is talking bad about me behind my back? Ancient One did not need to rule out candidates and quickly identified Xia Ming based on intuition. Fortunately, this kid wasn't peeping, otherwise. Even the Ancient One is a little afraid of Xia Ming's all-seeing eye magic. Fortunately, Kamar-Taj has a magic barrier. Fortunately, her strength is not bad and she can detect it. It seems this kid is bored. Ancient One chuckled, correctly guessing Xia Ming's thoughts. You have to find something to do. Xia Ming was extremely bored and wanted to do something to pass the time. Speaking of which, after arriving in New York, I still don't know Tony's situation, so let's take a look. Xia Ming sighed, opened her all-seeing eyes, and silently recited the name Tony Stark. Xia Ming's sight seemed to have broken through the barriers of time and space, passing through the fog and arriving above Tony. Then Xia Ming saw Tony's face was pale, as if he was about to die, and he was slumped on the sofa. And the place on his chest was empty, and the arc reactor disappeared without a trace. This scene, Tony's reactor was snatched away by Obadiah Stannett. Xia Ming quickly recalled the plot of Iron Man and determined the time. In this case, now is the time for me to appear. Xia Ming said that the opportunity to cause trouble has come. Tony sat slumped on the sofa, staring at the ceiling blankly. He felt that his whole body was cold and his blood flow was getting slower and slower. If this continues, without the reactor, he will die from the shrapnel. Even if he really wanted to stand up and go to the basement to get the first-generation reactor to save his life, he couldn't do it at all. Just when he was in despair, the whole room suddenly lit up, and a young man wearing long white clothes and a red cloak appeared out of thin air in his line of sight. Angel, Angel. Chapter 52. When Tony returned from Afghanistan and announced the closure of the Stark Weapons Department, only to find that the weapons he manufactured were still being sold, he knew there was an insider in the company. Especially the meaningful words Obadiah said to him on the day of the party made Tony suspicious of him. Then he asked Pepper Potts to go to the company's server to collect evidence of his crime. As a result, before Potts returned, Obadiah arrived. Then, the uncle who watched him grow up finally attacked him and told him everything. Including his kidnapping, he was the secret instigator behind it. More importantly, his first-generation battlesuit invented in the cave was obtained by Obadiah and copied. The only thing he couldn't replicate was the arc reactor on his chest. So Obadiah came directly to him and snatched what was ready. Tony is worried about Potts' safety, but unfortunately he can't do anything now. But when he was desperate, a person like an angel appeared in front of him. Even though he is an atheist and firmly believes in science, at this moment, he would rather believe that this angel is real. I'm not Angel. Xia Ming shook her head. Forehead. Tony couldn't speak, he could only make sounds from his throat. But Xia Ming knows what Tony is thinking. Telepathy can easily read anyone's thoughts and memories. Then Xia Ming started a dialogue with Tony directly in her heart. But I am the one who can save you. Help me. Huh? Can I talk now? Tony was surprised to find that he could actually communicate with this mysterious man. But when he tried to open his mouth, all he heard in his ears was the syllable I'm talking to you through your spirit. You're not Angel, then who are you? You can call me Magician. Xia Ming said as she opened her folding fan with a pop sound. On the white side, there were 4 Huxia calligraphy characters Magician written on it. This is the title Xia Ming gave herself, for the convenience of being called by everyone in the future. Xia Ming really racked his brains for this title that is full of character and can describe him appropriately. And simply calling it magician seems too monotonous. Therefore, in order to conform to the naming characteristics of Marvel superheroes, Xia Ming finally decided on this after referring to titles such as Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Moon Knight, etc. I don't know Huxia. Tony looked at the four big characters and said he couldn't understand them. I'm careless, please wait a moment. Thanks for the reminder, Tony. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if you try to show off later but find that others don't understand the meaning? Thinking of this, Xia Ming immediately began to think of the English name of magician. Tony. He was sure that this guy was really not some kind of angel or god. He is just a liar who pretends to be a god. But, Mr. Magician, can you hurry up? I feel like I'm going to die. It's not too late for you to tell me your name or something in the future. Tony just kept his eyes open, looking at Xia Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, lowering her head and tinkering with the fan, and was almost in a state of panic. Don't worry, you can't die as long as I'm here. Even if you burp now, I can still bring you back. Xia Ming heard Tony's inner cry and comforted him. Can you know what I'm thinking? Tony was startled. Although I am not a real god, my ability is not bad either. Okay, can you understand now? Xia Ming said and pointed the fan at Tony. On the fan, under the words magician, there was an extra line of English. The font was much smaller, but Tony could understand it. Magi Kamage, magic magician? Okay, Mr. Magician, I understand. Please help me. After Tony cooperated silently for a while, he hurriedly spoke. Okay, so what price are you willing to pay? Xia Ming covered half of her face with a folding fan and looked at Tony expectantly. Xia Ming suddenly realized a faster way to make money. In Tony's eyes, Xia Ming at the moment looked like the devil in various novels and movies, taking advantage of others. They usually appear when people are extremely desperate and then give them hope. But the price is enough to make people regret it for the rest of their lives, or they may be dragged into the legendary hell after death, and become evil ghosts forever, unable to be reincarnated. Understand, this guy is not just a liar, he is a devil. It is impossible to trade with my soul. Tony suddenly roared. Xia Ming is speechless. Who wants your soul? Don't want your soul. I don't want my soul, not even my beloved. It's better to let me die than to do this. If he wants pots as a price, why should he save pots? Tony didn't know if it was because his body had been paralyzed for 15 minutes, but he gradually gained strength. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he made a move, he fell to the ground. Rather than being deceived by the devil, he felt that he might be able to save it on his own. Hey! You don't have to do this. I don't want your soul, nor your love. I just want money. Just give me hundreds of millions, and I will save you. Xia Ming said quickly. If he didn't say anything, Tony would have crawled back to the basement to get the reactor and install it for himself. You, damn! What? Why, didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 53. When Tony heard that Xia Ming was just asking for money, he stared at him with anger. Damn it, if you want money, you should have said it earlier. Why are you acting like a devil to scare him? I don't know if I, Tony, don't have anything else but a lot of money. Damn it, I am really going to be scared to death by this guy. Hey! I just seemed to hear someone talking about beloved, and I thought of pots. So, who is this person? Xia Ming's eyes were full of smiles as she teased Tony. You heard wrong. I didn't think about it that way. Tony quickly denied it. Damn it, what kind of ability is this, and why can I hear his inner thoughts? Is it some kind of mind-reading skill? This thing is not a lie? It's not called mind-reading. You should hurry up and save me. Tony was speechless. Why did he go further and further? He felt like he could hardly breathe. Okay, so how much are you going to give me? As Xia Ming spoke, in front of Tony, she stretched her left hand into the void, and an orange magic ring portal was automatically opened. Xia Ming brought over the first-generation arc reactor that Potts had collected in Tony's basement and given to Tony as a gift. What is this? Of yours. Is it an Eastern magic? A magical magic. Tony had also heard of Eastern magic, but only as a story. Tony, who firmly believes in science, does not believe in these mythical things. But now, when this magical scene appeared in front of Tony's eyes, he couldn't help but not believe it. Because what the magician is holding in his hands right now is the first-generation arc reactor that he built in the cave when he was kidnapped. Tony is extremely lucky now. Fortunately, Potts didn't listen to him and threw the reactor away. Otherwise, he might be dead right now. This is magic, you can treat it as a spell. Xia Ming explained. Magic actually exists. Tony was extremely surprised. Shouldn't the question now be about caring about your life? Why are you asking so much? Xia Ming looked at Tony speechlessly. Do science experts have to satisfy their curiosity first no matter what the circumstances? Oh yes, yes. Please help me pretend, thank you. Tony also quickly reacted, these questions can be asked later, save lives first. There is also Pot's safety. He must leave here immediately to stop Obadiah. Okay. Xia Ming said okay, but her body remained motionless. You are quick. Oh. How much do you want? Is 5 million enough? Seeing that Xia Ming was motionless, Tony quickly gave his offer. Enough. Enough. I'll install it for you right away. If you are really rich, you can give me 5 million if you ask for it. Xia Ming is extremely satisfied with this. Then Xia Ming squeezed hard with her left hand, crushing the glass, and then controlled the reactor to fly towards Tony. Tony was lying on the ground now, maintaining his previous movement of crawling towards the basement. So when he saw the reactor flying over, he wanted to turn over, but he really didn't have the strength. Let me help you. Xia Ming raised her hand and waved, and then Tony found himself flying. Oh! Amazing magic! Tony opened his mouth and couldn't help shouting excitedly in his heart. Tony just floated in the air, watching the reactor land on his chest. When the two were connected and the reactor glowed with white light, Tony felt like he came to life and his body gradually gained strength. Then, as soon as Tony's feet landed on the ground, he was about to go to the basement to put on his steel battle suit, but his legs gave out and he fell to the ground again. The sequelae still existed, and Tony's body had not fully recovered. In fact, Tony felt that his vision was black, and his consciousness began to slowly become blurred, as if he would faint at any time. Mr. Magician, help me again. Tony quickly asked for help in his mind. Fine. Xia Ming didn't refuse. She condensed a ball of pure magical energy in her left hand and injected it into Tony's body. After the magical energy was integrated into Tony's body, it quickly spread throughout the body, directly restoring and strengthening Tony's body, allowing him to stand up quickly. It's magic. I have begun to believe in the existence of this mysterious power. Tony was excited after feeling the changes in his body. And full of emotion about the magic of magic. You know, 1 second he seemed to be dead, but the next second, he was full of energy and his body became full of strength. If he hadn't experienced all this personally, Tony would still believe in science very firmly. But now, Tony's eyes were opened, and he became curious about magic. You'd better go and save your beloved. Xia Ming reminded. Oh yes yes. Pots. Tony subconsciously ran to the basement. Then he suddenly realized what Xia Ming had just said. FAQ. She is not my true love. Tony retorted and disappeared down the corridor. Tisk, you didn't mean what you said. Chapter 54. Stark Factory, RD Base. Potts came here with Phil Coulson and others. Area 16, this way. Potts led the way. Then with the help of Phil Coulson's bomb, the group entered the manufacturing workshop inside Area 16. Here they found a steel battle suit being crafted. You're right, he's making a battle suit. Phil Coulson looked solemn and realized the seriousness of the problem. I thought it would be bigger. Potts said something, then turned to look at the shelf behind him. There were several broken cables there, still sparkling. Everyone, search separately and pay attention to safety. Whoosh! Tony flew into the night sky wearing a battle suit. J.A.R.V.I.S. Check battery. Sir, the battery capacity is 48% and is still decreasing. Sir, this core was not used to design flight. Keep me informed of the situation. Nowadays, Tony doesn't care whether this reactor can support flight, as long as it can be used. J.A.R.V.I.S. Get me through to Pot's phone. Yes, sir. Tony. Obadiah. Here, Potts, who was frightened by the giant robot iron overlord designed by Obadiah, ran out of the manufacturing room. As soon as she got on the phone, she couldn't wait to tell Tony what she had discovered. I know. Get out of there first. Tony was extremely anxious and told Potts to leave quickly, and at the same time he speeded up. But suddenly, Tony's whole body shook, and a weight suddenly appeared, pressing on him. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, it seems like someone is standing on your back outside. J.A.R.V.I.S. reminded uncertainly. What? Who? Everyone was shocked by Tony. His flight speed was so fast. Who could stand on his back? However, this sudden increase in weight does not seem to be fake. Fortunately, the weight is not large and does not affect Tony's flight speed. It's me. Xia Ming's voice sounded in Tony's heart. Oh. Fuck. You're standing on my back. Tony was so frightened by Xia Ming that he cursed. Yes. Xia Ming stepped lightly on Tony's back, facing the night wind, flying at top speed, her suspended cloak spread out behind her like fiery red wings. After unfolding her magic stance, Xia Ming remained motionless and was not affected by her speed at all. Shit. Get down here, I'm very busy now. Although Tony was very grateful to the magical Mr. Magician for saving his life at a critical moment, he did not have much gratitude towards Xia Ming because he had obtained it through a transaction. Therefore, at such a critical time, Tony, who was influenced by Xia Ming and was afraid of wasting time, was a little angry. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm just here to remind you, don't forget to send me money. Damn it, I didn't forget. Get out of here quickly. My reactor is running low on power. Far away, Tony has arrived at the RD base of his own factory. At the same time, he also saw the robot on the ground that was even bigger than him, or a steel battle suit. The new generation reactor that Obadiah had snatched away from him was shining brightly on the battle suit. Low battery? Let me help you again. How to help? Tony suddenly became happy when he heard that Mr. Magician wanted to help him again. With the help of Magician, his chances of winning against Obadiah will be even greater. Recharge your batteries. Xia Ming squatted down silently as she spoke, raised her hand and pressed it on Tony's battle suit, and then her right hand glowed. Sizzle. In an instant, Tony's battle suit was enveloped in electric light. Ah! Tony screamed and fell downwards. This way. Obadiah came to Potts, raised his right hand, and pointed the wrist equipped with a Gatling gun at her. Goodbye Potts. Ah! Potts recoiled in horror. Just as Obadiah was about to fire, there was suddenly a scream from above. Obadiah and Potts looked up at the same time and saw Tony wearing a red battle suit smashing down. After rolling a few times, he rolled in front of Obadiah. Tony! You really surprise me as always. Obadiah laughed and looked at Tony lying on the ground, very happy. Fake. It hurts? Tony was shocked by the sudden electric shock in the battle suit, and his whole body was numb, and he kept cursing the culprit in his heart. Huh? Why isn't your battle suit anti-electricity? Xia Ming's doubtful voice sounded in Tony's heart. Xia Ming remembers that in Avengers 1, Tony ate one of Thor's lightning bolts and was completely fine? Oops, I forgot that your battle suit hasn't been upgraded yet. Sorry, Tony. Xia Ming was very embarrassed, forgetting that it was a long time before the Avengers assembled, and the battle suit was also several generations behind. What the hell, you do this even if you know it. Tony is really on the verge of tears, this person is so unreliable. Fortunately, the electricity was not strong and he was not stunned directly. Sir, the core power has been restored to 100%. J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded at the right time. Huh? It really works. Tony looked at the holographic screen in shock, extremely surprised. Chapter 55. Tony. I love this battle suit. Obadiah gave up on Potts, raised his foot and stepped on Tony. Stan. Tony rolled on the spot, his hands and feet emitting heat. He hugged Iron Overlord and flew behind him, knocking down many buildings along the way. Although Tony's energy was sufficient now, due to the body gap, Tony couldn't even catch Iron Overlord's punch, and was quickly suppressed and beaten by Obadiah. Tony. I built this company from scratch and no one can get in my way. Don't even think about it. The Iron Overlord stepped on Tony one after another, and finally picked him up and threw him out. At the same time, his infrared light immediately locked onto Tony and fired a rocket. Oh no! Boom! The violent explosion caused Tony to lose control and fly high into the sky. Tony. Potts watched this scene with worry, extremely worried about Tony's safety. How miserable! A sigh suddenly appeared in Potts's ears. Potts looked subconsciously and saw a young man standing next to him, shaking his head in Tony's direction. Are you? Potts asked hesitantly as he looked at the unfamiliar Xia Ming. Hello, I'm Tony's friend. Oh. Seeing that he was not an enemy, Potts nodded perfunctorily, turned his head again, and stared at Tony closely. Shit. Fortunately, the material of the battle suit was very good, and apart from being a little dizzy, Tony was not seriously injured. Stan. Stop it. Tony flew high and said to Obadiah. Stop. Absolutely impossible. Tony, I really should thank you. You shut down the weapons department, but invented more powerful weapons. Laugh. Obadiah activated the thrusters and flew towards Tony. It's so difficult. Tony saw this and flew directly high into the sky. The two of them were like shooting stars, swaying their tail flames, and rushed into the dark night sky. Military base. Sir. That guy is back again. The radar picked up Tony's image. Get through to Colonel Allen and prepare to assemble fighters. The soldier who received the order picked up the phone and was about to dial when he was held down by a hand. No need, everyone, this is just a drill. Roddy stopped everyone. Yes, sir. Tony. Roddy, who had just returned from an empty run at Tony's villa, looked at the image on the radar, silently worried and cheering. High in the air. Obadiah grabbed Tony. You have a good idea, Tony. But my battlesuit is more advanced than yours in every aspect. You're done, Tony. Obadiah's tone was full of pride and joy. First, he was excited about the invention of the battlesuit. With it, it meant he could make more money. Second, as long as he kills Tony now, the only obstacle blocking him will disappear completely. Okay. Then I just have one question, how do you solve the icing problem? What icing problem? Obadiah asked in confusion, and then his vision went dark, and the entire battlesuit suddenly lost power. This is it. Poof. Tony knocked on Obadiah's helmet and watched the Iron Overlord lose power and fall straight down. Phew. Fortunately, I discovered this problem a long time ago and upgraded the battlesuit. Tony sighed. Sir, your battery level is less than 10%. J.A.R.V.I.S reminded. What? Why is it consumed so quickly? Tony quickly flew down and asked in confusion. Sir, your first-generation core is not perfect enough and is consuming faster. But it doesn't matter, it's all over. Tony landed firmly on the ground. Hey! Potts, where are you? Tony? I'm so glad you're okay. Potts cried with joy. I'll go find you right now. Tony was about to leave. What a beautiful thought. Obadiah appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Tony, and hugged him tightly. J.A.R.V.I.S. Do something. Sir, the impact system is offline and the missile is offline. Molotov cocktails. Tony yelled as he struggled desperately. Whoosh. The incendiary bomb, which was like firework, made Obadiah seem to be blinded by a flash bomb and was forced to let go of Tony. That's smart, Tony. But you can't run away. Potts. Tony carefully hid behind the building. Tony! I need your help. I need to overload the reactor and blow up Obadiah. What should I do? You obey my command. I'll buy you time. Tony said softly. Really, have you never fought this before? Tony, you are too good at it. Xia Ming, who was next to Potts, complained speechlessly. I've charged you the battery, but you still can't get the result. But this Iron Overlord is really powerful. With its huge amounts of body, its defense power is almost full. Coupled with the various weapons developed by Tony before, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a monster. Potts, who's with you? Mr. Magician. Are you there? Tony heard Xia Ming's voice and asked quickly. Tony, I'm your friend. Potts replied. But Mr. Magician? Is his name so strange? I'm here, what's wrong? Mr. Magician. I'll give you another 5 million to help you. Tony, who had planned to blow up the huge reactor below, quickly called for help. And he was afraid that Xia Ming would disagree, so he made an offer directly without giving Xia Ming a chance to refuse. Moreover, 5 million is nothing compared to the reactor below. Okay, I'll help you with this. Great. I'm waiting for you. Tony said happily that with the help of this magical magician, it will definitely be solved quickly. Mr. Magician. Potts looked at Xia Ming, confused. Who is this person? Tony actually trusts him so much? Also, 5 million? Is it the help you invited? Don't you go find Tony. No, it's fine here. Xia Ming said, throwing out the folding fan in the direction of Iron Overlord. Then Potts saw a magical scene. I saw that the folding fan continued to accelerate as it rotated in the air, and even sparked. Mr. Magician! Your fan is on fire! Potts covered his mouth and yelled. Don't worry. The magic was activated, and the fan turned into a long sword. It rotated at high speed in the air and turned into a wheel of light, crossing the night sky and flying towards the Iron Overlord. Tony hid behind the pillar, paying careful attention to Iron Overlord's movements. Caught you, Tony! A missile is fired at Tony and explodes instantly. Tony was rolling on the ground, very worried about why the magician hadn't come over yet. But then, his eyes lit up. A light wheel, as if cutting through space, came to the front of Iron Overlord. What is this? Obadiah said in confusion. But before he finished speaking, he saw the light wheel in front of him without any obstruction, instantly passing through the Iron Overlord and his own body. Tony watched blankly as the light wheel drew an arc in the air and flew back again. This, solved. Oh. Fake. Tony turned back to look at Obadiah and saw a scene he had never seen before in his life. Obadiah and his strong steel battle suit were neatly cut in half and fell to the side. It's so bloody. Tony frowned, feeling a little sick. Even Phil Coulson and others who came to solve the remaining problems later felt very uncomfortable when they saw this scene. Chapter 56. Whoosh! Xia Ming raised her hand and caught the folding fan that flew back. Look, it's done. Oh. Potts stared blankly at Xia Ming and nodded. She was too shocked to speak. This was the first time she had seen such a strange scene. Tony's battlesuit is still in the category of technology, and Tony has always been a genius, so it is not difficult for Potts to accept it. But what is this? In her mind, it seemed like magic. But can magic kill people? Potts was skeptical. Give this to Tony for me and ask him to send the money as soon as possible. Xia Ming pulled out a small piece of paper out of thin air and handed it to Potts. There was a series of numbers written on it, which was his card number. Potts took it subconsciously and looked down. Then when she looked up again, Xia Ming, who had just been talking to her, had long since disappeared. Mr. Magician! Potts shouted cautiously, looking around. She was a little scared. In this short period of time, she suffered almost all the shocks she had experienced in the past few years. Especially this Mr. Magician, why did he suddenly disappear without a trace? Is it a ghost? Bang! Potts! Tony flew over. Ah! Potts was so frightened by Tony that he screamed. Potts, are you okay? Tony opened his mask and asked with concern. Phew. I'm fine. Potts patted his chest and finally felt relieved after seeing Tony. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. By the way, where is Mr. Magician? He must have left. Potts said uncertainly. By the way, he gave me this and asked you to remember to pay. Potts handed the note to Tony. I see. Tony nodded. He didn't dare to forget this, for fear that the next time he went out, there would be another person standing on his back, asking him why he hadn't completed the transaction yet. Tony felt uncomfortable just thinking about that scene. And if this mysterious magician hadn't helped out today, Tony wouldn't have known what he would have done. It's money well spent. The next day, Tony held a press conference. Backstage, Potts was adjusting Tony's tie. You just need to follow this and think about it. Regarding Obadiah's whereabouts, we will declare that he was traveling and suffered an accident. And the fight that happened last night was done by your bodyguards, and you were not there at the time. Phil Coulson told Tony. I see. Also, is there anything you can tell me about the mysterious man who finally eliminated Obadiah? All I know is that he's a magician, and nothing else. Tony said truthfully. As for Xia Ming's magical methods and the transactions between them, Tony did not explain clearly. Moreover, when he went back to transfer money to Xia Ming last night, he found his general information through the card number left by Xia Ming, and learned his name and address. However, Tony felt that he had no obligation to tell him this. He felt that Phil Coulson's group of agents was mysterious, so he subconsciously kept many things he knew. I see. Phil Coulson nodded and did not ask any further questions. Just be prepared to investigate. Subsequently, the press conference officially began, and Tony said the classic I am Iron Man, officially opening the era of superheroes in the Marvel Universe. But these have nothing to do with Xia Ming. After he got up in the morning, he went directly to the bank and checked his balance. 10,010,000 US dollars. So Ancient One just gave me 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, I made 10 million last night, after tax. Only then did Xia Ming discover that there was 10,000 US dollars in the card. I don't know what Ancient One thinks. Is he so confident that he can make money? Or do you think you have no place to spend money? Although 10,000 US dollars is not much, it is enough to keep Xia Ming worry-free for a few months. But the problem is, Xia Ming is not a very economical person. Because there were no conditions in Kamar-Taj before, Xia Ming was not picky. But now that he has arrived in New York, he will not let himself live the life of an ascetic. Therefore, after Xia Ming determined her balance, she started her shopping trip. Essential daily necessities. Normal clothes, shoes, etc. I also bought a mobile phone and got a phone card. The mobile phone given by Weasel is too old, so I'd better give it back to him. In addition, Xia Ming can finally buy the coffee and milk tea that she has been obsessed with before. With a wave of your hand, the coffee machine starts running. It wasn't until the afternoon that Xia Ming came back from shopping and got familiar with the surrounding environment. Night. Xia Ming was sitting on the sofa reading a book. There was a cup of coffee and Weasel's mobile phone on the table next to her. Finally, the phone rang with an incoming call tone today. Although he no longer needs Wade's 1 million, his promise is still valid and he can help Wade find Francis. Wade. Farkey. They captured Vanessa. Chapter 57. Earlier, Wade was still busy making money outside so that he could raise 1 million as soon as possible and let Xia Ming find Francis. As a result, Wade had already caught Francis once before and exposed his identity. So when Francis learned that Wade had become the most perfect piece of work in his hands, he thought about how to catch him or kill him. Afterwards, Francis took his assistant Angel to the bar and found a photo of Wade and Vanessa. Once they left, Weasel quickly informed Wade. But unfortunately, when Wade arrived, Vanessa had already been taken away. Fake. Damn it. Gun. I want all the guns. I'm going to tear him apart with my own hands. Wade was about to go berserk, slamming the door angrily. Just then, the phone rang. Find it. Hurry. I know. Can you calm down? Weasel shouted loudly, finally finding the mobile phone from the messy table. Hey! Wade, Vanessa, no, Francis is texting. Want to meet her? See you at the dump at 12 noon, love you Ajax. The weasel confided the short message. Bring me the gun. Okay, what gun? All the guns. Okay, okay. The two searched the room and found many guns, so many that they could even fill the entire bag. What are you going to do? Go kill him? No, I mean, are you going alone? Don't you want help? Weasel asked worriedly. I know two guys who might be able to help me. Wade thought of the two X-Men. Although everyone's philosophy is a little different, the other party is quite capable of fighting. What about that guy? Who? Wade arranged his weapons, not understanding who the weasel was talking about. That's the mutant who can help you find Francis. Yes. There is him too. Wait for me to make a call. Wade instantly thought of Xia Ming. Now that Francis has come to the door on his own initiative, does your deal count? Weasel asked. Then consider it as a reward for asking him for help. Wade said casually. How could he still be in the mood to care about money at this time? Wade. Fake. They captured Vanessa. Hey friend, I need your help. Wade was walking back and forth while on the phone, extremely anxious. Me? Don't you still have two X-Men friends? Xia Ming asked. That's true, but the more helpers the better. And I've already raised 1 million. If you come to help, I'll give it to you. There is no need for the money. You can keep it for Vanessa. What time will it be? Tomorrow at 12 noon, the garbage dump. Okay, be there on time. See you then. After Wade finished speaking, he turned around, picked up his travel bag, and walked out. He had to rush to the X-Men in the morning and ask those two guys for help. Xia Ming put down her phone and thought carefully. He really wants to know which timeline the X-Men are in now. Is it a young professor or an old professor? But the information he wanted to know most was about Phoenix Jean Grey. Mutant's ability, Xia Ming has no intention of analyzing it. This thing requires mutants' genes, and it is impossible for Xia Ming to transform her own genes for various abilities. Moreover, with such complex genes, Xia Ming has no guarantee of success. But Jean is different. Her Phoenix Force does not count as mutant ability. That means that Xia Ming can try to analyze and understand the essence of Phoenix Force, and then just like creating the magic god before, maybe he can create Xia Ming's own Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force comes from the original universe, was born at the beginning of all things, is an immortal, eternal but impermanent existence of chaos, and is the sun of the universe. It is the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the original universe, symbolizing life and emotion. It is the link point of the spiritual soul of all things that exist or will exist in the future in the infinite multi-universe, and is the creator and source of spiritual power. Powerful and ancient. Xia Ming is very greedy for this. So no matter how dangerous it is, he still wants to try it. Noon the next day. Wade, Colossus, and Warhead stepped out of the cab. The three of them arrived at the outskirts of the garbage dump, and then Wade started to make a phone call. What are you doing? Warhead asked doubtfully. Waiting for a friend of mine. Do you have a helper? Is he a mutant too? Colossus was attracted by Wade's words. If possible, he would like to get to know Wade's friend, and then introduce him to their Charles and Xavier Genius Academy. It would be best if you could pull him over and become one of them. However, Xia Ming said, your place is a trap. He didn't want to get involved. He just wants Jean. No, he just wants the Phoenix Force. Don't get involved with the rest, thank you. Chapter 58. Hey! Friend, are you here? We're already here. We've all been waiting for you. Wade spoke so fast that Xia Ming couldn't even get in her mouth. Then Xia Ming first saw Wade's position and environment through the all-seeing eye, activated magical teleportation, and came behind them. I'm already here. Xia Ming said looking at Wade's back. Hearing the noise, Colossus and Warhead turned around, their eyes widening instantly. They were sure that there was no one behind them. So why did this person suddenly appear? Is it the ability to teleport? Colossus and Warhead thought at the same time. Colossus thought more, and his eyes lit up when he looked at Xia Ming. This person is very suitable to join them. They X-Men need such talents. I just don't know what his personality is like. If, like Wade, he has a disregard for life and his behavior is totally unbecoming of a superhero, that would be troublesome. And this outfit, could it be the same type as Magneto? Colossus was very suspicious. Where are you? I didn't see you. Wade continued to hold the phone while turning his head to look. Behind you. Colossus pointed behind Wade. Oh. Friend, nice to meet you. Wade greeted happily. Did you come to help me and change your clothes? That's great. You should call me Xia Ming. Xia Ming rolled her eyes speechlessly. This is my daily wear, okay. Hello Xia Ming. Let's get started. Wade instantly became serious and led the way. Colossus and Warhead temporarily suppressed their doubts about Xia Ming, and walked towards the depths of the garbage dump. Xia Ming followed silently and did not join their formation. Just walking, Warhead suddenly noticed that Wade's hands were empty. Where was his bag? Wade? Where's your bag? What bag? Fake. I got in the taxi. Wade looked down and realized what he was doing. Then the line stopped again, and Wade started calling the driver Asan. Taking advantage of this time, Colossus walked up to Xia Ming. Hello, I'm Colossus and this is Warhead. Hello, Xia Ming. Are you a mutant too? Was that your ability just now? Colossus asked expectantly. I'm not a mutant, I'm a magician. Magician? Colossus and Warhead looked at Xia Ming questioningly. Be it mutant or magician, they are always in the hidden stage at this stage. But compared to mutant, which has an upright academy and even contacts and cooperates with the government, the magicians of Kamar-Taj are truly reclusive and extremely mysterious. Therefore, Colossus and the others did not know that there was a group like magician in this world. I just wonder if Xia Ming just made an excuse to hide her identity as a mutant. And this is why Xia Ming is more annoying to them. Just like S.H.I.E.L.D, they will monitor anyone with supernatural powers, and even try to pull them into S.H.I.E.L.D and join the Avengers. The same is true for mutants. Everyone with special abilities must doubt whether they are mutants. Even if they deny it, they think they are worried about their identity being exposed. Especially good at figuring things out. Xia Ming regretted coming. Forget it, when it's over, let's just erase their memories to avoid trouble. Xia Ming sighed. I'm a magician, not a mutant. I see. Colossus nodded clearly and chose to believe it for the time being. At worst, I can go back and ask Charles later. Speaking of which, did you X-Men take a picture? No, does your professor have hair? Xia Ming almost said that she was speechless. Fortunately, Colossus and Warhead didn't notice anything unusual. They just felt that this man was worthy of being Wade's friend, and he spoke strangely. Our professor has hair, what's wrong? Colossus replied. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just curious. Since Charles has hair, it should be in the time period after Days of Future Past. The big events that happened later in this time period should be the resurrection of Apocalypse and the plot of Dark Phoenix. Although the plot of Dark Phoenix is poorly filmed, it doesn't matter, this is the Marvel movie universe. Everything can be patched using this excuse. Anyway, that's not what Xia Ming cares about. Damn it! No one picked up. Let's just do it. After calling for a few minutes, Wade reluctantly gave up. He just pulled out his pistol and walked in. Colossus and Warhead followed. As soon as they walked not far away, several people were surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. Wade Wilson. Francis stood on the deck of a huge abandoned ship and looked at Wade. What's my name? Just wait. I'll help you spell it out later. Wade looked at Francis fiercely. Angel walked over to Francis. Give them some color. Clear. Angel nodded and jumped up. Wade, superhero landing. She's getting ready for a superhero landing. Bang. Angel hit the ground hard. To be honest, this is bad for your knees. You're a sweet girl, but I'm leaving myself to Francis, so she's in your hands, big guy. Wade patted Colossus' arm. Colossus didn't hesitate and just walked over like a fool. Result. Bang. He didn't do anything and was punched away. Oh. Fuck. Chapter 59. Puff. Xia Ming couldn't help laughing. This is really embarrassing, friend, can you handle it? Wade scratched his head and asked Xia Ming. Leave it to me. Xia Ming nodded. I'm glad I called you here. Hey, ma'am, this is your opponent. Wade moved out of the way. The warhead next to him frowned when he heard this. Wade doesn't believe in their strength. But instead, he is optimistic about this mutant who doesn't know what his ability is. This is not good. They are also thinking of recruiting Wade into the X-Men. After all, Wade's self-healing ability is much stronger than Wolverine's. In particular, this ability is very rare, so Warhead took the lead in order to demonstrate his power as an X-Men. Boom! A burst of red energy burst out from the Warhead's body, and the Warhead, carrying this power like a burning flame, severely knocked Angel away. Cool! Wade clapped. The Warhead stopped, and his black coat had been burned to ashes, revealing the special X-Men uniform he was wearing underneath. She heard Wade's praise and was very satisfied with his performance. Look! This is the power of superheroes. Fire! Angel stood up, looked at Wade and the others angrily, and roared like a roar. When the armed soldiers beside him heard the order and were about to pull the trigger, they suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Everyone only heard a snap of their fingers and they all fell down. Angel, Wade, Warhead, and Colossus, who came back, all turned to stare at Xia Ming. I helped you deal with the soldiers, you're welcome. Xia Ming said politely. It was he who had just activated his spiritual magic, directly destroying the spirits of the soldiers and allowing them to die painlessly. Well done. Wade raised his hands to give Xia Ming a high five, but Xia Ming reluctantly cooperated. The look in Colossus's eyes when he looked at Xia Ming became even more intense, as if he was seeing a treasure. Did you just use telepathy's ability? This is also a rare and powerful ability. Just like Charles and Jean. Fortunately, I came here with Wade today, otherwise I would have missed such a powerful mutant. This is magic. Xia Ming explained speechlessly. I understand. Colossus nodded seriously. You understand? You know what a chicken. Sure enough, the memory still needs to be erased. Friend, can you send me up? Wade looked up at Francis above. Francis just turned around silently, waiting for Wade to arrive. As for those soldiers? They were just mercenaries he paid for, and he wouldn't feel bad if they were gone. What he cares about most is Wade himself and his ability. Okay, you can jump. Xia Ming nodded and said. Jump. Yes, jump. Dancing like that. Wade jumped on the spot in confusion. Then, a portal instantly appeared at his feet. When Wade landed, his eyes were dazzled and he was on the deck. Francis looked at Wade who suddenly appeared and was confused for a while. Isn't his ability self-healing? How did he get up here? Could it have been done by one of the helpers Wade hired? Cool. BD Francis. I'm coming. Wade sighed in admiration, then pulled out the long knife from his back with both hands, and looked at Francis fiercely. Don't worry. Baby. I'll get you out. Wade. Below. Xia Ming endured the inquiring looks of Colossus and Warhead. This is magic. I understand. Colossus answered. Stop talking, leave this person to me. Xia Ming was too lazy to bother with these two stupid guys anymore and walked towards Angel who was already here. She's very strong. How about I come? Colossus looked at Xia Ming worriedly. In Colossus's view, Xia Ming's ability should be telepathy ability, plus a teleportation ability, and she should not be very good at close combat. However, the next scene made Colossus subconsciously open his mouth, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even the Warhead looked at Xia Ming blankly. Angel looked at Xia Ming coming out of the queue and did not dare to look down on him. He clenched his fist and hit Xia Ming on the head hard. Bang! Xia Ming blocked Angel's fist with one hand and stood there without moving at all. Hitting someone is not a slap in the face. Be careful, I'm about to take action. Upon hearing this, Angel wanted to pull his hand back to defend himself, but his fist was tightly grasped by the opponent's white left hand like an iron pliers, and he could not move at all. Xia Ming activated the magic body refining flow, and the magic energy instantly surged through her body like the Yangtze River. It even made Xia Ming's whole body covered with a faint halo. Angel's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and she foresaw the danger. She felt that Xia Ming, who was standing in front of her at this moment, was as full of danger as a nuclear bomb about to explode. But she was unable to break free and could only stand here waiting to die. At this critical moment, Xia Ming's left hand suddenly let go. Angel couldn't believe it. She had been struggling to break free, but suddenly lost control and her body began to fly backwards. Angel was about to laugh, but as soon as she moved her lips, the world in front of her turned completely white. Boom! Xia Ming punched the most refreshing punch in her history. The powerful force shook the air and cut through the space. Even before the fist landed on Angel, she had already been vaporized and disappeared. A huge amount of gap appeared on the side of the ship. At first glance, it seemed as if that part never existed. Everything in front of Xia Ming was destroyed by this punch. Wade covered his face with his hands. Ward fake. Colossus, Warhead, I never believe this is magic. Francis, is it too late to regret now? Chapter 60. Call. Comfortable. Xia Ming stretched out and was very satisfied. Ever since he opened up the dimension of Eternal Night World and his strength has greatly increased, he is not sure what his current strength is. But he knew it should be strong. Xia Ming now even wants to go to the dark dimension and practice with Dormammu. Even if he is beaten violently, he must give full play to his strength and vent his anger. Definitely, before going in, he has to go to Kamar-Taj to borrow the Eye of Agamotto and give himself a level of time buff. Xia Ming feels comfortable here. But others are uncomfortable. Especially Francis, who at the moment was standing next to the experimental cabin where Vanessa was being held, daring not to move. He stared blankly at the half-disappeared hull of the ship and was at a loss. Wade was also frightened, but immediately became excited. He was jumping up and down in place as if he had won a jackpot. Oh my god! My friends are so awesome! Colossus opened his mouth and looked at Xia Ming in disbelief. Where did this person come from? Is it true that he is a magician as Xia Ming said? But whether it's from novels, stories, or movies, the magician he knows is not like this at all. No magician fights with fists. Even if you fight with fists, are you still so powerful? Colossus felt that if he had been hit by that punch just now, he would probably die. This is too unreasonable. Colossus felt that he might not be able to win over such a powerful person. Even if Charles came in person, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. As for the warhead, she took a step back in fear, not daring to have any thoughts. As for comparison, this is worse than a piece of hair. Do you want to die? At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and even the ship under Wade's feet began to shake. Soon everyone discovered the problem. It was this abandoned ship. Because of Xia Ming's attack just now, the hull lost its balance and began to collapse. Vanessa. The deck began to tilt, and both Wade and Francis were forced to slide downward. The same is true for the experimental cabin where Vanessa is located. The height here is more than 10 meters. Once you fall, not to mention whether you will fall to death, the shelves on the deck are enough to crush you. Wade struggled and ran towards where Vanessa was. Wade! Vanessa yelled from inside, but luckily Francis had just been talking harshly to Wade and hadn't opened the device to suck out the air. Vanessa! Wade grabbed the experimental cabin hung by the rope and thought about what to do. Below. Xia Ming! Can you save them? At the critical moment, Colossus shouted to Xia Ming. Definitely. Even if Colossus didn't say anything, Xia Ming had already started taking action. A portal opened directly and appeared below Wade. As long as they let go, they can go directly to the ground. Wade! Colossus reached out his hand. Great! Vanessa, we are saved. Seeing this, Wade turned over, came to the experimental cabin, cut off the rope entangled in the experimental cabin with a knife, and slid down together. Colossus grabbed them and dragged them through the portal. Boom! As soon as Wade and the others were safe, the entire ship tipped over, smashed to the ground, and turned into ruins. Vanessa! Wade pulled Vanessa out and wanted to hug her, but... Wade? BD! Vanessa hit Wade with a left punch, a right punch, and a kick. No, no, no. Let's forget about it. Wade quickly protected his vitals. Wow! What an exciting reunion! UBD! Why don't you come back to me if you're not dead? Vanessa looked at Wade, furious, but her eyes turned red as she cursed. Sorry, Wade. Vanessa looked at Wade and was about to reach out and take off his hood. Wait a minute. Not right now, wait until I deal with Francis. Wade was so frightened by Vanessa's movement that he stepped back and immediately thought of Francis. He wanted Francis to recover his face first, and then use his handsome face to recognize Vanessa. Francis. Wade ran into the ruins holding the knife and started searching. He didn't believe Francis could die so easily. Wade. Fuck. UBD. Vanessa was furious when Wade ran away like this. Madam, don't get excited yet, I'm going to find him. Colossus patted Vanessa on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down, and then chased after her. He doesn't want to see Wade kill people, it doesn't fit with their X-Men spirit. You are Wade's friends. Vanessa looked at Xia Ming and Warhead who were left behind. Why are these people dressed so strangely? And what are those magical abilities? But when she thought about Wade, Vanessa instantly felt that they deserved to be good friends. That's right. Xia Ming nodded. Do you know what happened to Wade? Why didn't he come to me when he came back? Vanessa wants to know what Wade has been through in the past few years since he disappeared. He has visited you a long time ago, but you just didn't notice. Then You can wait until he tells you the specific reason. I will leave first. Xia Ming didn't want to ruin Wade and Vanessa's reunion, so she disappeared immediately after snapping her fingers. Yes, before leaving, Xia Ming eliminated the memory of him in Colossus and Warhead's minds. This way you don't have to be bothered by them. Vanessa looked at the place where Xia Ming disappeared and blinked. Where did this person come from? What should I call you? Vanessa asked, looking at the Warhead. Warhead. Oh. Vanessa was a little embarrassed. She's obviously a girl, why is her name like this? Who is the person who left just now? Are you together? He is Colossus, my companion. Colossus? Oh, you're talking about the big guy. But I'm asking about the one who just disappeared from here. Which one? Are we all here? Warhead looked at Vanessa with a frown. Could it be that she was just frightened? Vanessa? Are you all there? Isn't there one missing? Didn't that young man in the red cloak disappear in front of you? You didn't see it? Does this child have bad eyesight or bad memory? Vanessa looked at the Warhead and shook her head silently. Suddenly, a gunshot came from inside the ruins. Soon, a very unhappy Colossus and a disappointed Wade came back. Wade. Vanessa ran over and hugged Wade. Vanessa, I'm sorry. Wade began a tirade. Vanessa, the person under the mask is no longer the person you remember. It's fine. Vanessa took off her mask. Wow. Yes, I understand. It's okay, it just takes some time to adapt. Just drink a few more glasses of wine. Dear. The two were tired of being together. Colossus couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and interrupted the two of them. Hey, where's my dear best friend? Is he gone? Wade didn't see Xia Ming's figure and asked doubtfully. Who? Colossus looked around and saw everyone was there. Xia Ming. The one wearing the same clothes as Count Dracula. Who is Xia Ming? Colossus looked at Warhead. Warhead shrugged, indicating that he didn't know who Wade was talking about. Wade. Vanessa pulled Wade and turned his back, pointed at the two people behind him, and gestured with his brain, as if asking Wade if they had a bad mind or poor memory. Wade thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Colossus, Warhead? Chapter 61. Colossus and Warhead returned to Xavier Academy for Geniuses. Along the way, they were very confused about the way Wade and Vanessa looked at them before leaving. It's like looking at a fool. Colossus doesn't find it strange that Wade has such a situation. But why is Vanessa like this too? And who is Xia Ming they are talking about? Professor. You're back, how are things? Charles still has hair and a nice smile. Wade still needs time to investigate and guide. Colossus shook his head. It's okay, just keep working hard, as long as you don't give up. Charles said with a smile. I won't give up, Wade. Colossus nodded. You guys should go back and rest first, thank you for your hard work. Okay, let's go back first. Colossus and Warhead were about to leave. When they came to the door, Colossus stopped. Professor. What's wrong? Colossus finally couldn't help but expressed his doubts. He told Charles everything he thought was strange. Charles frowned after hearing this. This situation seems like someone has deleted his memory. However, only Colossus and Warhead were deleted, but not Wade and his girlfriend. As a result, there was a gap in the relationship between them, and they did not understand each other. Because Charles is one of the most powerful telepathy ability users, he quickly discovered the problem. Colossus, do you mind if I check your memory? Charles asked gently. In the academy, Charles would not use his ability to explore students' memories without others' permission. Definitely. Colossus has great trust in Charles. Soon, Charles, who was browsing his memory, discovered something was wrong. Colossus's memory seemed to be broken, and his memory became incoherent. What's even weirder is that in the memory, Wade is clearly talking to someone, but from Colossus's perspective, Wade seems to be talking to the air. It's confirmed, Colossus' memory has been erased. Moreover, the person who deleted the memory was still a novice. He only forcibly deleted the picture of his existence, but did not make the entire memory reasonable, which led to Charles discovering the traces. Is it also a telepathy ability mutant? And he doesn't want anyone to know his identity? But it only targeted Colossus and Warhead, but did not delete Wade and Vanessa. Is it because they are friends? Indeed, if Colossus hadn't felt something strange, Charles wouldn't have known that such a person was there. So it seems like this person is guarding against their X-Men? Professor. Seeing that Charles didn't speak for a while, Colossus spoke in confusion. Your memory has been deleted, but the other party probably has no ill intentions, so you don't have to worry. Amnestic deletion? The other party is also a psychic mutant. Colossus exclaimed. Probably, but the other party is probably not familiar with his ability yet. Are we going to find him? No need for now, as long as you keep looking at Wade, he will show up. Unless there was a fight, Charles would not go to this person. Because he understands this very well, many mutants do not want their lives to be disturbed. Since the other party is already on guard against them, if they go rashly, it may be counterproductive, and they may even be regarded as enemies. This is equivalent to forcing potential neutral companions to the opposite side. Charles didn't want to do such a thing. I understand. Colossus nodded and left the study. Telepathy's ability, I don't know how strong it is. Charles thought silently. In the following days, Xia Ming stayed in the holy place reading magic books, supplementing her knowledge of the magic world and rarely going out. And when Xia Ming finished reading the last book on the bookshelf, he became bored again. What should I do? Xia Ming was half lying on the sofa muttering to herself. When he thought carefully about whether there was anything left to do, he suddenly remembered something. That's what he said before, to create a magic forbidden realm in the holy place and prohibit the use of portals. The books on the magic circle should be in Kamar-Taj. It seems that the magic circle that prevents the invasion of dimensional dimensions can also be studied. Xia Ming remembered the last time she opened a dimensional door in the world of eternal night, but was judged by Kamar-Taj to be a dimensional invasion, and she was almost trapped inside and unable to get out. In that case, let's go back to Kamar-Taj. Anyway, I haven't been back for a long time. With this thought, Xia Ming stood up and flew towards the magic door on the first floor. Since getting the levitating cloak, Xia Ming has become too lazy to walk in the holy place and keeps floating around. Fortunately, no one sneaks in here, especially at night. If someone sees Xia Ming like this, I wonder if they will be scared to death. Xia Ming passed through the magic door, returned to Kamar-Taj, and floated out of the magic hall. Xia Ming Magician. Xia Ming Magician is good. Go and tell Moda Magician, Daniel Magician, and Wang Magician that Xia Ming Magician is back. Xia Ming? Chapter 62. What do you mean? Xia Ming looked at the young man running so fast in confusion, not knowing what happened. Is he the devil? Why treat him like a scourge? Xia Ming was quite happy when she saw them saying hello to her. She felt like she had become a big shot. It's like returning home. But an unexpected situation broke this beautiful picture. Tell me, what did that person mean just now? Why are you so anxious to inform Modu and the others? With a dark face, Xia Ming floated in front of a few little magicians who had not left and were looking at him curiously. The magicians of Kamar-Taj wear different clothes depending on their joining time and strength. When he first arrived, he wore white clothes. After progress later, it became red, black, and yellow, which only magicians of Hamel's age would wear. People like Modu, Wang, and Daniel basically all wear red clothes. As for the Ancient One, it's definitely meant to be worn casually, wear whatever color you want. Let's talk about Xia Ming herself. Although the main color of her clothes is white, it is crescent white with light gold embellishments. She looks very elegant and cannot be compared with those new little magicians. And judging from the current situation, Xia Ming's popularity seems to have increased a lot after he left Kamar-Taj. Xia Ming Magician, this. The little magicians hesitated to speak, lowering their heads slightly and not daring to look directly into Xia Ming's eyes. Tell me, I won't do anything to you. Xia Ming looked at them with a kind smile and asked. That's right, they say that Xia Ming Magician is the reincarnation of the devil. He likes to bully his fellow disciples, especially Modu Magician, Wang Magician, and Daniel Magician. They have all been taught a lesson by you and even beaten to tears. They also said that Xia Ming Magician, you have a bad temper and you like to get physical whenever you disagree. That's why the Sorcerer Supreme kicked out Kamar-Taj. Xia Ming? The little magicians lowered their heads and whispered the rumors they heard to Xia Ming. Xia Ming was speechless and confused. Since when did he like to bully his classmates? When did he teach Modu and the others a lesson? Didn't they come to him for discussion themselves? Were you even beaten to tears? This is all slander. As for being kicked out of Kamar-Taj by the Ancient One Magician? Who spread this? I have almost improved my strength in Kamar-Taj, so I am going out for a trial. The reincarnation of the devil? If I were a demon, I would have been destroyed by the Ancient One. So, these are the bastards who spread rumors about him while he was away. Seeing that Xia Ming was silent, several little magicians looked up carefully and saw Xia Ming's dark face and the expression of gnashing her teeth. They want to leave. They are afraid that they will be beaten by Xia Ming. Well, Xia Ming Magician, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. You don't really believe these rumors, do you? Xia Ming gritted her teeth and looked at them. No. I believe you can distinguish right from wrong. Let's go. Goodbye Xia Ming Magician. Several little magicians ran away quickly. Oh my god! It's not that we don't believe you. But at that time, Wang Magician and Daniel Magician came back from Holy Place in New York with red eyes, and were called away by Ancient One Magician. Many people saw it. In the next few days, the two of them didn't even smile much. Just keep a gloomy look on your face, okay? Moreover, after you competed with Moda Magician called you big brother so loudly, it was not a lie. Not to mention, after you left, Moda Magician couldn't help but laugh so happily. Especially the seniors like Hamel Magician and Emil Magician, every time they mentioned you, they would sigh and shake their heads, saying what a pity it was that you were driven away by the Ancient One Magician. Modo. King. Daniel. Just wait for me. There is no doubt that these are all good things done by these three guys. Xia Ming left the place angrily and flew towards where they usually were. The other side. Modu was practicing ancient martial arts alone. He was inspired by the new magic that Xia Ming told him after he had a sparring session with him that day. He used magic energy to strengthen his body and enhance the power of ancient martial arts. Therefore, after Modo went to New York's holy place, he began to try to learn from Xia Ming how to integrate magic energy into the body and strengthen himself. Not to mention, Modo really found a way. He successfully concentrated the magical energy in his hands, increasing the power of his fists. But that's all. Unlike Xia Ming, who has endless energy, he can't cover his whole body. But even so, Modo was very happy. He was delighted with his progress. Moreover, he also shared his successful experience with every magician in Kamar-Taj. Big magicians like Wang and Daniel have mastered this technique. Call. Sure enough, when Xia Ming is not in Kamar-Taj, the air in the whole world is fresh. Modo stopped exercising and took a deep breath, feeling very satisfied. Without a monster like Xia Ming around, Modo's psychological pressure is gone. Then, Modo magician. Xia Ming magician is back. A little magician, his pupil, suddenly ran up and shouted. What? Modo was visibly panicking. Putting aside the pressure, he was afraid that Xia Ming would hear those rumors. Even if these rumors didn't come from him. Tell him I'm not in Kamar-Taj. As he spoke, Modo took off the sling ring from his waist, opened the portal and left. Want to leave? It's too late. Chapter 63. Want to leave? It's too late. Xia Ming came to Modo as if teleporting. Xia Ming. Listen to me first, it's all a misunderstanding. Modo was so frightened by the sudden appearance of Xia Ming that he couldn't speak clearly, so he subconsciously began to explain. I will listen carefully to what you have to say. Xia Ming looked at Modo with a sneer, raised her hand and knocked, and the entire space suddenly spread like a broken mirror, covering Xia Ming and Modo. The little magician who came to report the news saw Xia Ming and Modo disappear out of thin air, and stood there stunned, at a loss. Xia Ming magician is so scary. No wonder everyone says Xia Ming magician has a bad temper. It's true. Even Modo magician is so afraid of meeting Xia Ming magician. The little magician murmured to himself and left here. He felt that he had to inform the Sorcerer Supreme about this matter. In the hall, Wang, who also knew that Xia Ming was back, was sitting in front of the Ancient One magician, restless. He was also worried that Xia Ming would cause trouble for them. After all, the three of them were involved in the rumors spreading around Kamar-Taj. And you can't blame them. They just got together to talk about their experiences of being shocked. Then someone else might hear it and spread the word. There are even rumors that Xia Ming is the reincarnation of the devil. The reason why he is in Kamar-Taj is because he was suppressed by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The three of them were confused when they heard such outrageous rumors for the first time. Demon reincarnation? What is that? Then they realized, where is the devil? Obviously they are talking about Xia Ming being the reincarnation of the god of magic. Okay. Maybe Wang and Daniel were telling other magicians that Xia Ming could summon Wei Shandi, the god of magic, and others distorted their meaning. Anyway, those who knew the truth didn't take it seriously at all. Only those who had just arrived would talk about it with interest. And after Ancient One found out, he didn't stand up to explain. Ancient One magician, does it really matter? Wang, who was afraid of being beaten by Xia Ming, also thought about leaving Kamar-Taj immediately like Modo to avoid the limelight, but after thinking about it, he still felt that the Ancient One was the safest side. So he immediately came to Ancient One for tea and told her that Xia Ming was back. What are you afraid of? He won't mess around. Ancient One calmly took a sip of tea and said casually. As the magician of Kamar-Taj, Xia Ming will not mess around, but what if he is so angry that he asks him to practice? His body can't bear it. In the mirror world. Xia Ming. Big brother. If you have something to say, please say it. Don't do anything. Modo looked at Xia Ming's smiling face and backed away nervously. I won't listen, I won't listen. Say it first, don't slap me in the face. Modo also wants to teach in turn magicians? If Xia Ming beat him so hard that he didn't even recognize his mother, how could he see anyone? How to maintain your dignity as a teacher? I'll try my best. Ah, As Xia Ming took action, Mota's screams rang out in the mirror world. After a while, the two came out of the mirror world. Comfortable. Xia Ming clapped her hands. Behind him, Modu lowered his head, covered his face, and said nothing. You go to the Ancient One magician and wait for me. I'll come find you when I'm done. Okay, big brother. Modu, who suddenly turned into a big-tongued man, nodded. Xia Ming opened her all-seeing eye and looked for the king first, and found that he was actually very smart at the Ancient One. Ancient One, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. She had just felt a sense of prying eyes, and had felt it before. Ancient One looked at Wang and realized that Xia Ming was looking for him. Ancient One shook his head, this kid is quite vindictive. King? Here, Xia Ming had no choice but to find Daniel first. Huh? The buildings in this place look familiar. Like Holy Place in New York, but the details are different. Then the only explanation is that this is some other holy place. Oh, you still want to run? Xia Ming teleported away. After Modu saw Xia Ming leave, he walked towards the hall. Modu covered his face along the way and quickened his pace despite the curious eyes of others. Even when faced with other people's concerns, he nodded casually, not daring to speak or stay. Then, he saw Wang's figure in the hall. Why are you here? Modu exclaimed. You were beaten. Wang hesitantly looked at Modu's face under his hands. Been beaten. Since there was no one else here, Modu put down his hand. Then Wang looked at Modu's pig-headed face, and his body trembled with fear. Modu's miserable appearance now, could it be his next fate? That's right, you can't escape either. Modu nodded to the king. Wang immediately looked at Ancient One as if asking for help, but he only saw the corners of Ancient One's mouth twitching slightly, as if he was holding back a smile. Ancient One magician, don't do this. Wang said with a grimace. If you hadn't been unable to bear the blow, you wouldn't be here today. When the Ancient One saw Mordo's face, he really wanted to laugh. She felt that these people should be given a hard push. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she couldn't attack Wang and the others without any reason. Even if it's a sparring session, it's mainly about pointing out magic. As a result, they live a somewhat comfortable life and don't want to work hard. But luckily, Xia Ming is here. The appearance of Xia Ming is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Maybe he didn't understand anything at the beginning. But when Xia Ming began to learn magic, no one among the magicians in Kamar-Taj, except herself, was Xia Ming's opponent. The advantage of this is that after they saw Xia Ming's demonic ability with their own eyes, and after accepting the blow, they started to work hard. Whether it's Modu or Wang, even Daniel, who just changed shifts with Xia Ming, has become visibly more diligent. Even if they know that they will never be able to catch up with Xia Ming in this life, they are comparing with Xia Ming, and there is no shame in not being able to compare. But the improvement in strength can be seen by himself. In addition, their nature is not bad, and there are not so many twists and turns in Kamar-Taj. On the contrary, they can learn a lot from Xia Ming. We can withstand the blow. Wang said aggrievedly. Modu also nodded. If you can bear it, then why are you afraid of seeing Xia Ming? Could it be that you are also afraid of Emperor Weishan? Are you afraid of me? Wang, I was wrong. Modu, I was wrong too. You should not apologize to me, but ask yourselves why you are pursuing magic. Wang, definitely to protect the earth. Mordo, to defend against unknown magical threats. In this case, you should face Xia Ming directly. If one day Xia Ming becomes a threat, but you don't dare to stand up, what should you do? Chapter 64. Hong Kong Holy Place. Daniel, why did you come here suddenly? Did the Ancient One magician arrange for you to come and pick up my shift? Caecilius looked at Daniel, who suddenly visited, and asked curiously. Nothing, Ancient One magician is very confident that you will protect the holy place. I just came here to hang out of boredom. Daniel explained a little awkwardly. He didn't dare to say that he came to Caecilius to take refuge because he was afraid of seeing Xia Ming. Okay, come on, I'll make you a pot of good tea. I'm telling you, there are a lot of delicacies here that we don't usually eat. You must try them. 11. Caecilius was noncommittal about Daniel's words. If you trust us so much, then why is the Ancient One so secretive about their disciples? Caecilius kept muttering in his mind. When he discovered that Ancient One could live for so many years and could live forever, he began to doubt the source of one's power. He had read a lot of magic books and knew that Emperor Weishan had banned all Kamar-Taj magicians, including the Sorcerer Supreme, and used his power to fight death and achieve immortality. But as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One did it. So in the eyes of Caecilius, Ancient One is an unqualified teacher because Ancient One hid her most powerful power from their disciples. Therefore, Caecilius began to cultivate cronies to serve as his informants in Kamar-Taj and began to explore the secrets of the Ancient One. "Thank you very much, I won't stay long." Daniel smiled politely. But Daniel was not happy for long, because Xia Ming came. "Daniel!" Xia Ming suddenly appeared, scaring Caecilius into thinking that someone had invaded, and quickly assumed a fighting posture. "Xia Ming? How do you know I'm here?" Daniel was also frightened by Xia Ming so much that his voice broke. "Oh my god! He came all the way here, how did Xia Ming find him? Are you Xia Ming? The reincarnation of the devil?" Caecilius looked at Xia Ming and blurted out in surprise. Although this was the first time he met Xia Ming, Caecilius also learned about the rumors about Xia Ming thanks to Kamar-Taj's spy. In particular, the so-called reincarnation of the devil aroused him great interest. "What? You said this is all fake? I do not believe. Just look at Xia Ming's experience after coming to Kamar-Taj. How could a mere ordinary person who was rescued from the foot of the snow-capped mountains by Ancient One have such a high monster ability? Can even create huge amounts of magic?" Rather than ability, Caecilius is more willing to believe that this is Xia Ming's innate power. Although he secretly investigated Xia Ming how, he found nothing, not even a trace of his past existence. It's as if Xia Ming suddenly appeared in this world. As a result, this situation made Caecilius doubt Xia Ming's identity and that he was not even human. Judging from Ancient One's attitude towards Xia Ming, it is also very special. Not only had Caecilius never seen the Ancient One treat someone he had just met like this, but neither had the other magicians of Kamar-Taj. Then coupled with the sudden rumors, Caecilius speculated through his mind that Xia Ming might be related to the source of the Ancient One's powerful power. It may even be a secret deal. "Caecilius, don't talk nonsense. What about the reincarnation of the devil? That is the reincarnation of the god of law." Daniel was shocked when he heard Caecilius's words. "Aren't you just adding fuel to the fire? Do you think I didn't die quickly enough?" Daniel looked at Xia Ming's suddenly darkened face and hurriedly began to clarify. "The reincarnation of the god of magic? Have you seen it with your own eyes?" Caecilius asked. "Yes. Wang and I saw with our own eyes that Xia Ming can summon the god of magic." Daniel couldn't be more certain. He would even dream about that scene every night when he went to sleep. Until now, his heart is still shocked. "Are you sure you are Emperor Weishan? This is a bit different." Daniel recalled it and said hesitantly. "Every magician who studies magic will communicate with Emperor Weishan in the spiritual world to gain his power. Therefore, in theory, every magician who can use magic has met Emperor Weishan. If you don't see it, it only proves that you don't have the ability to learn magic. But despite this, only those magicians with better abilities can get a glimpse of Wei Shandi's true appearance through the huge and infinite magical power. Ability, even if he successfully established a connection with Emperor Weishan in the spiritual world, all he saw was a ball of light as dazzling as the sun, and he could not see what Emperor Weishan looked like at all. So you want Daniel to say that he really saw Emperor Weishan? Daniel couldn't be sure because he didn't know either. "I just feel that the god of magic summoned by Xia Ming is almost the same as Emperor Weishan." "Oh, I got it." Caecilius nodded understandingly. "The god of magic is not just Emperor Weishan. Besides the god of white magic, isn't there also the god of black magic? Even those powerful dimensional lords, such as the 8 Mephisto and Dormammu, can also be called gods of magic. So, it would be interesting if Xia Ming is indeed the reincarnation of the god of magic, but not Emperor Weishan." Caecilius laughed. Xia Ming's hair stood up when she saw Caecilius smiling at him. Could this person be gay? It is said that they both like young, handsome, and good-looking guys. And he is very handsome and young, so he is being targeted? Can't stay too long, have to leave quickly. Daniel, time is running out, we should go. Xia Ming grabbed Daniel and opened the portal. Won't you stay a little longer? Caecilius was very sorry, he wanted to know more about Xia Ming. I'm sorry, I only like beautiful women. Xia Ming looked at him and said seriously. Caecilius? Xia Ming, don't be so anxious. Daniel was also reluctant to leave. Stop talking nonsense. Get away. Xia Ming directly pulled Daniel into the portal. Daniel wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. Because his strength is completely inferior to Xia Ming. I just hope that Xia Ming will be merciful and not beat him too hard. Caecilius looked at the disappearing portal, frowned and thought silently. After a while, his expression suddenly changed. Fake. I only like beautiful women. Kamar-Taj, Hall Fork. Xia Ming floated in with her arms crossed. Behind him, Daniel covered his face, lowered his head, and followed silently. Wang turned his head and looked, and immediately panicked. What the hell is this, the only one left who hasn't been beaten? UFG, don't come over. Chapter 65. Hey, everyone is here. How is Ancient One Magician's health lately? After Xia Ming came in, she greeted him familiarly. As long as you don't secretly scold me behind my back, I'll be fine. Ancient One nodded and said. Ahem, how can I? I only remember your goodness, really. Xia Ming smiled awkwardly. Ha! Ancient One sneered. Do you think I believe it or not? Hey! Isn't this the king? Long time no see, did you miss me? In order to avoid embarrassment, Yuan Ming quickly changed the topic. Yes, yes. Wang wiped his cold sweat and nodded hurriedly. Then, do you want to get up by yourself, or should I ask you to get up? Isn't that bad? The king looked towards the Ancient One pleadingly. But Ancient One closed his eyes and began to meditate. Show that you are not involved in the trouble between you. King, you see, Modu and Daniel have had a good exchange with me. If you refuse, how will you see them and get along with them in the future? Don't you think so? Xia Ming said seriously. This. Just as Wang was about to speak, he saw Modu and Daniel, who had pig-headed faces, turn to stare at him with extremely resentful eyes. I understand. Wang stood up and walked to Xia Ming. Be good, it will be over soon. Xia Ming patted Wang on the shoulder, ignored his bitter face, and said softly. Can I not slap you in the face? Do you think I am willing? Xia Ming pulled Wang Jin into the mirror world. Because the scene was too bloody, Xia Ming did not want Ancient One to see this scene. Soon, the two men appeared again. Wang may be fatter than Modu and Daniel, so his face is more swollen. This is less than 10 days and a half, and it won't be cured without the help of magic. Xia Ming sat satisfied on Ancient One's side, looked at the 3 pig heads in front of her, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I want you to spread rumors. This is a lesson learned. I will forgive you this time, knowing that you didn't mean it. Thank you, thank you. The 3 of them thanked Xia Ming in unison. They were very grateful for Xia Ming's magnanimity. Don't think about using magic to heal your wounds. I have a lot of time. If you don't want to be caught by me and do it again, just wait for yourself. Xia Ming reminded. Ah, this. Fortunately for Wang and Daniel, one often stays in the library and rarely comes out to meet people. It doesn't matter if one is currently in seclusion to study magic in depth. Only Modu is busy every day because he is responsible for guiding the intern magicians to learn magic and ancient martial arts. This resulted in him having to meet people. And for him to stand in front of the intern magician with such a look, even if he is very thick-skinned, it is a bit unbearable. Can I? Modu begged softly. This. Xia Ming was about to refuse. Small punishments and big warnings, let's stop here. Ancient One finally spoke. You go back and work hard to improve yourself in the future. If you don't make progress, let Xia Ming give you guidance. Don't worry. We will work hard. The three of them agreed and immediately stood up quickly to use the portal to leave. They don't dare to bother Xia Ming with any more advice. At the same time, I felt relieved. With Ancient One, they finally didn't have to be embarrassed. As long as they use magic treatment for one night, their faces will be back to their original appearance tomorrow. Wait a moment. Walk back here. Xia Ming saw that they actually wanted to use magic to get back and spoke quickly. Good guy. If you go back like this, wouldn't my beating you be in vain? It's time for you to experience the feeling of being pointed at by others. Mo Du, Wang, and Daniel looked at Xia Ming, put down the sling ring silently with a grimace, and left the hall with their feet. Along the way, the three of them covered their faces and ran back to their rooms as fast as they could. Many magicians were extremely curious when they saw this scene. Those who reacted quickly guessed that Wang and the others should have been beaten. As for who was beaten? No need to ask. Let's see who is back today. Isn't it clear? When they thought that Xia Ming was still there at the moment, many people silently shut their mouths. As for what rumors would spread after Xia Ming left, Xia Ming didn't bother to care. Anyway, if you have the ability, you can tell me in front of me. I will definitely let you experience the depth of magical power. Why did you come here suddenly today? It's okay if the holy place is unattended. Ancient One asked curiously. I'm just here to borrow books. I've read all the magic books in holy place. Xia Ming picked up the teacup and explained. Huh? Since when did you love studying so much? He actually came back to borrow books to read? Are you trying to cause trouble again? Ancient One was very suspicious of Xia Ming's motives. How could that be? I love learning to begin with. Don't slander me. Xia Ming opened her eyes wide and retorted righteously. He does have other motives and wants to develop magic that prohibits teleportation, but he won't tell San. You boy. Ancient One twitched his lips and confirmed that this boy really had some conspiracy. I only have one request for you. 0 Please give me flowers. You say. Except for those extra-dimensional dimensions and dark forces that you can't come into contact with, I won't stop you from the rest. The Ancient One thought, it's better to block than to open up. Since I can't look at Xia Ming all the time, I have no choice but to agree on 3 chapters. At least until Xia Ming's strength can deter those dimensional lords, Ancient One still hopes that Xia Ming will not come into contact with them, so as not to die prematurely or be affected by the power of darkness. Ancient One has great expectations for Xia Ming's future, and hopes that Xia Ming can surpass her and Odin as soon as possible, and protect this pure land and the universe. Don't worry, I know what's appropriate. Xia Ming nodded seriously. It would be nice if you really knew what to measure. Ancient One rolled his eyes. I'm very sensible, okay. Xia Ming was speechless. He said that unless he would not take the initiative to provoke situations that he could not defeat or even lead to death, everything else was under his control. Okay. If you have nothing to do, just leave. I won't keep you. Ancient One waved his hand. Then I'm going to the library. Xia Ming said goodbye and left. In the library, only Emil Magician is there now. As mentioned before, Emil Magician was the administrator here, and he was also the one who was killed by Caecilius in order to protect the magic book. From then on, Wang officially took over the administrator's job. But now the king should hide in his room and use magic to heal his wounds. Xia Ming, it's been a long time since I've been here. Emil Magician, let me borrow some books to read. You can pick whatever you want, and then just register it for me. Emil felt at ease with Xia Ming and was not worried about whether Xia Ming could not understand. He let him go anyway. I see. Xia Ming said, looking past a mirror, and began to look for books about Mo Chu. After taking 10 books in a row, Xia Ming was about to leave when she saw the Eye of Agamotto again. Why are you putting it here again? It's so random. Xia Ming walked over and took it in her hand. Just after taking a few steps, Xia Ming stopped again, turned around to look at Emil's movements, and when he was sure that Emil was not looking at him, he secretly activated real magic and created an identical Eye of Agamotto, which he placed before above. I'll use it to fight Dormammu, and I'll return it right away, I promise. Xia Ming quietly made an excuse for her theft. Anyway, no one will touch this magic weapon if it is placed here, and Xia Ming does not have to worry about being discovered. Plan passes. Emil Magician, I'm looking for a good book. Corpse. Chapter 66. After Xia Ming borrowed the book, she was not in a hurry to return to the holy place. Instead, he flew directly to the sky and looked down at the entire Kamar-Taj from the clouds. The magicians below all raised their heads in confusion, not understanding what Xia Ming magician was going to do. Some people even ran back and pulled their good friends over to watch together. However, after they waited for a while, they found that there was no movement at all. Xia Ming sat cross-legged in the sky and did nothing else. She just opened her all-seeing eyes to carefully observe and analyze Sister Kamar-Taj's magic circle. Kamar-Taj seems to be in another dimension because of the magic. If you don't have the Ancient One's permission, or you don't have the opportunity, you won't be able to enter, or even be discovered, even if he is standing outside the door. This is why Kamar-Taj is called a magical secret place. The 437 magic that hides the secret realm is Asgard's Heimdall. Even with his divine eyes, he cannot see anything inside Kamar-Taj. In addition to the magic that hides the secret realm, the most fishy thing is the magic circle that resists the invasion of dimensional dimensions. When it discovers that other dimensions are trying to invade Kamar-Taj, it will take the initiative to block the space. Especially when Ancient One first became the Sorcerer Supreme, this place was often attacked. It turned out that although the Ancient One had just succeeded the Sorcerer Supreme, their combat power was a bit too strong. They were beaten back and forth, and they were even chased across borders by the Ancient One and killed at home. Therefore, after they found out that they could not defeat them, they began to hibernate and wait. Waiting to see when the Ancient One will die. Once the Ancient One dies and the earth loses the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme, then they will feel that an opportunity has come. Just like when Thanos, Ancient One and Odin were still there, even if he knew that the infinite gems were in Asgard and on Earth, he would not dare to come over. He would only send his subordinates or some betrayers to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. That's you, Loki. And when the Ancient One left and Odin died, Thanos came. He even dared to kill Asgard and snatch the space gem from Thor. Then send an army to attack the Earth. This shows how powerful the deterrent power of Ancient One and Odin is. Furthermore, in addition to the Ancient One, the magic holy places distributed in 3 places on the Earth are connected with each other and form a barrier, which is also an obstacle to those dimensional demons. Dormammu is very smart and knows to let his tool men destroy the holy place, and then summon his true self to come and devour the Earth. Although it failed in the end. Therefore, this kind of magic circle that can block space is very powerful. And this magic circle is not a single type. It is a large magic circle formed by combining many small magic circles. It has the ability to perceive time and space anomalies. If time travelers, dimensional invaders, or even aliens come to Earth, it will be able to perceive it. There is also defensive ability, which can withstand certain magic attacks and physical attacks. The most powerful thing is the space blockade. This is something that Xia Ming has experienced before. In the eternal night world of the dimension, the feeling of being extremely difficult to open the space channel is very unforgettable for Xia Ming. And this is what Xia Ming wants most. Once Xia Ming can use this magic in the holy place, even the Ancient One will not be able to use the portal to enter and exit at will. I can only go through the magic door honestly. Finally, there is the energy source of the core magic array. Xia Ming discovered that this magic circle is connected to a certain dimension and can constantly obtain magic energy to maintain operation. And that dimension is still familiar to Xia Ming. It is Emperor Weishan in the Supreme Dimension. Any magician who can unlimitedly use the power of Emperor Weishan is at least at the level of Sorcerer Supreme. Like Ancient One, like Strange, like Xia Ming herself. It's just that Xia Ming is using the power of his own god of magic without having to pay the price. However, Xia Ming's god of magic cannot compare with the eternal Weishan Emperor. His identity as the Dimension Lord of the Evernight world cannot be compared with Dormammu. Equivalently, the software has achieved it, but the hardware is still not good enough, and Xia Ming needs to slowly upgrade and update it. Until he becomes the god of magic or the dimensional eternal night world, and grows to the level of Emperor Weishan or Dormammu, Xia Ming will be a multi-universe level existence at least. As time passed, Xia Ming's incredible understanding began to show its effect. Through continuous in-depth observation, you have analyzed the basic structure of the magic circle, clearly understood its operating principles, learned to perceive the magic circle, and created magical space-time exploration. Space-time exploration, you can be keenly aware of any anomalies in time and space. You can perceive any visitors from outside the Earth who enter the Earth, and you can trace them back to their origins. Through continuous in-depth observation, you have analyzed the basic structure of the magic array, clearly understood its operating principles, learned the space-sealing magic array, and created the magic space field. Space domain, you can create a certain range of space domain around you. Within the domain, you can block, stop, control, and attack any enemy. You understand the magic element space by learning magic circles, creating space fields, and combining elemental magic. Elemental space, a storm world with wind elements, a magma world with fire elements, a rock world with earth elements, a deep sea world with water elements, a thunder world with thunder elements, a bright world with light elements, and a black hole world with dark elements. Any target can be exiled into the elemental space, or the elemental space can be summoned to the real world. Through continuous in-depth observation, you have analyzed the basic structure of the magic array, clearly understood its operating principles, learned to construct the energy channel magic array, and created the source of God power. The source of God power, you can forcibly establish a channel through known magical energy and magical entities to obtain an endless stream of powerful power. The known magical energy, Weishan Emperor, Dormammu, are gone. Xia Ming counted on his fingers and found that the only magical energy he had come into contact with and obtained was Weishan Belt and Dormammu. But if you think about it carefully, both of them seem to be very strong at one point too. They are all multi-universe level bosses. And note that it is forcible, so even Emperor Weishan and Dormammu cannot refuse. In future fights, Xia Ming can arrogantly say that there are two big guys standing behind her. Just asking you if you are afraid. Definitely, the endless supply of power does not mean that Xia Ming can now fight like Weishan Emperor and Dormammu, or even easily destroy a galaxy. Just like Strange, in the future he will be the most powerful sorcerer supreme, and he can also obtain endless power from Emperor Weishan, but he has not become the god of magic like Emperor Weishan. So Xia Ming still needs to turn this power into her own. Whether it is Weishan Emperor or Dormammu, they just point out the way forward for Xia Ming. To what extent it can ultimately reach depends on Xia Ming herself. Chapter 67. Ancient One Magician, would you like to go out and have a look? Hamel Magician came in and said to the Ancient One. What's wrong? Xia Ming Magician didn't know what to do. It has been a while since he flew into the sky. Hamel originally didn't want to alarm the Ancient One, but Xia Ming had been in the sky for too long, right? You said that if you want to meditate, it's not good to go back to your own home and meditate, why don't you go to heaven? You said you practice magic, but you haven't used any magic at all? Or are you demonstrating? Or are you monitoring Kamar-Taj to see if anyone is saying bad things about you? But what the hell, you are here, who dares to talk about you in person? Not only Hamel and magician Alexander, but also other magicians have no intention of learning magic. Xia Ming hasn't left yet. Ancient One stood up in confusion, wondering what Xia Ming was up to. After coming out, Ancient One looked up at the blurry figure in the sky. Ancient One Magician, what do you think Xia Ming Magician is doing? He should be comprehending magic, right? Ancient One said uncertainly. Then he used sound transmission magic on Xia Ming Shi 01. What are you doing? Huh? What didn't I do? Hearing the Ancient One's voice, Xia Ming opened her eyes and looked down. When you're done, get out of here. Ancient One is really speechless. It took a long time to recover, but as soon as Xia Ming came back, Ancient One felt that his high blood pressure was rising again. I can't go down anymore. I'll go back to the holy place. It's all in vain. Now that he has mastered many magic circles, there is no point in staying and he just teleports away. You kid! Ancient One was so angry that he almost didn't mention it. It's not too late for you to come down and tell me what magic you have learned before you leave. Ancient One Magician, this. He's gone back. If nothing happens, let's disperse. Ancient One shook his head and walked back. As long as she doesn't want Xia Ming, she won't be angry. It's okay to leave, out of sight and out of mind. New York Holy Place. After Xia Ming came back, she began to set up the magic circle. First establish a core formation to maintain operation. Fortunately, I can use the power of Emperor Weishan directly without consuming my own energy. Xia Ming said that if you don't use it, it's free of charge. Emperor Weishan? One more perception magic to prevent thieves. Thief, who dares to come to your place without risking his life? Finally, let's use the magic of space sealing. No one can use the portal except myself. Xia Ming arranged the improved magic circle. 3 magic circles completely covered this holy place. What more? Xia Ming touched her chin and started thinking. I wonder if elemental space can be used as a trap. Xia Ming walked around the holy place, trying to connect the passages of several element spaces to the holy place. The immobile traps are still too rigid. By the way, wouldn't it be done by combining them with the magic circle? Xia Ming had a flash of inspiration, and through the knowledge of magic circles she gained, she added a randomly teleported magic circle in the holy place. The destination of transmission is the space formed by 7 elements. He had just gone in and had a look in person. Except for the rock world, which was the safest, the other worlds were full of dangers. Especially in the black hole world formed by dark energy, whoever enters will be devoured. The passages of these 7 spaces were randomly covered by Xia Ming all over the holy place. However, in order to prevent accidental damage to friendly forces, Xia Ming chose to close the magic circle while he was still in the holy place. After all, these spaces are too dangerous. Even if Kamar-Taj's magician comes, if one accidentally enters, he will probably die. Still have to be careful. Then, there's only one thing left. Xia Ming said and took out the Eye of Agamotto. Let's go and have fun with Dormammu. I haven't been there for a long time and I don't know if he misses me. Xia Ming opened the portal with a smile and stepped in. The familiar dark power. Others who come to the dark dimension may be contaminated by this rich dark power. But as Xia Ming, the ruler of the eternal night world created based on the energy of the dark dimension, coming to the dark dimension is like returning home. So Dormammu, where are you now? Xia Ming first skillfully applied a layer of time buff to himself to avoid being attacked by Dormammu, and then slowly flew towards the depths of the dark dimension. He would go wherever the dark power was strongest. And at the moment, when Xia Ming came here, Dormammu noticed it. And the aura emanating from Xia Ming made Dormammu recognize him. But Dormammu was too lazy to talk to Xia Ming, thinking that Xia Ming had gone wrong again and would be out soon. But slowly, Dormammu discovered why Xia Ming was getting closer and closer to him. What the hell? He is here just for himself. Now Dormammu had to show up. If you don't teach this kid a lesson, you may not know who the master of this place is. Dormammu, Dormammu. Dormammu's face darkened when he heard Xia Ming calling his name from a distance. What's this kid's name? It seemed like they were very familiar with each other. Shut up, little bug. Dormammu suddenly appeared in front of Xia Ming and yelled. You're here, I thought you were sleeping. Xia Ming laughed. What are you doing here at 427 again? Dormammu was actually sleeping just now. Or it should be said that it is meditation. Through meditation, Dormammu converts the mysterious energy acquired into his own power and uses it to enhance his own strength. I'm bored at home, so I came here to see you. Xia Ming told the truth. What are you planning again? Dormammu noticed a green magic ring on Xia Ming's wrist. Okay, it's that damn time magic again. This guy is ready to die again. You can't kill Dormammu if you don't want to get stuck in a time loop. But if you don't kill him, Dormammu will be very angry. However, this kid's will is very firm. Even if he died countless times, he could still hold on and even continue to fight him without taking it seriously. Regarding this point, Dormammu took a look at Xia Ming. At least compared to those guys who want to gain great power but are afraid of death, Xia Ming is indeed qualified to make Dormammu look at her seriously. But that's all. Without that time magic, Dormammu could kill Xia Ming with just one look. But there is no if. So Xia Ming became Dormammu's trouble. I told you, I came to you because I was bored. So Dormammu, come and fight me. Xia Ming declared war. I reject. Chapter 68. I reject. Dormammu directly rejected Xia Ming's invitation to fight. Is this kid using his great dark Mephista as a sparring partner? Doesn't he want to lose face? If other Mephisto find out about this, how will he get around in the future? He said that Dormammu was not only used as a sparring partner by a small insect, but was even unable to kill him. In the end, he had to accept the consequences, and the other Mephisto would laugh to death? It's just a fight, and it won't take you much time. Xia Ming said helplessly. I'll give you some energy, you go back. Dormammu said that it does not take much time to kill you, but time can cycle. This is just like having a nightmare. After being awakened, you fall asleep again, and the nightmare starts to cycle again. Who can bear this? No need, I have it. The mysterious energy seemed to belong to the person who didn't have it. Huh? You have? Dormammu looked at Xia Ming suspiciously. Ahem, I mean, you haven't used up what you gave me last time. I won't fight you then. Dormammu has no doubts about Xia Ming. Originally, the energy he gave Xia Ming last time was indeed enough. Even if it cannot fully exert its power, even if it is used for a lifetime, it will not be used up. Even those mysterious energies are much higher level than what he gave to Ancient One. And the Ancient One can achieve immortality with a little bit of his power, and Xia Ming can easily live for hundreds of years as long as he doesn't seek death. But what Dormammu didn't know was that the mysterious energy had long been used up by Xia Ming. What he has now is infinitely transmitted directly from the unknown to the world of eternal night. You really don't want to fight me? Do not hit. Then I will commit suicide in front of you. Anyway, it can cycle and trap you. You kid, don't push yourself too far. Dormammu widened his eyes angrily and stared at Xia Ming fiercely. This kid is his nightmare. Rely on the magic of time to show off your power in front of him. Tyj. He has to find a way to knock down the earth quickly, and then torture this kid severely. Time magic, right? He doesn't believe that Xia Ming has been maintaining time magic on earth. There is always time to relax. Just tell me whether you're afraid or not. Xia Ming said nervously. Okay, I'll fight you. What the hell, isn't it okay if he's scared? You kid, get out of here right after the beating. I'll get annoyed when I see you. A hole. Why is there no magic that prevents others from entering the dark dimension? How about running away with the dark dimension? But this is not realistic. Xia Ming, who possesses teleportation magic, can teleport directly into the dark dimension. That's why I hate Kamar-Taj's magician the most. Dormammu cursed fiercely. Etc. Why does Kamar-Taj still have Earth to stop his invasion? Dormammu began to think about the key and how to find a way to shield him in the dark dimension. To each other, we Kamar-Taj magicians hate you too. Snort. Then it begins? Saint Dharma appearance. Xia Ming activated magic and transformed herself into a huge size like Dormammu. Dormammu looked at Xia Ming's annoying, enlarged face and punched her in the face. Beat you to death UBD. Go to hell. Bang. Xia Ming also made a fist and smashed it. Hey, you haven't arrived yet. Physical attacks are useless to me. Eat my house. Xia Ming hit him with a backhand punch. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Dormammu subconsciously raised his hand to resist before he understood what was going on. Then he was knocked back by the punch. Huh? How did your power become so great? Everyone in Dormammu was shocked. It was clear that this kid had to rely on magic to block his fist last time. How come now, he actually relied on his physical strength to fight as well as him? This is so unreasonable. How could this kid improve so quickly? Is he no longer a human being? In Dormammu's view, even the Ancient One, who is the Sorcerer Supreme, does not dare to compete with him in terms of physical strength. Only those Dimension Lords or other Mephisto can do it. Even though human magicians can become extremely powerful through magic, their bodies have limitations, are extremely fragile, and cannot carry more power. This is why Dormammu abandoned his physical body. And when he abandoned his original body and turned his body into terrifying magical flames, he also gained powerful dark power and became the master of the dark dimension. But in his eyes, Xia Ming still has a human body? So how did he do it? Dormammu was filled with doubts. I didn't expect it, Dormammu. This is my new magic. After enlarging her body, Xia Ming seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Because he discovered that with this body type, after activating the magic body refining flow, his body could actually withstand greater magic energy output. As long as the energy is endless, he is the strongest. And luckily, he has no shortage of energy. Now in his eyes, killing Angel with one punch was just childish. Compared to at the moment, Xia Ming feels like she can smash 10 planets with one punch. Even, his current size can become even bigger. The improvement of the Saint's Dharma has not yet reached its limit. No wonder you all like to transform your bodies into this. Enlarging your body can indeed improve your strength a lot. Xia Ming suddenly nodded with understanding. New magic? What is that? Dormammu was extremely curious. This boy is obviously a disciple of the Ancient One, shouldn't he be learning the orthodox Kamar-Taj magic? How come the magic produced by it looks so much like Mephista from their dimension? Are you a Mephista who is working undercover on Earth? How did the Ancient One teach his apprentice to be so perverted? Ancient One, it's not me, I didn't teach him, he taught himself. It is estimated that even if the Ancient One comes, there is no way to answer Dormammu's question, King Zhao's. Because she can't see through Xia Ming either. Want to know? I won't tell you. Punch me. Xia Ming stopped beeping and launched a fierce attack on Dormammu's face, experiencing the feeling of invincibility at the moment. Dormammu was forced to defend. But it is obvious that Dormammu's close combat is not as good as the ancient martial arts Xia Ming learned from Kamar-Taj, and he has been forced to take beatings. It is also possible that Dormammu is used to using magic to attack from a distance and has forgotten how to fight with his body. So Dormammu continued to fight, and after receiving countless punches, he suddenly reacted. Damn it, I am the god of black magic, a magician. Why are you fighting with this kid with your fists? Fake. Dormammu felt that he had been led into a ditch, and he almost forgot what he was best at. Very good, you successfully aroused my anger. Dormammu said that he never did this last time. Chapter 69. Angry? Aren't you always angry? But what's the use? If you can, just kill me. Xia Ming said with a smile, and then punched him again. UTM. Boom. Dormammu seemed to be really angry, with violent black magic flames emitting from his body. Facing Xia Ming's fist, he no longer resisted, but let Xia Ming swing it. But soon, Xia Ming discovered something was wrong, because she came up short. The fist seemed to hit the air, and Xia Ming herself flew far away due to the strong inertia. What's going on? Xia Ming looked back. I saw where Dormammu originally stood, a ball of flame burning and turning into nothingness. Where are the people? Xia Ming. Dormammu appeared not far away and formally called out Xia Ming's name for the first time. He began to change his thinking about fighting, and decided to use magic to teach Xia Ming a lesson, so that he would understand what it means to be outside the world. What is the real Mephista? Dormammu wants Xia Ming to understand how big the gap is between him and herself. There is no way he will be punched in the face by this little bug again. Perhaps this is what makes Thomas the most angry. In his opinion, this kid is simply too much. Just stare at his face and beat him. Is there anyone who fights like this? What's your ability? Xia Ming asked curiously. Why does this look so elemental? But that's right, Dormammu's body is originally made of energy, so it's normal to be able to dodge his physical attacks. Oh, this is the power of your great Mephista-sama Dormammu. Boom! Dormammu sneered, but without seeing any movement from him, Xia Ming saw the gravel floating in the air around her suddenly turned into spikes and flew towards Xia Ming at high speed. Bang bang bang! Xia Ming crossed her hands to protect her face, letting those huge amounts of spikes hit her body. He, Dormammu, you didn't expect that my magic can not only improve my strength, but also my defense. After Xia Ming stopped attacking, she put her hands on her hips and looked at Dormammu arrogantly. When Dormammu heard the cheap laughter of hey, he felt restless. He frowned and thought about what Xia Ming's magic was. He also didn't see Xia Ming reciting magic spells or using any special spell-casting movements, other than becoming as big as him. But when Xia Ming finally fought him last time, she also used this magic. It was obviously not that strong. How can I still improve my defense? Was the body enhanced with magic? Dormammu came to a clear understanding with his vision and experience. I have to say that Xia Ming's idea is really great, even Dormammu had to praise it. Looking at any enemy he has encountered, no one has been able to improve his body to this level with magic. His physical strength is as strong as that of some dimension lords. You are very good, but not enough. Dormammu praised him without hesitation, then activated his magic again, raising his hand and aiming it at Xia Ming. Xia Ming opened her perception to the maximum, carefully guarding the surrounding space and guarding against Dormammu's attack. Phew! The dark magic chains suddenly jumped out from the darkness and were about to wrap around Xia Ming's body tightly. Oh, it's useless! Xia Ming activated teleportation and teleported away. Dormammu, punch me! Xia Ming suddenly appeared behind Dormammu and punched him in the head. Boom! Before the fist could reach his body, Dormammu's body suddenly exploded like smoke, turning into dark energy and shrouding Xia Ming. The dark energy circulated on Xia Ming's body and gradually turned into a solid body, turning into black chains that tightly wrapped around him. Moreover, the chains were still burning with terrible flames, constantly burning Xia Ming's body. It's useless, I am the incarnation of the entire black, dark dimension, I am everywhere, and you have nowhere to escape. Dormammu appeared not far from Xia Ming and said to Xia Ming. Xia Ming wanted to struggle, but he felt an extremely powerful force restricting his movements. The chain stretched him into a big character, and the other end of the chain seemed to be connected to the world, with no end in sight. And the black flame. Although Xia Ming's defense has not been broken yet, the rising temperature is telling Xia Ming that it will be a matter of time before the defense is broken. I have to say, your magic is really powerful. If others were caught by my chains, they would have been burned to ashes. You are also very powerful. Seriously, you seem to be a bit scary. Xia Ming sighed. He thought that after his strength improved, he wouldn't be instantly killed by Dormammu like last time. Indeed, he managed to survive longer than last time, but the longer he persisted under Dormammu, the more Xia Ming could feel the horror of Dormammu. His power seems to be infinite. And Xia Ming, after jumping out of one circle, found that there was actually a bigger circle outside. Fortunately, Xia Ming is not the kind of person who will start to be afraid the more she sees unknown things. Instead, he became even more excited. He believes that sooner or later, he will be able to see the limit of Dormammu's strength. Even more than him. Isn't it obvious that I am powerful? If you don't have time magic, how can you dare to scream in front of me? Dormammu looked at Xia Ming indifferently. At this moment, he looked a bit majestic as a Mephista. Looking down at all living beings, from above. You should understand the gap between you and me. Even if we do it 1,000 or 10,000 times, we will have the same result, so you should go back after it's over. Dormammu said such fighting was pointless. Indeed. Xia Ming nodded. Seeing that Xia Ming agreed, Dormammu opened his mouth and shot out a breath of energy. If you have the ability, rely on your body to block it. But it's not over yet. Don't think you are the only one who knows this kind of attack magic. I can too. Xia Ming said loudly. After speaking, he also opened his mouth and spit out an energy beam. Now that Xia Ming's hands are controlled, there is very little magic that can be used, but it is not impossible. Boom! Two powerful energy beams collided in the air, resulting in a stalemate. Dormammu. You kid, use my ability against me, right? I learned quite quickly. But I am the great Dormammu-sama. As Dormammu's power increased, his energy beam gradually gained the upper hand and began to swallow Xia Ming's attacks. The intense purple light became brighter and brighter in Yuan Ming's eyes. Since ancient times, we have lost against the left. Am I on the left? Chapter 70. Think of a solution quickly. There must be some magic to hide from. Facing the coming attack, Xia Ming's brain was running rapidly, constantly recalling the magic she knew. Wait! I'm so stupid, can't I still do this? Xia Ming's eyes lit up, but the blow had already reached Xia Ming's eyes. Boom! The purple energy beam penetrated the stars, turned into a rainbow, and disappeared into the depths of the dark world. Phew! It's finally over. Dormammu breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this troublesome guy. Phew! It was so dangerous. It was almost over. Xia Ming wiped her sweat and suddenly appeared next to her, saying with great joy. Huh? Isn't it already over, why aren't you dead? Hearing the words, Dormammu turned around and looked away, feeling chilled immediately. Wasn't this kid wiped out by his attack? How could he still be alive and well? How did he escape? Has time started to cycle? Dormammu carefully recalled it and determined that it was still in the first time process. Isn't it a good thing that I'm not dead? Xia Ming, who had returned to normal file size, said with a smile. It's the best thing for me if you die. Dormammu was speechless. That really disappoints you. I survived. Xia Ming didn't mind Dormammu's attitude at all. As for how Xia Ming survived, it's actually quite simple. Just now, at that critical moment, Xia Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, dispelled the magic of the saint's appearance, restored her body to its original shape, and then teleported away directly before the chains could react, avoiding the attack. It doesn't matter, just do it again. Dormammu said, if you have the ability, you can keep hiding and try. Boom! The dark chains struck again. If you want to catch me, it depends on whether you are fast enough. Xia Ming teleported away, changed positions, and smiled at Dormammu. Unless you leave the dark dimension, you have nowhere to escape. The dark energy in the entire dark dimension can be controlled by Dormammu and then turned into his magic attack. Therefore, in this dark world, he is invincible. Unless you call one of the 5 gods. Just as Dormammu said, the dark energy around Xia Ming's body seemed to be alive at this moment, and began to gather towards Xia Ming, trying to surround Xia Ming's entire body. Once Xia Ming is trapped, these dark energies will turn into entities and control Xia Ming. What a troublesome thing! Xia Ming frowned. In order to avoid it and prevent himself from being locked again, he didn't even have time to attack Dormammu. This can't go on like this. Is this really the only place we can go today? It seems that the only thing that can fight the darkness is light. The god of white magic appears. Xia Ming shouted loudly, and a strong golden light suddenly appeared on her body, and behind Xia Ming, a huge amount of light and shadow was quickly condensing. As Xia Ming summoned the god of white magic, the surging white magic energy began to dispel the darkness around Xia Ming, turning this space into a pure land. The god of white magic? Emperor Weishan. Dormammu squinted his eyes and looked at the golden light, ignoring the white magic energy surging around Xia Ming. Soon, Dormammu realized something was wrong. Although this light and shadow is also in human form, it is not Emperor Weishan. He did not feel the aura of Emperor Weishan. Moreover, it is impossible for Emperor Weishan to suddenly come to his dark dimension. It's like he wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the supreme dimension to fight. If it's not Emperor Weishan, then who is it? Dormammu is very confused. Is there any other god of white magic besides Weishan? Wait a minute, this breath is Xia Ming. Dormammu's eyes suddenly widened. Xia Ming has become the god of white magic. But, if that's the case, then why is Xia Ming so weak? Xia Ming's complicated situation has plunged Dormammu into chaos. Let him constantly overturn his previous guesses, only to return to the starting point. In his eyes, Xia Ming's strength has definitely not grown to the level of being on par with Emperor Weishan. Otherwise, Dormammu would not have won so easily. But Dormammu couldn't explain why Xia Ming summoned a magic god who came from the same origin as him. It simply breaks the rules. I still underestimated you. Dormammu sighed. Since the last time I met Xia Ming, this little bug went from relying on time magic to blackmail him to relying on its own strength to last so long in his hands after a short period of time. Even Dormammu was surprised. Although Dormammu didn't use all his strength. Zero, please give me flowers. But he is the Mephista of the dark dimension. You have to use all your strength to deal with a small insect. If you tell him this, who will believe him? Who will be afraid of him? When the time comes, I'm afraid that all kinds of jokers will come to him and jump around a few times. This is something Dormammu cannot tolerate. You are proud to be able to see me in a new light, Xia Ming. It's okay, Xia Ming said modestly. At this moment, he was standing in the Pure Land enveloped by white magic energy, feeling a little more relaxed. But do you know that in the dark dimension, not even Emperor Weishan dares to show up at will? Dormammu said, and once again controlled the dark energy to surround Xia Ming and the god of white magic behind him. Why? Xia Ming asked. Because, I will completely swallow up his power. The dark energy began to eat away at the white magic energy, turning it into a part of darkness. Humph! Don't think I can't do it. You must know that Xia Ming's god of magic is a combination of black magic and white magic energy. Black magic energy is white magic energy. Xia Ming clasped his hands together, and the god of magic behind him also made the same movement. A huge amount of yin and yang tai chi appeared under the two of them and began to rotate. In the space, a vortex suddenly appeared. With Xia Ming as the center, the surrounding dark energy turned into a torrent, opposing Xia Ming's own white magic energy, and kept spinning. Finally, the two types of magical energy were all concentrated on Xia Ming's god of magic, slowly increasing his strength. Why do I feel that I should have done this earlier? Xia Ming murmured to herself after noticing the changes in the god of magic. He felt that the infinite dark energy in the dark dimension was his best gift. Anyway, he can integrate and transform, it doesn't matter if it's black or white. Perhaps, I should put the god of magic in the world of eternal night, so that the strength will grow faster. Xia Ming decided silently. I didn't realize this before, but now that I know it, don't miss it. You can still use black magic. You are such a genius. I can't even bear to let you die, otherwise you leave Kamar-Taj and come to my dark dimension. Dormammu suddenly invited. Xia Ming? Chapter 71. Kamar-Taj. Ancient One came to the library. Ancient One Magician. Emil Magician stood up and said hello. Emil. Ancient One nodded and walked towards the back of the library. Does the Ancient One Magician come here to use the Eye of Agamotto? Master Emil followed and asked. Well, something happened. The so-called something happened was actually because she was bored and wanted to time travel. Or go and see his future disciple Strange. Apart from secretly drinking wine and tea, this is another hobby of Ancient One. The two walked to the stone platform at the end where the Eye of Agamotto was placed. Ancient One reached out and took it over. Just as soon as she got it, she felt something was wrong. This Eye of Agamotto is fake. Ancient One Magician, what's the problem? Emil asked suspiciously when he saw Ancient One became silent. This is fake. What's fake? 887, you mean Eye of Agamotto is fake? Emil reacted, Yi Jinghu. The sound was so shocked that it was shapeshifting. Impossible. I've been here all the time, and except for some magicians who came to borrow books, no one else has been here. I didn't find anything unusual either. Emil said seriously. Yet. As the Ancient One spoke, he squeezed hard with his right hand and immediately crushed the artifact. The Eye of Agamotto broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The Ancient One twitched his mouth when he saw this scene. What a powerful magic! If she just looked at the appearance, Ancient One wouldn't be able to tell whether it was genuine or fake, but as soon as she got it, she could feel it immediately. The Eye of Agamotto carries the magical power of Emperor Weishan, and there are strong magical fluctuations in it. Coupled with the unique time gem inside, no matter how powerful the magic is, it cannot be copied. Ancient One Magician, this. Emil was frightened by the scene in front of him. His beard was shaking non-stop. He pointed at the fragments on the ground and didn't know what to say. Don't be nervous, I know who took it. The Ancient One sighed. Kamar-Taj is the only one who has such courage. It just so happened that he came back today and came here to borrow a lot of magic tribulations. In addition, the magic is so real that no one except Xia Ming can use it. This is magic that even she and Odin can't see. It's just this kid, where did he go? Didn't we all agree before? Or did you misunderstand what I meant? So in order to save your life, you come and take the Eye of Agamotto and go out to continue your wandering. Ancient One is really tired. Who took the Eye of Agamotto? Emil asked angrily. Good guy, you dare to steal the Eye of Agamotto in front of him, are you looking down on him? You are committing a crime. You should be kicked out of Kamar-Taj. It's Xia Ming. No matter who he is. You must not let go of the Ancient One Magician. Wait, is it Chongming? That's okay. Emil's angry mood immediately calmed down after he learned who did it, and it was not even possible to see that he was still angry a second ago as if he had seen his enemy. Why are you not angry anymore? Ancient One asked strangely. Isn't Xia Ming Magician the future Sorcerer Supreme? He has the right to use the Eye of Agamotto. Emil said extremely normally. In his opinion, the next Sorcerer Supreme must be Xia Ming. This is the same idea among all Kamar-Taj magicians. I hope so. Ancient One sighed, picked up the sling ring, and was about to open the portal to the holy place in New York. However, the orange sparks went out after spinning twice in the air. My magic failed. She, the Sorcerer Supreme, used a basic magic portal and failed. This is truly an unprecedented first time. Ancient One Magician, what are you? Emil looked at Ancient One in confusion. The portal actually failed? Could it be that the place where the Ancient One Magician went was special? I will try again. Ancient One gritted his teeth and activated magic again. The result is still the same. She can't open the portal to New York's holy place. Emil. Try it. Ancient One was furious and shouted at Emil. Oh, okay. Emil was stunned by the yelling and hurriedly took off the sling ring and was about to use magic. Ancient One Magician, where is the destination? I can't go to a dangerous place with my old bones. Emil worries about what dimension the Ancient One wants him to open. New York holy place. The Ancient One closed his eyes and thought about the problem. Oh, holy place in New York, that's not easy, no problem. Emil said subconsciously, and then suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his wording. He looked at the Ancient One carefully. After finding that the Ancient One had no reaction, he felt relieved and activated the magic. Result. What? Why is this happening? Emil's magic also failed and he was shocked. It's just a holy place in New York, why did his portal fail? Ancient One Magician, this. Emil couldn't believe it. Try other holy places. Okay. Emil activated the portal to the holy place in London, and this time it was successful. It can be opened, but the holy place in New York cannot be visited. Ancient One Magician, is there something wrong with the holy place? There should be nothing wrong. I know what's going on. Gu rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the outside of the library. Xia Ming. Just wait for me. The sound of Ancient One's gnashing of teeth could be heard far away. Because Ancient One suddenly remembered what Xia Ming said, he said that he would create a magic that prohibits portals in the holy place. Good guy, I didn't expect this guy to actually succeed. As a result, Ancient One can only go to the holy place in New York to find Xia Ming through the magic door. She was really going to be pd off by this guy. Damn it, do you know that holy place is my territory? What did Xia Ming do to make the Ancient One Magician so angry? Why can't the portal open? Emil Magician tried again. Dark World. You actually want to invite me to join the dark dimension? Xia Ming spoke in surprise. This is very un-Dormammu. How could such a conceited and self-centered Mephista take a liking to such a little magician? You are very powerful, especially your magic ability, which is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is a waste of your ability to stay in Kamar-Taj. You should come to me. Here, you no longer have to be bound by Rule 1.4. You can use any magic to your heart's content. You can also gain eternal life. Even, you can learn from me, completely abandon the human body, and gain extremely powerful power. Dormammu kept confusing. Then can I become the master of the dark dimension? Dormammu stopped. His interest and seductive speech were completely interrupted by Ming's sudden question. He is indeed very optimistic about Xia Ming's potential and wants to bring him into his camp. But it doesn't mean that he will give up his right to rule. What he wants more is to turn Xia Ming into his tool man and the most powerful thug invading other dimensional worlds. I can give you a bright future. Sorry, I don't believe it. Then there's nothing you can do, Xia Ming, give me your power completely. Chapter 72. Xia Ming, give me your power completely. Dormammu's momentum suddenly surged, the entire space became darker, and the surrounding energy began to stir. Dormammu's huge amounts of body seemed to have completely turned into a shadow in the dark world, covering this large space. The darkness turned into a terrifying giant beast that was about to swallow Xia Ming. What you up to? Xia Ming looked at Dormammu's sudden change and kept warning in her heart. Even if he had time gem with him, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked at this moment. Damn it! Get out of here! Dormammu, how about stopping now? I'll leave right away. Are you scared? But unfortunately, you can't leave. Dormammu smiled at Xia Ming. Not necessarily, I want to leave, you shouldn't be able to stop me. As long as Xia Ming uses teleportation to leave here and put distance between herself and Dormammu, she can open the portal and leave without Dormammu being able to interrupt. You can give it a try. Dormammu was not in a hurry. Space blockade. Xia Ming had already activated her magic when she said her last sentence. But he soon realized that he couldn't move. 01 Not only did his magic transmission fail, but even the yin-yang tai chi diagram under him did not know when it fell into a state of stasis. Xia Ming tried to activate other magic, but none of them succeeded. It's useless, this space has been frozen by me, you can't go anywhere. Dormammu took the initiative to explain. What are you going to do? You should know that if you kill me, time will fall into a loop. Yes, it is true, but have you forgotten my identity? Dormammu said, raising his hand and shaking Xia Ming's hand in the air. Immediately, Xia Ming found that the magical energy in her body was being absorbed by Dormammu. Even if you suck away my power now, everything you have done will be restored to its original state after the time loop. Xia Ming couldn't move and could only watch Dormammu devouring his power area extremely quickly. Even if his power is theoretically infinite, if it reaches a critical point, whether it is the small universe in his body, the dimension of the eternal night world, or the god of magic, they will all become Dormammu's nutrients. Because his enemy is Dormammu who can create dimensions at will and dominate multi-universe, Xia Ming cannot resist it at all. Although he will return to his original state after the time cycle, the pain of being robbed is still worse than Xia Ming's countless deaths before. What he is most worried about is that when the next cycle starts, he will be caught by Dormammu, and then the space will be frozen like now. In that case, he will really have no way to escape. Xia Ming no longer dares to expect the Ancient One to save him. This time, I am afraid that everyone will die. Let me tell you what the horror of Mephista is. Although time can cycle, I am an eternal existence, beyond time and beyond death. I will devour your power now, and it will stay in my body like the memory of my hand and completely become a part of my power. And you will return to the same state after each cycle. Unless I am willing to let you go, you will be my unlimited energy replenishment battery. Little insect, come and experience this kind of despair for yourself. Ha ha ha. Dormammu laughed happily. Why didn't you do this last time? Xia Ming, whose power was forcibly taken away, felt extremely painful and even turned a little pale. The light of the god of magic behind him also began to slowly fade. If this continues, his only sources of energy will be the small universe and the Evernight world. But it probably won't last long in Dormammu's hands. You were not as strong as you were last time. The last Xia Ming was an insect that Dormammu could crush to death at will. And now Xia Ming needs Dormammu to use the calendar. But what made Dormammu change his mind was the god of magic suddenly summoned by Xia Ming, who made him feel like he could inhale. And this can also bring pain to Xia Ming. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? He didn't believe that Xia Ming couldn't be scared this time. If you can, keep coming to fight with him. He sucks him once every time he comes. Just asking you if you are afraid. Dormammu, why is it like this? Isn't it good for everyone to be friends? Xia Ming, who felt that she was completely screwed this time, tried to say something nice. This is how I treat my friends. What the hell? But you have more power than I thought. The god of magic has disappeared, but you still have a source of power. Dormammu thought that the source of Xia Ming's power was the dissipated god of magic behind him. After it was gone, he should have extracted Xia Ming's life and soul. As a result, Dormammu discovered that there was actually one. This is a pocket universe. You actually have a pocket universe in your body. Everyone in Dormammu was shocked. Never seen anything so outrageous. Who the hell could have imagined this? There is actually a universe inside Xia Ming's body. No wonder Xia Ming's strength has improved so quickly. What the hell, are you cheating? How did you do something that even Ancient One couldn't do? This simply goes beyond the so-called magician category. Who on earth are you? No, I should say what on earth are you? Dormammu never believes that Xia Ming is a pure human being. What the hell are you? You're a black thing. Xia Ming cursed feebly. It was the first time since he recovered from his injury that he felt so weak. You will tell me. Dormammu was not angry or annoyed, but only increased the speed of devouring it. Boom! A voice that only Xia Ming could hear began to sound in his body. In his consciousness, all the stars in the small universe in his body 907 began to collapse, and the solar system gradually fell into chaos. There is not much time left before the entire universe is completely destroyed. And Xia Ming is still thinking hard about how to get out of the predicament. This should be your last resort. It's amazing. I have never seen someone like you with such huge energy. It's a shame you rejected me. But it's not too late. You still have a chance to agree. After all, it can be repeated endlessly, right? Dormammu turned his back on guests and laughed wantonly, feeling extremely happy. Infinite loop, right? Are you here to blackmail him? This will give you a taste of how I felt at that time. Let's see if you dare to use time magic next time. Oops, the small universe is about to collapse, then what's left is the world of eternal night. Dormammu will definitely find out that I am stealing the mysterious energy that belongs to him, and he will definitely be even more angry then. If only there were other sources of energy that could delay me for a while. Wait. The source of God power. How could I forget this? Xia Ming finally thought of another magic that can be used, which is to forcibly establish energy channels with known magical entities to obtain endless power. And isn't there a ready-made one right in front of us? Dormammu. You will regret it. Chapter 73. Dormammu, you will regret it. Xia Ming suddenly shouted. Come on, let me regret it. Dormammu is not lying, saying that you can use whatever means you have, but you are afraid that he will lose. Dormammu said, raising his other hand and turning on the double devouring speed. In Dormammu's eyes, the tiny Xia Ming is just a toy that he can knead at will. Cough, Dormammu, I warned you. The pain of having her power taken away suddenly doubled, making Xia Ming groan and immediately activated the source of God power. Unknowingly, Yuan Ming had established an energy channel with Dormammu. A powerful force began to emerge in Xia Ming's body, and began to pour into the small universe. Because Dormammu's power exceeds Xia Ming's own, so when this power appears, Xia Ming can also use it to restore everything in the universe that is about to be destroyed. Although Dormammu's devouring speed is very fast, fortunately, Xia Ming's ability to gain power is not slow either. In this way, a cycle was successfully established between Xia Ming and Dormammu. Dormammu swallows Xia Ming, and Xia Ming gains Dormammu's power and converts it into his own energy. To put it simply, Dormammu uses Xia Ming's body as a transit point to swallow his own power. Although Xia Ming was robbed of most of her energy by Dormammu before, once the cycle was established, Xia Ming began to use Dormammu's power to recover. Then Xia Ming also opened the energy channel between herself and Dormammu to the maximum in order to obtain more benefits for herself. The effect is that Dormammu's devouring speed cannot keep up with Xia Ming's acquisition speed. Slowly, relying on this power, Xia Ming's universe that was about to collapse began to rebuild and quickly returned to its original state. Then there is the God of Magic. Xia Ming took advantage of this opportunity to directly control the God of Magic and place it in the world of Eternal Night. The only difference is that the last time Xia Ming created the God of Magic, he created the God of White Magic based on the white magic energy of Emperor Weishan. Now, Xia Ming was created using the dark power of Dormammu, which resulted in the emergence of a pure black magic god. Although Xia Ming has mastered the method of energy conversion, firstly, she is not free now, and secondly, Xia Ming plans to borrow some white magic energy from Emperor Weishan to create the god of white magic and then integrate it. In this case, the speed will be faster. The god of black magic quickly condensed, and this time his size was even much larger. It can only be said that it is thanks to the power of Dormammu. This time, Xia Ming was resurrected directly on the spot. Then, in order not to waste it, while maintaining the energy devoured by Dormammu, Xia Ming used all the acquired power to build her own Eternal Night world and expand its dimensions. As for the small universe, Xia Ming did not rush to expand it first. And Dormammu also felt strange at the moment. "Why do you still have so much energy?" Dormammu asked in surprise and confusion. "My energy is endless," Xia Ming shouted, pretending to hold on. "Isn't this what it should be?" Dormammu became suspicious. How much energy a pocket universe has, at least in Dormammu's eyes, is not enough. But why hasn't this pocket universe collapsed after he devoured it for so long? Moreover, why does the energy attribute swallowed up from behind him seem a bit familiar to him? Why does it look so much like his own? Etc. This FG thing is his own, okay. What did you do? Dormammu asked angrily. "I didn't do anything, cough." Xia Ming replied weakly. "Something's wrong." Dormammu closed his eyes and began to perceive. Suddenly his eyes opened suddenly and he looked at Xia Ming full of anger. "UBD, you are the one who establishes contact with me and summons your fighting power." Dormammu just felt a power channel being established with him, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, he has countless followers, and there are even many humans and demons who have been bewitched by him. They have all obtained the power given by him, become stronger, or gained eternal life. And Dormammu also allows them to establish a channel with him through the dark summoning ritual so that they can use his power to realize their dreams. Definitely, these come at a price. But Dormammu is never anxious to recover the price these people should pay. Instead, he hopes that they will continue to spread the name of Dormammu's Mephista to gain more believers. So at first, even though the power output from this channel was a bit too much, he didn't care about it. After all, he was a bit busy now. If it were any other time, Dormammu might have taken a look at who was so bold. Therefore, Dormammu did not discover the problem immediately, but continued to concentrate on devouring Xia Ming, happily looking at Xia Ming's extremely painful expression. Then at the moment, he discovered that the energy swallowed from Xia Ming's body had something wrong. After some perception, Dormammu found the target through the largest channel. And this target is right in front of him. So when did Xia Ming become his follower? Where did you learn about this summoning ceremony? Damn it, why did I suck it for a long time and haven't finished it yet? It turns out he was devouring his own energy. How the hell did you do that? Dormammu gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Ming. You actually discovered it? What a pity. Xia Ming shook his head regretfully. Seeing that he was exposed, he was too lazy to continue pretending. Hey, boy, do you think you can still threaten me? The initiative of any summoning ceremony is in my hands. Dormammu said, don't think you can blackmail him like last time. As he spoke, Dormammu tried to close this energy channel. Just like he said, any summoning ritual, any magic circle, even everyone who has obtained his power, Dormammu can extract it at any time if he wants. Except for the special situation of the Ancient One who is hiding on the earth and hiding in Kamar-Taj, Dormammu has no way to do it. Money, everything else is just a matter of Dormammu's thoughts. But Dormammu miscalculated this time. Because he found this energy channel connected to Xia Ming, and he couldn't close it. As an energy supplier, he actually has no initiative. Everyone in Dormammu is stupid. Why can't he understand the situation again? This hateful guy is indeed the most annoying. Perhaps if I stop devouring this boy's power, the passage will be closed? Dormammu thought about it while putting down his hands. And Xia Ming knew that Dormammu was going to stop after she felt that her power was slowing down. Dormammu, let me remind you, even if you stop, the passage will not be closed. In other words, if you stop, you will suffer a lot. Xia Ming smiled. Dormammu, what the hell? Xia Ming, I told you you would regret it. Chapter 74. Dormammu. I keep my word. If I say I want you to regret it, I want you to regret it. Weren't you very proud just now? Come on. Keep going. I have plenty of time to spend with you. Xia Ming endured the pain of having her strength taken away and shouted loudly to Dormammu, her tone full of excitement. What the hell, he thought he was dead today and would not be able to escape the fate of being used as a battery by Dormammu. But there's a twist. Xia Ming stood up again. The initiative has returned to Xia Ming's hands again. If you have the ability, Dormammu, you can use new methods to deal with me. You. Dormammu's hands that were just about to be put down were raised again. Yes, if you stop like this, he will be attracted. Because he cannot close the energy channel with Xia Ming, this means that his power can be continuously taken away by Xia Ming. But he could only watch blankly, unable to do anything. The only way to recover the loss is to continue to devour Xia Ming's power. But Dormammu doesn't know that Xia Ming has another dimension, and his power is being used by Xia Ming to expand the dimension space and strengthen the god of black magic. Although he can swallow Xia Ming's energy and get back his own share of 667, as a transfer station, Xia Ming should charge a handling fee, right? As it happens, this handling fee is not painful for Dormammu, but for Xia Ming, it is very huge, enough to allow Xia Ming to move to the next level. Let's do this. Let's stop together. I'll let you go and you close the passage. Dormammu still can't understand how Xia Ming did it. He has tried to cut off the connection channel several times, but without success. Now the situation on both sides seems to be back to the last time. Dormammu couldn't do anything with Xia Ming's time magic, and was blackmailed by Xia Ming in the end. He originally thought that he was sure of Xia Ming today, but Xia Ming did something like this again, and he was forced to compromise again. Sure enough, when he met this shameless BD, he didn't feel better. He decided that after Xia Ming leaves this time, he will leave the dark dimension and go out for a walk. If I can't offend you, why can't I hide from you? It just so happened that he had taken a long break, so it was time to resume his old business and go to other dimensions to see if there were any opportunities to occupy it. I'm also looking for a way to break the magic of time or block others from entering the dark dimension. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem, for this kid to break in all the time. You want a truce? I reject. Don't go too far. Dormammu roared. You just went too far. Xia Ming was not to be outdone. Okay, you can do it. Then we will continue to waste it. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. Dormammu suddenly increased the power of devouring it, making Xia Ming instantly feel as if her soul was being sucked away, which was extremely painful. Well, if you stop now, you can be freed earlier. Dormammu threatened. I can bear it. Xia Ming gritted her teeth. This is a rare opportunity for him to obtain the power of Dormammu in an open and honest manner to upgrade his dimensional world. Xia Ming does not want to let it go. Dormammu fell silent after hearing this. He had seen with his own eyes how determined this boy was. The level of trouble is something Dormammu can't bear. For a moment, both sides were silent and fell into a stalemate. Through in-depth experience and observation, you suddenly realize the essence of energy transfer, gain some understanding, and create a magical energy siphon. Energy siphon: you can plunder and absorb other people's magical energy, attack energy, life, souls, demons, and many other things that exist in the form of energy. Through in-depth experience and observation, combined with the magic body refining flow, you gain some understanding and create the magic body of the demon's flame. The demon's flame body, a body formed by terrifying magical flames. After using it, you can withstand more powerful power and exert more powerful magic. Boom! Just when Dormammu was thinking about how to end this farce, Xia Ming's body was suddenly covered in a fierce black flame, and her human body was burned away. You gave up your body. Dormammu was extremely surprised. Dormammu is very familiar with the changes in Xia Ming's body at this moment. Because that's what he was like at the beginning. In order to obtain more powerful dark power, he gave up his physical body, turned his body into magical flames, and became the master of the dark dimension, and that's how he became today. He looked at Xia Ming's changes and suddenly became happy. Haha! Xia Ming, have you finally figured it out? Now, you can only stay in the dark world forever and never return to Earth. Dormammu, come! Seeing the human magician in front of him, the disciple of the Ancient One, the future Sorcerer Supreme, and the Asgardian of the Earth, now like him, accepted the power of darkness and became a member of the Devil, Dormammu was extremely happy. He was even looking forward to what the Ancient One would look like when he learned about this. Her most promising disciple and the heir to the Sorcerer Supreme turned out to be a dark demon. Even one day in the future, the two of them will fight and stage a show of deep master-disciple love. Dormammu feels very excited just thinking about it. He originally saw Xia Ming rejecting his invitation, which was a pity, but in the end, Xia Ming actually chose his side, which surprised Dormammu. However, Dormammu looked at herself as if she were a smaller size and felt a little uncomfortable. This is so similar to him. Ha! Hearing Dormammu's gloating, Xia Ming was too lazy to speak. Firstly, he wanted to experience the power of the demon's flame body, and secondly, when he turned into magical flames, the power he obtained from Dormammu would become even more. In the Evernight world, the current dimensional space has become twice as large as before after this improvement. This also means that Xia Ming's strength has increased step by step again. Comparing the lords of certain dimensions, Xia Ming can already completely crush them. Then there is the god of magic, whose size has also increased a lot, allowing Xia Ming to control more magical energy. You kid, you actually came up with this idea. Dormammu felt that the flow of his power suddenly accelerated, and his eyes suddenly widened. You are looking for death. Dormammu was so angry that Xia Ming gave up his body just to steal more of his power. Dormammu couldn't bear this anymore. He tried his best to kill Xia Ming even if he lost some energy. I just hope that Xia Ming will not be like him. Even if time loops, what he gets will not disappear. Otherwise, he will really suffer a big loss. Worse than last time. But I can't care about that much anymore. Go to hell. Boom. The angry Dormammu directly crushed the frozen space where Xia Ming was. Space turned into fragments, forming a black hole. But in the blink of an eye, time began to flow backwards, and the time of Xia Ming and Dormammu returned to the original node. So cruel! But run away quickly. Chapter 75. The Ancient One walked out of the magic door with a dark face and came to the holy place. She first tried using portal magic, but as expected, it still failed to activate. Then Ancient One tried other magic, and this time it worked normally. So Xia Ming specifically developed a barrier that only targets teleportation magic in order to prevent others from suddenly appearing in the holy place? Perhaps it is said that this is deliberately targeting her? This boy really does what he says. The Ancient One gritted his teeth at this. Ancient One took a moment and found out that Xia Ming was not there. He should be out wandering again with the Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One had no intention of looking for him again this time, nor was he overly worried about his safety. Judging from the last experience, Xia Ming never does anything he is not sure about. It's just that Ancient One didn't perceive any trace of Xia Ming, but perceived other things. This magic circle, why does it look so much like Kamar-Taj's configuration? Ancient One pinched his chin and became confused. After she perceived it again, she confirmed her guess. Xia Ming actually moved the entire Kamar-Taj magic circle to the holy place. So the purpose of his flying into the sky is to better observe Kamar-Taj from a height. Ancient One was shocked. How long has this been going on? Xia Ming learned the knowledge of magic circles and applied what she learned? Are you worried that holy place is unsafe? I really have you. Ancient One was shocked and speechless at the same time. But that's okay. If an intruder tries to destroy the holy place, it won't be that easy. We can ask Xia Ming to decorate the other 3 holy places. Ancient One thought as he walked up to the 3rd floor. In the past, there was no magic circle arranged in the holy place, so no one could do it, but now that Xia Ming knows how to do it, the Ancient One said that it is not necessary. When I arrived at Ancient One on the 3rd floor, I walked to the bookshelf on the side, opened a magic book at random and looked at it, and found that there were signs of being turned over. And the entire bookshelf was very clean, obviously tidied up compared to the last time she came here. At least when Daniel was here, some of the books had never been touched, and even collected a lot of dust. Ancient One walked to the window of the world again and saw a sofa, a low table, and several magic books. Seeing this scene, Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. It can be seen that Xia Ming has not been idle these days, and is working hard to supplement her magic knowledge. Although Xia Ming sometimes likes to be messy, when she is serious, Ancient One also praises her. Ancient One didn't know when Xia Ming would come back, so he simply sat on the sofa, picked up the magic book next to him, started reading, and waited quietly. Dark Dimension. Turning back time, Xia Ming returned to the starting point. Then without any hesitation, he opened the portal as quickly as possible and left here quickly. Fortunately Dormammu didn't stop him. When Dormammu perceived Xia Ming, he also thought about freezing the space where Xia Ming was, but in the end he did not take action and allowed Chu Zhenming to leave. There was nothing he could do, he was really bored. He was worried that after leaving Xia Ming behind, he would repeat what the two did in the last time loop. In the end, both sides suffer. Or it should be said that he lost more and Xia Ming made more. Can you believe that he, a dark Mephista, multi-universe level boss, actually suffered losses twice at the hands of Xia Ming? If this spreads out, I'm afraid those other Mephisto will think that Dormammu has lost his mind. He would even kick Dormammu out of the group chat because of such embarrassing things, lest he fall from the majesty of Mephista. Therefore, Dormammu did not bother to confirm Xia Ming's situation. But seeing that he still had a human body, Dormammu guessed that everything Xia Ming had obtained should also be restored to its original state. After all, Xia Ming is not at his level. Then after Xia Ming left the dark dimension, Dormammu started his journey, looking for a dimension that was easy to bully, and planned to leave here for a while. Anyway, even if he leaves, he will not lose his identity as the master of the dark dimension, so there is no need to worry too much. Because there is no one stronger than him in the entire dark world. But he didn't expect that someone would start thinking about going to Earth after sensing his departure. Call. He's finally back. I'm so exhausted. Huh? Ancient One Magician, why are you here? Xia Ming, who came back from the dark dimension, lay down on the sofa without saying a word, gasping for air. This time he was really scared to death. If it hadn't been for the final reversal, he would have experienced the pain of having his energy drained away by Dormammu countless times. But fortunately, he was one step ahead. 0 request flowers. He decided that from now on he would just keep to himself and read a book and drink coffee in this holy place. So that the next time you continue to seek death, your weakness will be caught again. Luck and opportunity don't always favor him. Then he just took a few breaths when he saw Tung on the other side of the sofa. I'm here. Wait. Let me drink some water first. Xia Ming interrupted Ancient One's words, held his right hand empty, grabbed a cup filled with water, and drank it in large gulps. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming silently without urging him. But to be honest, this was the first time she had seen Xia Ming look scared. Even when Xia Ming faced Dormammu last time, she dared to bargain with him and looked like she was not afraid of death. 0. But when I came back this time, I felt like I was surviving a disaster. This made the Ancient One very confused. Which dimension did Xia Ming go to, and what kind of existence did she encounter that made Xia Ming look like this? You are here to get the Eye of Agamotto, right? Give it back to you, take it away quickly. Don't let me see it again. Xia Ming handed it back to Ancient One as if holding a hot potato. Ancient One took it subconsciously. You don't want to use it anymore. No, no, no. Xia Ming shook her head. Also, could you please take the Eye of Agamotto with you? It can easily be stolen every time you put it there. Xia Ming suggested. Are you afraid that you can't help but see it and want to use it to cause trouble? Ancient One smiled knowingly. I have to say, this is really something Xia Ming can do. Ahem, it's nothing, I'm just worried. Although Ancient One was right, Xia Ming said she didn't want to admit it. So where did you go this time? Ancient One asked curiously when he saw Xia Ming calm down. Dark Dimension, go find Dormammu to fight. Xia Ming sighed. Huh? Lost the fight? Ancient One looked at Xia Ming in confusion. Last time, she clearly saw that Dormammu was unable to use time magic. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to Xia Ming's request and send Xia Ming away at the cost of mysterious energy. Isn't it the same this time? You can't say that Dormammu can break the magic of time, right? Lost. How is it possible? Dormammu and I are on a 50-50 basis, okay. Chapter 76. You and Dormammu are 50/50. Ah. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming who was talking nonsense speechlessly. Do you think I believe you and Dormammu are evenly matched? The way you look like you escaped from the dark dimension proves that you suffered a lot this time. I even ate a big one. Ahem, okay, 4 or 6. Xia Ming coughed. Ah. Sankai. Ah. Okay, okay, it will open on February 8th, it really does. Xia Ming lay weakly on the sofa, very hurt. However, there is nothing wrong with saying that Xia Ming and Dormammu are on a 50-50 basis, after all, neither one can do anything to the other. Even until the end of the fight, the two of them recognized each other. So what happened? Your time magic failed. Ancient One stopped joking and looked at Xia Ming 500 seriously. It didn't fail, it was just that I was controlled by Dormammu's space magic, and then he started to extract my power area. Xia Ming said weakly. Extract your power? Then you will die in the end, right? Then time will start to cycle? Can't you just take the opportunity to leave? Ancient One frowned, put himself into Xia Ming's situation, and analyzed the possibility of Xia Ming's escape. Theoretically, this is true, but you also know that after the time loop passes, it will not affect Dormammu's memory, and even if my power is taken away, it will not disappear. So Dormammu wants to use me as a battery, constantly replenishing it, so even if time goes into a loop, I will be the one injured in the end. This is what Xia Ming can't stand the most. Even if the power is taken away, you can still accumulate it through the time loop, but Xia Ming has gained nothing at all. Who can bear this? Then how did you solve it in the end? Well. Xia Ming became hesitated and wondered whether he should tell the Ancient One about his magic. It's not that if the magic is known to the Ancient One, it will have any impact on him. But Xia Ming is more worried that the Ancient One will be taboo about him being able to obtain the power of Dormammu. Not to mention that Xia Ming's body is now full of black magic energy. Even the god of magic is as black as black. Coupled with the demon's flame, Xia Ming is really afraid that the Ancient One will think that he has fallen into darkness. This is also what Ancient One is most worried about. She was clearly warning Xia Ming not to get involved with dark forces, for fear that Xia Ming would be contaminated. As a result, Xia Ming went to the Black Dimension and came back with the power of darkness. If you want to say that Ancient One can remain indifferent after knowing it, then Xia Ming doesn't believe it. If a fight breaks out, both of them will be hurt. Even Xia Ming's chance of winning may be even greater, because Xia Ming can also trigger the power of Dormammu in the Ancient One, thereby weakening the Ancient One. But Xia Ming doesn't want to fight with Ancient One. You still have to turn your magic energy into a black and white integrated state as soon as possible. Xia Ming thought silently. Now, he doesn't even dare to take action at will, lest he expose the fact that he is a black magician. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Ancient One faced Xia Ming's hesitation and did not ask further questions. After all, everyone has their own little secrets, and it would be rude to cross the line. Thank you for your understanding. Xia Ming was very grateful. He was afraid that the Ancient One would keep questioning him, and Xia Ming did not want to deceive the Ancient One. I don't even want to be forced to part ways with Kamar-Taj because of this. Xia Ming is grateful to Kamar-Taj and Ancient One. But I only have one question. You say you didn't come back by making a deal with Dormammu, right? Ancient One asked seriously. The transaction I'm talking about is not the same as last time, you should know what I mean. Don't worry about this. I, Xia Ming, will die in the dark dimension. I have been tortured and killed by Dormammu thousands of times, but I will not compromise with Dormammu. Xia Ming knew that the deal the Ancient One was talking about was the kind of deal that signed a contract with the devil and Mephista. But as Xia Ming himself said, he would not sell his soul to any demon or Mephista. Not even if it means death. This is his bottom line. Definitely, Xia Ming will not refuse to get endless power from Dormammu to build her own eternal night world. Anyway, he is forcibly connected to Dormammu, and it is not through some ritual, magic circle, or the like that he can obtain Dormammu's consent to obtain his power. Therefore, Xia Ming does not have to pay any price to Dormammu. On the contrary, when faced with Xia Ming's stealing behavior, Dormammu would turn to him and beg him for zero. After all, this would be unacceptable to anyone, even if he is Mephista. Emperor Weishan still wants you to pay the price, but it's better for you to get it for free. Who can bear this? Okay, don't get excited, I believe you. Ancient One waved his hand, relieved. As long as Xia Ming is not contaminated by Dormammu and does not get any handle on Xia Ming, then the Ancient One can rest assured about Xia Ming. Let's not talk about Dormammu for now. Let's talk about another thing. What else? What did I do again? Xia Ming thought the Ancient One came to him to get the Eye of Agamotto. What did you do to yourself? Have you forgotten? Ancient One's calm mood suddenly became angry again. What didn't I do? Except I just went to the dark dimension. Xia Ming scratched his head, wondering how he had offended the Ancient One again. Magic array. Ancient One gritted his teeth and said. Magic circle? Oh. This is what you are talking about. How about it? I arranged it pretty well, right? Xia Ming understood instantly and said with a smile. Not only is it good, it's even very good. So good that I can only come to you through the magic door. You are so majestic. Ancient One looked at Xia Ming with a sneer. That's what you're talking about. I'm not here to prevent enemies from attacking the holy place through the portal. You also know about Caecilius. It's always good to be on guard. Xia Ming scratched her head awkwardly and explained casually. I think you are targeting me specifically in 1.6. Ancient One cursed angrily. How can you? Okay, I'll open your permissions right now. Faced with Ancient One's cold eyes, Xia Ming had no choice but to compromise. Oh, I'm so angry, the magic circle was in vain. Xia Ming closed her eyes and was about to take action when she suddenly stopped. I just had a fight and am a little tired now. Can I revise it later? Okay. Ancient One nodded, not doubting anything. In addition, more. Everyone in Xia Ming was shocked. Did he do something wrong again? Since you know Caecilius, then you also know Strange and what will happen in the future. I know a little bit. So that's why you don't want to take over as Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 77. So that's why you don't want to take over as Sorcerer Supreme. You also know that I will die, right? Ancient One looked into Xia Ming's eyes and asked. No, it's because the title of Sorcerer Supreme is not important to me. And Strange will also do well. Xia Ming said that sooner or later, his strength will surpass the so-called Sorcerer Supreme. Whether he has this title or not, Zhen Ming will do his part to protect the earth. As for Strange, as Xia Ming said, he is a good and conscientious Asgardian. Magic ability is also very strong and can solve many troublesome things alone. But Xia Ming is different. Xia Ming feels that she likes to cause trouble and like to run around. What if one day she is not on Earth and goes to other dimensions? Therefore, Kamar-Taj has a Sorcerer Supreme standing by to prevent unexpected situations. Xia Ming doesn't want to be tied to the Earth forever. As for your matter, it's up to you to choose. If you want to stay, I can help you solve Dormammu's troubles. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. Xia Ming can draw 01 away the dark power belonging to Dormammu in Ancient One's body. If he still wants to live forever, Xia Ming said that he can also lend his power to Ancient One. Anyway, Ancient One already has his magic mark. If Ancient One wants to retire, Xia Ming will not stop her and respects her choice. How far into the future do you see? Ancient One did not answer Xia Ming's question, but asked something else. How far? About 4 stages. Xia Ming thought for a while and said. What do the 4 stages mean? Does it mean that the birth and destruction of the universe has gone through 4 times? Ancient One frowned, confused. Ah! It's not as exaggerated as you said. In short, just think that I know a lot of things. When Xia Ming heard about the birth and destruction of the universe, everyone was shocked. Although he knows a lot of things, it's not so scary. If Xia Ming had experienced 4 reboots of the Marvel Universe, he would have become omniscient and omnipotent. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. Just use your own discretion. As long as you don't mess up the timeline. Ancient One sighed, leaned on the sofa, and gave a warning. Anyway, she can't see Xia Ming's timeline or his future, so just treat him as the new timeline. If this were replaced by the DCEU, it would be equivalent to opening up a new parallel universe, and then restarting it again and again, making it a mess. But the good thing is this is the Marvel MCU. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Xia Ming nodded to reassure Ancient One. Okay, I'll leave first. The Ancient One stood up and subconsciously opened the portal. Then it failed again. Ancient One. Xia Ming. Xia Ming looked at this scene awkwardly. So do you know why I want to create a magic that prohibits teleportation here? Just to prevent you from breaking into his home without saying hello. When you have time, go to the other 2 holy places and set up magic circles. Ancient One took a deep breath, fearing that his high blood pressure would rise again. Ah! This is not good. Xia Ming hesitated. What's wrong with that? Then after I set up the magic circle, won't they have to go through the magic door? How inconvenient this is. Xia Ming is afraid that the magicians from other holy places won't be able to get used to it. I'm talking about a magic circle that does not prohibit the use of teleportation magic. If you dare to use what you have here, try it in other holy places. Ancient One roared angrily at Xia Ming. You damn well know it's inconvenient. You still do this even though it's inconvenient? How dare you say it's not directed at me? If Ancient One hadn't wanted to maintain his own image, she would have cursed. Okay, okay. I understand. Don't get excited. Xia Ming leaned back and looked away from Rage's Ancient One in fear, and quickly agreed. That is to say, Ancient One is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, at her advanced age, Yuan Ming would be really afraid of passing through the air layer. After finally calming down Ancient One and sending her away, Xia Ming walked into the meditation room and sat down. He wanted to transform his magical energy. Otherwise, in his current situation, if he uses black magic energy, it will probably have a big impact if it goes outside. They may even be regarded as evil wizards and be beaten and killed. How much does this affect his image? Xia Ming's consciousness sank into the world of eternal night. Compared with before, not only is the space here much larger, but the dark energy has also become more intense. At a glance, those who don't know the truth think that they have come to a dark dimension. After all, the two are almost identical. And in the center of the eternal night world, the god of huge amounts of black magic is sitting quietly here, exuding surging black magic energy. And it is still absorbing the mysterious energy transmitted from unknown places, gradually increasing its strength. Xia Ming didn't know why Dormammu didn't find that part of his mysterious energy was taken away by Xia Ming, or as Dormammu said, the amount of this mysterious energy was infinite, so Dormammu didn't feel that it was less. After taking a look at the situation in the Evernight world, what Xia Ming has to do is either to convert the black magic energy here into a part of the white magic energy, and then integrate with each other as before to become the god of black and white magic. Or go to Weishan Emperor to borrow some white magic energy, directly generate the god of white magic, and then integrate. Obviously, the latter method is simpler and faster, and there is no loss. Without even thinking about it, Xia Ming chose the second option and began to communicate silently with Emperor Weishan, trying to obtain some white magic energy from the Supreme Dimension. In the ancient body of Hagos, in the ancient name of Ashutu. Agamotto, listen to me, Emperor Weishan, give me fire. Xia Ming used the magic spell she learned from the Ancient One to spiritually communicate with Weishan Emperor in the 613th dimension for the second time. That's right, it was the second time. Since Xia Ming created the god of white magic, he has never used the power of Weishan Emperor again. In the spiritual world, Xia Ming saw the first ray of light in the darkness, and also saw an extremely bright and dazzling golden figure. He is extremely majestic and gigantic, as if he is the original light and the ubiquitous magical energy originally. He is the great and eternal god of white magic, Emperor Weishan. Huh? What's going on? When Xia Ming slowly adapted to the surrounding light, he suddenly discovered that he was actually in a golden world. Xia Ming feels like she is wrapped in sea water now, swimming in the warm and comfortable white magic energy. Every breath makes Xia Ming energetic, and her whole body seems to be filled with infinite power. This is a completely different feeling from Xia Ming in the dark dimension. The two are like the North and South poles, completely two extremes. When Xia Ming entered the dark dimension for the first time, she was worried about being contaminated by dark energy, so she was always on guard. But when she came here, Xia Ming was different. Instead, she breathed heavily and relaxed her body unpreparedly, as if she was afraid of being contaminated. Emperor Weishan, who was aloof, looked at Xia Ming, who was enjoying herself and breathing heavily, and wondered whether he had put the wrong person into the Supreme Dimension. Is this a little different from what he thought? Chapter 78. Xia Ming feels that she has never been so comfortable. This is a feeling that is dozens of times more comfortable than in a spa. Comfortable Xia Ming was about to fall asleep with her eyes closed. Emperor Weishan. It was determined that this was not the Xia Ming they were looking for. Sorcerer Supreme from Earth, Xia Ming. A sound like a yellow bell, full of solemn, upright, sublime, and harmonious sounds rang in this space. Xia Ming's relaxed spirit, which was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. This is the Supreme Dimension. Are you the eternal Weishan Emperor? Xia Ming looked at the golden figure and asked uncertainly. Yes, this is the Supreme Dimension, and we are Emperor Weishan. A solemn voice answered Xia Ming's question. Xia Ming was stunned for a while. No, he just wanted to borrow a little bit of Weishan Emperor's power, so why did he come directly to the Supreme Dimension? Is it possible that every magician who communicates with Emperor Weishan will get an opportunity to be interviewed by Emperor Weishan? Can he also have a few cordial chats with Emperor Weishan? Emperor Weishan is quite busy. But why didn't he come in last time? Xia Ming was very confused. But since this is the Supreme Dimension, Xia Ming has to observe it carefully. Xia Ming immediately opened his all-seeing eyes and observed. The last time he communicated with Emperor Weishan for the first time, he only connected to the Supreme Dimension by obtaining energy. He didn't even see what this dimension looked like. The tall Emperor Weishan looked at Xia Ming's bright eyes and felt Xia Ming's spying on them. Seeing this, Emperor Weishan thought and his figure became more solid, as if it would be easier for Xia Ming to see more clearly. Emperor Weishan didn't mind Xia Ming's spying at all. Because this is not the real them, because no mortal can understand their existence, not even the later Doctor Strange. The images of the eternal Weishan emperors are purely ethereal forms, because no eyes can see their true mysterious appearance. Generally, the appearance in front of people is the image of a woman, an old man, and a tiger, the Trinity. They are the almighty Ohit, the old lord of hogs, and the multi-universe Agamotto. Therefore, even Xia Ming's all-seeing eyes cannot glimpse their true appearance. When Xia Ming looked at Emperor Weishan through her all-seeing eyes, she was blocked by the shrouded mysterious magical energy. When her sight finally crossed the mysterious magical energy, at that moment, Xia Ming seemed to have seen all the magic miracles, all unknown magical knowledge. The all-seeing eye did not analyze the identity of Emperor Weishan, but instead fell into a sea of magical knowledge. Because of the sudden influx of countless messages, Xia Ming closed his eyes in pain. If this continues, even with his strong spirit, he will not be able to bear it. This is not something that the all-seeing eye can decipher now. Through a short period of in-depth observation and analysis of mysterious magical knowledge, you gained some understanding and combined it with the all-seeing eye to create the magical omniscient eye. Omniscient eye gives users many abilities such as observation, analysis, recording, interpretation, perspective, analysis, etc. This is too strong. Look at Dormammu again, it's simply not enough. Xia Ming exclaimed in her heart. Damn it, Xia Ming feels like she's going blind if she takes one more look at Emperor Weishan. Good guy, what kind of existence is this Emperor Weishan? Both are at the multi-universe level, but compared to Dormammu, Weishan Emperor's strength is simply as high as heaven and earth. So how did Dormammu dare to challenge Emperor Weishan? Could it be that he was only challenging Agamotto alone, not the Trinity Weishan Emperor? Xia Ming felt that she had guessed the truth. Sorcerer Supreme Summer from Earth. Wait! Xia Ming suddenly interrupted Wei Shandi. When did I become the Sorcerer Supreme? Isn't the Earth's Sorcerer Supreme the Ancient One? Do not you know? I should know anything. Xia Ming looked at Emperor Weishan in confusion. This time, with the upgraded all-seeing eye, the situation that Xia Ming could not bear just now did not happen again. Instead, it automatically started analyzing, recording, and interpreting silently. When encountering knowledge that cannot be interpreted, I start recording and then move on to the next link. Just like Xia Ming connected herself with a mobile storage hard drive, the all-knowing eye records and saves these mysterious magical knowledge that are completely incomprehensible and waits for analysis later. Even Emperor Weishan was surprised when he saw Xia Ming dare to look directly at him like this. He didn't know how Ming adapted so quickly in such a short period of time. But he didn't care. Let me first explain to you what Sorcerer Supreme is. A title awarded to those who have more powerful mysterious or magical abilities than others, or who can control more powerful magical energy from other dimensions than others. Moreover, up to 2 Sorcerer Supremes can exist in the same world at the same time. One of them has higher magical ability than all the others, and one of them has more magical energy than all the others. I can perceive that your magical energy far exceeds that of the other Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Emperor Weishan explained to Xia Ming. Then if his magical ability and magical energy exceed everyone else, then he is the only Sorcerer Supreme. That's right. Then, what is the use of the title Sorcerer Supreme? He represents that world where his magic surpasses everyone else. That is it. That is it. Then you should just call me Xia Ming. Xia Ming sighed speechlessly. Is he such a vain person? It's just a supreme title, what's the use of having it? Emperor Weishan was slightly silent. Isn't Sorcerer Supreme the highest honor? No how. In addition to his honorary title, it is also a symbol of his status as Emperor Weishan in other worlds. Why does Xia Ming look like she doesn't care at all? Well, respected Emperor Weishan, why did you call me here? Xia Ming, your magic ability is very high, even comparable to Agamotto, the first Sorcerer Supreme. Ah, this is too much. How can I compare with the boss of Agamotto? Emperor Weishan's words were unbearable even for Xia Ming's shamelessness. Comparable to Agamotto? If he was so powerful, he would have become a big boss long ago, unlike he is just a little magician now. The purpose of why I called you here is to make you become the sorcerer supreme of the earth, and use my power to fight against darkness, resist mysterious magical threats that interfere with reality, and even endanger life on earth. Then what's in it for me? Emperor Weishan? Chapter 79. Want benefits? It was the first time Emperor Weishan heard that a magician believed in him, and actually asked him for benefits. Isn't protecting the earth the greatest mission? Shouldn't you feel endless glory and then devote your whole life to it, even your life? So what are you telling me, the benefits? I'm not a dark Mephista. In order to obtain your soul, I came to sign an evil contract with you. I am the orthodox god of white magic, okay? Are you afraid you are not a fake Kamar-Taj magician? There is no awareness at all. As a magician of Kamar-Taj, it is your mission to fight the darkness, defend against threats, and protect the earth. I agree. Xia Ming nodded. Then are you willing to become the new Sorcerer Supreme? Emperor Weishan felt a little better. At least Xia Ming hasn't gone too far. Why me? The Ancient One is not dead yet, and her future heirs have been found. Xia Ming didn't know why Emperor Weishan wanted him to be the Sorcerer Supreme so much. He couldn't figure it out. Your magical ability and magical strength are more than enough. Even Strange can't compare with you. Emperor Weishan also knew about Strange's future achievements, but he wanted to see what Xia Ming's future achievements would be. Emperor Weishan even felt that with Xia Ming's potential, he might have the opportunity to become a multi-universe level being in the future. Since there is such an excellent choice for 747, why would Wei Shandi choose the second one? But I refuse. Xia Ming shook her head and said. Why do you say you want me to be the one, so I have to be the one? Could it be that just because you are the eternal Weishan Emperor, you can influence the fate of others? Although Emperor Weishan can indeed do this. But Xia Ming felt she had the chance to refuse. You can't say that Emperor Weishan killed him because of his refusal, right? If word spreads that Emperor Weishan has taken action against his descendants, who will believe in him or trust him in the future? If those dark Mephisto found out about this, they would probably die from laughter. Emperor Weishan fell silent again. I don't understand why Xia Ming always wants to refuse. Don't you have a protective heart and are willing to contribute to protecting the earth and the universe? I do, and I am willing to contribute, but what does this have to do with Sorcerer Supreme? Do I not have to contribute because I am not Sorcerer Supreme? Xia Ming retorted righteously. That's why I want to grant you the highest title. Then you might as well give me some benefits. Emperor Weishan wanted to curse, but then he immediately reacted and shut his mouth. He is afraid that his image will be ruined. Although in Xia Ming's eyes, the image of Emperor Weishan has collapsed a bit. So give me a reason to convince me. Don't talk about mission or anything, I have that. Xia Ming said that if you have anything to say, just say it and don't deceive him with false and empty things. It's also best not to force him. Otherwise, he would break the pot and turn into the darkness Mephista to find Dormammu as his companion. Maybe you can take advantage of the opportunity and become the master of the dark dimension. Anyway, black magic can become the supreme being, and he does not lack the white magic energy of Emperor Weishan. Let me tell you, hogs. A pleasant female voice replaced the person who had just spoken. Judging from her title, the person who just spoke should be the ancient god Hogs. Hello, Xia Ming. Dear Mizuhit, hello. Xia Ming said respectfully. The reason why we want you to succeed Sorcerer Supreme is because your magic ability is extremely high. We have noticed you since the first time you communicated with us, although since that time, you have never used our power Emperor again. Although it looks like an extremely beautiful woman, Xia Ming knows that this is not her true appearance. But Zit's voice, whether it was the effect of magic or her original voice was very special, made Xia Ming feel it was unusually pleasant to hear, and people couldn't help but want to believe her and listen to what she said. Every word. Cough. Although his voice was pleasant, Oat's words made Xia Ming a little embarrassed. After all, Xia Ming's first god of magic relied on the magical energy of Emperor Weishan to successfully create it. But after that, he forgot about Emperor Weishan. As a result, Xia Ming came to Emperor Weishan again to have S*X for free. Although Emperor Weishan didn't feel any anger towards him, Chongming still felt a little blushed when he was exposed in person. It's also because you have never used our power again, but you can still use extremely powerful white magic, so we discovered that you are different. If I guess correctly, you have a source of white magic of your own. Although it is still very weak, it still allows you to have enough white magic energy, right? Zit guessed the truth through Xia Ming's various signs. But she never thought that the source of Xia Ming's white magic was the god of white magic created by them through the image of Emperor Weishan and belonged to Xia Ming. If Zit knew that there was a so-called god of magic in Xia Ming's body, it would be difficult to maintain the eternal peace of mind. This is actually a bit appalling. But Ohit is indeed right, Xia Ming's god of magic is not powerful enough. At least in the eyes of Emperor Weishan, he was no different from a child. Xia Ming panicked, feeling that Emperor Weishan had seen through it, and she was very worried whether Emperor Weishan knew all his secrets. Don't worry, we have no intention and will not take the initiative to explore any of your secrets. We only judged it through your performance, but judging from your appearance, our guess is not wrong. Ohit let out an extremely melodious chuckle. So what does this have to do with the Sorcerer Supreme? Well, we want you to become the Sorcerer Supreme, and we just want you to be able to stand on our side in the future and fight together against an evil and extremely powerful enemy. Ohit sighed softly and told the truth. In other words, you are trying to tie me to the same ship. Xia Ming finally understood the meaning of Emperor Weishan's actions. But wouldn't it be better to just say no to this kind of thing? Why do we have to go round and round? Yes. But haven't I already said that I will do my part to protect the earth? You still don't believe me. It's not that we don't believe you, but we can't judge your future. Ohit explained. The Ancient One should have told you that she can't observe your timeline through the time gem, right? Your existence is multi-universe and as unique as us. So without seeing your future position, we can only choose to make you the Sorcerer Supreme and shoulder the heavy responsibility. In this way, I will invest in you again, hoping that you can fight with us against evil enemies in the future, nothing more. Huh? Is there investment? Ohit? Chapter 80. Unexpectedly, Ohit also fell into a confused silence. Look. That's why we want to bind you with the Sorcerer Supreme. Look at what you look like. I have told you so much and explained so much, but when you hear the word investment, you instantly become energetic. You are simply easier to bribe than those degenerates who want to gain power. How can you reassure us when you look like this? What if one day you are promised benefits by some Mephisto, will you join them and come back to deal with us, or even invade the earth? Ouchite simply couldn't imagine what Xia Ming's future would look like. A person with such magical ability can easily go astray because of his ability. Even once you fall into the darkness, it will become even more terrifying. Because there are not so many restrictions on the use of dark power, it exists purely for its powerful power. Compared to white magic, it is more of a guardian magic. This is why many white magicians are unable to defeat black magicians when facing them. I just lost my composure a little bit, but believe me, I'm definitely not a two-sided loser. When Xia Ming saw Zit fell into silence, she quickly clarified herself, saying that she was not a mercenary villain, nor was she a weakling easily seduced by demons. I'm serious. Putting aside my status as a magician, I'm just an ordinary person. Although I like to take advantage of myself occasionally, I may be shameless sometimes. Damn it, forget it, you guys are still choose someone else. Xia Ming felt that the more she explained, the less reliable she became, and the darker her explanation became, as if she was self-destructing. In the end, she simply gave up by throwing it away. Since you can't judge my future and you can't trust me, I'd better leave. At worst, he would take some time to slowly transform the black magic energy and regain the white magic energy star after he goes back. As for your Weishan Emperor's power, I don't want it anymore. It won't be necessary anymore. It's like he has to stick to you. I, Xia Ming, also have a temper, okay? Besides, he didn't want to be a sorcerer supreme. In the spiritual world of Emperor Weishan. Hogs, how about we forget it? This man's position is too easy to swing. But he hasn't shown any bad qualities yet, so I think it's believable. Hogs, Agamotto, what do you think? Agamotto, we are the future. Hogs, make it clear. What Agamotto means is that since we can't be sure, just go with the original idea. We are eternal existences. Xia Ming's future is our future. If there is a deviation, we just revise it. Hogs, I agree. Agamotto, agreed. Perhaps Xia Ming's performance in this way proves that he still has human emotions? He will work hard for everything he cherishes. I will keep my eyes on him. Hogs, hope you're right. Xia Ming, because the matter is relatively important, we must treat it with caution. I hope you can understand. Ohit finally spoke again. What do you mean by important? Do you also have enemies that you cannot defeat? Yes, even we have enemies that we cannot defeat. Who is it? Xia Ming is very confused. Does Weishan Emperor have any mortal enemies? His name is Shima Godzilla. He also has another name, Eye Demon or One-Eyed Alien. Beholder? It turns out it's him. Hearing the familiar name, Xia Ming immediately understood who this person was. As the eternal enemy of the Ancient One and Strange, Xia Ming also knows a little bit. It seems that you have also heard about the Beholder's deeds. Zit looked at Xia Ming in surprise, and was very surprised that Xia Ming could know the existence of the Beholder. Just knew his name, and that he was scary. Indeed, he is powerful and terrifying because he is an ancient demon with super strength. Ohit began to popularize science. He is one of the most primitive powers of chaos, and one of the interdimensional old ones, also known as an interdimensional one. He is omnipotent in his own dimensional world, and can even control other magical energies of level planet. In prehistoric times, he ruled the earth for a period of time, and then a million years later, he fell into a deep sleep. One day in the future he will wake up and once again want to return to the earth and rule everything. 0 request flowers 0. Therefore, we hope to gain an ally, and one day in the future, when he invades the earth, we can defeat him together or even seal him forever. And you, Xia Ming, because you are from the earth, you are naturally opposed to Shima, and you are also willing to protect the earth and protect all life, so we hope that you can succeed the Sorcerer Supreme and help you grow up as soon as possible. What do you think? After Uhit explained in detail, he quietly waited for Xia Ming's decision. Let me ask, among the allies you need, there should be someone stronger than me. For example, well. Xia Ming is stuck. Yeah, like who? Is there anyone who has the strength and can help Emperor Weishan fight against the powerful magical threat? 0. Although there are many superheroes on the earth, but multi-universe existence, Xia Ming suddenly couldn't think of anyone. It seems that Molecule Man is very awesome, and it seems that Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic, the leader of the Fantastic Four, is also an extremely awesome being. But none of them are from the magic side. After much deliberation, Xia Ming could not come up with a suitable answer by only looking at the information obtained from the previous 4 stages and a few comics. You should also know that what we need is an ally with similar strength to ours, and you have such potential, so we chose you. What if the Beholder comes before I grow up? Isn't your investment in vain? Xia Ming has never doubted his potential, and he even believed that one day he could surpass an existence like Weishan Emperor. But how much time this will take, Xia Ming is not sure. Our existence is to protect this universe and the earth. Therefore, as long as you use our power to do what we are doing, we will not feel that it is a waste. And I also hope that you can become stronger and better, and even surpass us. Ohit said seriously. Okay, then I have one last question. You say. Do I need to pay a magical price to accept your investment? Emperor Weishan. This is really a good question. Chapter 81. Does magic come with a price? Definitely. Because there are 4 sources of magical power in the Marvel Universe. One is personal energy, which relies on the spiritual power and spiritual power obtained through one's own practice to achieve various miraculous magic methods. The second is the magical energy from the cosmic environment. This comes from eternity among the 5 gods. Through this power, magic such as teleportation can be realized. The third is some special magic objects, such as the source of Juggernaut's power, a ruby from the Crimson Universe. The fourth is the magical energy from extra dimensions. As long as the magical energy is obtained from dimensions other than the Earth, magicians must plead, sacrifice, or make commitments to these powerful magical entities or some kind of magical objects. Can be achieved. Therefore, even Emperor Weishan has no way to say that he can exempt Xia Ming from the price of 413 magic to give Xia Ming strength. This may also be the reason why Emperor Weishan is willing to invest in Xia Ming, because as long as Xia Ming uses the power of Emperor Weishan, she must pay a price. In this way, Emperor Weishan didn't have to worry too much about Xia Ming's betrayal, nor did he have to worry about Xia Ming not being able to contribute. Completely hold Xia Ming firmly in his hands. This method is actually similar to the way Dormammu lent the power of immortality to the Ancient One. You must know that the current Ancient One has long been burdened with debts, and even calling it a responsibility is not an exaggeration. But fortunately, Ancient One is still covered by eternity. As long as Ancient One is willing to leave at any time, her soul will not be taken away due to various debts. Instead, it will be as if she has gone to heaven, and she will be free and at ease. But Xia Ming is not protected by such a big boss. And through Emperor Weishan's silence, Xia Ming also knew that as long as he agreed to Emperor Weishan's request, it meant that he would start to incur debts. This is not what Xia Ming wants. If Xia Ming doesn't mind paying the price, then why would he create a god of magic? Now he has a bright future. If he has to lose his freedom just to obtain the power of Emperor Weishan, then again, he might as well go to Dormammu. I've thought about it carefully, and I think you should choose someone else. Strange's qualifications are not bad. As long as he is well cultivated, his future achievements will not be as high as yours, but at least he will be a big shot. I believe that with Strange's consciousness, he will definitely support it, and in order to protect the Earth and protect life, he will not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. What do you think? If possible, then I will go back first. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Ming decided to refuse. If you leave now, you will be prohibited from using any of our magic in the future. Do you want to leave too? Ohit's voice turned into Hog's again, with a threatening tone. When he heard Xia Ming said that he was seeking benefits from them, he had objections later. When he saw that Chong Mingxiong was interested in how to invest, he suggested to Aochite to change the candidate. But both Ohit and Agamotto agreed that it was hard for him to say anything. As a result, after everything was agreed upon, you actually regretted it again. Do you really think that Emperor Weishan has no temper? It's not like you have to do it. If you want to leave, then go ahead. If you leave, I will blacklist you. You will never be able to use the power of their white magic god again. It doesn't matter. If you don't need it, don't use it. Please let me go. Xia Ming turned a blind eye to the threat of Hogs. It was just white magic energy, but it wasn't like he didn't have it. Xia Ming, who has mastered energy conversion, is really not afraid of this. As long as he is willing, the dark energy in the entire eternal night world can be the source of his magical energy. Even if it's not enough, at worst, if he finds a way to knock down Dormammu in the future and occupy his dark dimension, he can also become a multi-universe level. Therefore, Xia Ming said that she didn't want to talk to you anymore and wanted to go back. It turned out that he couldn't leave. Without Emperor Weishan's permission, Xia Ming could only continue to stay here. To be honest, Xia Ming was still a little panicked. After all, no one knew whether these big guys had any bottom line. If Emperor Weishan really wanted to attack this little magician, Xia Ming would be helpless. As for the so-called reputation, does Weishan Emperor have only one way to kill Xia Ming? Totally impossible. So when the time comes, Xia Ming will have no choice but to die besides compromising. Don't get excited yet, Xia Ming. Yu Zit said. As for the cost of magic, it is not something we can avoid. Even if we are willing to help you for free, under this rule, we cannot achieve zero. How about this? You give us a promise, and we will only charge the price if you fail to fulfill the promise. What do you think? Yu Zit's voice was not only soft, but also extremely gentle. Even Xia Ming felt moved for a moment and wanted to agree to Yu Zit's request. But, he is Xia Ming. Xia Ming resisted the impulse and kept saying NPC, NPC. In her heart and calmed down. Want to charm him? You may have underestimated Xia Ming's film-reading instincts for more than 20 years. Promises like this cannot be given casually, and to be honest, I am not very confident in myself. Xia Ming admitted honestly. Then, Uhit also felt a little regretful. Do you really want to give up? But you just said that you are willing to help me for free? Is this true or false? Xia Ming suddenly asked. It's definitely true, it's just impossible to do. What if I say I have a way? Among Xia Ming's magic is a magic called the Source of God Power, which can forcibly connect Xia Ming with known magical entities, thereby gaining the other party's endless power. And the other party cannot close this channel. It was because of this that Dormammu had no choice but to compromise with Xia Ming for the second time. What can you do in 2.4? What can you do? Now not only Uhit was curious, but Hogs and Agamotto, who had never spoken before, also looked at Xia Ming. As Emperor Weishan, the trinity of eternal magic gods, they have never heard of a way to avoid the price of magic. But what does Xia Ming say now? Does he have a way? Is Xia Ming even more powerful than them? Yes, but, can you give me a promise? Promise not to attack me. Hogs, stop pushing your limits. Uhit and Agamotto, I promise that no matter in the past, present or future, we will not take action against you or harm your life. Hogs, hey! What are you doing? Hogs never expected that the best friend he got along with every day would betray him. Chapter 82. Hogs was very surprised as to why Uhit and Agamotto were so irrational. In the spiritual world of Emperor Weishan. Hogs, do you know what this is doing? Commitment to a little magician. Uhit, I want to see what he can do. Agamotto, curious. Hogs. Hearing his friend's words, Hogs was completely speechless. Just out of curiosity, you are willing to exchange an extremely precious promise? What if the other party is trying to trick them? We are the great and eternal Emperor Weishan. Uhit, you have also seen how special Xia Ming is. He has complete uniqueness and will definitely be at the same level as us in the future. I think there is nothing wrong with us being friendly with him. Agamotto, I agree. Hogs, it's up to you. By the way, you are the trinity of Weishan emperors, so. Xia Ming was very happy when she heard the promise from Uhit and Agamotto. At least these two people didn't have any big objections to him. But this is not enough. This is just a promise made by the two of them, not Emperor Weishan's promise. You're going too far. Hogs said angrily. Isn't the commitment from both of them enough? 01. Although they are a trinity, any single existence can represent them, Weishan Emperor. Or does Xia Ming not trust him? I'm Hogs. No matter what, he would never attack a little magician like you. Wouldn't this lower his status? I'm just going to be a bad person first, so even if you object later, I won't say anything. Xia Ming felt that it was better to explain some things clearly first, so he would rather be a bad person first than be tricked later. On the other hand, as long as she agrees to his conditions, Xia Ming will do her best to do what she needs to do and will not betray him. Then they will find out that Xia Ming is good. Uhit, Hogs, agree. Hogs, I know. After the three people unified their opinions, solemn voices sounded in the world of the Supreme Dimension. I, Emperor Weishan, promise that no matter in the past, present or future, we will not take action against you or harm your life. Thank you. Please rest assured that I will not do anything to harm you. Xia Ming finally laughed and felt relieved. So what is the method you mentioned? Uhit asked. I can establish an energy channel with you and then gain your power. That's it. Uhit was a little puzzled. What's the difference between this and them giving Xia Ming power? The connection between them and Xia Ming must be passed through channels, otherwise how can we help him? Moreover, in addition to the fact that their Weishan emperors can actively establish channels with any magician who believes in them, the magicians of Kamar-Taj can also communicate with them through magic spells and then obtain their magical power. Or is your channel very special? Emperor Weishan was very puzzled, but soon, they discovered the problem. They discovered that the channel established by Xia Ming and them was indeed long-lasting and special. It can't be closed at all. What did you do? Hogs asked loudly. Establish an energy channel with you. Xia Ming said innocently. He hasn't even started to gain energy yet, why are you so anxious? Then why can't the passage be closed? Hogs asked. This is what I asked before, if you are willing to help me for free. You mean, you can avoid the magic price in this way? Ohit said in surprise. That's right. How did you do it? There is magic in this world that we don't know about. Because this is the magic I created, and it's called the source of God power. I can establish this channel through any magical entity I know, and thus gain unlimited power from the other party. Xia Ming thought for a while and explained. Are you saying that you could have taken away magical power from us in this way? But you didn't do it, why? Zit understood the principle of this magic, but she was confused as to why Xia Ming had not done it before. Ahem, this is because I can't beat you, so. Xia Ming coughed twice and said awkwardly. He can access Dormammu's power at will, since Dormammu cannot enter the earth. But Xia Ming did not dare to obtain the power of Emperor Weishan at will, because Emperor Weishan could appear on earth at will. When the time comes, Emperor Weishan finds out that his power has been stolen by Xia Ming, and what should he do if Xia Ming comes to visit him? Do you want Xia Ming to hide in other dimensions and survive? If he is so unscrupulous that he exceeds Emperor Weishan, Xia Ming will not dare to come out. You are very good. Agamotto, who said very little, suddenly praised him. Xia Ming couldn't tell whether it was praise or anger from these toneless words. In that case, let's get started. Ohit nodded and agreed to Xia Ming's approach. No wonder you want us to promise. You have already planned it, right? Hogs was very angry and felt that he had been deceived by Xia Ming. I said I wanted to leave, but you didn't let me. Hogs, is it still his fault? After Xia Ming complained, she began to obtain the magical power of Emperor Weishan. In an instant, powerful magical energy entered Xia Ming's body through the channel, causing him to begin to emit golden light that was the same color as the Supreme Dimension and the Weishan belt. I will stop whenever you tell me to stop, okay? Xia Ming didn't want to fight with both sides, so she handed over the initiative to 960 Emperor Weishan. What do you want to do with this power? Ohit asked curiously. Well, haven't you guessed it before? I can use your energy to build a magic source of my own. Is this the magic you created too? Yes, and it was only with reference to your existence that I could succeed. Xia Ming answered Ouchite's question while recondensing the god of white magic in her own small universe. He did not do this directly in the Evernight world because the environment in the Evernight world was not suitable. Even Chongming had to expend extra energy to prevent the god of magic from being contaminated. Therefore, he had to wait until the god of white magic took shape before integrating. Just seeing the magic energy increasing and Emperor Weishan not opening his mouth to stop it, Xia Ming suddenly had other thoughts. Why don't we simply use this power to create another dimension that belongs exclusively to white magic? Let's call it the Jija world. Xia Ming just did it and started to do it. Then, sensing that the flow of magical energy was accelerating, Hogs couldn't help it anymore. Stop! Stop! It's almost time. You guys are talking too. Hogs was really speechless. He didn't understand why he was the only one shouting here, while Ohit and Agamotto were completely silent. Hogs, I'm tired, forget it, I don't love it anymore. Chapter 83. When Xia Ming heard Hogs shouting, she was so frightened that she opened her eyes and was about to stop. It turned out that Hogs was the only one who spoke, while Ohit and Agamotto continued to remain silent. At this moment, Xia Ming closed his eyes and Xin and continued to build his extreme day world. The dimensional dimension has been generated, and all that remains is to consolidate and expand it. For convenience, Xia Ming directly put the newly generated god of white magic here and upgraded it together. As long as Emperor Weishan doesn't say stop, Xia Ming will stop. The spiritual world of Emperor Weishan. Hogs, don't you feel it? This is different from what we agreed before. He took away too much energy. Uhit, but haven't you noticed that until now, his body has not been unable to bear it due to excessive energy? Hogs, yeah, how did he do it? Hogs also reacted quickly. Xia Ming, a mere human magician, was not overwhelmed to death by this huge energy. Ohit, Agamotto, what do you think? Agamotto, dimension. Hogs, what do you mean? Uhit, as expected, Xia Ming has the ability to create dimensions, and this is one of the multi-universe abilities. Just like Ohit herself, as one of the 4 earliest surviving gods on Earth, she is known as the Lady of Light of Dawn. She once created the Star World, an abstract dimension formed by human spirit and thought. Therefore, under her perception, the energy Xia Ming obtained from them did not stay in Xia Ming's body, but went to the void. And what is in the void? There are dimensions. Hogs, multi-universe level? But Xia Ming's current strength is far from this level. Hogs looked at the tiny figure in front of him in disbelief, feeling extremely outrageous and magical. Uhit, although I don't know why, the source of Xia Ming's magic may be from this dimension. Because of the existence of this dimension, he does not need to use our magic power like other magicians. No matter how small a dimension is, the energy it possesses has already exceeded all the magicians of Kamar-Taj. This is why Emperor Weishan called Xia Ming the Sorcerer Supreme from the earth when he entered the Supreme Dimension. Hogs, is he really just a human magician? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of some other multi-universe being? At this moment, Hogs was very suspicious of Xia Ming's identity. It possesses the uniqueness of the multi-universe level, the ability to create dimensions, and can even obtain the power of others through plunder. No matter how you look at it, Xia Ming is not what an ordinary human being should look like. Ohit, I can't be sure, but for now let's treat him as a human being. As long as Xia Ming accepts our help, she will not be our enemy in the future. Agamotto, okay. Hogs, wait. Don't worry about anything else. Let him stop this damn passage first. Our help is almost there. It's okay, it's a chicken. You don't care about your own strength at all, do you? You stupid guy. Hogs was really speechless about Agamotto. Uhit, okay, it's almost the same. Uhit nodded and agreed with Hogs's opinion. Although Oyuzit said this little energy didn't matter, there was still a long way to go. Xia Ming might still need help in the future, so there was no need to use up all the opportunities at once. Only through time and constant communication can we build a deeper relationship with each other. This is what is called a bond. Xia Ming, stop it. Uhit reminded. Okay. Xia Ming opened her eyes and decisively closed the passage. And because his extreme day world was not disturbed, the construction was very successful. In addition, this is the first time for everyone to cooperate, so we should be more generous to avoid annoying others. But Xia Ming didn't know that he was very annoying to Hogs in his heart. Especially when he wanted Xia Ming to stop, he shouted so loudly that Xia Ming ignored him. But when Ohit speaks, you stop. What do you mean? Do you look down on him? He is also one of the great Weishan emperors. Hateful. Hogs was so off guard by Xia Ming that he closed his eyes and didn't bother to look at him again. It seems that your harvest is not small. Oyuzit saw the satisfied look on Xia Ming's face and said clearly. I still have to thank His Excellency the Reverend Weishan Emperor for the gift. After receiving the benefits, Xia Ming started to speak nicely. Hogs, humph. A question mark appeared on Xia Ming's forehead. She felt that Hogs, who had the image of a tiger, was a bit difficult to deal with. Could it be that because he has the head of a tiger, his personality is also very irritable? Xia Ming discovered Hua Dian and expressed her understanding, and generously forgave Hogs for being rude to him. Hogs? This is what you deserve. Ohit said politely. In this case, I will send you back first. If you need help with anything in the future, you can call us in the spiritual realm. Definitely. I have not forgotten what you said before, so don't worry. That's the best. Ohit nodded. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, Xia Ming said and waited for Emperor Weishan to send him out of the supreme dimension. And when Hogs, who had been impatient for a long time, was about to take action, he was interrupted by Ohit. By the way, as my soul gift, this is for you. Ohit suddenly spoke again. Xia Ming didn't understand what he meant, but he saw a drop of pure water flying from the huge amounts of Emperor Weishan's palm. Xia Ming was about to raise his hand to catch it, but found that the water droplets melted directly into his body. Ohit, you! Hogs suddenly spoke in shock. This is for you. As a result, before Hogs had finished questioning him, Agamotto, who was always careful about his words, also gave away something. Agamotto! Why are you doing this? Okay, please. And this. A ball of golden flame also flew out and penetrated into Xia Ming's body. Agamotto! That's mine. Go back. Ohit waved his hand. Suddenly, Xia Ming's newly opened mouth didn't even say the first word. He felt that the world in front of him changed and he returned to the meditation room where he was before. Xia Ming scratched her head in confusion. So what exactly was the last thing Ohit and Agamotto gave him? As soon as this thought emerged, Xia Ming's body began to change. Ah! The extremely blazing golden flames immediately enveloped Xia Ming's entire body and began to burn Xia Ming's body, causing Xia Ming to kneel to the ground in pain and roar. You! This FG hurts more than the fire at Dormammu. You are the dark Mephisto. Grass. Chapter 84. In the blazing golden flame, Xia Ming's painful voice became lower and lower, and all parts of her body slowly disappeared and annihilated, turning into the nutrients of the flame. Not long after, Xia Ming's entire body was burned into nothingness by the flames. Where Xia Ming disappeared, there was only a pure drop of water floating in the air. Supreme Dimension. Ohit! Agamotto! What on earth are you doing? Because Xia Ming had already left, Hogs did not communicate with the other two people in the spiritual world, but directly questioned him. In the entire Supreme Dimension world, only Hogs' voice is the loudest. Perhaps Hogs felt that this was the only way to express his anger. Ohit! Do you know what you are doing? You actually gave away your tears? That is more precious than my flame and Agamotto's amulet. And you? Agamotto! Even if you give away your own amulet, why would you use my flame as a gift? I didn't even agree. When talking about this, Hogs gets so angry. Agamotto actually took advantage of his absence and took away his flame and gave it to Xia Ming. Don't even ask. You should say something at least. It's not that I disagree. As a result, he seemed to be stingy. This made 290 Hogs very uncomfortable. There were also Ohit's tears. Hogs didn't know what she was thinking about giving such a thing away. You must know that Ohit's tears are the most precious and magical thing among them. Even the book of Emperor Weishan is not as valuable as this tear. As for why this tear is precious, just look at Agamotto and you will know. As one of the old gods, Ohit only shed one tear in his life. And it was this tear that gave birth to Agamotto. Yes, Achuo can also be regarded as Ohit's son. Therefore, Agamotto, who was born from tears, was born with extremely huge magical energy. He is also the creator of the Eye of Agamotto, the first person to possess the time gem, and the first person to understand the mysteries of the universe. He is known as the all-seeing eye, an omniscient and omnipotent existence. This shows how precious Ohit's tears are. But such precious tears, Ohit actually gave them to Xia Ming. If a new person is born from this tear, Hogs can't even imagine the consequences. Calm down, Hogs. Ohit waited until Hogs had finished speaking, Abob, before he began to speak. His tone was as calm as ever, and his voice was as beautiful as ever. The tear I gave to Xia Ming is not the same as the original tear. It does not contain my feelings for the countless lives on earth, so it will not give birth to new life. The effect of these tears will only help Xia Ming better adapt to magical energy and enhance his affinity for magic. Ouchit explained. Even so, you don't have to give such a precious gift. Hogs received Uhit's explanation and felt relieved, but he still expressed his reluctance and heartache. But the tears belonged to Uhit personally, and he couldn't comment too much, so he looked at Agamotto. Agamotto, I know you are also optimistic about Xia Ming. You gave him the amulet. I am too lazy to say it, but why do you want to take my flame? Don't I know how to give it myself? Hogs was furious. Although his flames are not as magical as Uhit's tears, they still have the effect of improving physical fitness and increasing magic affinity. It even allows the owner to gain fire magic to use in attacks. You must know that although this is the flame of Hogs, it is actually the flame of Emperor Weishan. How strong is this flame? Just look at Kamar-Taj's magic sacred sword of Vishandi. This sword is composed of Emperor Weishan and the flames of Hogs. It has full attack power, especially against dark forces, and has a miraculous effect. Seeing that you are busy, I will help you. Agamotto always cherished his words like gold. You. Phew. Next time something like this happens again, you'd better let me do it myself. Hogs wanted to curse, but he held back. The three of them not only met when they looked up, but also when they looked down. Hogs also knew Agamotto's character and knew that if he continued like this, he would be the one who would be angry in the end. And Agamotto will just pretend that he didn't hear anything and then dare to do it next time. What made Hogs uneasy was most of all. As for the amulet sent by Agamotto, also known as the Eye of Agamotto, it basically has the same function as the one left in Kamar-Taj. They all have the same power of all-seeing, able to see through many illusions, decipher dark magic and even observe the past and future. The difference is that the one sent by Agamotto this time does not have time gem embedded in it. After taking a breath and about to start meditating, Uhit next to him suddenly let out an exclamation. How could this happen? In Uxit's perception, the tears he gave to Xia Ming seemed to have changed. What's going on? What's going on? Hogs immediately opened his eyes and asked anxiously. Is there something wrong with your tears? Hogs is still worried about this. I'm afraid another Agamotto will come out. Although this is not a bad thing. Nothing. Uhit didn't explain, he also closed his eyes and fell into meditation, leaving Hogs to gnash his teeth. Hogs, so what kind of teammates do I have here? Although Uhit was calm on the surface, he was very shaken in his heart, almost to the point where Agamotto was born. Because Ouchite perceived that a life actually appeared in the weight of the tear. If I guessed correctly, it should be Xia Ming. As for why it became like this, Uhit didn't know, and he didn't dare to tell Hogs for fear that Hogs couldn't help but start a big fight again. As for Agamotto, he probably wouldn't care about this kind of thing. So, I have it again. While Uhit was shocked, he was also looking forward to seeing Xia Ming in the Supreme Dimension next time. You will know everything then. In the meditation room. Just as Uhit perceived, the drop of water floating in the air suddenly bloomed with strong vitality. As the light becomes stronger and stronger, a pure form like water is slowly forming. Gradually, the shape became clearer and clearer, and through the light, it could be seen that it was a person. As if something came from scratch, Xia Ming's body was resurrected again based on this magical drop of water. You have an epiphany through in-depth experience of rebirth from the ashes and the constitution of the physical body. Combined with the body of the demon's flame, you realize a special physique, the body of a spirit. The body of the gods, composed of pure magical energy and the pure divine power of Uhit, you have become one of many gods. You have gained a long life, a strong body, natural magic affinity, and huge magical energy. Chapter 85. Surprisingly, even Xia Ming did not expect that the things given by Emperor Weishan and the others would be so useful. The most powerful one among them is the drop of water given by Uhit. Only after Xia Ming reorganized her body did she understand what this drop of water was. It's actually Uhit's tears. Xia Ming knows about the function of Ouchite's tears. After all, Agamotto was born from these tears. And in the end, he became an omniscient and omnipotent being. Together with Ohit and Hogs, he formed the trinity of Weishan Emperor and became an eternal existence. Does it mean that I am also Ohit's child now? Xia Ming was extremely shocked. It was the first time he discovered that something so outrageous had happened to him. No. No. I have always existed, and although Agamotto was born from Ohit's tears, I just rebuilt my body with these tears. Xia Ming thinks that she is Ouchite's child, but this statement is not true. After all, Xia Ming doesn't want to suddenly have multiple mothers, even if she is the goddess Ouzit. Phew! What the hell happened is too unexpected. With a thought, Xia Ming's naked body appeared in a set of long white clothes, the same as the previous one. Xiao Hong, come here. Then he put the levitation cloak on his back that had been used to avoid the flames on Xia Ming's body again. Fortunately, the cloak was not burned, otherwise he would have to go to Weishan Emperor for compensation. Burning the body with flames is similar to abandoning the human body, but because of the effect of Ohit's tears and the pure divine power of light, it also allowed me to regain the body of a god. I made a lot of money. After Xia Ming opened up the eternal night world in the dimensional dimension, he obtained the identity of a lord, which caused his life level to evolve, but he still did not transcend the limitations of the human body. Unless Xia Ming is really like Dormammu and completely abandons the physical body, it is not known how long it will take for Zhenming's strength to improve. What he never expected was that after he came back from the Supreme Dimension this time, due to some strange combination of circumstances, he was still forced to change his body. Fortunately, Ohit is the goddess of light, and the divine power she possesses is also pure light power. Otherwise, if it were another old god, such as Than, the god of black magic, the creator of the dark book, or a snake god like Seth, Xia Ming's current body would probably become a god of dark power. Body. Who knows what his reorganized body will look like by then? After all, Xia Ming still likes the appearance of humans. He doesn't want to turn himself into a human or a ghost, or be covered with tentacles just because of his strong power. That's too scary. Phew, my strength is finally back to normal. Xia Ming raised her right hand and grasped a ball of luminous white magic energy out of thin air. This is the power of the god of white magic from the new dimensional world of Polestar. The left hand holds a ball of black magic energy, which is the power of the black magic god in the world of eternal night. Then Xia Ming's body suddenly fluttered, and black gold flames appeared all over its body. It was so frightened that the floating cloak was about to fly away, but soon it realized that there was no danger, and moved the corners of its clothes suspiciously. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Xia Ming comforted. The black golden flame is the magic flame from the dark dimension and the golden flame from the supreme dimension Weishan Emperor, which are upgraded after integrating each other. Since integrate, it means that Xia Ming has all the abilities of the two flames at this moment. Perhaps the name should be changed and called the Flame of the Gods. In addition, the body of the spirit also gave Xia Ming Superman-like strength, speed, endurance, and defense, and even immunity to viruses, radiation, poisonous gases, etc. There is also the ability to resist normal magic attacks. Now Xia Ming, even if he does not use the magic body refining flow, just stands still and lets all the Kamar-Taj magicians attack him, Xia Ming can still be unscathed. Definitely, exclude the Ancient One here. And this is the power of the divine body, and this power comes from Ohit, one of the four old gods of the earth. In terms of physical fitness, even Thor probably can't keep up with the current Xia Ming. In contrast, in addition to a strong body, it is also magically friendly. This new body has possessed huge magical energy since its birth, which not only allows Xia Ming to use various magics at will, but also allows him to control various elements at will. This is without Xia Ming using the power of the god of magic. Now Xia Ming can be said to have been completely updated. As long as there are no accidents, the lowest limit for Xia Ming is at least the multi-universe level of Agamotto. As for the upper limit, Xia Ming cannot determine it. It can only be said that the Guangming Avenue has been paved and is just waiting for Xia Ming to walk by. 0 Please give me flowers. Huh? Is this Eye of Agamotto? Newly minted. Only then did Xia Ming discover that one of the 3 gifts sent by Emperor Weishan came from Agamotto. From the looks of it, it should be the same as the Eye of Agamotto in Ancient One's hand, except that the time gem is missing. However, Xia Ming said that she does not need time gem. For no other reason, he was afraid that he couldn't help but go to Dormammu for some sparring again. After all, Xia Ming has made progress now and is ready to cause trouble. Xia Ming walked out of the meditation room while wearing the Eye of Agamotto on her chest. After all, it is an artifact, and if you don't use it, it will go to waste. Then Xia Ming changed the settings of the magic circle in the holy place and opened a back door for Ancient One. As for other people who want to come over, you should just go through the magic door honestly, this is his home. 0. Ancient One, my name is on the property deed. Then Xia Ming thought that it would be better to choose the day than to hit it, so she also arranged the magic circles of the other two holy places together, so as not to forget it later. London Holy Place Xia Ming ends soon. Then when we got to Hong Kong Holy Place, it was a bit troublesome. Because when Caecilius saw Xia Ming, it was like meeting his long-lost brother, what a passion. While Xia Ming didn't leave, he pulled him to sit down and asked him to taste Huxia delicacies. When Xia Ming saw it, her appetite aroused, so she had no choice but to deal with it with Caecilius. Caecilius looked at Xia Ming who was just eating. He was not in a hurry and slowly obtained information about Xia Ming. Then he also asked about the Eye of Agamotto on Xia Ming's chest. Has the Ancient One magician passed the position of Sorcerer Supreme to Xia Ming magician? After all, in Kamar-Taj, the Eye of Agamotto is the symbol of the Supreme Master. Since it is now here in Xia Ming, doesn't it mean that Ancient One plans to retire? No? Why do you ask? Caecilius pointed to Xia Ming's chest. Oh, you said this is a gift from Emperor Weishan. Xia Ming replied. Weishan Emperor? But isn't there only one Eye of Agamotto? Caecilius asked in shock. Could it be that Xia Ming is still related to Emperor Weishan? Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of the god of magic, and the object of that reincarnation is Emperor Weishan? Chapter 86. This is the Eye of Agamotto. Emperor Weishan doesn't want to cast a few pieces, just a few. Xia Ming said casually. After all, they have the copyright in hand. Ahem, I'm just curious as to why Emperor Weishan suddenly gave you such a precious gift. Caecilius smiled awkwardly, but his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. He couldn't understand why not only Ancient One was so special to Xia Ming, but even Emperor Weishan also favored Xia Ming. Why can't he? Could it be that he didn't work hard enough? Jealousy burned like a flame deep in Caecilius's heart. Well, maybe it's because Emperor Weishan likes him because he's handsome. Xia Ming touched her face and said uncertainly. Xia Ming magician is joking. Caecilius' cheek twitched smiling awkwardly. Little 40. He didn't expect that Xia Ming would be so narcissistic. Well, I've almost eaten. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Xia Ming wiped her mouth, stood up and was about to say goodbye. Okay, Xia Ming magician can come more often when you have time, I welcome you at any time. Caecilius stopped testing and was not in a hurry to retain Xia Ming. He still needs to observe Xia Ming's attitude towards Ancient One more before he can determine whether he can bring Xia Ming into his camp. It's just that Xia Ming is so young, so she probably has no idea about eternal life. Caecilius was very sorry to send Xia Ming away. What do the magic spells recorded in the book mean? Caecilius recalled the magic he saw in the art of Cagliostro and was puzzled. He believes that the secrets hidden by the Ancient One may be in these magic books that only the Ancient One can understand. It's a pity that Caecilius is not qualified enough. Even if he has read a lot of magic books, he cannot decipher the complicated and convoluted magic spells through the ability of photographic memory like Xia Ming and Strange. I can only search for information bit by bit and slowly translate it. This is also the reason why Caecilius has a headache. In the following days, Xia Ming stayed in the holy place again, constantly interpreting various mysterious magical knowledge recorded from Emperor Weishan through the omniscient eye. But Xia Ming found that even after several days, Xia Ming could only comprehend a little bit of these complex mysterious knowledge. The reasons for this are, first, because Weishan Emperor is a collection of magic. Magic originally caused the things recorded by the omniscient eye to be written in different ways, and many of them are just weird symbols. This leads to the second reason why Xia Ming cannot understand, because his knowledge reserve is not enough. As a last resort, Xia Ming even needed to read some history books, and they were all the kind of books that recorded various myths and legends, or various mysterious events. Only in this way can Xia Ming release some magical knowledge. The task is huge. Compared to Caecilius, who suffered painful hair loss for a copy of the Book of Cagliostro, Xia Ming is the one who is enough to make him completely bald. So Xia Ming has been staying in the holy place these days, reading books and interpreting magic. I've finished watching it again. After placing the book he borrowed from the library on the table, Xia Ming lay on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested for a while. What other legends are about magic? Are there more stories about witches in Europe? If I had known that I was in the supreme dimension that day, I would have asked where the book of Emperor Weishan was. It should be helpful to me to read the book of Emperor Weishan. By the way, where is the Book of Darkness? Xia Ming stood up and planned to go to the history library in London to find out if there were any legends about witches. There seems to be a lot of interest in these mysterious stories over there, and there are many records. Isn't the most famous one Merlin? Xia Ming activated the magic of teleportation and went directly to the library and walked towards the bookshelf. At the moment, he had changed into a British-style black suit, and his tall figure was very conspicuous among the crowd. Hey, Jane! I fell down a heavenly palace. A girl with slightly curly hair like a waterfall looked at Xia Ming walking past, and suddenly pulled her friend beside her who was walking and flipping through a book, and whispered excitedly. Yes, yes, please go and get your contact information. Jane Foster replied without raising her head. Compared to Daisy's discovery, Jane was still more interested in the book in her hand. As an excellent astronomer, Jane at the moment is faced with how to publish an excellent paper to gain recognition in the industry. Then she set her goal on the wormhole, and thought that if she traveled through the wormhole, she might be able to travel through time and space. She learned about Bifrost, World Tree, and 9 Realms by reading a lot of books about wormholes and from Norse mythology stories. Definitely, it's not that she just believes in these myths and legends, but she wants to see if she can learn from them to confirm her theory. Jane! Don't look at how old you are. Studying these astronomical knowledge every day will make you old. Falling in love will not hinder your career. Daisy complained to Jane very distressedly. Yes, yes, then should I fire you and let you fall in love first and then come to my internship? Jane said speechlessly. After walking some distance, Xia Ming's ears twitched slightly, she stopped and turned around to look over. Jane? Astronomy knowledge? Daisy? Intern. Several keywords triggered the memory in Xia Ming's mind, allowing him to recall the plot of Thor. Then Xia Ming counted her fingers and found that there was still a lot of time before Thor arrived. Even Tony hasn't experienced the plot of Iron Man 2 yet. So I met a new plot character in advance. When Xia Ming was thinking about it, an exclamation suddenly came from over there, and she saw Jian, who had lowered her head to read, fell to the ground, and several books in her arms were scattered on the ground. Opposite Jane, the same woman sat on the ground and screamed in pain. The two of them must have bumped into each other accidentally. Hey, are you okay? Jane. Daisy squatted down and quickly showed concern. I'm fine. Jane shook her head and rubbed her arms. Be careful when you walk, ma'am. Daisy turned around to pick up the book and warned the woman who also fell. Are you okay? Does it matter? Suddenly a gentle voice sounded in Jane's ears, and at the same time her hand was grabbed. Before she could react, she stood up. I'm fine. Jane subconsciously raised her head and looked at the person who helped her up, but was suddenly attracted by those eyes that were as dark as ink and as deep as the stars in the universe. Jane felt like she was using a telescope, exploring the world beyond the earth. Every time she looked up at the stars, she would get lost in them, just like now. Jane lost consciousness unconsciously, even forgetting the pain when her hand hurt from falling just now. Chapter 87. Xia Ming looked at Jane's face getting closer and closer, and was very confused. Does this mean he wants to kiss her? Isn't this good? After all, it's just the first time we met. You're too close, ma'am. Xia Ming leaned back slightly and distanced herself. What's too close? Jane said subconsciously. Say your face is too close. Daisy had already picked up a book nearby, and when she turned around, she found that the handsome boy she had just seen was standing in front of Jane. Moreover, Jane, who just expressed that she was not interested in the handsome boy, actually raised her face as if asking for a kiss without saying a word, getting closer and closer to that handsome face. When Daisy saw this scene while holding the book, everyone was dumbfounded. She was obviously the one who discovered this handsome guy first. You obviously just said you are not interested in falling in love. What are you doing? Simple. Ah. Sorry. Daisy roared suddenly, finally making Jane react and see the current situation clearly. Then, feeling extremely embarrassed, Jian lowered his head and apologized quickly. Although she didn't do anything wrong, she was so distracted just now that she seemed to want to kiss the other person, which made Jane feel that she was very rude. What's wrong with me? I'm not just any woman. Jane felt that her face was extremely hot, and her whole body felt like it was on fire with shame. It's okay. Xia Ming smiled gently. He also suddenly discovered this problem. It seemed that after his body was reborn into the body of a god, it would exude some kind of wonderful charm. It is easy to attract others and make people trust him. This resulted in Xia Ming inadvertently attracting Jane, who happened to catch his eye even though she did nothing. And Jane is just a mortal, and she fell into it unconsciously. I'm sorry. Jane bowed her head and apologized again. It's okay. Are you interested in astronomy? Xia Ming looked at the book in Daisy's arms and asked curiously. Yes. Jane was still so nervous at the moment that she couldn't even speak smoothly. Jane is an excellent astronomer. Daisy looked at Jane, who was usually very energetic and didn't seem to feel tired. At the moment, she was like an ostrich in front of the handsome guy. She couldn't help but shake her head and directly answered Xia Ming's question. It's awesome. By the way, my name is Xia Ming. Xia Ming stretched out her hand and introduced herself to Daisy. Daisy Louise. Daisy replied happily. Who is this? My name is Jane Foster. Hello. Jane stretched out her hand and shook Xia Ming carefully. She raised her head slightly and saw Yuan Ming looking at her with a smile on her face. I am very familiar with astronomy and many myths and stories, and I have done some research. If you have any questions, you may wish to discuss them if you have time. Xia Ming said as she took out 2 business cards from her arms and handed them to Jane and Daisy. There is only one name on the business card, as well as a phone number and an address. Thank you. Definitely. Jane nodded quickly, still not daring to look at Mai Ming again. See you next time. Xia Ming turned and left. Call. After Jian was sure that Xia Ming was gone, she finally dared to straighten up and quickly fanned her face with both hands. So nervous. So embarrassing. Jane, who has lived for so many years, has made such an embarrassing move towards a strange man for the first time. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Seeing this, Daisy couldn't help but start to despise Jane again. What do you mean? An angry Jane looked at Daisy unhappily. I'm talking about some people. They say no, but they are still very honest. If that handsome guy hadn't avoided you just now, you would have kissed him. I didn't. As soon as she mentioned this, Jane felt her face starting to get hot again. I was just attracted by his eyes. I don't know why, I just want to get closer, and get closer, so I can see clearly. Jane explained loudly. Guess whether I believe it or not. You obviously look very tempted. Shut up. You girl. Jane said, wanting to teach Daisy a lesson for speaking so freely. The other person is also an astronomy enthusiast, which is a perfect match for you. Daisy laughed and teased Jane while running outside. Stop. Handsome guy also left you his phone number. Remember to call early. You shut up. One of the 2 ran in front, the other chased behind, and left the library in a noisy manner. After Xia Ming applied for a library card at the library, she returned directly to the holy place with more than a dozen thick books. As for the encounter with Jane and Daisy, it was an accidental event, and Xia Ming just took this opportunity to become familiar with them. As for what happened next, Xia Ming can't say. But what Xia Ming didn't expect was that when he went to return the books the next day, he saw Jane in the library again. He originally thought that he would have few chances of meeting Jane, so he left a phone number. As for whether Jane will contact him, Xia Ming is not sure. So when Xia Ming finished reading more than a dozen borrowed books in one night and then came to return the books, she met Jane again, which made Xia Ming very surprised. "Miss Foster." Xia Ming walked up to behind Jian and said hello. Mr. Xia Ming, hello." Jane, who heard the voice, immediately turned around. In fact, she didn't know what was happening to her. After returning home last night, all she could think about was Xia Ming's face and those deep eyes. Several times Jane was wondering whether to call Xia Ming, but she didn't know what to say. Jane felt that there was something wrong with her work status, and her calm heart also had ripples. The confused Jane came to the library again the next day, trying to solve this problem through the atmosphere here. Then Xia Ming appeared again. "Is Miss Foster here to read again?" "Ah, yes." Jane's heart became even more confused, as if there was a deer running in her heart. This feeling, according to Daisy, is she in love? How about having a cup of coffee together? Xia Ming invited. Then, thank you. Jane feels like a lady now, and she is completely different from her normal working self. In the cafe, the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Xia Ming took the initiative to talk about some knowledge about astronomy. Although Xia Ming was not an expert in this field, he had read a lot of books these days, and Xia Ming still understood some theoretical things. "I have recently been studying the wormhole theory, trying to demonstrate that traveling through a wormhole may lead to time travel or space travel." 067. What a great topic, I believe you will succeed. Do you also think that my research direction is correct? Obviously many people think that I am whimsical. Jane looked at Xia Ming in surprise, as if she had found a confidant. "Yes, I believe that even superheroes like Iron Man exist in this world, so why can't others come true? What you are missing now may be an opportunity to experience it yourself and see it with your own eyes." Xia Ming explained, and secretly expressed that such an opportunity is not far away. "Yes, it would be great if we could really see it." Jane sighed and said decadently. "There's a chance." After most of the day passed, the two ended their conversation and 2Zi left. Jane looked at Xia Ming's back, feeling filled with joy for some reason. Even she felt strange that she could actually chat with the person she met for the second time for so long. Then when Jane returned to the research institute, Daisy discovered the abnormality and came over to catch Jane for interrogation. The answer she got made Daisy very hurt. "Jane, you are actually in love. Oh my god! What's wrong with Professor Eric? Jane is in love." In the evening, Xia Ming was sitting on the sofa reading a book when she suddenly noticed a sudden noise on the street outside. Shouting loudly about monsters and stuff. The noise lasted for a long time, and Xia Ming finally couldn't bear it anymore. The huge spirit activated spiritual magic and enveloped the entire New York. Then Xia Ming saw two big guys fighting on the street, destroying countless buildings. These two green things. Hulk. Chapter 88. In northern Manhattan, a huge monster with a ferocious face and bone spurs on its back is rampaging here, destroying everything in front of him. The entire neighborhood fell into chaos because of this sudden appearance of the monster. Many people ran away in fear, and some who ran slowly were either killed by this monster or crushed by the destroyed buildings. Fear spreads across Manhattan. But fortunately, a large number of soldiers stopped the monster from raging, cleared the roads, and completely isolated the neighborhood. However, the helicopters flying in the sky and those brave reporters began to broadcast live regardless of the military's obstruction. After Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man, the entire New York and the entire world ushered in the second big news. Only this time, what people see is not the so-called superhero who saves the world, but the super monster who destroys everything. Hulk! Come out! Hulk! Bronsky looked at a helicopter high in the sky, roaring constantly, and at the same time, he kept flying cars and other things around him, freely venting his inner emotions and destroying everything around him. Incarnate as the hated Blinsky and indulge in this incredible, godlike power. He roared and tried to challenge anyone who tried to stop him. But what he wants to do more is to kill Hulk, who is also a monster, with his own hands. He would never forget that when he first faced the monster, it threw a truck at him. And he could only watch his comrades being killed by Hulk, and how scared he was at that time. He was angry at his weakness. For this reason, he accepted Rose's proposal and voluntarily became an experimental subject. He was injected with the super soldier's serum for the first time to enhance the strength of the Emperor. When Blinsky successfully survived, he had gained Superman-like strength and speed. As a result, when Hulk was captured for the second time, Blinsky became swollen and actually walked up to Hulk and laughed at him. As you can imagine, Blinsky was ignored by Hulk, kicked him away with a casual kick, and broke most of the bones in his body. Because of the effect of the super soldier serum, Blinsky did not die and was injected with the serum for the second time. Because he wants revenge. Because he wants to get as powerful as Hulk. The two humiliations were brought to him by Hulk. For this reason, Blinsky swore that he would kill Hulk no matter what. Finally, he seized this opportunity because he found that Banner actually wanted to give up such a powerful power and wanted to be an ordinary person. In Blinsky's opinion, Banner's behavior was extremely stupid. But he also knew that his chance for revenge had come. He was injected with blood from Banner filled with massive amounts of gamma radiation. The super soldier's serum and Banner's blood were combined to create a new monster, Abomination. He is bigger than Hulk, and his appearance is stronger and more ferocious than Hulk. Blinsky succeeded. He ran out of the laboratory and started running around the streets of Manhattan, beginning to enjoy the omnipotent feeling that this power gave him. Let me go down, only Hulk can stop him. Banner stood in the helicopter looking at the mad hatred, and finally decided to stand up. No. You've already been injected with the serum, what if you can't turn into Hulk? Banner's girlfriend, Betty Ross, stopped him. General Ross looked uncertain. He looked down at the Abomination filled with rage. He never expected that Blinsky would betray him. If possible, he really looks like killing him with one shot. But he can't. One is that he didn't kill the hated ability. Second, the success of hatred is also a very rare experimental material for him. As long as he captures Abomination, Ross can study him and let the soldiers in the army gain this powerful power. It's too late. If he continues like this, he will hurt more people's lives. Banner broke free from Betty's hand and jumped out of the helicopter regardless of the obstruction. Then there is the picture perceived by Xia Ming. The two monsters broke out into a brutal battle, leaving an entire city block in ruins because of them. Moreover, Abomination relied on its larger size and greater strength to completely suppress Hulk. The unstoppable Hulk, who was not yet completely angry, kicked him to the other side of the city. Hulk! I'll give you this kick. You're going a little too far. Don't you know that Manhattan is my home? Xia Ming opened her eyes, stood up from the sofa, and disappeared into the holy place. Xia Ming said that as an Asgardian who protects the earth, she should stand up and stop all this. In a luxurious villa next to the sea. Sir, two monsters have appeared in Manhattan and are fighting. Do you want to stop them? The words of J.A.R.V.I.S. interrupted Tony, who was studying the battle suit. Tony frowned and raised his head, looking at the news on the holographic projection. On the live broadcast screen, Hulk and the abominable figure appeared in Tony's eyes. Is the military here too? Yes, the house is trying to stop it. Then just wait. If the military can't handle it, I'll go again. Tony's sense of the military was not very good, especially after he saw Rose there. He didn't want to go. Because Tony knew that this was probably another trap set up by the military. If that was the case, let them clean it up themselves. If he still can't get it done in the end, Tony will decide whether to take action. J.A.R.V.I.S. Hurry up and research new elemental formulas. If you can't find a way, I'm going to die. Yes, sir. London, England. In a university laboratory. Jane! Jane! Daisy burst in holding a notebook. What's wrong with you? Jane sighed weakly. This new intern is a little too lively. Can such a character really be studied calmly? Jane! Come and see. There is a monster war in New York. How Zhao? Daisy ran over excitedly and opened her notebook. What movie are you watching again? It's not a movie. This is a live broadcast. Look. Daisy pushed the screen in front of Jane. Jane looked at it doubtfully and saw an extremely shocking side. It's actually true. When have I ever told a lie? Zoo. Hulk. Blinsky ran towards Hulk's place. The tidy ground was messed up by the huge amounts of Hate's body. General Ross. If we don't stop it, the trouble will be even greater. The adjutant next to Ross saw that someone as strong as Hulk was defeated by Hate's hands, and hurriedly urged him. The impact of this incident is getting bigger and bigger, especially since many news stations are broadcasting it live. It is conceivable that once the truth of this matter is exposed and everyone finds out that Abomination is actually a member of the military, then they will all encounter huge trouble. Chapter 89. A hole. Damn it! Rose's face was red with anger. He originally thought Hulk could handle it, but unexpectedly something happened. Now Rose is really angry, annoyed, and reluctant to give up. How on earth did this damn Blinsky do it? Make him stronger than Hulk? Ross, who is also obsessed with this power, has no desire to kill Abomination. But now that Hulk can't be relied on, they can only do it. As long as he beats Abomination half to death, and then carries out the previous plan to capture Hulk and catch Abomination, no matter how much damage is caused today, Ross will not panic at all. Because he has a secret weapon in his hand that can comprehensively improve the physical fitness of soldiers. Definitely, provided Abomination is caught behind the regiment. Give me the order. Fire. Remember. I want to live. Ross yelled the order. But he seems to have forgotten that their weapons can't even catch Hulk, so how can they be effective against Abomination? The machine gun sprayed flames and hit a series of bullets on Abomination's body, successfully attracting his attention. Hatred raised his head, looked at the helicopter attacking him from above, and saw Rose's face. Ross. Hatred smiled fiercely. These 777 people were also the people he wanted to kill. Abomination let the bullets hit him, running all the way towards the helicopter, and then jumped high. Turn quickly. No. Raise up quickly. When Ross saw this scene, he was almost scared out of his wits and screamed quickly. But it didn't work. Hatred at the moment's physical fitness was enough for him to easily jump to the same height as a helicopter and then pull it down. Huge amounts of force exceeded the power of the helicopter engine, and he was thrown into the wall of a high-rise building by Hatred. With a bang, the entire helicopter crashed. Except for a few people who were only slightly injured, everyone else died. Ross. The roar slowly approached. The tall figure who hated them came to the few people who climbed out of the helicopter. It happened that only Ross, Betty, and the lieutenant were left alive. Blinsky. What are you doing? I am your commander. Ross shouted in horror, trying to awaken Bronsky's instinct to obey orders as a soldier. But it is a pity that he is no longer the Blinsky he used to be. Blinsky, who gained great power, is now an abomination, a monster that can destroy everything. And Rose happens to be among the things that hate and want to destroy. Rose. I'm going to kill you. Hatred raised his huge fist high and pointed it at the limp and embarrassed Ross below. Betty and the adjutant were also so scared that their legs were weak and unable to escape. They were extremely convinced that with this punch, not only Ross, but also the two of them would be killed. Because the power of this fist and hatred is too great. Just a little rub is enough for both of them to be shattered to pieces. The roar came from a distance, and Hulk, who was still impressed by Betty, ran quickly to try to stop it all. And those who saw this scene through the live broadcast were too nervous to breathe. J.A.R.V.I.S. Put me in a battle suit. Tony saw that Ross was actually about to die, so he had no choice but to take action. As the known Iron Man, a big star in New York, and the only superhero, if he doesn't show up at this time, he will probably receive a lot of condemnation. Ross Tony can't be saved, so at least we have to save the innocent people and soldiers. Yes, sir. Ah. Jane covered her eyes, not daring to watch the next scene. Because Jane knows that the next scene will be extremely bloody. Daisy also hugged Jane tightly and kept exclaiming in fear, but she still stared at the screen with big eyes. Go to hell! Seeing the movement of Hatred's raised right hand, everyone exclaimed. Ross, Betty, and the adjutant all closed their eyes in despair. Boom! The expected picture did not appear, nor did the pain of being hammered to death occur. You went too far, Abba, you actually destroyed my beloved home like this. A gentle and calm voice sounded in the ears of the three roses. They opened their eyes in confusion, but only saw the fiery red cloak. Xia Ming stood in front of Hatred, holding the huge fist of Hatred on her head, shaking her head slightly. The sudden scene shocked and cheered everyone. Especially Xia Ming didn't do anything, she just stood there with her arms folded, leaning against her body to block the powerful fist of Hatred. This extremely relaxing and freehand scene brought shivers to everyone's body and a shocking sensory impact. You know, the power of Hatred is so powerful that it can destroy a tall building with just a wave of your hand. But Xia Ming is just a human being. Sir! Something has changed. Someone stopped the monster. J.A.R.V.I.S. said to Tony, who was still wearing a battle suit. What happened, please tell me. The holographic projection came to Tony. Tony looked carefully and felt that the person under the hateful fist looked familiar. Red cloak, that magician. Xia Ming. Back up, back up. What did he do? Tony yelled violently. Then the holographic projection went backwards for a few seconds, allowing Tony to see the scene where Xia Ming appeared. Ward fuck. Jane. Jane. Come and see. Is this your boyfriend? Daisy's originally wide eyes seemed to have widened again because the picture on the screen was too shocking. Daisy shook Jane's body and urged Jane to look at the screen. Where did I get this man, Xia Ming? Jane's speechless words were suddenly interrupted when she saw Xia Ming's familiar face. Jane was so shocked that she stood up, put her face in front of the laptop screen, and stared at that face closely. Really? Xia Ming? Jane said in disbelief. Wow! Jane, your boyfriend is actually a superhero. This is so cool. Oh. Honey. Look, my good friend. In an apartment, Wade hugged his girlfriend Vanessa, pointed at Xia Ming who appeared in the news and shouted. It's Xia Ming. He actually blocked the attack of this big monster? Is he so powerful? Vanessa covered her mouth and exclaimed, watching this scene. Definitely. This is my good friend. Without him at that time, I would not have been able to successfully rescue you. Oh. By the way, there is also his 1 million. My bestie is so awesome. Check. Check it for me. Give me everyone to find out who this mysterious guy is. 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. I want all his information. When Nick Fury saw the person suddenly appearing on the screen, his remaining eye almost bulged out, and he immediately yelled. Fake. Why is there such a powerful guy that I don't know about? Chapter 90. Fury had already silently paid attention to Hatred when it first appeared on Manhattan Street. But because this is a military matter, it is difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to interfere. Unless the Council issues an order, Fury will not care about whatever damage this monster causes today. Definitely, the most important thing is that they don't have the weapons to deal with this big guy as powerful as Hulk. Originally, he was expecting Tony to stand up and stop all this, so that he could evaluate Iron Man's upper limit. It turns out that Tony is also very smart and doesn't want to pay attention to people from the military. Then as things developed, Fury saw Xia Ming's appearance. At that moment, Shui Rui thought he had met Captain Marvel. In his mind, if the military cannot defeat the Abomination in the end, perhaps only Captain Marvel can stop the Abomination. Especially when Fury saw Xia Ming shaking her head easily while holding a big fist of hatred, the impact on Fury was no less than the first time he saw the orange cat named UN Devourer open his mouth. Big mouth. At this moment, Zhengrui felt that his adrenaline was constantly flowing. He yelled in his heart. This is the superhero he wants. This is the strongest power he desires so much. Fury swears. He must pull this man into the Avengers list. But unfortunately, this strange man who suddenly appeared was not anyone Fury knew. Even in all the files in S.H.I.E.L.D, there will be no information about this person. But he is not afraid. He also said that unless you fly out of the earth like Captain Marvel, Fury will dig deep to find you. In Queens, New York, a girl wearing white clothes and a hood was stopping with many people to watch the live broadcast on the big screen in the square. Like everyone else, she clenched her fists tightly and watched with trepidation how the big green monster destroyed everything in the city and how it pulled down the helicopter. She was even more worried and shivered. Seeing that monster was about to, he punched the survivor who had just climbed out of the helicopter to death. But suddenly, when Xia Ming appeared and blocked the monster's fist with her unrivaled posture, she couldn't help but jump up on the spot, clenched her fists and cheered. Yet, there are many people like her. Even the entire square went from sudden silence to extremely lively in an instant. Superhero. Savior. Kill that monster. Come on. Cheers, excitement, and cheers resounded throughout the square. There were also those extremely desperate police officers who hugged each other excitedly. Manhattan, in the ruins, next to the wreckage of the helicopter. Hatred looked down at the tiny human in front of him in confusion. He didn't know why his powerful fist seemed to hit an extremely strong nail. The huge amounts of force even made Hatred feel a little pain. Go to hell. If Hatred can't figure it out, then he doesn't want to think about it. Anyway, he just needs to destroy everything in front of him. Abomination raised his fist again. This time, he raised both hands and was about to smash it down hard. Hulk! Boom! Hulk finally arrived, rushed over, and knocked the Abomination away with one punch. Hulk stopped, glanced at Xia Ming, and blew out 2 streams of white air from his nose. He didn't take action, but chased after Abomination. In Hulk's opinion, the man who saved Betty was a good man. Xia Ming shook her head and flew silently. He couldn't let Hulk and the Abomination continue fighting. With a flicker of his body, Yuan Ming suddenly disappeared. Where is the guy? He can also fly. Jane. Your boyfriend can also fly. Daisy shook Jane with great excitement. I saw it. At this moment, Jane did not refute Daisy's statement that Xia Ming was her boyfriend, but continued to look at the screen seriously. Where are the people? Did you leave? No. He's there. Where is it? Where is it? Behind that monster. Everyone in Queen's Plaza is looking for Xia Ming. Fury, Tony, and Wade, who are watching closely at this moment, and the viewers watching the live news are all looking for it. At the same time, he yelled, asking those damn reporters to aim their cameras. FK. J.A.R.V.I.S. Keep wearing the battle suit. I'm going to watch POV. Tony, who had originally planned to give up and go to support, couldn't hold back anymore and started yelling. 0. Please give me flowers. Here, as many people have seen, Xia Ming's figure instantly appeared behind Abomination, who was still in the air after being hit hard by Hulk's punch. Xia Ming flew in the air, raised her palm and pressed it on the back of Hatred, stopping his body. Hatred instantly felt as if he had hit a steel plate. It was clear that he could easily smash a car now. But before he had time to wonder, he felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, and his shoulder suddenly suffered an extremely powerful force, and his bones made a crisp sound of breaking. Boom! Xia Ming teleported, came to Abomination, and kicked him down. Speed is weight. With a bang, Xia Ming kicked Hatred into the deep pit below. There was originally a flat ground, but at this moment, it had been sunk deeply by the Abomination with huge force. So strong! Fury felt himself starting to sweat as he watched this scene. This intuitive comparison of power made all the men watching the live broadcast flush with excitement, and their adrenaline surged. I wish it was them 82 who would kick me like this. Hulk! As soon as Xia Ming kicked off his Hatred, he felt a strong wind blowing behind him. Xia Ming turned around and raised her hand to catch Hulk's fist. Why did you hit me? Xia Ming tilted her head and looked at Hulk in confusion. Jane, so cute. Girl in hood, so cool. Hulk. Hulk said that he didn't want to beat you, but wanted to beat Abomination. But you were too quick and knocked Abomination down. He didn't have time to retract his fist and hit you. But Hulk is still unable to speak such a long sentence. He just lowered his tone and said that he made an unintentional mistake. Hulk, you are too strong, so I have to seal you. Xia Ming's right hand grabbed Hulk's fist and shook it violently, throwing Hulk away. Hulk roared and couldn't help but fly upside down. Suddenly a golden ring appeared behind Hulk. Hulk passed through it without realizing it and disappeared into the nose. Xia Ming clapped her hands and closed the portal. Let Hulk calm down first and deal with the Abomination later. Again. Chapter 91. Huh? Hulk is missing. What kind of ability is this? Fury's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Xia Ming on the screen in disbelief. Strong body defense, monstrous strength, and the ability to fly, coupled with this unknown ability. Fury kept analyzing the various abilities displayed by Xia Ming, silently assessing Xia Ming's strength level, and suddenly turned his head. Fake. Have you found out his information? 3 minutes have passed. Fury yelled at his men. The more he sees Xia Ming's actions, the more anxious he becomes. I wish I could appear in front of Xia Ming instantly and ask him who he is and whether he is willing to join his Avengers plan. Sir. Found it. An agent stood up and reported. Send the information over. Fu 300 Rui quickly looked at the screen next to him, and saw the file recording Xia Ming appearing on the screen. Xia Ming, 177A Brick Street, Manhattan, New York. Age, 30 years old. Fury paused suddenly, looked at Xia Ming's extremely young face on the screen, and then looked at the file. You're so FG 30 years old? Did you find fake information? Fury glared at the agent. No, sir, this information is true and only authentic. The agent replied with absolute certainty. It seems that this person named Xia Ming has other unknown abilities. After getting confirmation, he nodded again. Since there are not many problems with this information, the problem undoubtedly lies with Xia Ming. After all, Fury also knows many ways to delay aging, such as the Super Soldier Serum. Even if it is a failed formula, it is enough to allow Black Widow Natasha Romanoff to still maintain her youthful appearance. Here in Manhattan, Xia Ming gradually fell down and came to the top of the Hatred. Looking down at Hatred, who had quickly self-healed, and was about to take action to deal with him, Ross spoke. Wait. Seeing that his hatred was suppressed at the hands of this stranger, and not even able to fight back, Ross quickly stood up. Anyway, now that this person is here, Ross feels that hatred no longer constitutes a threat to him. Xia Ming turned around in confusion. This monster is the target of our military. Don't kill him. Ross did not dare to say that Abomination was from the military in front of so many cameras, so he changed him to be the arrest target of the chamber. He stopped Xia Ming because he wanted to catch Abomination and continue to study the secret of why Blinsky became so powerful. Rose. Xia Ming remembered who this person was. A politician who is extremely arrogant, uses any means to achieve his goals, is extremely hypocritical, and has long been corrupt. Yes, politicians. This is Xia Ming's view of him. Because of his behavior and the series of evil things, Xia Ming cannot regard him as a soldier. Especially after the Ultron incident, it was Ross who pushed for the promulgation of the Sokovia Agreement in one fell swoop, which intensified the conflicts between the Avengers. It directly replaced S.H.I.E.L.D., which had already disappeared behind the scenes, and took over the control of many superheroes headed by Tony. In short, Xia Ming hates this guy. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have saved him just now. Tisk, if I had known earlier, I would have just saved Banner's girlfriend. Xia Ming thought with regret. Roar. Hatred interrupted Xia Ming's thinking, and he suddenly punched Xia Ming hard. Ah! Be careful. Get out of the way. Be careful of monsters. Who is that damn person? Don't you know it's dangerous now? How dare you try to break this superhero's heart? That's right. Everyone watched the hatred suddenly attack the distracted Xia Ming, and shouted anxiously. Even if they know Xia Ming can't hear it. At the same time, they also expressed dissatisfaction with Rose. The battle here is not over yet. What can you say about waiting until the battle is over? What a nuisance. The audience didn't know what Ross said, but people like Fury and Tony who knew the inside story could guess it. Xia Ming had better beat the hatred to death. Fury silently supports Xia Ming. He didn't want to see such an uncontrolled weapon fall into the hands of the military. Because in Fury's view, the military cannot control hatred and cannot guarantee the safety of the people, so it is better to destroy it. Besides, now that hatred is gone, Hulk is still here, right? At least Banner still prefers the human side and will not let Hulk mess around. In the night sky, Tony, who was flying at a very fast speed, let J.A.R.V.I.S control the battlesuit flight, while he watched the picture transmitted by JARVIS. He also understood what Rose was doing and curled his lips in disgust. These damn guys secretly worked on the soldier plan and created a monster. He even wanted to take action against his steel battlesuit and kept contacting him, trying to get Tony to hand over the production method. Therefore, Tony never had a good impression of these guys who were all the same. Call out. Xia Ming teleported and avoided the hateful fist. Roar. Seeing that he could not hit the tiny human in front of him, Hatred was extremely angry. He grabbed the already smashed car next to him and used it as a weapon to smash Swan Ming. And Rose, seeing the rejuvenated Hatred, subconsciously retreated quickly. He also realized that he had spoken too early and had forgotten that Abomination also had the same ability as Hulk and could heal quickly. Therefore, he decided to wait. When Hatred was beaten to death, he would stand up and stop this mysterious man. Zhi. A golden light burst out from Xia Ming's fingertips, like a laser, cutting the incoming car in half. What do you think I am? Forget it, let's end this farce as soon as possible. Xia Ming was in a bad mood because of Rose, so she teleported again, and a pair of figures fell into the ground with hatred. When Xia Ming came over, he had already used the magic body refining flow because he was worried that his divine body would not be able to withstand the fists of hatred or Hulk 3.6. After all, Thor is the prescient. Therefore, Sanming was well prepared to prevent Ye from embarrassing himself. Facts have proved that Xia Ming's choice is right. Facing such a big guy, you should crush it directly with a tyrannical attitude. Bang! Xia Ming suddenly fell down and stepped on Abomination's body, causing Abomination's chest to dent. Then Xia Ming bent down, waved his hands, and punched Hate's face one after another. Xia Ming's unilateral beating left many people in silence. But then, everyone cheered again. So happy for Xia Ming's victory. Marvel at the power of Xia Ming. I am excited and grateful for Xia Ming's superhero-like performance. Oh my god! Jane. Your boyfriend is too fierce. Chapter 92. In the northern block of Manhattan, starting from the first street where Abomination appeared to where Xia Ming was at the moment, 5 consecutive streets were damaged to varying degrees. This was the biggest accident in the history of New York, and even the army was dispatched. Tony was flying in the air, looking at the mess below, and lamented that when he fought Obadiah before, he only destroyed a small part of the building, and most of them were even the property of Stark Company. With such unimaginable destructive power, Tony knew that he might not be able to fight back against monsters like Hulk and Abomination. Although the material he used to build the steel battle suit was much harder than the shell of a car, Tony had no confidence to resist. Call out! Tony came to Xia Ming. Xia Ming looked up when she heard the sound. How did you come? Xia Ming slowly flew up and reached the same height as Tony. As for the Abomination below, there is already more air coming in and less air coming out. My head, which was almost crushed by Xia Ming's beating, is self-healing bit by bit, and it won't get better within a few minutes. Ahem, are you done? Tony realized that he was still late and had not seen the most exciting part with his own eyes. If he knew that 01 Xia Ming would appear, he should have come earlier. Although he may not be able to stop the monsters from causing damage, it should still be possible to delay the time. Tony said it was a pity that this kind of scene can only be enjoyed in person. Stark and Xia Ming know each other. Fury saw Tony appear on the screen wearing a battle suit. At first he thought it was nothing, he just thought he was here to help. But the scene between the two people talking later made it impossible to calm down. So Stark has known Xia Ming for a long time? He also knows Xia Ming's strength. Was it also Xia Ming who helped him deal with Obadiah last time? Magician. Fury's eyes suddenly widened and he discovered the truth. After Phil Coulson came back last time, he told Fury about this incident. That was the first time the name Magician appeared in his ears, and he established a file based on it. Yes, although S.H.I.E.L.D does not have Xia Ming's file, it does have the Magician's file. Later, on the night when Tony announced that he was Iron Man, Fury went to see Tony. Firstly, he wanted to invite Tony to join the Avengers project, and secondly, he also wanted to ask about the Magician. But Tony was tight-lipped about this. Apart from telling Fury Xia Ming's name and that Xia Ming might be a magician, he had no other valuable information. So Fury can only look forward to the next appearance of this mysterious magician. But now it seems that Tony and Xia Ming are quite familiar. A surge of anger and helplessness arose in Fury's heart. He was very angry at Tony's distrustful behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it. Looks like we have to go find Tony. If that doesn't work, we have to rely on Natasha Romanoff to get information. Fury had already arranged for top agent Natasha Romanoff to sneak into Stark Enterprises and become Potts' secretary. While monitoring and inquiring, at the same time protecting Tony. Tony's palladium poisoning was discovered by Natasha Romanoff, and Fury used this to try to tie Tony up. Wow! Look, everyone! This mysterious person knows Iron Man. Yeah. That's awesome! They are all superheroes. Iron Man. Ah! I really want to know who this person is. Countless spectators cheered the moment they saw Iron Man appear. As a big star in New York and a famous playboy, before Tony became Iron Man, he already had his own traffic and popularity. Coupled with his flamboyant personality, even many stars could compare with Tony. And after he announced that he was Iron Man, he became popular again. Even his stock, which had declined due to the sudden closure of the Stark Weapons Department, was once again promoted. Therefore, they look forward to every appearance of Iron Man. Like at the moment, they discovered that this mysterious hero actually knew Iron Man, and the ecstatic excitement of the two chefs made countless people cheer. Especially the reporters, they want to catch Tony right now, put the microphone to his mouth, and ask him to tell who this mysterious hero is. Superhero, can I do that too? Gwen looked at the big screen in the square, clenched her fists and muttered to herself. A few days ago, Gwen, who returned from a visit to Osborne Industrial, suddenly found that she was different. Gaining huge amounts of strength, being able to adsorb bent walls with bare hands, and having keen hearing and vision. All these changes made Gwen extremely panicked and she didn't know what was going on. Then she suddenly remembered that she was bitten by a spider in a laboratory at Osborne Industries. After Gwen checked the abilities and characteristics of spiders on the internet, Gwen was shocked to find that those abilities could actually match her. At that moment, Gwen knew that she had mutated. But she didn't dare to say anything, not even her parents, for fear that they would treat her as a monster. This is not what Gwen wants to see. Confused and scared, she was at a loss. Until this day, when Gwen was aimlessly relaxing on the street, she saw the news live on the screen. Seeing the monsters wreaking havoc and killing innocent people, Gwen felt an urge in her heart to stop them. But because she was afraid, confused, and inexperienced, she chose to give up and wait for things to develop. Until Xia Ming's appearance. At that moment Gwen was extremely excited. Especially after hearing the cheers of the people around him, a kind of eagerness and understanding appeared in Gwen's heart. Superhero. Yes, Gwen decided to 070 become a superhero. A superhero who saves people, stops monsters, and is cheered on like the mysterious person on the screen. Looks like I'm late. Otherwise? So as a famous superhero and Iron Man in New York, why didn't you come to support me immediately? Faced with Tony's question, Xia Ming rolled her eyes. Well, I can't come because of some personal reasons, and since this is being handled by the military, it's hard for me to come forward. Tony explained a little bit, but did not say in front of the camera that this was a scam from the military. Although Tony is not afraid, if Tony really tells the truth, it will cause a big sensation and cause trouble. Okay, let me deal with him first. Xia Ming nodded. By the way, I have a question to ask you. I'll wait for you on the rooftop next door. Tony said suddenly. Okay. Xia Ming nodded, looked down at Hatred, who was almost healed and starting to get angry again, and raised his right hand. A ray of light appeared and gathered in Xia Ming's hand. Just when Xia Ming was about to launch an energy beam to kill the Hatred, an annoying voice came out again. Stop! He is the target of our military, you can't kill him. Ross yelled. Tisk, it's really troublesome, I'd better kill you. Chapter 93. The timing of Rose's appearance is always so bad. Xia Ming, who had almost forgotten him, was forced to think of him again. It's better to deal with such a guy as soon as possible, so as not to get upset when you see him later. Xia Ming frowned slightly, and her inner magic was activated instantly, causing Ross, who was walking over and shouting to stop her, to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Xia Ming did not kill him directly because it would be more troublesome if Xia Ming killed a military general in public. Xia Ming also doesn't want to be visited by people in the future, and then be plotted against her in various ways. When the time comes, Xia Ming, who is fed up, will just kill them all. But if he did so, it would appear to be contrary to Kamar-Taj's mission. Again, Xia Ming cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. So he did something to Ross and left something in his spiritual king. Once Ross gets angry, he will suddenly suffer a cerebral hemorrhage and die. And can't find any problems. Based on Xia Ming's understanding of Ross, I am afraid that when he goes back this time and wakes up in the hospital, and learns that the hatred has been solved by Xia Ming, he will be extremely angry. It will be over by then. In addition, he had just experienced something that Hulk hated. Others would not be too suspicious of his sudden death. They would just think that it was because he could not bear the blow, was under too much psychological pressure, or was frightened. Father! Sir! When Betty and the surviving adjutant saw Ross suddenly fainting, they quickly called for help. As for whether hatred is dead or alive, how can they control so much? Betty says she doesn't care as long as the Hulk isn't dead. The annoying guy was taken care of, and when Xia Ming was about to take action, a ray of mental power suddenly swept over his body. Who again, is this? Xia Ming paused for a while, perceived the source of this spiritual power, shook his head and ignored it. Dazzling golden light emerged in Xia Ming's hands. Abomination sensed the danger and was about to struggle to get up, but suddenly felt huge amounts of pressure suddenly appearing around him, constantly squeezing him. There was obviously nothing around him. Xia Ming activated the magic space field to seal off the space around hatred to prevent him from being dishonest. Space domain, you can create a certain range of space domain around you. Within the domain, you can block, stop, control, and attack any enemy. The energy beam glowing with golden light penetrated the brain of Abomination, and relying on the powerful self-healing ability, the instinct of Abomination's body was restored. Seeing this, Xia Ming directly used the energy beam to completely cover Abomination's brain. When this dazzling light like the sun disappeared, the hateful brain was completely annihilated. It is also a disaster to keep the body alive. Xia Ming felt that although he hated it to death, if his body was not resolved, it would still be used by the military for research. Rather than doing this, it would be better to destroy it directly. Look how many people were killed, how many monsters were created, and how many superheroes were created because of the formula for the super soldier serum. After Xia Ming dropped a ball of black gold flame, it disappeared directly into the air. Below, the flames of the gods were burning on the body of Abomination, and after a while, it slowly turned into ashes. After many soldiers saw Xia Ming leaving, they bravely came over. When they saw the flames on Hate's body, they wanted to put it out. But soon, they discovered that neither water nor carbon dioxide fire extinguishers could extinguish the flame. Therefore, they can only take a look away. They knew in their hearts that once their General Ross woke up and found that Abomination didn't even leave a body, he would be so angry that he would faint again. They did get half of the guess right, and Ross died of a cerebral hemorrhage in the hospital the next day due to shortness of breath. Solved. The monster is dead. Oh. This man is so handsome. Quickly find personal information. Wow. Jane. Your boyfriend is so awesome. She is simply the best ideal partner. Jane, didn't you say you don't want to fall in love because you're afraid it will affect your research? Just let me go. I'm willing to sacrifice for you. Daisy grabbed Jane's shoulders and shook her back and forth. She kept talking and complained extremely. He was obviously the handsome guy she saw first, but why did he look at Jane? Oh, she is so angry. Humph. Don't even think about it. He's mine. Jane's heart was full of excitement. After hearing Daisy's words, she refused without even thinking. Although she and Xia Ming have not known each other for a few days and are not yet in a relationship, Jane feels that she should take the initiative. I finally met a handsome guy who is also interested in astronomy knowledge. He is also a very strong and safe superhero. Jane says I have to try it. We must not let Xia Ming be snatched away by others. Wade, this friend of yours is so awesome, is he really not a mutant? Vanessa sighed. She thought Wade's infinite self-healing body was invincible enough, but the impact brought by Xia Ming was even stronger than Wade's. And such a powerful person is not a mutant. Vanessa is very curious about how Xia Ming became so powerful. He said he was a magician. Magician? Yes. He is the same magician as Gandalf and Harry Potter in the movie. But I think Xia Ming is more powerful than any of them. Except for superheroes, this world is not much different from the real world. Many real-life characters also exist in the Marvel world. Familiar characters such as DiCaprio and others also exist in real life. I really want to ask this person how to be a superhero. Ugh. Why isn't he just like Iron Man so I can ask him? Gwen walked towards home, Zhao's, full of regret. The roof next to it. Xia Ming found Tony who was waiting. You have something to ask me? Ah, yes too. Tony scratched his helmet, not knowing what to say. Come on, naughty BCH, do you want to go on a blind date? Xia Ming looked at Tony speechlessly. Fake, do I still need to go on a blind date? With my looks, I don't know how many beauties are willing to go on a date with me at that station. Yes, yes, you are right, but if you don't say anything, I will go home. Okay, I want to ask you, can you cure diseases? For example, poisoning or something like that. Tony asked quietly. Cure? Poisoning? Oh, you are poisoned by palladium, right? Xia Ming nodded clearly. You can see that? How did you do that? Can you help me? I can give you money. Tony immediately looked at Xia Ming anxiously. Chapter 94. Although Tony is now suffering from palladium poisoning, it shouldn't be too serious. At least things haven't gotten to the point where he gives up on himself. But this incident still had a huge impact on Tony. In the end, if Tony hadn't relied on his father Howard's research, he really wouldn't have been able to get through this. But Tony knows that unless he develops a new element to replace the palladium element in the arc reactor, as long as he carries the reactor for a day, he will be one day closer to death. But how difficult is it to research and invent a new element? The reason why he came to Xia Ming to ask for help was because after seeing Xia Ming's miraculous magic method last time, he suddenly had a whim and wanted to try it. As expected, Xia Ming saw his problem at a glance. This made Tony excited, as if he saw hope. The formula for the new element is far away, but now, Tony has someone in front of him who can save his life. For this reason, Tony is willing to pay no matter how much Xia Ming asks. Even if it means giving him shares in Stark Enterprises. Tell me, how much do you want? Tony asked anxiously. I don't want money. What you gave me last time was enough to last me a long time. Xia Ming shook her head. 10 million is almost 537 enough for Xia Ming to use for several years, even more than 10 years. Anyway, he stays in the holy place most of the time and there is not much place to spend money. Then what do you want? Tony frowned. Do you want my soul as the price? I have already said that I am not a black necromancer, nor a devil, and I will not take other people's souls or loved ones. Xia Ming was extremely speechless. He is a magician, not a black magician. What do you think a magician is? An evil witch? And you? I just want to tell you that there is a new element in this world that can solve your problems, but you need to find it yourself. Xia Ming explained. Is there really a new element? Tony exclaimed. He thought it was impossible, after all, he had been looking for it for several days. What about you, can you save me? Okay, but you have to think clearly. If you let me save you, your chance of survival is only 5%. Xia Ming looked at Tony and smiled meaningfully. 50%. Tony was stunned when he heard this probability. In his opinion, shouldn't the probability of Xia Ming's success in saving him be 100%? Yes, and if this 50% is successful, it will not only help you detoxify, but it will even prevent you from wearing this thing again in the future. Xia Ming pointed to the reactor on Tony's chest and said. You mean, you can also take out the shrapnel in my chest? Yes, think about it carefully. You still have a lot of time anyway, so you can try to find that new element first. Xia Ming said as she flew up. Anyway, you should know my address. If you need my help, come find me again. Goodbye. Xia Ming disappeared instantly. He was just as helpful as Tony. As for what he will choose, it's up to him. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. will help him when the time comes, and he won't die. And the 50% probability that Xia Ming said was just to scare Tony. But even though it was meant to scare him, it was also because this magic was somewhat limited. Reincarnation, life and death, you can convert the death energy of the dying person into life force and heal any injuries. You can also use the life force to convert it into the force of death and take away the lives of others. The conditions for the use of this magic, which Xia Ming understood after being killed countless times by Dormammu in the dark dimension, are the dying artificial. Yes, if someone like Tony is just poisoned and has not yet reached the final moment of death, magic cannot be used. If you have to use it, you have to stab Tony first. On the contrary, this magic can also be used as an attack magic, converting the power of life into the power of death. There is no limit to this, and it can directly take away the enemy's life. Anyway, Xia Ming has already pointed out Tony, and the rest has nothing to do with him. Xia Ming teleported and returned to the holy place. Then he sat on the sofa, closed his eyes silently, and activated his soul projection. In a tidy office, a man in a wheelchair opened his eyes. You can actually block my telepathy? This person is stronger than imagined, but fortunately he is on the side of humans. Through telepathy, Charles witnessed the devastation caused by hatred from beginning to end. From beginning to end, I saw the power of Xia Ming. And long before Xia Ming launched psychic magic and perceived the chaos in Manhattan, Soul also perceived Xia Ming's powerful spiritual power. For this reason, he was very curious and confused. He didn't know when another person with spiritual ability comparable to him and Qin appeared. Then when Xia Ming attacked Ross, Charles determined who this person was. Therefore, the mental power that Xia Ming perceived at that time was exactly Charles's detection of Ming. Charles wanted to try to browse Xia Ming's memory, but found that he couldn't get in at all. Later, I even tried to obtain Xia Ming's address through perception Xia Ming, but failed again. Charles also doesn't know if Xia Ming is a mutant, because judging from the various abilities that Xia Ming showed when fighting Abomination, it is obviously different from their mutants who only have one ability. But Xia Ming's telepathy ability was so strong that Charles couldn't help but want to know Xia Ming's identity. You look confused, do you need help? A voice suddenly appeared in the quiet study room, which startled Charles. He immediately activated his spirit, perceived everything in the study room, and turned to look at the source of the sound. Then he saw Xia Ming sitting in the corner of the study. Telepathy's ability swept across Xia Ming's body, but she sensed nothing. It seemed like there was only air here. But in Charles's eyes, Xia Ming is real. Is this a mental projection? Charles asked doubtfully. This situation is very familiar to Charles, after all, he sometimes appears in front of others in this way. But there is a premise, that is, he must enter other people's brains. Charles took a moment and found that his brain had not been invaded. This is a soul projection, which is different from your mind projection. Soul projection. That's right, only the target you are aiming at can see you in mind projection, but in soul projection, besides you, others can also see me. Xia Ming explained. Awesome! Charles exclaimed. So, Charles, why have you been spying on me? Xia Ming looked at Charles and revealed her intention. If Charles hadn't been following Xia Ming like a mosquito, Yuan Ming wouldn't have come to see him. Because this person is too troublesome. Chapter 95. You can't call Charles a bad person. After all, he has been working hard for mutants' cause. He hopes that mutant can be treated like an ordinary person. He hopes that the world will treat mutant as a normal human being and that everyone can live in peace. But you can't say that he is too good, or that it is precisely because he is too good that he and his good friend Magneto have been in love and killed each other for a lifetime. In the end, mutant died, and they also had a big responsibility. Anyway, Yuan Ming didn't want to have contact with them. From beginning to end, Xia Ming's goal was Qin with Phoenix Force. But you, Charles, actually used telepathy to explore his Xia Ming's memory. This is a bit too much. I'm not a big devil, and I'm not hostile to you mutants. Is it too impolite for you to test me just because I show an ability similar to telepathy? You are afraid that your memory has never been deleted, so you want to experience it. Although Charles is a level 4 mutant, his ability is so powerful that it is even said that he can destroy the entire human race with his telepathy ability. But Xia Ming said that except for Qin, the only level 5 Omega mutant, he was not afraid of the other mutants. On the other side, Tony, who had just returned home, took off his armor and walked out of the basement. He was a little melancholy and wanted to drink some wine. After listening to Xia Ming's words, Tony is not very worried about his life now. He had no doubts about Xia Ming's statement that there was a new element. Tony doesn't know why he trusts Xia Ming so much. Maybe it's because the transaction between them is purely monetary. As for the second method Xia Ming said, asking Xia Ming to save him personally, Tony decided that he would only gamble on the 50% probability unless it was a life or death situation. It was done, not only was the poison removed, but he no longer had to carry the reactor in his chest. No regrets if you fail. You seem to be in a bad mood, do you need to talk to me? Fury's voice sounded behind Tony. Tony paused, then relaxed, and walked to the sofa with the bottle in hand. It seems that I have to study your network system carefully to see which generation it has been upgraded to. What the hell? Fury changed the settings of J.A.R.V.I.S for the second time and broke into his villa. Do you really think I have no temper? Just wait, I want to see how advanced your strategic destroying technology is. Don't make trouble, this is the last time, I promise, I came here for a reason. Fury immediately panicked when he heard that Tony wanted to invade their S.H.I.E.L.D system. He had no doubt that Tony could not do it. If that's the case, many secrets will be known to Tony, which is not what Fury wants to see. Tell me, what are you doing to ruin the Strategic Bureau? What's the matter with me? Tony leaned on the sofa and asked while drinking. It's SHIELD. We've changed our name. Fury reminded. S.H.I.E.L.D? It's not that great, but it's much simpler than the previous name. Tony nodded. And I'm here for your business. Hearing Tony's comment on Shen Miai's name, his face darkened. Not me? That's... Oh. You want to ask the mysterious man who stopped the monster, right? You came quite quickly. Tony reacted quickly and understood Fury's intention. But this guy came too quickly. Stop pretending, Stark, he is the magician who helped you deal with Obadiah last time. This guy pretends not to know Xia Ming. It's him, so what do you want to ask? I don't know much. We have found out his identity and address. Then why did you come to me? Do you also want to drag him into your little boy plan? Tony thought about it. Except for this reason, these agents should have no other reason. Don't even think about it, I'm not even willing to join, let alone Xia Ming. Tony at the moment has not yet signed the agreement to agree to Fury's invitation, and is still waiting to see what's going on. As for whether Xia Ming will join, Tony is not sure. But such a powerful guy probably doesn't like being controlled. How long have you known him? Fury didn't answer Tony's words and asked for other information. Not long. It doesn't take long. Fury's face was covered with black lines. He really doesn't want to deal with a guy like Stark. He and I met the night Obadiah snatched my reactor. 0 Please ask for flowers. You just met that day? What was the specific process? Fury asked. He suddenly showed up and asked me to give him $5 million in exchange for his help. 5 million. Fury wrote this down. Guess Xia Ming may love money. What about other things? For example, do you know about his ability? Didn't I tell you? Tony became impatient. Told us? When? What is his ability? Fury frowned subconsciously and recalled carefully. Magic. His ability is magic. Fury fell silent. I know it's magic, but what I'm asking is what kind of magic it is. Or are there other abilities? And, more importantly, do you think Xia Ming can block a hateful punch with her body? She is also a magic goose. This. After hearing what Fury said, Tony also started thinking. Yes. Xia Ming relied on his body to withstand fists that even he wouldn't dare to resist in his battle suit. Is this also magic? Especially at the end, when Xia Ming stood on the body of hatred and kept pumping her fists, it didn't look like she was using magic. Aren't magicians capable of casting skills remotely? Either support, treatment, or curse. So what kind of magician is Xia Ming? He has never seen or heard of it. Xia Ming, the unique Kamar-Taj melee magician faction. All of them are fighting masters. I ask you if you are afraid of it. It seems you don't know either. Fury saw Tony lost in thought and knew that Tony didn't know much about Xia Ming. In this case, we can only send Phil Coulson to get in touch. Anyway, Xia Ming did not hide his address, which means he was not worried that he would be exposed. In this case, maybe Xia Ming is still an easy person to get in touch with. Fury thought expectantly. Why don't I just go there in person? It will look more formal. Fury muttered. I'll leave first, you have a good rest. Fury stood up and left. I'm warning you, if you don't knock on the door next time you come in, I will really ask J.A.R.V.I.S to hack into your system. I know. Work. Chapter 96. Sir, I have absolutely no ill intentions towards you. Please don't get me wrong. If my behavior has caused trouble to you, I hereby formally apologize. Xavier Academy for the Gifted, in the principal's office. Charles expressed his apology to Xia Ming. He heard dissatisfaction from Xia Ming's tone and knew that it was because his behavior had affected Xia Ming and aroused Xia Ming's disgust. Faced with a person who could beat up monsters with his bare hands, Charles was unwilling to offend easily. Especially since the opponent is also good at skills such as telepathy, which can block his mind control. If Charles p'd off this man, Charles was worried that no one in the entire Xavier Academy would be his match. Unless Jean is allowed to fully unleash her ability, she might be able to fight. But the price for this is that the mental shackles he set on Jean will also break free due to the explosion of Jean's strength. 537. Charles couldn't even imagine what would happen then. Tell me, what do you want to know? Seeing that Charles was so polite, Xia Ming couldn't stay angry. After all, you can't reach out to hit the smiling person, and the relationship between them is not hostile. By the way, my name is Charles Xavier. What do you call me, sir? Xia Ming. Hello, Mr. Xia Ming. I would like to ask, are you a mutant? I'm not, but you can call me a magician. Xia Ming explained. Magician? Magician? Does this world really exist? Charles frowned in thought. In his impression, so-called magicians only appeared in various novels, legends, and film and television works. This was the first time he encountered it in reality. But, why is the magician Xia Ming completely different from the image of magician he knows? Aren't magicians all physically weak, or do they all look like old men with white beards? No matter how bad she is still a witch. But Xia Ming used her fists to beat a big monster until it had no resistance, and you told me you were a magician? This is somewhat outrageous. In this world, you mutants exist, superheroes like Iron Man exist, and even the Hulk and Abomination you just saw exist, so why can't magicians exist? Furthermore, you mutants are treated as monsters by humans because of various mutant abilities that cause various changes in your body. Therefore, you have no choice but to choose to live in seclusion. The difference between us and you is that the reason why we are not known by others and take the initiative to hide from the world is because we do not want to be disturbed by the world. In this way, we can better protect the entire human race and the earth from the threat of evil. Xia Ming said slowly. Charles became silent after hearing this. When he heard the first sentence, Charles expressed great agreement. Since there are mutants in this world, and there are magicians, it doesn't seem to be a problem. After hearing the second sentence, Charles's expression turned ugly, because Xia Ming was right and even told the most critical reason. One of the reasons why people are afraid of mutants, in addition to being powerful and easily posing a threat, is that the second reason is because of their strange abilities, which cause people to have different appearances, and some are even scary. Therefore, this type of mutant has been hated, abandoned, or even captured since birth. This caused many mutants to begin to hate humans because of their survival. Among the 5 levels of mutant, only the 4th alpha level does not have such obvious side effects, such as Charles and Magneto. There is nothing you can do about the first 3 levels. Even Wolverine is classified as the 3rd level, as are Mystique and Beast. After such a comparison, Charles looked at Xia Ming with envy. Mr. Xia Ming seems to know us very well. Know a little. Mr. Xia Ming just said that you magicians exist to protect the entire human race and the entire earth from threats from the magic side? Can you tell us specifically what kind of threats they are? Charles asked curiously. You know hell, it is real, and there are demons in hell. They want to invade the earth all the time, and what we resist is similar to these. Xia Ming revealed a little bit. Is there really hell? Charles is unbelievable. If what Xia Ming said is true, then indeed, people should not let people know too much about these things to avoid causing panic. At this moment, Charles felt the same way. At the same time, I also have respect for the silent guardianship of the magicians. But, Mr. Xia Ming, since magician is hidden in the world and is not known to anyone, then Mr. Xia Ming, what are you? Charles looked at Xia Ming in confusion, wondering why Xia Ming was so public and not afraid of revealing her identity at all. Because I am the most special one among all magicians. Xia Ming said seriously. The strongest? Charles exclaimed and guessed. No. Xia Ming shook her head. That means, you are the leader. That's not right either. Are you, a betrayer? Charles seemed to have guessed the truth. Only a traitor would disregard the magician's rules, be so flamboyant, and not be afraid of being exposed. Maybe even out of hatred or something, the magician's existence was deliberately revealed so as to attract everyone's attention. What are you talking about? I am an orthodox magician. Xia Ming looked at Charles dissatisfied. Why do you people always suspect his traitorous identity first when you doubt him? The same goes for Dormammu, and Emperor Weishan is also worried about his betrayal. Gu Shi is also worried that he will be contaminated by the darkness. Xia Ming is clearly on the side of the light. Then what you mean is special? Because I am the most troublemaking among all magicians. Xia Ming's words silenced Charles. You. After talking for a long time, why don't you just tell me that you are the most unruly one? It took him half a circle. Haha, Mr. Xia Ming was joking. Charles smiled reluctantly. So Mr. Xia Ming's telepathy ability is actually a kind of magic. Yes, you can call it mind magic. Can 4.0 show me the power of magic? Charles looked at Xia Ming expectantly. Sure? I can even get you to stand up. Charles's heart skipped a beat. Please help me, Mr. Xia Ming. Charles is so excited. He almost knelt down in front of Xia Ming. Over the years, he has suffered from the pain of being in a wheelchair. Although it was his good friend Eric who turned him into this, Charles never hated him and calmly accepted his fate. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to stand up. He also wants to be like a normal person and go back to when he could still walk. Therefore, when he learned that Xia Ming, the self-proclaimed magician in front of him, could actually cure him, at that moment, Charles wished he could agree to all Xia Ming's conditions. Chapter 97. Mr. Xia Ming, please help me. I am willing to agree to any conditions of Mr. Xia Ming. Charles said excitedly. Forget about the conditions, I don't have anything I need you to do. Xia Ming shook her head, raised her hand, condensed a small ball of white magic energy, and threw it towards Charles. Charles made no move and allowed this mysterious energy to enter his body. Then under Charles's powerful mental perception, the mystery rushed directly to Charles's spine. That's where he was hit by the bullet. Charles could clearly perceive that this energy connected his nerves, which had long lost intuition, and his injured spine. I feel my legs. Charles excitedly tried to lift his feet, and this time, he succeeded. Slowly, Charles held the wheelchair with both hands and tried to stand up. I did it. Although he is still unable to walk immediately, his current level of recovery is enough to make Charles happy. Your 01 legs need time to rebuild because you have been in a wheelchair for too long. It won't be long before you can walk normally. Thank you, Mr. Xia Ming. Charles sat down slowly and thanked Xia Ming with great gratitude. Mr. Xia Ming, if you have any instructions, I will try my best to do it. Not yet. In short, this ball of energy is my meeting gift to you, and this. Xia Ming said, pinching her right hand in the air and grabbing the business card that appeared out of thin air. If you have enemies that you can't deal with in the future and endanger life on Earth, you can come to me at this address. Is it okay if it's not a threat from the magic side? Charles thought that Xia Ming's magician group would only attack threats from the magic side. Not just magic, as long as it threatens the Earth and all human beings, we have an obligation to take action. This is our mission. Xia Ming explained seriously. He also wanted to get a copy of the Apocalypse incident and get to know Qin through Charles. And with this meeting, Charles won't think that he has ulterior motives next time he approaches Qin. And he just paid a little bit of magic energy and an address. I understand, if there is such a big crisis and we cannot solve it, I will seek help from Mr. Xia Ming. Charles took the business card and promised extremely seriously. It's best this way, I'll leave first. Goodbye, Mr. Xia Ming. Charles watched as Xia Ming's soul projection dissipated in the air. Charles looked down at the business card in his hand and understood that Xia Ming would not interfere with their mutants' affairs. Unless one of them poses a threat to all humans. At the same time, Charles felt great respect for these silently guarding magicians. This beautiful world, whether it's mutants or humans, is worth protecting. Charles thought with emotion. Boom! Professor, are you there? Beast knocked on the door outside. He heard some movement in the office, so he came to check. I'm here, come in. Professor, who were you talking to just now? Beast looked around the office in confusion and saw no one else. Hank. I can stand up. Charles stood up slowly on his wheelchair and shouted excitedly. Professor. Xia Ming opened her eyes on the sofa and smiled softly. The relationship is established, the next step is Qin. However, Xia Ming said that she was not in a hurry regarding Qin, and the Phoenix Force would not run away. Before that, Xia Ming had to continue to improve her strength. What if something unexpected happens when he comes into contact with the Phoenix Force and he fails to defeat it? No matter how Xia Ming is improved now, unless Xia Ming can become multi-universe level or almighty universe level, she will have no way to defeat the Phoenix Force. But with greater strength, there will be more security guarantees. At that time, Xia Ming may have to use Time Gem again. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the mobile phone placed on the table next to him suddenly rang. Hello. On the other side, London, UK, University Institute. Jane walked around the room, walking around, holding the phone and not knowing what to do. After she and Daisy watched the live news broadcast together, when Daisy left, she asked Jane to ask if Xia Ming was a real superhero. She also said that this was the best opportunity to connect and asked Jane not to let it go. Jane couldn't agree more. But when she picked up her phone and was about to dial the number that had been stored in her phone's address book, she hesitated again. Jane was worried that she would disturb Xia Ming, and she was also afraid that she would think too much. In fact, Xia Ming had no special interest in her. But Jane really wants to talk to Xia Ming. In the end, the desire in Jane's heart defeated her timidity and pressed the dial button. While waiting for the call to be connected, Jane felt as if centuries had passed. Finally. Hello. Jane was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Who? I'll die if you don't say anything. Listening to the breathing coming from the other side of the phone, Xia Ming was very confused. Because Jane didn't give Xia Ming her number and this was her first time calling, Xia Ming didn't know it was Jane calling. However, this displayed international long distance. Jane? Xia Ming asked speculatively. Yes, it's me. Don't hang up the phone. Jane said quickly. But my heart was full of surprises, Xia Ming actually knew it was her. Okay, I won't hang up, but it's so late, who are you? Well, just wanted to ask you if you are that superhero, I saw the live broadcast on my computer. Jane closed her eyes and expressed her doubts. It's me. It's really you. Wow. Oh my god. You're a superhero. Jane was so excited that she almost jumped up on the spot. Yes, aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? You are a hero. The hero who stopped the monster. Most people are always afraid when facing unknown things. I'm not afraid. Jane said seriously. That's good. Xia Ming laughed. Well, what kind of hero are you? I mean, are you the same as Iron Man? No, I'm a magician, a magician. Magician? Is it the kind that can do magic? Jane asked curiously. Right. Awesome. I really want to see it. Do you want to see me? Xia Ming asked with a smile. I think so, but you are in New York and I am in London, so far away. Jane was very disappointed. She really wants to go to New York to find Xia Ming. As long as you want to see me, I can appear by your side at any time. You're not going to lie to me, are you? I don't believe it. Jane was full of doubts. What about now? Believe it or not? Xia Ming appeared in front of Jane holding her mobile phone. Xia Ming. Jane looked at Xia Ming blankly, and then rushed over. Chapter 98. With the warm and fragrant nephrite in her arms, Xia Ming hugged Jane's soft body in great surprise. After experiencing it personally, Xia Ming felt that her chest was soft. Are you so excited? Xia Ming joked. Well, I want to see you. Jane put her head in Xia Ming's arms, her nose wrapped around the fragrance of Xia Ming's body, and said in a muffled voice. Xia Ming, do you want to see me too? Jane suddenly raised her head and stared into Xia Ming's eyes. These eyes as deep as the universe still made Jane want to indulge in them. Well, I want to see you too. Xia Ming looked at the face getting closer and closer, lowered her head and kissed her. Since Jiandu took the initiative, Xia Ming did not refuse and directly launched an offensive. The two hugged each other, getting tighter and tighter. After a long time, Jane stopped with a blushing face and distanced herself. Xia Ming, I like you. Jane's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and she expressed her love seriously. I like you too, Jane. Xia Ming stroked Jane's hair. On the sofa, the two of them clung to each other. Xia Ming, you said you are a magician? Are you the same as the witch in the movie? You know many spells. Yes, but my magic is different from theirs. Xia Ming waved her right hand as she spoke, and suddenly the desks, chairs, and the sofa under Xia Ming and Jian all floated in the room. Oh my god! Jane was speechless looking at this extremely magical scene. And this? Xia Ming snapped her fingers, and a group of golden butterflies suddenly appeared in the room, circling and flying. Xia Ming suddenly discovered that apart from being used for fighting and showing off, magic cannot capture the hearts of beauties. Gorgeous. Xia Ming controls the sofa to fly slowly in the air. I can't believe it. The legend actually exists. Jane was extremely amazed by Xia Ming's magic. If magic also exists, then Xia Ming, does traveling through time and space also exist? Jane suddenly looked at Xia Ming excitedly. Yes, so your wormhole theory is right. We can travel through time and space. Oh my god! So how did they form? How did they do it? Would you like to experience it? Can I? Jane said in surprise. Definitely. Xia Ming restored various items floating in the air to their original positions, then pulled Jane up and opened a portal. This is New York, my home. Xia Ming took Jane to New York's holy place. It can really be done. It's amazing. Jane pushed open the door and walked to the street outside. Looking at the face that was different from London, Jane even wondered if she was dreaming. I'll take you up there to take a look. Xia Ming put her arms around Jane's waist and teleported to the sky above New York. So lovely. New York below was so brightly lit and so beautiful that Jane was deeply intoxicated. This is the first time in her history that she has looked at the city from this perspective. It's a completely different feeling when flying with her. Is there somewhere you want to go? Anywhere is fine. Yes, anywhere is fine. Xia Ming nodded. I want to go to Santorini, the Amalfi Coast, Hawaii, Paris, Venice. Is that too much? Jane excitedly said a series of place names, and then looked at Xia Ming sheepishly. No, as long as you want to go, we can always. As Xia Ming waved his hand, the portal flashed past. It's so awesome. Xia Ming took Jian through different countries and locations, and enjoyed countless scenery with Jian. What a pity. I can't understand your magic, and I can't prove it with theory. Sitting on a cliff, waiting for the sunrise, Jane said regretfully. The portal was too straightforward and simple for Jane to explain using rigorous science. As for those dimensional energy and magic spells, they have nothing to do with Jane's research. If Jian had written a thesis on teleportation magic, it would probably be on the theological side. Speaking of which, didn't you record a lot of notes about this universe through the legend of Asgard? Yeah, but that's a myth and legend, it can't really exist. What if I say they really exist? Xia Ming chuckled. No way. That's a fairy tale. Jane looked at Xia Ming in disbelief, wondering if Xia Ming was teasing her. When did I lie to you? And Bifrost can prove your wormhole theory, as well as the real existence of the 9 realms and the world tree. Xia Ming said, pulling up Jane and coming to an open space. Then how do we get there? Jane held Xia Ming's hand tightly. Simple, wait until I ask someone to open Bifrost, and I will show you with your own eyes. Xia Ming explained, then looked up at the sky. Heimdall, please open the door. After Xia Ming finished speaking, she waited quietly. Then, half a minute passed and there was no movement at all. Is this a failure? Jane asked uncertainly. Ahem, maybe he didn't hear it. Just wait for me. Xia Ming closed her eyes and activated soul projection. Asgard, Bifrost. Heimdall heard Xia Ming's call, but he ignored it. After all, Xia Ming is not familiar with him. Besides, what do you think of me, the great cave of Heim, the patron saint of the divine world? If you say you want to open the door, will it open the door for you? And you don't have any serious business using Bifrost. Are you going too far by wasting their Asgard resources just to fall in love? Anyway, Heimdall ignored it. Then, Xia Ming came to the door. Heimdall, you have gone too far. You make me lose face. Xia Ming suddenly appeared in front of Heimdall. Are you, Kinhao, spiritual projection? Heimdall saw that Xia Ming's body was still on the earth. Why don't you open the door? You are not from Asgard, and I cannot open Bifrost without the order of God King Odin. Heimdall told the truth. So as long as Odin agrees. That's right. That's okay. Xia Ming nodded and crossed Heimdall. Heimdall thought Xia Ming was going to Odin to ask for permission, and silently closed his eyes in pain. Then the next second, he opened his eyes suddenly and turned around. Because Xia Ming. Odin. I'm Xia Ming, come on, open the door. Shut up. Stop shouting. Heimdall was so shocked that he tried to stop Xia Ming. But Xia Ming is just a soul projection and has no entity, so Heim and everyone failed. Odin. Shut up. Chapter 99. Xia Ming's voice echoed throughout Asgard. The sudden sound made many people stop, or put down their work, and turn to look in the direction of Bifrost with doubts. They all said, "Who is so bold as to dare to make a noise here?" Even Loki, who was studying in the library where various books were stored in Asgard, heard the shouts. Loki put down the book, frowned as well, and looked in that direction dissatisfied. He didn't know how Heimdall did things, and let such a rude person come in. But why does this voice sound so familiar to Loki? Loki touched his chin and started thinking. As he listened, Loki's expression suddenly changed. Xia Ming. Why is this evil guy here again? When Loki heard that the person who came was actually Xia Ming, his body couldn't help but tremble. The painful memory of being teased by Xia Ming reappeared in my mind. Obviously these days, he has managed to forget it through studying. It turned out to be okay now, but Loki was afraid that he would start having nightmares again when he went to sleep at night. Is this Xia Ming? He is coming to Asgard. Frigga also recognized Xia Ming's voice, put on a smile and walked outside the house. Frigga didn't mind Xia Ming's rudeness, because she felt that Xia Ming was like Thor in terms of personality, carefree and informal, which was lovable. And in terms of intelligence, he is not inferior to Loki, or even better. It is precisely because of Xia Ming that Loki, who has always been restless, locked himself in the library and began to study magic with concentration. This made Frigga very happy and Odin very satisfied. So Frigga felt that Xia Ming was like the aggregation of her two sons, and she was treated as a whole child. Not to mention that Frigga has a good relationship with Ancient One, so she naturally won't care about these trivial matters. But Frigga doesn't care, which doesn't mean Odin is also happy. He sat on the throne in the Golden Palace, his face dark. This kid, doesn't he know how to come closer and say something? How unbecoming is it to yell? If possible, Odin really wants to stab Xia Ming back to the earth with the Spear of Eternity. But when he thought about his approaching end and the countless chaos in the future, Odin couldn't help but sigh. For the sake of the Ancient One, Odin didn't bother to care. Heimdall, open Bifrost. Odin sent a message to Heimdall who was looking at Xia Ming angrily. Yes, God King. I told you, you could just open the door and it would be over. Xia Ming shook her head. Snort. Heimdall glared at Xia Ming, walked to the center, and held the hilt of the sword. Seeing this, Xia Ming returned directly to earth. Be prepared. Xia Ming held Jane's slim waist and said softly. What do I need to do? You don't have to do anything, just look up. Yeah. Jane looked up obediently. Then she saw a rainbow falling from the sky, covering the two of them. Ah! Jane, who suddenly lost weight, hugged Xia Ming tightly and closed her eyes in fear. Don't be nervous, look, this is Bifrost. Xia Ming's comfort made Jane open her eyes and saw this radiant and magical scene in front of her. Are we in a wormhole now? Jane asked in shock. That's right, we are traveling through it now, look at the outside of those rainbows. What's out there? Jane asked loudly. Outside is the universe, or a strange planet, or some other place. Are there really aliens? Not only are there aliens, but there are also gods. What we are going to now is the Asgard in mythology. Oh my god! I'm going to see the god King Odin! Jane shouted excitedly. Time passed quickly, and before Jane had time to take a closer look, she had already appeared in a strange place and saw a figure wearing golden armor. Let me introduce to you, this is Heimdall, the patron saint of Asgard, who is responsible for guarding Bifrost. Hello. Jane greeted cautiously. But Heimdall was still very angry with Xia Ming, so he just nodded casually and ignored her. This made Jane very nervous and embarrassed, feeling that the so-called god was really arrogant and indifferent. Ahem, oh. Xia Ming looked at Heimdall dissatisfied. Bitch, and opened her mouth. Hello hello. I'm Heimdall. Seeing that Xia Ming was causing trouble again, Heimdall was forced to open the business immediately, put on a stiff smile, and introduced himself to Jane. Hello, hello. I'm Jane. Jane was startled and smiled quickly. Okay, let's go inside and have a look. Xia Ming took Jane and flew to Asgard's Asgard. Xia Ming, are you familiar with this place? Come here often? Why is Heimdall so afraid of you? Jane couldn't help but ask when she saw Heimdall, who was completely different from the previous one. And Heimdall was so angry when he heard Jane say that he was afraid of Xia Ming. Damn it, is he afraid of Xia Ming? He didn't want this kid to ruin Odin's reputation. I haven't come here often, and this is only the second time. As for Heimdall being afraid of me, maybe it's because I'm better than him. Xia Ming explained casually. You are so awesome. Jane looked at Xia Ming with eyes full of admiration. Okay, don't look at me. Look at Asgard. This long one is Bifrost, and the one in the distance is Asgard. All the gods of Asgard live here. So beautiful. I'll take you to see Odin and Queen Frigga. I don't know if Thor is at home this time. Thor? The Thor with the hammer. Yes, it's him. I can actually see God. Jane still feels like she is having an extremely wonderful dream. Especially when she saw the beautiful Asgard, the feeling was even stronger. If this is a dream, Jane hopes she will never wake up in her life. Xia Ming took Jane all the way over Bifrost, and then he saw Frigga, who had been waiting here. Queen of Gods? Why are you here? I'm waiting for you, the goddess smiled. Jane, this is Queen Frigga, a very good person. Xia Ming introduced from the bottom of her heart. Hello. I am Jane Foster. Jane was extremely cautious and felt at a loss. She, a mortal, actually met the God Queen in mythology. Who would believe it? Moreover, in the mythical story, Jane is the extremely lucky person at this moment, and got the opportunity to meet God. You are Xia Ming's girlfriend, nice to meet you. Frigga came over and took Jane's hand cordially. I'm glad too. Xia Ming, go find Odin. He has something to do with you, so leave your girlfriend to me. I will take her around. Okay. Xia Ming nodded. Xia Ming. Jane looked at him nervously for help. It's okay, the queen is fine, don't be nervous. Xia Ming comforted Jane and watched Frigga leave with Jane. He felt reassured about Frigga and believed that they would get along very well before long. Then Xia Ming flew towards the Golden Palace. Xia Ming was confused. Does Asgard also have meetings every day? Why does Odin like sitting in that chair so much? Chapter 100. God King. Xia Ming came to the Golden Palace. This was his second time here, and this time there was no Ancient One around him. But Odin looked at Xia Ming. After looking at it for a while, his heart was shaken. As the father of God, level Godfather, Odin relied on his sharp eyes and infinite wisdom to discover the changes in Chongming with just 10 eyes. How did you become a god? Odin asked in surprise. Odin felt the fluctuations of divine power coming from Xia Ming and couldn't believe it. Isn't Xia Ming from the earth? Isn't she a pure human being? The last time he came here, he was just a rookie who had just come into contact with magic, had good magic ability, and was following the Ancient One. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a god. In particular, Odin can also perceive from Zhenming that this divine power is very ancient. It is different from any other god in their Asgard or even the 9 realms. If Odin guessed correctly, Xia Ming's supernatural power most likely comes from one of the 4 old gods of the earth. Odin did not feel the dark power in Xia Ming, so either Xia Ming is the child of the old god Jia, or the child of the goddess Ohit. All I can say is that, as expected of Odin, he quickly got close to the truth. It seems that you are not a pure human being. Like us, you are a child of God. Can you tell me who your mother is? Odin looked squarely at Xia Ming for the first time and no longer regarded Xia Ming as an ordinary magician, even though Odin knew that Xia Ming might be the successor of the Ancient One and the future respected magician. But now that Xia Ming has become a god, Odin instinctively feels affection for him. What's more, Xia Ming's origin is still one of the old gods. That is an ancient god who was born earlier than Odin. In prehistoric times, when Odin was young, he even fought with Ohit's child Agamotto, prehistoric avengers, and together they resisted the Celestials. Etc. Something is wrong. Odin suddenly discovered a problem. That is, although he is the father of God, he and Agamotto are peers and good brothers. That is to say, in terms of seniority, if Xia Ming is Ouchite's child, then doesn't it mean that Xia Ming and Agamotto are brothers, then he and himself? Odin discovered Hwatian. Could the guy in front of me really be the same generation as him, as I guessed? What do you mean? Although I have become a god, I don't have another mother. Don't make random guesses. Xia Ming looked at Odin unhappily. I always felt that Odin's eyes became strange after learning about his changes. Huh? Don't you know your origin? That's right, you were still a human before, or you didn't have the memory of awakening. Odin saw Xia Ming becoming excited and disgusted with her mother. After thinking for a moment, Odin understood the key. Perhaps after a long period of time, the children who were originally the old gods have long forgotten the past in their reincarnations again and again. Although Xia Ming has now recovered his divine body, it is obvious that Yuan Ming has not recovered his past memories. But how did Xia Ming suddenly become like this? Isn't he learning magic from the Ancient One? Why did he suddenly awaken the body of a god? Etc. Learn magic with the Ancient One, Kamar-Taj, Weishan Emperor? Woko. Odin reacted suddenly, realized the truth, and then cursed. Is this old man getting dementia as he gets older? Could Odin, as a god, also suffer from Alzheimer's disease? What a surprise! What are you? Xia Ming said hesitantly. Can you tell me if you encountered any strange things when you were studying magic recently? Odin hurriedly stood up from the throne, walked to Xia Ming, and asked a little urgently. No, it's quite normal. Xia Ming said casually. Then how did you become like this? How did you obtain the body of a god? This, because Emperor Weishan gave me some gifts. Xia Ming told the truth. Indeed, without the tears of Weishan Diahite and the flames of Hogs, Xia Ming would not have the chance to become like this. Gift? What gift? Who specifically gave it to me? Odin stared at Xia Ming closely, his eyes very eager. He doesn't want to be the same generation as Xia Ming. Odin shouted deep in his heart. As for if Xia Ming is Jia's child, it has nothing to do with him, because if that is the case, then Xia Ming will be of the same generation as Thor, and Odin won't have to be so resentful. They all gave me a gift. Then you awakened your divine body. Yes. 11. 0. Please give me flowers. Odin fell silent. Confirmed. Damn it, Xia Ming is indeed Ouzite's child. He is also the biological brother of Agamotto. Still his peers. Odin guessed that Uhit might not be able to bear the thought of his child continuing to be ordinary, so he gave Xia Ming awakening the body of a god, allowing Xia Ming to regain her status as a god. Although judging from Xia Ming's identity, there is no problem with being of the same generation as Odin. After all, she is a child of the orthodox old god. But before Xia Ming was just a little magician. This sudden change in identity makes it difficult for Odin to adapt and feel uncomfortable. No wonder you have such magical ability, and no wonder the Ancient One said that only Emperor Weishan is qualified to teach you. Odin kept shaking his head and sighing. The jealousy towards Ancient One in my heart has skyrocketed. What the hell, do you know your disciple is a god? He is still the kind of god with very ancient origins. It can even be said that Yuan Ming is the child of Emperor Weishan. Damn it, Ancient One has found a treasure. In the future, there will be a god who will serve as the sorcerer supreme of the earth. I don't know how safe it is. Look at my stupid son again, ugh. What are you talking about? Why is my magic ability so high? Xia Ming was very puzzled by Odin's reaction. Why is this old man acting so weird today? Forget it, you will understand everything later. Odin patted Xia Ming on the shoulder and said nothing. He felt that since Ouchite had not allowed Xia Ming to recover her memory, he should still want to train Xia Ming more. Just like himself, he also wanted Thor to go to the earth for a trial and experience the feeling of losing his divine power. Odin believes that only after Thor experiences an ordinary life, will he understand the value of power and how to use his powerful power correctly. Odin wants Thor to understand that war is not the only way to solve problems. What should I understand? You should just tell me. Damn it, Xia Ming hates this kind of Riddler the most. The Riddler should all be killed. If Xia Ming knew what Odin was thinking and mistook him for Ohit's child, Xia Ming would be angry and have a fight with Odin. Send Odin to retirement early. Oh my god, Ohit's child. Chapter 101. Come with me. Odin left the Golden Palace with Xia Ming. This is not a place for chatting. Especially after Odin knows Xia Ming's real identity, his reception of Xia Ming should be improved. Although Xia Ming still doesn't know who she is, Odin cannot treat Xia Ming as an ordinary person. What if Xia Ming awakens her memory in the future, becomes dissatisfied with Odin and Asgard, and takes it out on Thor? Especially since Odin had probably left long ago at that time, but Emperor Weishan was always there. Thor does not have the support of his elders, so he is at a disadvantage. And Odin also wants Xia Ming. He hopes that Xia Ming can look forward to the past friendship in the future, whether Thor encounters a crisis or Asgard encounters a crisis. Help! Odin changed into a noble dress and brought Xia Ming to the banquet hall. Want to eat again? 923 Xia Ming said subconsciously. Moreover, this hall is not the place where Odin received him and the Ancient One last time. Do you need to make it so formal? Eat whatever you want and we'll talk while eating. Let's eat it later, when the Queen of Gods and my girlfriend come back together. Xia Ming suggested. Oh? That's okay. Let's drink something and eat some fruit first. Odin nodded and asked the maids to bring drinks and some Asgard fruits. What brings you to Asgard this time? Odin asked casually. Oh, my girlfriend is an astronomer. She is very interested in the celestial bodies of the 9 realms and Bifrost. She wants to study it, so I brought her to have a look. Ahem. That's it. Odin couldn't help coughing after hearing Xia Ming's reason. In order to please your girlfriend, you are too willful. Also, what do you think of us Asgard? It's really nonsense, cough, it's really well done. Odin opened his mouth to scold this willful junior, but he held back. You mean, considering your status as Xia Ming, I won't care. Have you often had a bad memory recently, have trouble sleeping, and have a bad temper? Xia Ming suddenly asked. Oh, yes, when people get old, their bodies become useless. Li Ding sighed. I see. Xia Ming nodded clearly, expressing her understanding of Odin's strange behavior today. Since you have no business, let me talk about mine. Odin said. Okay. It won't be long before I fall into a deep sleep. Before that, I originally wanted Thor to inherit the throne of God King. But the current Thor is not sensible enough to understand the responsibilities and significance of the God King. In addition, some people who are spying on Asgard in secret are trying to take revenge, so accidents will definitely happen when the time comes. When you go to Earth, I hope you can take care of me more. Odin looked at Xia Ming and said seriously. But haven't you already said hello to my teacher Ancient One about this matter? Xia Ming knew that the last time the Ancient One came to Asgard at the invitation of Odin, it was probably for this matter. So, what was Odin talking to him about? As for Odin saying that he was going to fall into a deep sleep, Xia Ming also knew the reason. Because the divine power of Asgard people is proportional to their age, when the divine power reaches a certain level, they need to adjust the divine power in the body through sleep. The power of Odin is too powerful, and it will be restored through Odin's sleep at certain intervals. Adjust yourself. This is also the reason why Odin left in the end, because his body could no longer withstand the powerful power in his body. Unless you keep sleeping. But because of Thor and Loki, Odin couldn't sleep peacefully. I have told the Ancient One that this matter will be left to you when the time comes. After all, you are both young people and should be able to have a good communication. Odin also hopes that Xia Ming and Thor can establish a friendly relationship. I know, I will pay attention. Xia Ming nodded. Anyway, even without him, Thor wouldn't have much problem. As a thank you, I can let you choose any gift from my palace treasure house. Your treasure house? Forget it, there is nothing good. Xia Ming refused. These words made Odin's face darken. This is his Odin's treasure trove. Stored inside are Asgard and various artifacts obtained in countless battles in the past. You actually said there is nothing good? Have you seen you? Don't forget it. Odin looked unhappy. However, if possible, I would like to read Asgard's magic book. Is that okay? Xia Ming is not interested in those so-called artifacts, but she is very interested in the magic of Asgard. He wanted to see the difference between Asgard's magic and Kamar-Taj's magic. Oh? You want to know Asgard's magical knowledge? Odin asked curiously. Yes, can't it? Theoretically, outsiders can't, but you can. Li agreed to Xia Ming's request. As both gods, Odin has great kindness towards Xia Ming. Thank you very much. Xia Ming thought Odin agreed because of his status as a disciple of Kamar-Taj and Ancient One, so he didn't think much about it. Why are you here? Just when the two of them had finished talking about business and the atmosphere was about to fall into embarrassment, Frigga came back with Jane. Xia Ming. Look. These are the clothes the queen gave me. Jane, wearing a white Asgard robe, flew over happily. It's beautiful. Xia Ming praised. Thank you God Queen. No matter how polite you are, we are all one family. Frigga said with a smile. Jian, this is the God King of Asgard, the father of God Odin. Xia Ming took Jane and introduced. Hello. I am Jane Foster. Jane bowed respectfully. Okay, there's no need to be so formal. Odin quickly refused. This is Xia Ming's girlfriend. However, Odin felt that it was a bit inappropriate for Xia Ming to fall in love with a human woman. After all, Xia Ming's life was long, but human life was extremely short. At that time, Chongming Song was afraid that his wife would experience the pain of love every day. Odin didn't know whether he should remind Xia Ming. Frigga, ask someone to ask Loki to come over and hold a banquet together. I want to tell you something. Odin stood up and pulled Frigga towards the back 4.0. You guys sit down first. Frigga smiled and left. What do you think of Asgard? Xia Ming asked with a smile, holding Jane's hand. It's beautiful. Very good looking. The queen is also very good. Jane was very happy. Xia Ming guessed right, and Jane and Frigga got along quickly. Xia Ming listened carefully to Jane's story. After a while, Odin and Frigga came back. Also arriving here was a reluctant Loki. Xia Ming. Loki looked at Xia Ming, gritting his teeth. Loki. Didn't I teach you manners? Odin suddenly reprimanded. I'm sorry, father. Lu Ji apologized seriously. Xia Ming magician. What's your name magician? You have to call me uncle. Xia Ming. Chapter 102. What do you want to tell me? There are still guests outside. In the room behind the banquet hall, Frigga looked at Odin in confusion. I have something important to tell you. What's the matter? Frigga frowned. What could possibly make Odin so serious? Have you noticed anything wrong with Xia Ming? Xia Ming? No. Frigga said that she didn't pay much attention to Xia Ming's changes. Xia Ming is now a member of the divine race and possesses the body of a god. Odin said seriously. God clan? Body of gods. You mean Xia Ming? Frigga looked at Odin in disbelief. Isn't Xia Ming a human from the earth? How come don't tell me that he is your illegitimate son. As Frigga spoke, she suddenly looked at Odin with a suspicious look on her face, full of distrust. What nonsense are you talking about? It's been a long time since I left Asgard. Odin blushed suddenly because of Frigga's words. One is because of anger, the other is because of shame. That's true, but you can't blame me. There were a lot of young people when you were young. 01. Frigga said, if you hadn't learned from past mistakes, I wouldn't doubt you so much. That's all in the past, why are you bringing this up? Odin looked helpless. If that's the case, how can Mo Ming be the child of God? Frigga was puzzled. Maybe for some reason, Xia Ming has been reincarnated as a human being, and only now has she regained her divine identity. Then do you know whose child he is? It should be the child of Ohit, one of the old gods. What? Frigga shouted suddenly. She looked at Odin in disbelief. When did Ohit become an old god? It must be traced back to the beginning of the birth of the earth. Especially now that Ohit is already the trinity of Emperor Weishan, the eternal god of magic. Xia Ming could actually be Ohit's child? Agamotto's brother. The sudden news made Frigga so excited that she couldn't help but cover her mouth and move back and forth. Are you sure? Frigga asked again. Divine power cannot lie, and Xia Ming said that it was precisely because Emperor Weishan gave him 3 gifts that he awakened the divine body. Odin said affirmatively. Because whether it is Asgard, giants of Jotunheim, Flame Giant, or the old gods Ohit, Xia, Set, Than, the origin of their power will not change. Odin happened to have met Xia and Agamotto when he was young, so he could perceive the fluctuations of divine power from the old gods in Xia Ming. Coupled with Xia Ming's explanation, Ding Wubi insisted on Xia Ming's identity. Oh my god! Frigga was still immersed in shock. Banquet hall. What's your name, magician? You have to call me uncle. Odin scolded. After hearing this, Loki and Xia Ming all looked at Odin in confusion. Especially Xia Ming, she thinks Gong is crazy, right? What the hell is asking Loki to call him uncle? I'm not even a fraction of Loki's age, right? Loki has lived for more than 2,000 years. Ahem. God King, what are you? Xia Ming looked at Odin in confusion. Loki also looked at his father in confusion, expressing that he didn't understand why he called his enemy uncle. Yes, Loki, don't be rude when you see Xia Ming in the future. Frigga also told Loki seriously. Mother, why don't you? Loki looked at Frigga blankly. Queen God, is there any misunderstanding here? I'm just a little magician, how can I be Loki's uncle? Xia Ming now feels that this family is crazy. Could it be that he is a fake Asgard? Or did he accidentally travel to another parallel universe when he just traveled through Bifrost? Thinking of this, Xia Ming quickly closed her eyes and began to perceive carefully. Ancient One Magician. Do you still know me? Xia Ming's voice suddenly appeared in the heart of the Ancient One who was meditating in Kamar-Taj. What are you doing, kid? Ancient One replied with a frown. You shouldn't have disturbed the timeline, right? Ancient One opened his eyes suddenly. I am extremely suspicious that Xia Ming has caused some big trouble again. No. I'm in Asgard. I just feel that there is something wrong with Odin and Frigga today, so I wonder if I have traveled to a parallel universe. Let me ask you. Xia Ming explained. Are you in Asgard? You haven't traveled through time. I'm pretty sure you're still in this universe. Although Ancient One didn't know what happened, as long as Xia Ming didn't get into trouble, it would be fine, and then gave Zhen Ming a positive answer. That's good. Xia Ming was relieved. Don't mess around in Asgard. Don't worry, I can't. Let's talk when we have time. Xia Ming said and disconnected the link. Is this kid still afraid of time travel? Ancient One shook his head. Loki, remember, when you and Thor see Xia Ming in the future, you must call him uncle. This is not only my request to you as a father, but also my order to you as the God King. Odin exuded the aura of a God King and said seriously to Loki. This time even Frigga, who always cared about Loki, looked at Loki seriously and nodded. Yes. Odin was so formal that Loki had to obey. Especially, he is not the only one who wants to call Uncle Xia Ming, doesn't Thor do the same? So is Xia Ming more than just a person from Earth 293? Could it be that he is also a member of the God clan? Loki couldn't help but guess. Ahem, God King, it doesn't have to be like this. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? The unexpected development of things made Xia Ming very confused. Xia Ming, please take good care of Thor and Loki from now on. Before Odin could speak, Frigga spoke with a smile on her face. This. Although Xia Ming expressed that she was very happy that her status was higher than Thor and Loki, but this is too unbelievable. Okay, we're having a banquet. Frigga clapped her hands without giving Xia Ming a chance to speak. Xia Ming looked helpless. She could only do this for now. At worst, she could go back and ask the Ancient One what was going on. Then Xia Ming accidentally met Loki's eyes. Xia Ming's eyes were very helpless and confused. Loki's eyes were filled with resentment. This poor kid suffered another blow before he could take revenge on Xia Ming. Even this blow is no smaller than the blow Xia Ming gave Loki last time. Damn it, suddenly there is an uncle, who can bear this. It's hard for Loki to accept it anyway. Especially Xia Ming's face, he looks younger than himself. So where did Uncle Xia Ming come from? Chapter 103. This is our Asgard library where we store various magic books, history, and records related to several other countries. Loki, who was ordered by Frigga to bring Xia Ming and Jian to the library, introduced. 9 kingdoms? Are they the ones mentioned in myths and stories? Jane remembered the Norse mythology stories she had read on Earth and suddenly asked. You can find out by reading the book yourself. Here is a detailed introduction. Loki kept his face dark and answered casually. If it weren't for Frigga asking him to come, Luigi would really want to stay away from Xia Ming. He couldn't defeat the opponent in the first place, and his seniority had to be suppressed, which made Loki very unhappy. Loki, why are you talking to your aunt? If you do this, I will go to my sister to report you. Xia Ming spoke quietly. I'm sorry, uncle. I'll say it again. Loki's cheek twitched, he lowered his head slightly and apologized seriously. Damn it! This BD actually used his mother to suppress me. And make a small report. How old are you? You are not a primary school student anymore. Forced by Xia Ming's power, Loki began to take Jane to find books introducing the 9 kingdoms. Jane's face was also slightly red, looking at Loki very embarrassed and extremely embarrassed. The sudden appearance of a 2,000-year-old nephew makes Jian feel ashamed. This is so strange. Especially since Loki is a god. Jane looked at Xia Ming with stars in her eyes. My boyfriend is so awesome. Xia Ming smiled slightly when she saw Loki being obedient. This uncle's identity is really useful. The sister Xia Ming refers to as Frigga. At the banquet just now, Frigga asked Xia Ming not to call her the Queen of Gods in the future. It seemed too awkward and she simply asked Xia Ming to call her sister. Facing the kind Frigga, Xia Ming accepted it sheepishly. And Odin actually didn't object. At this time, Xia Ming's uncle status was completely confirmed. Loki can disrespect and ignore Xia Ming, but he can't help but listen to Frigga. In Loki's heart, Odin's words are not as effective as Frigga's. Therefore, Loki's 7 inches were completely controlled by Xia Ming. Jane, you can study the knowledge you are interested in here. I'm going to read a book nearby. Call me if you need anything. I know. Jane was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and couldn't extricate herself. Fortunately, after knowing that Xia Ming was coming to the library, she came with her, otherwise she would have regretted it. Loki, go and do your own thing. Then I'll leave first. Loki nodded and left immediately. Facing Xia Ming, Loki felt that Alexander had wanted to leave a long time ago. At the same time, I secretly thought about how to find the handle to Yuan Ming. After all, it is really difficult to keep Loki calm and not cause trouble. But Xia Ming is not afraid at all. Xia Ming walked alone to the area where the magic books were placed and began to read carefully. There is not only Asgard's magic here, but also many Kamar-Taj's magic books. However, there are no specific magic spells in it, but a separate analysis of the source of the Earth's magic energy and how to obtain the magic energy to successfully bind it. Therefore, Xia Ming has learned all this knowledge and has already mastered it. To obtain magical energy through dimensional dimensions, Xia Ming said that no one knows better than him. After quickly reading the books about Earth magic, we came to the part that Xia Ming was most interested in. The magic of Asgard. Xia Ming wanted to know what the difference was between Asgard's magic and Kamar-Taj's magic, and how it was cast. After all, as far as Xia Ming knows, no one who uses magic in Asgard has ever mentioned anyone they owe a debt to. Like Thor, as the god of thunder and storms, he can use the power of thunder at will, control the storm elements of nature, and achieve various powerful attacks. And people like Loki and Hela can even manifest powerful weapons infinitely and use different black magic. But neither has said to whom they will pay. Therefore, Xia Ming wanted to understand its meaning and see if she could learn from it. As time passed, Xia Ming became energetic and read almost all magic books. I also gradually understood who the source of Asgard's magic was. The power of Odin, Asgard. Xia Ming sat cross-legged in the air, closing her eyes and meditating. Through this magical knowledge, he came to a conclusion. That is, all Asgardians who use magic rely on Odin to achieve it. Perhaps it should be said that it is the power of Odin within Odin. It can also be said that the entire Asgard is the source of their magic. Like Hela, after being expelled from Asgard, her power was weakened. But once she returns to Asgard, the lost power will quickly return, even surpassing Thor's. The reason for this is because there is the power of Odin in her body. And Odin's power can be inherited, just like Thor. After Odin passed away, he inherited Odin's power and became the new god king, and then Odin's power also became Thor's power. The power of Odin is extremely powerful and mysterious. It also has a name, the so-called power of the Father. It can combine the energy of the universe and the user's vitality to achieve various unimaginable magical means. The power of Odin allows the gods of Asgard to possess different abilities including teleportation, shapeshifting, material manipulation, enhancing their physical ability, establishing powerful force fields, launching powerful energy star explosions, enhancing the properties of objects or creatures, etc. Representative characters like this include Frigga, Hela, Thor, Loki, and Heimdall. The second echelon is such as the four warriors of Asgard, Sif, and others. Then there are the soldiers of Asgard and other residents. Everyone possesses the power of Odin to a greater or lesser extent, and with their powerful divine bodies, they become brave and capable warriors. When Xia Ming, Qian Zhao, understood this, he drooled over the power of Odin. Really want? But because Xia Ming is not an Asgardian, she has not inherited any power of Odin, and cannot use Asgard's magic. Xia Ming had to find another way. Or create a kind of Xia Ming power that only belongs to Xia Ming. But it's hard. Odin became the father of God more than 5,000 years ago and is extremely powerful. And after more than 5,000 years, Odin's power is unimaginable based on Asgard's characteristic that strength is directly proportional to lifespan. Xia Ming cannot realize the power of Odin just by relying on the knowledge in these magic books. Xia Ming wandered around other areas of the library while thinking. Not long after, Xia Ming found some books recording runes. The runes, aren't they the runes on Mjolnir? Chapter 104. In ancient mythology, in order to seek higher wisdom, the father of God Odin hung himself on a tree for 9 days and 9 nights, pondering the mysteries of the universe. When he came down from the world tree, he understood the secret of rune. Odin's self-report says, "Hanging on a tree swaying in the wind for 9 nights. Wounded with a spear, I was sacrificed to Odin. Sacrifice yourself to yourself, on a tree that no one knows about. No bread to satisfy hunger, no drop of water to quench thirst. I looked down and picked up the runes." He shouted while picking it up, and it fell from the tree. The original meaning of rune is secret and mystery, so mystics believe that Odin obtained rune, the secret of the universe. This sacred text can predict the future. Each word has its own individual power and can protect the human soul. It can also be used to make guardian charms, record magic, and be carved on stones, wood blocks, shells, or other natural materials to turn into runes. Xia Ming studied carefully while reading. After understanding it, Xia Ming determined that the runes engraved on Mjolnir came from Odin's spell. Only those whom Mjolnir deems worthy of being Thor can lift Mjolnir. Through careful reading and in-depth study, you have understood the essence of runes and mastered rune magic. Rune magic, you can obtain prophecy, blessing, power, wisdom, divine words, healing, protection, magic and other abilities. Runes mean the secret of the universe, and their rune magic is also extremely powerful. In the comics, In order to prevent the tragedy of Ragnarok, Thor imitated Odin and hung himself on the world tree with chains for 9 days and 9 nights, and finally obtained the rune magic. Later, he integrated rune magic and Odin's power into each other, surpassing Odin in one fell swoop and becoming Thor. Thor, who became the rune Thor, easily stopped Ragnarok, and also killed Mangogr, one of Asgard's old enemies, with one blow. This shows how powerful it is. But now, Xia Ming understands the power of Wen magic without hanging herself on the world tree. This has once again raised Xia Ming's strength to a higher level. It also allows Xia Ming to give blessings to others through rune magic just like Odin. Or engrave it on a weapon to make it more powerful. In addition, Xia Ming also gained the ability to prophesy, see the future, heal, protect, and have great, wisdom. There is also an ability that Xia Ming is more interested in, Divine Word, which has mastered the ability of universal language communication and can automatically understand and speak the languages of all species, just like being able to listen to the words of Kula. And all of this was achieved by relying on Xia Ming's own divine power and rune magic without using Kamar-Taj's magic. This alone is enough for Xia Ming to conquer the earth. Moreover, after combining the magic of Kamar-Taj, you can say that Xia Ming is now level Godfather, even infinitely close to level single universe. It can be said that there is only one step left to reach the multi-universe level. Although the difference between ordinary level single universe and level Godfather is not very big, the upper limit is higher than level Godfather. All that's left is the power of Odin. Xia Ming used teleportation and came to Asgard's Zhangchen. Xia Ming sat cross-legged and opened her omniscient eyes. In the golden light, Xia Ming's eyes began to analyze Asgard. In the picture Xia Ming saw, the entire Asgard was glowing. Like a ball of flame, it exudes energy emperor fluctuations. The most dramatic one is where Odin is. In other words, it is Odin's light that covers Asgard and makes it shine so brightly. Odin, who was resting, felt spied on, got up and went to the balcony, looking at Xia Ming in the sky. Those magic eyes! Odin recognized Xia Ming's magic. Last time, Xia Ming relied on it to peek into Odin's little secret. What is Xia Ming doing? Frigga came over and asked, looking at Xia Ming in the air in confusion. He seems to be exploring the secrets of Asgard. It seems that those eyes can do more than just see someone's location. Odin's extremely powerful perception can feel the fluctuations emanating from Xia Ming's eyes, seeming to be spying on the power of Odin in his body. Exploring the secrets of Asgard? What's there to explore? Do you think it's just that simple? You're wrong, Frigga. Odin shook his head seriously. What's the meaning? Xia Ming is studying my power of Odin. Odin sighed with emotion. He found that although he already knew Xia Ming's true identity, he seemed to be a little confused about Xia Ming. It is normal to have high magic ability. After all, he is a descendant of God. But what are the strange magics displayed by Xia Ming? This kind of magic is beyond even Odin's understanding. It's like now, Odin knows that Xia Ming is studying and spying on Odin's power, but he has no way of knowing what the purpose of doing so is. It can't be said that Xia Ming can gain the power of Odin just by looking at him a few times, right? He's not an Asgardian. Even though he is a god, the origin of the god Xia Ming is different from their Asgard. By the way, what are the attributes of Ohit's divine power? Odin suddenly remembered. Oh! Almighty, bright lady of the dawn! Odin remembered that Ohit controlled the realm of atmospheric elements, reason and intelligence. Also known as the goddess of light. Therefore, Xia Ming's body should also have the power of light. Study your Odin power? Then let him study it. Can he still get your Odin power? Frigga said nonchalantly. That's not necessarily true. Odin felt that things were not that simple. Xia Ming used the omniscient eye, just like Tony's holographic map, to shield all buildings and even the entire Asgard, leaving only the power of the captain. And just as Xia Ming guessed, all residents of Asgard are shining with the brilliance of Odin's power. Xia Ming tried to capture this glimmer of light, but she couldn't shake it even a bit. He is bathed in the light of Odin's power, but cannot possess it, or in other words, he is not qualified. Unless Odin is willing to share. Xia Ming felt that if she went to Odin to ask for some of Odin's power, she might not be rejected. But after all, this power belongs to Odin and does not belong to him. Even if he gets it, he cannot inherit all Odin's power like Thor. You can't say that you want Xia Ming to be the God King of Asgard. Do you think Odin is willing? Therefore, Xia Ming had to find a way to study it herself, then learn from it and create again. Through your in-depth observation of the Asgard Protoss, you suddenly realized the nature of divine power and ignited your own divine fire. Fire of divine power, you have completely mastered the use of divine power and awakened the divine power of light. Chapter 105. The moment Xia Ming ignited the divine fire, the entire Asgard became extremely bright. It's like the sun suddenly came over Asgard. It makes everyone outside feel extremely dazzling. What? Has someone invaded Asgard? Oh my god! I'm going blind. Is this the end of Asgard? Silly dog, it's your end. Did God King Odin do this? That is, Xia Ming. Fake. My eyes. Loki held his back to the sky, covering his tear-filled eyes, cursing in pain. He had also seen Xia Ming's actions before and didn't know what he was going to do again, so while watching, he thought about how to make Xia Ming feel weak so that he could succeed in revenge. As a result, as he watched, Xia Ming's whole body erupted with a burst of intense light, which almost blinded Loki, who was looking directly at Xia Ming. A hole. This guy has become stronger again. Loki feels that his revenge is probably far away. Bifrost. Fake. Xia Ming. Heimdall knelt on the ground, covering his eyes and cursing loudly. What the hell, he shouldn't be surprised to see what Xia Ming is doing. As a result, Heimdall took tons of damage. Heimdall's vision was now so dark that it even made him wonder if he was going blind. You know, this light also contains Xia Ming's magical power, not ordinary light, so even Heimdall's eyes that can look directly at the sun are a little bit unbearable. But fortunately, Heimdall's eyes were only temporarily blinded by the sudden stimulation, and he recovered quickly. Odin? Xia Ming, that is. Frigga wiped her tears and turned away, exclaiming to Odin, who was also wiping her tears. That is the divine power of light from Ohit. Odin's eyes were red, tears burst out uncontrollably, and he shouted angrily. Yes, Odin is very angry now. What the hell, you kid is sitting in the sky and bursting out the power of light, do you want to blind us on purpose? What a BD! I really want to shoot him to death. Ah! My eyes! Odin is very uncomfortable. What is Xia Ming doing? Frigga was speechless at Xia Ming's actions. If you want to practice, just find a place to practice quietly. Why are you running so high? Who knows what he does? Odin cursed angrily. If the Ancient One were here, he would tell Odin and the others that Xia Ming is comprehending and creating magic. God King. Suddenly, the voices of a group of soldiers sounded outside. What's up? King God, do we need to deal with the one in the sky? As warriors guarding Asgard, they also saw Xia Ming's actions, but because Xia Ming was a guest of Asgard and Odin did not say anything to stop her, they allowed Xia Ming to go. But this sudden change forced them to ask Odin if they wanted to continue. After all, the light is too dazzling. Many guards were in tears because of their curious behavior before. At the same time, they all cursed Xia Ming in their hearts. But they soon discovered that this dazzling light was not only dazzling, but also filled with a warm and healing power. Under the illumination of this light, they can all feel that their physical strength and spirit are recovering. Even some people with injuries can clearly feel that their injuries are getting better little by little. And this is all the function of Xia Ming's light power. Just like the divine power Thor inherited, it manifests itself in the form of thunder that can destroy everything. And the divine power from Ohit ignited by Xia Ming at the moment appears externally as light that can heal everything. Definitely, this does not mean that Xia Ming can only heal, he has many other abilities. Forget it, don't worry about him, he will probably stop after a while. Facing the soldiers' inquiries, Odin thought for a while and decided not to stop Xia Ming. What if Xia Ming was at a critical moment and he interrupted, wouldn't he become a villain? Yes. God King. After receiving the reply, the soldiers retreated and went to calm down the Asgard residents and reassure them. But fortunately Asgard is a martial Protoss. After they saw that the light was not threatening, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they closed their eyes and started enjoying it. Anyway, since Odin didn't show up, it's safe. Xia Ming didn't know what she was doing. It was like throwing a huge amount of flash bombs in Asgard, causing everyone in Asgard to fall into temporary blindness. Zero, please ask for flowers. Because at this moment, after he exploded with divine power, he suddenly felt that his divine power suddenly came into contact with Asgard's divine power. Through the ubiquitous light, Xia Ming's divine power directly enters the bodies of the residents of Asgard. And perhaps because of the healing properties of the divine power of light, he was not rejected by the divine power of Asgard. Even Odin is like this. Then, Xia Ming perceived the existence of the power of Odin. This time, Odin's power is not like before, it can only be seen but not touched. Instead, Xia Ming can finally realize the mystery of Odin's power. It's magical. It's powerful. His all-knowing eye can finally begin to analyze. Then as the omniscient eye began to take effect, Xia Ming gradually understood the nature of Odin's power. 0.0. The essence of Odin's power can be understood as an extremely powerful mysterious energy. The gods of Asgard are called gods because they contain the power of Odin. Whoever becomes the father of the gods of Asgard will have this power named after him. After Thor inherited the throne of Heavenly Father, this power became known as Thor's power. In the comic book Thor, Dr. Doom's conversation with Thor clearly states the nature of the power of Odin. At that time, Dr. Doom asked Thor to activate the destroyer armor, but Thor said he couldn't do it because he didn't have the power of Odin. Dr. Doom said, "The power of Odin? Is it the spark that all of you Asgard people have in your body? Now it's called the power of destruction. I have absorbed the sparks in every 10 Asgard people. The spark is the mysterious energy that comes from the power of Odin. Odin possesses huge amounts of energy manipulation ability, also known as the power of Odin. He can convert huge amounts of mysterious energy into any form for use. He can also temporarily enhance his physical attributes or grant various superpowers to living or non-living bodies. The manifestations of Odin's power include energy emission, alter reality, creating or resurrecting life, decomposing or repairing objects, improving physical constitution, traveling through timelines, opening dimensional channels, applying spells and blessings, reading thoughts, remote brainwave communication, and creating power. Field or shield, teleportation, etc. Therefore, when Xia Ming understood the so-called power of Odin, Xia Ming knew how to create her own power of Odin. Chapter 106. Through in-depth observation, experience, and research of Odin's power, you suddenly understand the nature of Odin's power and create your own power of enlightenment. The power of clarity, the mysterious energy created by you and unique to you. The power of Odin comes from Odin's own strength. He calls the power in his body the power of Odin. And it has the characteristics of inheritance and sharing, so that everyone in Asgard can use this power. Because Odin is the father of God, the strongest being in the 9 realms. Therefore, as long as Odin lives for one day, all people in Asgard can use the power of Odin to realize various magical means and use them to fight. And Odin can also let Thor inherit all this power, making Thor the father of God. Even if he changes his name and becomes the power of Thor, his essence will not change. The power of Odin is just a powerful, mysterious energy. Therefore, when Xia Ming combines the dimensional energy and the god of white magic energy in her body from the world of extreme daylight, as well as the dimensional energy and the god of black magic from the world of eternal night, coupled with the energy from the small universe in the body, and the light power from Ohit in this divine body, after integrating them all into one, Xia Ming created her own power of brightness. The power of the supreme light allows Xia Ming to use Kamar-Taj's magic at will, as well as all kinds of magic created by herself. For example, energy manipulation, energy siphon, teleportation, telepathy, soul projection, distorted reality, resurrection life, real magic, time magic, elemental magic, rune magic, space field, sacred supreme weapon, infinite ring, saint's law, magic body refining flow, the source of God power, the all-knowing eye, space-time exploration, creating dimensions. Now Xia Ming has truly become a god like Odin. Moreover, the power of supreme enlightenment can also be inherited and inherited. Therefore, as long as Xia Ming is willing, he can give his power to anyone. For example, Thor, Hela, and Loki, who gained the power of Odin. There are also superheroes who have obtained part of Odin's power in comics. The well-known Iron Man Tony Stark obtained part of Odin's power during a time travel and used it to create a powerful steel battle suit. Another example is Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff. In a battle with the Dark Elf, she obtained part of Odin's power and enhanced her origin magic power. After Xia Ming unified his various powers, his overall strength was once again promoted. The most obvious feeling is that Xia Ming feels like she can do anything now. To put it simply, it is expanding. The power of enlightenment currently in Xia Ming's body cannot be compared with Odin, who has lived for thousands of years. What I'm talking about here is quantity, not power. If Xia Ming lives for thousands of years, the energy in his body will be unimaginable. You must know that Ohit is an old god, not a god like Asgard Odin. At least, before Ohit became an eternal existence, the energy was not too huge and the body could not bear it. Definitely, perhaps it is also because Ohit went to the supreme dimension and did not affect reality. But this has nothing to do with the temporary Xia Ming. Xia Ming is still young. And based on the age after body reorganization, Xia Ming's age is actually less than a year. This is a bit outrageous. Xia Ming, who took back her divine power into her body, used teleportation to return to the library. When Odin saw this scene, he became more and more surprised. He could clearly perceive that after Xia Ming's divine power burst out just now, it became extremely pure and powerful in a short period of time. And this is not simply the divine power of light, but rather a new kind of power. Just like his Odin power. He actually did it. Odin felt extremely incredible. He, Odin, was able to create the power of Odin because he realized it after many battles. Moreover, when he named the newly generated powerful force in his body that integrated various other powers power of Odin, he could unify the 9 realms and completely end the war. But how did Xia Ming do it? After sitting in the sky and studying his Odin power, he naturally created a powerful power emperor that is unique to Xia Ming out of thin air. And the strength of this power is not inferior to his Odin power. This simply broke Odin's cognition. No matter how awesome your magic ability is, it can't be this bad. Or are all the children of the old gods so perverted? First there was Agamotto, who incarnated into eternal existence, and then there was you. Xia Ming became the new god, right? How come everyone in this family is so awesome? Thinking about it this way, Odin feels even more uncomfortable. Because he thought of his own family zero. Alas, as expected, if you don't compare, you won't be harmed. Although Odin has never doubted Thor's future achievements, he even believes that Thor will surpass himself. But Thor's growth rate is a bit too slow. So slow that even Odin was in a hurry. Besides, his eldest daughter is not a waste of energy either. Hela, who perfectly inherited his power, also inherited his competitive spirit of conquering the 9 realms when he was young. As a result, Hela not only wants to conquer the 9 realms, but also wants to conquer the entire universe. Therefore, Odin, who was well aware of the crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the universe, had no choice but to seal Hela. And also left this trouble to Thor. Anyway, Odin himself doesn't have time to solve the trouble caused by Hela. Well, Thor probably won't be Hela's opponent by then. If someone can help, hey. Odin was thinking about it and suddenly thought of Xia Ming. That's right. Isn't Xia Ming just the right candidate? Odin feels that as Thor's uncle, Xia Ming would be rude if she doesn't help him when the time comes. Then should I tell Xia Ming about Hela? Anyway, he saw the mural last time. No, I'm not in a hurry. Odin thought for a while and decided to wait. In the library, Jane was still struggling to read the collection of books that recorded the history of the 9 realms. Those complicated 3.7 words and obscure nouns made Jane, who had never been exposed to magic, very confused. What's wrong? Are you tired? Xia Ming asked, standing behind Jian. Xia Ming. Jane turned around and threw herself into Xia Ming's arms. At this moment, Jane suddenly felt that having multiple boyfriends was good, at least they could recharge themselves. This knowledge is so complicated, some of it is still incomprehensible. This is normal. After all, you have never been exposed to these. Xia Ming comforted. Then when can I finish reading it? Are we going back? Or can I borrow some books? Well, if you're not in a hurry, you can still have a few more. As Xia Ming was talking, she suddenly paused. Because he suddenly remembered one thing, that is. Hulk. Chapter 107. What's wrong? Do you need to go back now? Jane saw Xia Ming suddenly stopped and asked worriedly. Jane was not worried about whether she could continue reading, but worried about whether Xia Ming had forgotten something important. Indeed, Xia Ming was so busy staying with Jane that she forgot about Hulk, who was sent away by him through the portal on the street. Calculating the time, from last night to now, 1 night and 1 day have passed. Xia Ming even had lunch in Asgard. Although there is no need to worry about Hulk's safety, Xia Ming feels a little guilty. After all, Hulk has been missing for nearly a whole day now. If you think about it, Loki has been missing for 30 minutes, and when he comes out, he will stab Strange directly. If you experience this kind of thing for a long time, you will be very angry. It is difficult for Xia Ming to guarantee the specific level of Hulk's anger level at this time. I did forget to take care of something, but you can stay in Asgard and I'll pick you up after I've taken care of it. How about that? Okay, you go and do your work first. Don't delay important things because of me. Jane said quickly. Don't worry, it's not an important thing. That's right 01, I'll give you a gift. Xia Ming said, putting her hand on Jane's palm and closing her eyes. What gift? Jane looked at Xia Ming curiously. In the name of my Xia Ming, I give my best wishes to Jane Foster. Jane Foster will have extraordinary wisdom and a healthy body. When Jane Foster calls the name of Xia Ming, she will have the best wishes. Protect yourself with the power of light. With Xia Ming's magical blessing, a ray of light flashed through their hands. What's this? After Xia Ming took her hand away, Jane looked down and saw a pattern consisting of a golden circle and a white crescent moon appearing in the palm of her hand. At the same time, Jane felt that her brain suddenly became clear, as if the clouds had been cleared away. The fatigue that had just accumulated on my body disappeared in an instant. What caused Jane's sudden change was Xia Ming's blessing to her just now. Gold represents the sun, and white represents the moon. This is my blessing to you. When you are in danger, call my name, and you can also gain my magical power to protect your partner. Xia Ming explained. Your magical power. Jane looked up at Xia Ming excitedly. Xia Ming. Are you a god too? Which god in mythology are you? Ever since Jane came to Asgard, a new door seemed to have opened, making her infinitely curious about these extremely magical things. Especially now, when Jane learned that Xia Ming was actually a god, she was not suspicious at first, but wanted to know Xia Ming's identity. It feels like you are meeting your favorite idol with your own eyes. Jane is very excited. I am not a god who exists in myths and stories, but will become a new myth. I am a new god. Xia Ming said seriously. New god? Oh my god! Xia Ming, you are so awesome. Jane actually saw the birth of a new god. Xia Ming, let me write your stories from now on. Aren't you a scientist? Are you going to write a new fairy tale? Xia Ming looked amused. It is all acceptable. Okay, you always stay here first and wait for me to pick you up. I'll go back first. Xia Ming rubbed Jian's hair and teleported directly back to the holy place on earth. After Xia Ming left, Jane cheered up and continued to press. This time, Jane was surprised to find that she actually had the ability to have a photographic memory. Even combined with the books she read before, Jane found that she could actually understand a lot of terms about magic. Even my body is full of energy and I don't feel tired at all. Xia Ming, it's great to meet you. Jane feels that she is the luckiest and happiest woman in the world now. New York Holy Place. Sigh, I don't know how Hulk is doing now. Xia Ming said and opened the portal. Then a man wearing only oversized shorts fell from the sky. It is the normal banner that has been restored. It just looks like Nei is asleep. How did he fall asleep? Xia Ming held banner and placed it on the ground. Banner, Na! Wake up! Xia Ming patted banner and shouted. Huh? This is... Banner woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes in confusion, and saw an unfamiliar face, and at the same time felt the solid floor beneath him. It's finally over. Oh my god! After Banner woke up, he found that the damn fall was finally over, and relaxed his body with a happy expression. Sorry, I forgot about you. After Banner became Hulk, his memories were not yet interconnected, so he did not recognize the culprit who sent him away and kept him falling all day long. You remember Blinsky, right? The guy who turned into just like Hulk. I remember. Banner nodded. Now his memory is not still about the time when he wanted to stop the hatred. Because after Hulk was teleported away by Xia Ming, Hulk and Banner appeared alternately throughout the entire day. First there was Hulk, who was extremely angry and mad as he kept falling, but because he was in the air, he couldn't use his strength and could only passively endure it all. Then over and over again, Hulk actually got used to it. Because he 800 knew that he had no way to stop it, Hulk went back directly and replaced Banner. When Banner woke up, he found that he was dead. Suddenly panicked and scared, even when I thought I was going to die, Hulk came out again. As you can imagine, Hulk found that the damn fall was not over yet, and after yelling, he went back. Banner reappeared, and this time no matter how Banner shouted, Hulk did not respond. This was also the first time that Hulk did not appear after Banner's heartbeat skyrocketed. Then Banner also discovered this problem, and finally slowly adapted to it. If you can't resist anyway, just accept it.